This audiobook contains 93 censored sentences and 236 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. Chapter 1, Part 1, Heat, Shigyun, and Celine. I want to protect everything. Although, I will absolutely protect those precious people within arm's reach. If it's for the sake of that, I will slay everything. Everyone deserves a future. Many can redeem themselves, but I've also come to understand that not everyone deserves that chance. Unknown location, Gene, skyward boom. Boom, boom. Ignia provided me with some information about the Cows Brigade, so I fought him as promised. Even though I was only using a portion of my strength, Ignia seemed to be enjoying the fight. We were clashing in the sky as he threw Fire Dragon, God Slayer magic at me, and I deflected and destroyed any that came my way. Covering his right leg with fire, he swung it at me. My right leg was covered with a 2k, and we clashed. Boom! A large explosion occurred. Ignia was sent back as I heard him let out a grunt of pain. When the smoke settled, he was grinning at me, and his left leg was bleeding. That was painful, but I like it. A bit more, father. Battle maniacs are difficult to keep up with, and you're not? I don't mind them, but if given the choice to fight or not, I would choose not to. You know me, I'm lazy. As I finished conversing with Drake, Ignia appeared in front of me with both his fists ignited with flames. He sent out a barrage of flaming fists towards me. In response to this move, I used normal consecutive punches, and our fists collided again, but Ignia winced every time, but the grin on his face never left. Dawn, 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 Dawn. After that clash, Ignia drops back down to the ground and starts to inhale air around him. Wait, is he? I land on the ground as Ignia had a smug look on him. He's going to roar. How will you respond? Gene? I have an idea. Comptoir. Can this barrier take it? Comptoir. Answer. You can if you lower your strength to omniversal. Then yes. He'll do just that then. Fire Dragon God's roar. After inhaling fire in his mouth, Ignia lurched forward and opened his mouth. Out came a large mass of flames in the shape of a ball, and it was quickly approaching me. The ground beneath us was melting, even the air felt hot. However, the barrier held strong. The attack covered the entire width of the barrier, but I expected that given the strength of the attacker. Maybe I should have just transported us to another dimension, so I wouldn't have to worry about this. I drew my right arm back, and I let out a sigh. This should end this, but I know he won't be too satisfied by it. Well, that's what I think. Slightly serious punch. Doom! I punched in front of me as my attack met Ignia's, or more specifically, destroyed his and hit him full force. The instant that happened, I saw him pass out, although he was still grinning. I couldn't help but shake my head. The area around us shook and rumbled. My punch created a large pressure wave, both in front of me and behind me. In reality, both our attacks were the same size, but my attack was much more powerful and had destroyed everything else around us. Thankfully, the barrier was able to withstand the attack and didn't break. I walked over to the unconscious Ignia and threw some healing slime on him. He instantly woke up and jumped back on his feet. So are we done? Huh, that was awesome. But yeah, unfortunately we're done. So, after the whole Egypt operation, will you fight me again? I mean, in a way, helping you sabotage it. He looked at me expectantly, and I nodded in agreement. I mean, sure, why not? You said it yourself. You'll be helping me. He nodded in agreement and clenched his fist. Good, good. This is why I like you, father. Anyway, I should get moving, otherwise they'll start asking where I've been. Until we meet again. Ignia's grin returned as he vanished in a flash of flames. I removed the barrier I had constructed and repaired the damage to the surroundings. I glanced at the spot where Ignia once stood. It makes me wonder, did Nyarlathotep make them that way? Or did they really just have those kind of personalities in them? What do you mean, partner? From what I can tell from the 3 children I have seen so far, and assuming Ignia is telling the truth about the last child being Murum, maybe they have some similarities to Nyarlathotep? Elaborate, Gene. I may be wrong, but Ignia may be that small part of Nyarlathotep's personality that wants to fight and experience battle. When I clashed with her, I sensed a little bit of it from her. Even if outer gods around meant to fight. Lapis, I mean, it's a bit obvious from the small times I've seen her. It's her one-sided love and deep affection for me. But she's a bit less psychotic about it. I believe that part of the personality is in Frisia, as he's also quite obvious. Outer gods are, in a way, the embodiment of chaos, so most of those negative emotions and traits should have gone to Frisia. As for Meruem, I personally believe it's the potential for Nyarlathotep to change. If we take into account what kind of person Meruem is from my memories, then that's the small part of Nyarlathotep growing a conscience, gaining empathy, and trying to understand other people around her, whether it be humans, other supernatural beings, or her fellow outer gods. I see. I can understand where you're coming from. But you'll probably find this answer out once you speak with Azathoth when you evolve. Yeah. Anyway, let's head home. I looked up at the sky one more time before heading back home to Kuo. Japan, Kuo Ding, I had decided to teleport just outside my home, and when I did, a notification rang on my phone. I summoned it and took a look at what the message said. Ain, Yijing, I want to put forward a request. Take me on a date with me. It doesn't have to be now or tomorrow, but soon. A date. Huh. Also, I made that promise to Goddess Danu to help Ain get past whatever she's struggling through. But she also warned me to be wary of her an odd request. May I ask why? What do you mean why? Didn't you go on a date with a seraph from heaven for one of your requests? I demand equality. I mean, I guess she has a point. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone to meet Gabriel that quickly. I scratch my head. I guess this is one step to getting to know her more sure. Let's talk details a different time then. Great. Sure, I don't mind. But you better keep your promise. Oh, you might also meet another goddess that's been pretty elusive too. Hee. Be ready, Skyward Sama. Another elusive goddess. Huh? I wonder who creaked, Jean. Why are you just standing out here? I hear the door open and Rennie's voice soon after. I look up to see the blonde magician walk in short blue shorts. I glanced at her briefly and smiled. Nice. She tilts her head cutely and smiles, seemingly not understanding why I reacted that way. I put my phone in my pocket and answered her. It's nothing, Rennie. I just got a request that won't happen for a little bit. Anyway, anything happened while I was away? I enter my own home and join her. She quickly hugs my arm and snuggles into me. Know everyone's busy, so a new request, huh? Who's it from? Wait, doesn't that mean Reiko-san will be coming with you on this one? And so will I. A sudden voice interrupts me, and we both look up to see Rose. She was wearing her nightgown, as it's already nighttime. Wait, what? What does she mean? Is she talking about being my secretary again? As my secretary, right? The secretary of the Red Dual Dragon Emperor and middleman? Yes, not skipping a beat. Rose answers firmly with a tinge of red on her cheeks. I chuckle and walk over to her and pat her on the head. Yeah, sure thing, Rose. I look forward to it, but not on this one. But I'll try to do it during the weekend, so we won't miss too much school. Actually, what will you do once I graduate? Will you keep being a civics teacher, or will you join me in my new restaurant? I've been thinking about this for a while now. The same for Griselda. I mean, while she's not mine per se. The same with Roygun, since she'll most likely be the other nurse in the school when that happens. But I will quit and join you in your business, Jean. I have spoken about this with Azazel, Griselda, and recently Lisa-san. Griselda and Lisa-san will become the newly appointed club advisors for the Occult Research Club next year. However, I believe there can only be one advisor. They have said that either one of them will work. Huh, I didn't expect that. She's thought that far into the future. I see end-of-year exams, I don't have any problems with that, but I need to submit that career thing sooner or later. I seriously doubt the teachers would believe me if I wrote down, I will start my own international restaurant business, or something like that. They'd think I'm a crazy person. Well, let's just see what happens before we go jumping into that kind of decision, shall we? Both girls nod, and we go into the living room. Ireland ain't part of my plan has been set, and all I need to do is follow through with it. Then I can reveal Jean's true nature, all the true nature of man. Irrespective of how desperately he tries to portray himself as a hero in the supernatural world. He's just a selfish creep in the end. Grouping everyone together? Are you insane? Who in their right mind wants to unite everyone for such an absurd reason? Fwash, as I was prancing around in the secluded forest I was in, I felt the presence of someone I knew. Turning around, I could see that it was Goddess Danu. She had a look of concern. Danu, please. I don't want that sort of look coming from you. A look of pity. Danu, how can I help you? However, the goddess in front of me does not answer me. She simply stares at me in pity. I sigh and shake my head. I am justified in my action, Danu. Gene is innocent. He may have a questionable reason for uniting us all, but he's doing it for the betterment of us all. Betterment, huh? Even if he is, no, he isn't. I don't care what you say. What about you, Danu? I've said this before. You disappeared for many years and only came out of your seclusion because of him. Explain yourself. Or are you planning to stick with fate brought you together? I couldn't help but scoff at the idea. Fate. If such a thing exists, then I do. Although I am unsure of what the future holds for Jean and me, I believe only positive things will come of it. Fate has a hold on everyone, Ain. She said that in such a sincere way that it made my blood boil. Fate? Fate? Hearing such a word makes me sick. So, you're implying that what happened to me was also fate. Is that right, Goddess Danu? She had a look of shock after I said that. Yes, if you say such a thing, then what happened to me in the past, fate had an influence in it. Yes? You're saying it was fate for me to be mistreated by 3 of my husbands? Fate for me to lose my first child. Cinchuredo, Ain. Fate that completely destroyed my future, making it impossible for me to have children or even experience a normal life. I couldn't help but laugh. Even thinking about that makes my entire body shiver. Children, and a life that extends beyond just getting by day, and any physical contact beyond that is impossible. I don't feel like a person anymore, just some kind of defective product. That's not what I meant. And it's tragic, however, those men can't hurt you anymore, nor can they come back. Also, it may be possible to fix that if we ask Gene. You heard it from his interview with the Belair, did you not? He woke up 2 devils suffering from the devil sleeping disease. A small spark of hope was sparked in me, but I must stay true to my plan. Just because he did, that doesn't prove anything. All of his deeds, so far, could be just a ruse. I will expose him. I turn around and start to walk away. You won't convince me otherwise, Danu. No one can. He will prove you wrong. I couldn't believe such empty words coming out of her mouth. Fate, and prove me wrong? I would like to see him try. Russia was strange. Strange indeed. Seeing that new young Red Dragon Emperor evolve his sacred gear during his match against that heir was nothing short of entertaining. Those were my thoughts as I looked at the expanse of my realm's wintry wonderland. I breathed out, and I could see my breath condense. The city below me was thriving. In this realm, it was mostly covered in snow for 9 out of the 12 months. We only had 3 months of summer in total. I had jokingly made it like this many years ago, and I even thought of changing it. My people had already gotten used to it, perhaps a small blunder on my part. Perrin? Why are you all the way up here? I turned around when I heard a familiar voice. Mokash. Well, as you can see, I'm just watching over our realm. Where's Dodola? Mokash, one of my wives. Yes, I am married to more than one, but less than 3. In other words, I have 2 partners. I can understand the young middleman's stance on complicated relationships, though does what I have even categorized as such. I am uncertain she is tending to other responsibilities unlike someone I know. She gave me a questioning gaze and did not look too happy. Well, I was just wondering if sending an invite to the middleman would be the right course of action. Seeing as how we both love more than one woman, I may be able to connect with him. I gave her my reasoning, and she just sighed. What? Was what I said that strange? However, before I could continue, she interrupted me. I don't see why not. Many here seem quite interested after his display of power not too long ago. At the very least, Urilo wants to meet him. Urilo? He has not once mentioned wanting to meet the middleman to me. Well, he has to me. Regardless of that, we must speak with the rest and come to a decision. As I have heard, the alliance seems to be more advantageous for those who join. I nodded and got up from my spot. Yes, this meeting has been long overdue. Let us depart. Now, what will our decision be, middleman? Egypt, as I gazed down at my people carrying on their daily lives, I couldn't help but ask this. Would it be a wise decision to let the middleman into our realm? After his recent match, which was broadcast throughout the entire supernatural world, many of the skeptics are starting to change their minds. However, this is only towards my fellow gods and goddesses. Prior to seeing his match, however, more and more people have started to be in favor of his invitation rather than against it. But there are still gods that are skeptical or against it. Two stand out in particular, Seth and Ta. I do not know why they are against the middleman coming here, since they weren't that particularly bothered by what had happened many years ago. The destruction that was caused by both dragon emperors. It caused quite a lot of damage and killed many of our citizens here. However, many have forgotten or forgiven the act, but there are still those that resent the two dragons. Besides possessing another divine dividing, the current Red Dragon Emperor is also more unpredictable. At least, that's how the people opposed to letting him into our realm see it. But we have voted to invite him into our realm. Perhaps the young Baal heir saw this as an opportunity to show the rest of our factions and pantheons. I felt a smile creep onto my face. If so, he is a lot more cunning than meets the eye. Sarah Baal, was it? A very intriguing devil indeed. Master R.A.? Hearing a familiar voice, I turn to my side and see Rashida. Did you need something from me? Yes, Goddess Isis has returned. She wishes to speak with you. The matter pertains to the middleman. The middleman? Why does Isis want to speak about him? Interesting, she was not against his arrival. In fact, she was for it. However, she had never had this much interest in him. Why? Master R.A.? It is nothing, Rashida. Very well, come. Let's meet with Isis. I am quite curious as to why she has suddenly taken an interest in the middleman. Rashida bows and starts to walk away as I trail after her. Middleman, Gene Skyward. When you do accept our invitation, and when you arrive in our realm, you will not only be battling for the people's acceptance, but also some gods. I look forward to seeing how you deal with it. 2 weeks later, Japan. Kuo Gene Skyward waking up from my slumber. The day had already started off quite boisterously. Gene Skyward, or Aaron Tool, as I recently recollected my name. I am in a predicament. The first thing I saw when I opened my eyes was, well, women. Now, that isn't anything new or strange. However, since a few things have changed recently, and I would say they were positive changes. In front of me was Rias resting nearby, her face close to mine. She was clearly already awake and watching me calmly. The other girls around me were still asleep. That much I was certain about. Rias? I called her name out in a low tone, but she didn't answer me. However, she did begin to lean forward and we shared a brief, tender moment together. She was blushing when she pulled away, and we lingered close, caught up in the quiet warmth of the moment. And I started to feel the others were starting to wake up due to the constantly moving Rias Gremory. Isn't this a bit too early to be getting up? We pulled apart, and we could see Aquino there smirking at her king. Rias stared at Aquino's back and shrugged. I can, and I will let me be a little spoiled like you from time to time. 2 weeks had passed, and Rias only asked to be affectionate with me a few times. I can tell she's still holding back, but she's been doing it within reason. Well, that's what I think anyway. I would like to say nothing too big is coming up, but the promotions for all of her peerage members were coming up. During those 2 weeks, Surzex approached us and told us that everyone in her peerage was being offered the promotion to middle-class devil status. This meant they were just one away from being high-class devils. But he did say that the original promotion was too high-class, but knowing the backlash from the old boomers, they decided to space the promotions over a couple of months. For now, they'll have to take the middle-class exam. No fighting so early in the morning. If you're already up, come down to help at breakfast. I gently nudge both of them and push Rias aside so I can get up. I then changed clothes and left my room. The others who were still asleep, I left them alone. Rias and Aquino joined me outside once they got dressed. It was still a weekday after all, although it was a Friday, so we didn't have to worry about school for the next day. We finally entered the kitchen, and I could see Ine, Grafia, and Reiko preparing breakfast. Morning I yawned and said the same thing at the same time. Both girls who were with me went and sat on the couches I had put in the dining room. I walked over to join the ones cooking. I got behind Grafia and hugged her. What's for breakfast? Chew, it's just a normal Japanese breakfast, Jean. Grafia without skipping a beat, gave me a peck on the cheek and answered casually. Centuredo, the other two who were helping her cook, were looking at our interaction with curiosity and amusement. I glanced at them and shrugged. I'll look forward to it then. Good luck, Ine Reiko. The rest of our morning went by relatively normal, a few girls' competition for my attention and affection, though that's par for the course, so nothing too noteworthy. As we were about to leave for school, Rias approached me and tapped me on the shoulder. I turned around to face her, and she was smiling brightly at me. A few of the girls who were about to leave and do their own thing stopped and looked at us. Rias? What's up? She brought out a lunchbox from behind her and put it in front of me. I see. She's giving me a bento. Huh? I smile and take it from her. Don't open it yet. I want you to do it during lunch. I was about to do that, but was stopped by her. I nodded and stored it in my yexel, or ring. She walked over to her peerage, who were already assembled, though everyone was staring at her. This was a noticeable moment, though not entirely unexpected. However, seeing as how Rias and I only started dating 2 weeks ago, they figured it would take a little more time before things progressed. Aquino, Ingvild, and Rennie took their time with it. Well, they'll get going then. I quickly left before they had a chance to react to what had just happened. I closed the door behind me before jogging away. Having passed the house where Snuffles lived, I can safely say that the dog is absolutely terrified of me. Forgive me, though I would say you deserve some of it. I quickly approached the school, and many students were already walking through the gates, and I quickly joined them. It was mostly quiet, even after having my own reputation. Most of the time, they just give me side glances now. There's a 99% chance that I am hated by most of the males at school, but it's justified hate, so not my problem. Smack. Smack. Joe. Skyward-sama. I felt the familiar smack on my back, and 2 idiots' voices beside me. It was Najima and Kuda. Morning. I greet them, and we start talking about random stuff that didn't really mean anything, from video games to other random topics they brought up which I didn't contribute to. I glanced to my left toward the Occult Research Club, and I saw Chiron watching me. Now that I think about it, it's that time of year again, Centuredo. She and Kuroka did go through it multiple times while we spent the 5 years and 15 years in the pocket dimension. Seeing as how she's just watching me from the distance, she seems to expect a lot from us. In all honesty, Chiron can get quite intense and competitive during training. Now, I tend to keep things simple, but as I mentioned before, Kuroka and a few candidates like to branch out from time to time. But anytime Kuroka asks for anything beyond my comfort level, I decline. Sorry, I am not comfortable with that kind of activity, Jean. What do you plan on doing after we graduate? Coming back to reality, I stared at Kuda like he was crazy. I didn't think he'd ask me a normal question like that. I glanced forward and could see we were nearing our classroom. I didn't expect that from you. I'm guessing you two already know what you want to do. I'm basically planning to inherit my family's business, so I'm stuck in Kuo for the rest of my life. Hopefully, we'll find a girl to settle down with someday, But they did give me the okay to proceed to the college division. Najima says with a bit of hope. Yeah, his parents do run that bakery shop. Wait, I wonder how they would feel about combining their bakery with my restaurant? He'll run that by his parents in the future, but for now we turn to Kuda. I'm a free bird. I don't really have many aspirations, but I guess gaming? I started uploading stuff to YouTube and started that streaming gig. I'm good enough at games, right? So I'm getting enough views and a few people are donating to me. Kuda says enthusiastically. I see, he's going to be a live streamer. Huh? It's true he's good at games, but to seriously go for that, he either has real courage or he's outright stupid. But he's been getting better at it. If Najima was the gaming god between the three of us, then Kuda became gaming Jesus. Him and Najima have apparently been grinding it out when they have time. I sometimes feel like an alien between these two. They're just buddy-buddy, But I'm attending the college division too. I just want to cover my bases, As he explained, I slid open the door to our classroom and entered it with them. We still had plenty of time before class started, so they got their chairs and came over to my desk. Both of them looked at me expectantly. So, right, I was the only one left to answer. Both of them did give me pretty honest answers, so it'll do the same. Well, I have some backers, you could say, Anyway, I'm planning to open a restaurant after graduating. You know the free spot near the flower shop? Yeah, that's where I'll have it. So, I'll need to balance my college life and operating a restaurant. The two of them stare at me blankly, and their eyes slowly widen in shock. What? They both shouted, but since it was still early in the morning, not many students were here, and only a few glanced at the two in annoyance. What the hell do you mean? Skyward Sama. Holy smokes. I can eat your food anytime I want. This is so awesome. Good to know you have your priorities straight. Coulda. They start asking me questions about it, and I answer them to the best of my ability. I have been slowly making a menu for it, but it's a slow process, but I do have a saving grace. I have started to take more inspiration from other countries' cooking. I'm going to other pantheons and factions, right? I might as well take advantage of that, you know? The more diverse my menu is, the better. Well, that's what I think anyway. Some people may see it differently. Some say to keep your menu to one type of style, so Japanese, Greek, Irish, or whatever. The food will turn people into regular customers because they like it, and your menu isn't constantly changing. However, I won't be changing it constantly. It will have a variety of foods, and I may just add a weekly or monthly brand new food item for some to try out. I will keep some classic Japanese dishes since I live in Japan, and there will definitely be some that would want to just eat some Japanese dishes, right? I mean, I'm not too worried since I know Kuda will be a regular. Maybe even his parents. The same for Najima. Lunch Kuda and Najima couldn't keep their mouths shut, so my plans for starting a restaurant started to spread around school. Many questioned if I was a good cook or if I could even cook. But a few of the girls I was close with, along with Gasper and Kiba, backed me up, and now many are looking forward to it. Even a guidance counselor approached me about it, and we had a brief chat about it. Safe to say he was pleased with me having a plan at least. In order to avoid the heat of the school, I ran away to the club room since I was getting so much attention. Cinchuredo, I got up from Rias' lap pillow and pulled out the bento from my ring. Rias was smiling now, and the ones in the club room with us, they were mainly the club members, plus Irina, Griselda, Azazel, and now the new Lisa. Ada, a bento. Now who made that? Lisa asked, and Rias raised her hand, making her laugh. I opened it, and it was a normal boxed lunch. I mean, I should have expected that, but there was tamagoyaki, or egg omelet, rice, and other assortments. I summoned some chopsticks and was about to dig into it when yank. Rias took them from me. I look at her in confusion, but she grabs a piece of rice with a bit of tamagoyaki and brings it to my mouth. She wants to feed me? As she waited for me, she smiled at me with a happy expression. I glanced at everyone in the room, and they were also waiting. Aquino was pouting a tiny bit. All right, I opened my mouth, and Rias fed me. She looked very satisfied with herself, baka upple. Stupid couple, idiot couple, baka upple. Azazel said it first, and then everyone else followed. Rias blushed, but kept on feeding me. So, she wasn't really bothered by it. It was all running smoothly until Aquino stood up suddenly and came over to us. Here it is. Waka waku. Aquino summoned her own pair of chopsticks, grabbed some of the rice and food from the lunchbox, and put it up to my mouth. Rias was stunned, and Azazel began to laugh. I awkwardly opened my mouth and ate it. Rias was a bit unhappy, so she immediately followed up by doing the same thing. This is a darn war. These two were shoving food toward my mouth, trying to make me eat my lunch. Even more of them are coming over. Asia, Zenobia, Reveling, Viled, Rose, Chiron, and why are you coming? Lisa also approached with her own chopsticks. I didn't get any response from her, but she only did the Ufufa thing. This can't get any no. Stop. Kiba, Gasper. Those two also approached me. Azazel's laughter kept on getting louder. I was very tempted to zap him. So, my lunch was even more chaotic thanks to everyone trying to feed me. Irina and Griselda looked like they wanted to join in partner. Should I join? Zap. Jaya. Yeah. Hectic nighttime, Skyward household on the same day. A few people came to my home at night. They were Surzex, Astri, and Azazel. We were gathered up in the living room. I knew what was happening, and the rest had somewhat of a vague idea. I mean, it was either something to do with the Cows Brigade or the promotion test that they would be taking, so it wasn't that hard to narrow down. Grafia came back with tea and poured some for Surzex, Astri, and Azazel. After that, Surzex started to speak. Just as I told all you last time, Kanikokin, Kibikin, Gasperkin, Ijakin, Zenoviakin, and Akinokin have accomplished many achievements. So, the topic of all of Rias Gremory's peerage getting a promotion has been decided by us, the four Satans, and other top council members. So, it's about the promotion exams. Rias nods after saying that, and Surzex does the same thing. It makes sense for all that it's worth. These guys played roles in it, even if I did a lot of the work. They still contributed a lot to those incidents. Yes. So about the promotions, it wouldn't be wrong for me to say that all of you should get a promotion to high-class devils by skipping the middle-class devil exam. But because of the promotion system, we would like you to go through the middle-class exam first. I glanced at the ones being given this opportunity. They were obviously shocked, though they weren't too shocked since ID already told them to expect something like this in the future. Obviously, Surzex told me first, and then everyone else a few weeks ago. It's not that weird. I mean, for all of you to be given this promotion to become high-class devils. And all the things you have achieved so far isn't anything to scoff at. But even in the world of devils, there are still steps you have to take. Azazel said while drinking the tea that Graphia gave him. Especially the higher-ups are fussing about it. They acknowledge the special promotion for all of you, but they are also saying to follow the proper procedures. That's why you'll become middle-class devils first and be active in that rank for a while. After that, you will soon receive the promotion to become high-class devils from them. During your time as middle-class devils, make use of that time to plan out what you want to do once you become high-class devils. Azazel finishes speaking and starts to cough violently. It seems like the tea he drank went down wrong. Everyone in Rias peerage had different reactions. For one, Gasper was the one who was most shocked. I don't blame the guy. Just before he met me, he was pretty shy. Compare his current personality and his old one. It's like night and day. From shy NET damper to easy to talk to, and has confidence like any normal person, and also on the verge of getting a girlfriend. Azazel Sensei, is it really okay? Gasper asks with a small stutter. Despite his skepticism, Azazel nods along with Astery and Surzex. Yes, you guys essentially defeated the evil god Loki, and constantly defeating the terrorist are pretty big achievements. Not to mention the tremendous growth, and how you basically defeated the strongest youth peerage in your most recent match. He says to Gasper seriously, then he turns his attention to me. Everyone else does the same, which confuses me. Add to the fact that you are close friends with the middleman, or even in a romantic relationship with him. He also personally trained all of you, and helped with that growth. He's also known as the popular Strong Guardian Dragon. It wouldn't be surprising if the topic of promotion for all of you came up. Azazel shakes his head. No, I would say that this is an expected result. You two are strangely quiet about those titles now. We have resigned ourselves to our fate. Good to know. Also, a brand new product was created by Surzex, or whoever the hell was in charge of that show, and its merchandise. It was called the Sponge Dragon, and it turned out to be a surprisingly popular collectible item. I can understand the plushies, even air, the body pillows and such, but a sponge? Like really? As I reflect on my life so far, Rhea speaks up. Congratulations on the promotion, all of you. As my servants, friends, and family, I'm very blessed. Rhea says with a satisfied smile. In turn, her peerage also thanked her, as they too were quite happy with it. Every one of them starts thanking Surzex for the opportunity, and he becomes a little flustered by it. Think nothing of it, Surzex says, and then turns to look at me. He had a mischievous smile on him. I saw Astery slowly taking a paper fan out from her clothing. This also made Azazel slowly scoot away from the two. Now that the serious topics are out of the way, Rias, Jean, congratulations on finally making it official. I may have been late with this, but when can we expect a child, Zubin? Surzex was cut off by Astery, smacking him with a paper fan. The Satan Lucifer was temporarily knocked out. I have resolved myself to being single. Ditto. Women are not that intimidating. You too. Rudra reprimands the two, but something feels off. Censuredo, Oya? Does that mean you will seriously start thinking about it after you graduate from college? Rias? How does Jean Cohen feel about having a big family in the future? Rias became red after Surzex points that out. Also, I didn't want this topic to come up yet. I felt everyone's gaze burning a hole through me. I know some of the girls, mainly Rennie and Grafia, have said they wanted children in the future, although I have no idea how serious they were about it since they said it during an emotional moment. I also know that Kuroka wants kittens in the future, but since she's calmed down a bit, she's not asking about it as much. Or at all, really. I quickly scanned the room, and yeah, they were all waiting for my answer. Well, I mean, how do I say this? If they want some in the future, sure, why not? I'm not against having children, if that's what you're thinking. Haha, do you hear that? Centuredo Asteri says this with a composed and calm expression. However, I could tell from her emotions that she was as excited about it as Surzex. Geez, these two are nearly identical. She does spoil Millie Cass a lot, Then, Jean Kuan, go ahead and call me Oni-I-san or Oni-I-chan. Surzex says while looking at me rather excitedly. Oni-Sajek. As I said that, Azazel spat out his tea and started to cough violently while cackling to himself. Surzek's mouth was twitching since I did say the first part, so he was probably expecting me to actually say it. Sorry, dude, not now. Asteri sighs beside him and massages her forehead. Dear, you're going overboard. One day he will call you that. Don't you think it will mean more and be a lot more special if he does it of his own free will? So, just wait for it to happen. Why, you're right, Asteri. Perhaps rushing things is the bad traits of the males of Gremory. Ahem. Azazel finally stops coughing and laughing. Anyway, it's like that. Next week, you'll have your promotion exam. Make sure to study up on it, because you'll be heading to the underworld for it. They were a little stunned, but yeah, just a week to prepare. I mean, I doubt they'll have any trouble with the practical since they're all Dragon God class and up. So, the only thing they need to prepare for is next week. That's quite sudden, Ria says, and got a approving nod from her peerage. Aquino continues. If I remember correctly, the test for the middle class promotion exam includes a writing report, a writing test, and a practical, correct? Putting aside the practical, will we be all right with the report and writing test? A look of panic crossed Zenovia's face as she glanced at everyone. While she has improved in strength, she is still mostly a musclehead. Now, she did get a bit smarter. I mean, we did study a few times in the pocket dimension, though they were few and far between. Azazel then speaks up again. Don't worry about it. If it's the writing test, Aquino, Kiba, Asia, Kaneko, and Gasper will have no problems. We will need to focus that help towards Zenobia. She's a fast learner, so just put your effort into that for now. Anyway, it is basic knowledge and application problems for devils, and also questions relating to the rating game. So, it's not anything revolutionary. What are they supposed to write about in the report? Azazel looks at Surzex, Asteri, and Grafia. Grafia nods and explains. The report that will be submitted on the day of the test can be broken down to what will you do when you become a middle-class devil, and write about aim and greed as a theme. It's also popular to include what have you accomplished up until now in it as well. It's nothing too complicated. Even Nova can get through that, but it's weirdly similar to tests taken by humans. Huh? When I say that out loud, Azazel turns to me and nods. Yes, I believe they use that as a model. He said it in a more of a question rather than a definitive answer. He glances at Surzex and he nods. The majority of the devils taking the middle-class promotion exams are reincarnated devils. Because of that, we use the test in the human world as models and use the same structure on the promotion exams. We don't want to confuse and overwhelm them after all. I see. That makes sense. I mean, if they have to learn a completely new structure, that would probably not bode too well for them. But reincarnated devils are more than just humans. Other races and species can be reincarnated after all anyway. The report will be due on the day of the test, so have that as your first priority. But Zenobia. Azazel points at Zenobia. Igriegajis, Asasel Sensei. Besides the report, you on the other hand have to study for the writing test. Rather than common knowledge, train that brain of yours for a week so you can answer application questions. Rest assured, you have many intelligent friends around you. Asia, and Ingvild put a hand on her shoulder. You can rely on us, Zenobia-san. That's right, Nova. If you need help, just come to us. Everyone came together to help Zenobia, and she looked quite thankful. However, Gasper puts his hand up and Azazel nods. What about the practical? I answer him this time. You won't need to worry about that, Jayasuk. You guys will blow that out of the water, so don't worry about it too much. Also, before you ask, you won't fail. I'll do Spartan training with your damn brains instead if I have to. Everyone gave me strained smiles. Yes, if push comes to shove, I will drag all of you to the pocket dimension and just study for an entire year there. I look at Zenobia as I said that. With that over, we should get going. Thank you for the hospitality, Jinkoin, Surzex, Astery, and Azazel. Get up before leaving my home. Now, normally this is where Rose is supposed to go back to Asgard since she lost badly against Sarord and wants to train to become stronger. But since she's not Rias Rook, and she's already strong enough, Shelby sticking around for the midterm wait. Midterm? We still have one more battle to conquer. Everyone looks at me, and I pause for dramatic effect. Pinch out with it. Ingvild had come over to me and pinched me. She's using the Grimmery tactic of pinching. I chuckle and continue. We have the midterms coming up. To that, Zenovia's face paled. You have this and the promotion test to study for, Nova. I wish you luck also. The other thing this is when Ravel becomes Icy's manager. But since I'm not a devil, nor do I have a peerage Surzex, and Ravel never discussed that topic. However, Ravel has said she wants to join me in my restaurant, so that's still going to happen one way or another. Also, I already have Barato from Rose, Leanne, Reiko, and now Ravel. I'm not exactly in a bind for anything. I glance at Kuroka and Chiron. Both of them have been silently and mostly watching me the entire conversation. I can tell they're eager to spend some time with me, so we'll be sure to visit them tonight. So, for the rest of our time, we spend it relaxing and the girls talking about plans and how to make Zenobia smarter. The topic of the pocket dimension and the training facility was brought up. Later, Barato began humming softly to herself. Centurado, Centurado. I noticed that Chiron was feeling a little left out, so I brought her closer and gave her a gentle Barato. As Kuroka and I spent time together, we enjoyed each other's company in a warm and caring way. Centurado, 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 amazing. I pull away from Kuroka's embrace, and to my surprise, she looked completely drained. Her eyes were glazed over, and she seemed out of it. This had never happened before. She was usually full of energy, even in the past when she was unwell. I take care of the tired Kuroka and place her down on her own bed. Centurado, 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 even if Chiron is a little more subtle in the day-to-day. Jean, please stay close to me. I love you so much. It's okay, Chiron. This feels wonderful for me too. Hold me close, Jean. Stay with me. That almost sounds like a proposal from Chiron, and I couldn't help but grin. Centurado, 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 Centurado. Jean, I love you, I love you. Her heartfelt words overwhelmed me. I love you, Chiron. Chiron shivered in my arms, and we held each other close in that emotional moment, sharing a deep and meaningful connection. Centurado, but when I peered at her face, Chiron had an even more dull look on her. She had completely lost consciousness as she lay her body against mine. I looked back at Kuroka as she too was also asleep. I have no idea what happened to these two, but they must have exhausted themselves completely. Centurado, I mean, that's been dealt with here since I exist. I'll ask her how she dealt with it before I got here. I'm more surprised at myself since I didn't ask her before. You were too busy thinking about her. Okay, Drake. Ignoring the weird comment from the dragon, I finally left the room and joined the rest downstairs. Since the session didn't last long, I still had time in the day. As I was approaching the stairs, I come across Shigian. This is a good opportunity. I want to take her out on that date. Then after that, I'll go to the Shinto realm with Hephaestus. But I'd want to check on Sherry, Kyoko, Burin, and Muvith. But for my text with her all four doing well. The two male dwarves did contact me to accept the proposal, and I passed it along to Hephaestus. I also gave them the same portal gun and told them how it worked, so they were a little disappointed since they couldn't replicate it. But I corrected them and said that they could try replicating it. They just had to start from scratch and can't dismantle it to examine whatever the hell it's made from. I don't. I left that part to Comptoir Shigyan. I call out to her, and she turns around. I quickly join her, and we have a short chat. Jean? How can I help you, are you about to go join Kuroka and Chiron? No, we're done. Anyway, it's about you. So, I was thinking of scheduling the date in a day or two. Which is more convenient to you? You already know about the devil exam the Grimoire servants need to take. I plan on going with them, so I have to get some things done before then. Shigyan nods and thinks about it for a few seconds before looking back at me. I don't think we have any missions in the coming days, but can I give you my answer tomorrow instead? I want to ask Azazel beforehand, so it won't conflict with our schedule. Sounds reasonable enough. I agree with her suggestion, and we go downstairs to join the others. Once there, Aquino looks at me with a surprised expression. You're finished already? They both fell asleep after one round of games. Our short conversation made the few girls in the room look away shyly. But to the ones that were already used to it, they quickly moved on. I shrugged and sat among a few girls and enjoyed the rest of the night in a lively manner. Mount Olympus, same day, Hephaestus the day, was coming to an end. Sherry and Kyoko had left a few hours earlier after being under my tutelage. I was reading a book while relaxing on my sofa. I had some coffee beside me on my table. Centurato. I quickly unlocked my smartphone and checked what he had sent. Joe, bye. I was thinking of having our date in the Shinto in a few days, and of course checking out the blacksmith in Takamagara. We'll be going to Hawaii first with someone else, though. That's in a day or two after that. How about you and me? Hawaii? I wonder who he'll be going there with. But after that, well, I felt my face burning up, but I decided to text him back, just in case. It's fine. I don't mind waiting, Jean. Cool. Anyway, I'll text you when I have the definite answer. Till then, Faye. I put my phone down after rereading it a few times and sigh. Date, will be in the Shinto realm. Doesn't this mean I'll essentially meet some Shinto gods? I somehow only met the Norse gods at the end of Jean's alliance there. But this time it may be a little different. Jean hasn't said anything about visiting places in it. It may be a short date. Thinking about that makes me a little sad. Hopefully he has some sort of plan. Slam. The door to my home suddenly slammed open. I sighed and got ready for whoever it was. A small and petite girl walked in. It was Hestia. She had a wide grin on her face, and she had a little plastic bag with her. How can I help you, Hestia? Behold, Hip. I have brought food. I can see that. She was quite proud of herself. However, I already ate dinner. Hestia knows this. I look at her incredulously, but she waves her fingers at me while saying TSK. I have been practicing non-stop, Hep, and tonight. This masterpiece is the fruit of my labor. She places the bag down on the table, takes out a plastic container, and she had made some fried rice. From the look of the food in front of me, it seemed delicious and edible, unlike what was presented to me in Jean's group a few months back. The aroma was also smelled good. Perhaps she was telling the truth? She looks at me as if telling me to try it. I sigh and got up from my seat. I got in spoon, then went back to Hestia and her food. Using the spoon, I took a small portion, blew on it since it was still quite hot, and put the fried rice into my mouth. Hestia cheered upon seeing my reaction. I blushed, but couldn't deny that it was quite delicious. I quickly swallowed it and sighed. It seems you were correct, Hestia. It's delicious. Of course, I've been working tirelessly after all. Now, when Jean comes here, it'll be ready. Should I tell her? I don't see a negative side to it. If I do, Jean will also get a free meal out of it. The same with me. Hestia Jean will come here in the next few days. I'm not too sure on the exact date, but he will. And know your date? Sure. I can prepare something for it then. Make sure you don't have lunch or whenever you guys go. Happy with my answer, Hestia also summons a spoon and starts eating her own creation. We had a relatively peaceful night, as we spoke about what type of dish she would create when Jean comes here again. Sunday yesterday team/dog had a mission, and they finished it within a day. So, Shigi and I scheduled our date on Sunday instead. That means my date with Hephaestus was on a Tuesday, since she said I had to at least attend a single day of school and not rely on my avatar. I teased her of being a mom, and I don't know how she actually felt since she sent a vague reply back. I was waiting for Shigen to come down since a few of the girls said they'd help her pick her clothes, so I was waiting in the entrance hallway. A question popped into my head. I know that Shigen said she had been researching and looking up the mythos of the state of Hawaii, but I'm not sure if we should just barge into it or not. I mean, I'm surely known by them, right? I also don't know much about the place. Maybe we can spend some time on the beach? I mean, I did say that in passing a Shigen, and she didn't seem to mind the idea, so she may have packed a bathing suit. I had my swimming trunks just in case. Anyway, about the gods there. I know a limited amount. The most prominent are Ni, Ke, Lono, and Kanaloa, and Ni is apparently the chief god of the Hawaiian gods. As for the rest, I'm not entirely sure of them. So if we meet any, you'll be as interested and surprised as Shigen. Ahem. Hearing someone say ahem, I come on my own thoughts, and I could see a few of the girls there as Shigen. In all honesty, I was left a bit speechless. Shigen was wearing a light blue peplum shirt, dark blue skin-tight jeans, and brown ankle boots. She didn't make her hair into anything fancy, but she had some cute earrings on with some light makeup. Yufufu looks like you bewitched him, Shigen Aquino says while having both her hands on Shigen's shoulders. The girl in question was lightly blushing as she waited for me to say something. I mean you look great, Shigen. Aquino winks at me. Rennie, who is to the other side of Shigen, lightly pushes the girl towards me, and she quickly arrives by my side. I offer her my arm, and she hugs it. Well, we'll get going then. We'll be back by home by tonight. Good luck. Shigen the girls wished her luck as she shyly nodded. Hoi, Honolulu, I teleported us to the same place I had taken Gabriel. I had an idea of the place, so I had a slight advantage. However, we won't be staying here for too long as I had made somewhat of a plan for the day. Hey, Shigen, did you bring a bathing suit? I turn to look at the girl as she shyly nods while a small blush. I see, well, we can go to a beach side that has slightly fewer people in a little bit. For now, let's go explore this place. First stop, Waimea Botanical Garden. So, I teleported us away again. Since Sharedo, I decided to go with a booking instead. It's $25 per person. That's over $16 to $61. A bit pricey, but I'm rich, so we quickly walked towards the place. There were a few people there as well, but it wasn't crowded by any means. I had my phone ready with the booking forms, and once we reached the counter for it, I showed them it. They did fiddle with the computer and turned back to me before nodding. Thank you. Your admission form has been confirmed. Please enjoy your time here. Do you want life vests? This is in case if you want to swim by the waterfalls. The staff member asked. I glanced at Shigen, but she shook her head. I also said no thank you as we had no plans for it. The staff nodded and wished us well again before we set off. As we walked through the botanical garden, we saw many different types of plants, trees, and other attractions you would find in a place like this. We came across a small guided tour and walked behind them and had a free tour, but we couldn't stay long since we didn't want to be found out. As we neared a certain area, we see is that a peacock? I've never seen one up close before. Natsum would have loved to see this. Even now, she thought of her friend and teammate. How considerate of her. I crouched down and gestured to the animal. Hey, come here, I said to it telepathically. The animal gained a surprised look and eyed me. How can you speak to me? It asked, and I smiled. I'm just different. Anyway, my girlfriend here wants to see you up close. Do you mind? The peacock stares at me for a few more seconds before slowly coming our way. Shigen was a bit surprised and starts to fidget, but I gesture for her to crouch down too. I did say I could talk to animals. I just asked this peacock to come closer. I tell Shigen, and she nods. She had a look that screamed, can I pet it? So I asked the peacock if she could. Hey, do you mind if she pets you? I do not mind. However, please be gentle. I nod and tell Shigen what it said. She became rather excited, and Gentle started petting the peacock on the head. I just stared at the large feathers behind it, as it looked pretty amazing. I wonder if there are supernatural peacocks. Would they be larger? Even more mystical? Perhaps Hawaii's mythos has them? I was kind of hyping myself up, along with this place's mythos. When we teleported in, I hadn't felt any of the supernatural keeping an eye on us. However, I did feel many around the island. But they weren't near us for the time being. Wow, they normally don't come near humans. How did you manage to get it to come near you? Shigen kept on petting the peacock as the both of us turn to look behind us. Cinchuredo again surprising them, but he says to be gentle when petting him. He doesn't like it when people are rough. So, with my permission, and Shigin scooting away, the rest of the people there took their turns to pet the peacock. Eventually, they all had their turn, and the peacock nodded to me one last time before trotting away. We got a few thanks for whatever reason, and then they left. It felt like they accepted the understanding animal thing a bit too quickly. But whatever, we quickly left the area and strolled around the entire place. We came across a small little stream with uniquely shaped trees and many rocks with pebbles. We both felt a bit of magic from there, but we agreed that someone that was part of the supernatural was here relatively recently, but was already long gone. It's not divine, but it's definitely something. Seeing as how nothing else was there, we quickly left, and we slowly approached an area with a strange hut-like structure. Shigin was intrigued by it, so she let go of my arm and walked over to it. I joined her. That's, I think, called Hail O Lono, or House of Lono. It's dedicated to the Hawaiian god, Lono. This heiau, religious place of worship, is believed to have been originally constructed around 1470 AD. Lono is associated with peace, fertility, agriculture, rainfall, and music. I explained to her, and she turns around to face me with a small grin. Did you find that out from Comptoir? She asks, and I laugh, but didn't deny it. I mean, Comptoir and prior research, since this is where you wanted to come to, Shigin. Yeah. Anyway, let's go. We still have a lot of places to visit. Agreeing with me, she hugs my arm again, and we walk around the place again. The notable places we visited were Kula's Shrine, Kahale Kahiko, Hail Iwi, agricultural terraces, and finally ending our tour here at Wailele. KSHSHSHSHS, there really are people swimming. There we both look on at the people swimming near the waterfall. I think it's around 40 to 45 feet tall, and the status of being allowed to swim there changes depending on weather and circumstances, I believe. Want to know a little fun fact? Sure thing, Comptoir. I asked the girl beside me, and she answered me rather smugly, making me chuckle. The name of this Wailele changes depending on the amount of water that is flowing. When the water gently flows, the name is Waihe, softly trickling water. When the water flows heavily, the name is Wei, purging water. Hawaii certainly is rich in its history and mythos. Does the rest of the United States even have something like this? Shigin asks me, and I fall silent. Certainly, I haven't really seen much about American mythology. It's mostly vague stuff apart from, I guess, the Native American mythology, all about skinwalkers and spirits. The notable ones from there that don't involve the Native Americans are, I guess, Bigfoot, Mothman, and other stuff like that. Well, there is the Native American mythology. I guess we just need to visit those parts of America to experience it. Oh, yeah, that. It slipped my mind completely. We watched the other patrons enjoy themselves by the waterfall for a little bit longer before we left the botanical gardens. Once outside, we just stood there taking in the surroundings since we just rushed towards the place. Where to? I feel a tug from Shigin, and I nodded. Let's go for a little swim. Papohaku Beach Park, Molokai, they weren't kidding. It's practically empty. We had teleported to Papohaku Beach, and it was mostly empty. White sand, the perfect blue waves, and add to that it's basically sunny today, the perfect time to be here. I look at Shigin as she was mesmerized by the scenery in front of her. She notices me watching her, and she begins to blush. Shigin, we've known each other for so long. Does a change of outfit really matter that much? Yes. Barato. Answer, yes. Huh. What do you mean, Barato? Belgrind? You just don't get it, do you? Jean? Being seen in swimwear and in just our regular bra and Barato is completely different. Barato. Answer, it is the act of being seen and not being seen, Jean. When a woman wears a bikini, for example, they go into that situation expecting to be seen by others and showing more of their skin. Cinchuredo. But I can kind of understand where you're both coming from. Tug Independent, Illinois. Go get changed then, yeah. Shigin scans the area before finding a small hut that had a signed bathroom, changing room, and rushing towards it. I quickly changed into the trunks I brought with me and waited for her to come back. But seriously, though, this place isn't bad. It would be pretty rad to bring everyone here for our next vacation. or even when we graduate assuming there isn't garbage to deal with, partner. True, I got my first requirement for my evolution. Now all that's left is my second one, whatever the hell that is. Let unfold on its own, Gene. I know. I'm not that bothered about it, since it will occur sometime in the future. I chat with everyone around me while I wait for Shigeon to reappear. Poke, I turn around and see nice. Bonk. Shigeon lightly tapped me on the head, and I laugh. She was wearing a pink swimsuit and brown sandals. She looked cute. I offered her my hand, and she accepted. We go towards the water. Grab. Hiya. Jijin? Sorry, Shigeon. I felt no presence of anything else nearby. So I quickly maneuvered behind. Shigeon grabbed a hold of her and jumped high into the air. Let's go swimming, Kya. Splash. Once we were underwater, Shigeon glared at me. I inwardly chuckled and pointed in front of me. So we swam around there looking at the sea and aquatic life of this place. I was hoping to see or come across supernatural sea creatures. However, it seems like there were only normal ones. I was hoping to see a supernatural shark or something, maybe a megalodon, but I feel like that's asking for too much. As we swam around, we saw some fish, but they would usually run away and not speak with me when I tried to communicate. They're either way too scared or just don't want anything to do with us. That's fine. Eventually Shigeon and I swam up back into the surface. Gene, I enjoyed our little tour, but please warn me next time you do something like that. My heart wasn't ready, Shigeon says while putting a hand on her chest and briefly a sigh of relief. My bad, and yeah, I will. Growl, I hear a familiar growl, and turn to stare at Shigeon, who blushed again. I laugh and gestured her to follow me. I summoned a large blanket along with a picnic basket. I opened it, and a large amount of food was in it. I had expanded the inside of it to store the food. Yes, I could have just stored them in my ring, but I wanted it to seem a little more authentic, normal. Well, whatever the case, maybe Shigeon blushed even harder, but Po then also joined us. I guess he's hungry too. But I saw this, so I snapped my fingers and other kinds of food appear beside ours. I tell Po that it was for him, and this was for us. He quickly nodded before going to his share, and to my surprise, slowly ate his. Normally, he would just eat it like a vacuum and be done with it. We sat down and began having lunch. I guess Po is learning some restraint. Huh? Who would have thought? I guess independent-type sacred gears are a lot different to the regular ones. Huh? Shigeon was a bit too busy eating to answer me. It makes me wonder, I wonder if our kids will have your family's trait in the future. Splat thud, I turned to face Shigeon again, and she had dropped the sandwich she was eating and staring at me wide-eyed, and she was the reddest I had seen her since I met her. Did I say something wrong? I mean, she knows I like her. You literally dropped a bomb by saying you want to have kids with her partner. I would assume most women would have a reaction similar to her, unless they express they want one. But Shigeon was caught off guard. It was more of a what-if scenario, and yeah, I guess so. Shigeon, Emma, maybe it skips a generation. But what if we have twins or triplets? Then one may have it, or even two, perhaps all three. The food budget will skyrocket if I do end up having a lot of kids. Another reason to question having a large family. If you're poor, then Godspeed to you in this regard. You can control that aspect of you, though. I know, but I just wanted Shigeon to think about it. And now that I look at her, she looks like she's ready to pass out. I scoot over and bring her closer to me and laugh. Sorry, Shigeon. I didn't mean to overload you there. Let's just keep that sort of conversation for the far future. And I clean up the food she dropped. Sincerito, we didn't talk about anything in particular, just a few mundane topics. We had decided to come back to Honolulu before heading off to our last destination. At per Shigeon's request, she wanted to go to the highest point of Hawaii. In a quick chat with Kuntwar revealed that to be Mauna Kea, one of Hawaii's dormant volcanoes. We went to a nearby vendor and bought some drinks, and as we began to walk away, I felt Shigeon tighten her grip on my arm and tense up. We felt a bit of divine energy being pointed towards us. However, it was not hostile. We looked to our left, and a man was smiling at us and started to wave us over. I used observe on him and was a bit surprised. It was the chief god of the Hawaiian mythology, Ni. Ni is a man with a lanky physique, short hair dyed blonde, and yellow eyes. He keeps his hair in an unruly fashion and has a pair of sideburns and a goatee. His outfit consists of a pink aloha shirt left unbuttoned, a pair of dark-colored cargo shorts and black sandals that resemble the Japanese geta. Ni's notable accessories include an earring on his right ear and a necklace, both having an inverted cross on them. It's the chief god of the Hawaii gods. I whisper to Shigyun, and she relaxes. I nod, and we walk over to him. I didn't think I'd come across the chief god of the Hawaiian mythology in here of all places, I say as we arrive by him. He just chuckled and shook his head. I didn't think I would see the dual dragon emperor and middleman in our little home today, of all days either. I guess we're as surprised as each other. Huh? He grins, and I shrug. Maybe. I felt you eyeing us as we came to this spot, but I chalked it up to you being a weirdo or just someone from the supernatural recognizing me. While you're free to go anywhere, Gene, do you mind telling me why you visited our little island? I had sensed you months ago, but we saw you with one of the seraphs of heaven, so we did not interfere. Makes sense. I didn't care much about it that pointed, and solely focused my attention on Gabriel. We're here on a date. We were about to go to our last destination before heading home. Mauna Kea. A date? Huh. I see. Enjoying your youth, huh? Good. Although Mauna Kea, huh? An interesting choice for the final place for your date. I see. Worry not then. I will inform the rest to not block your path. They have been in an uproar since you came here again. He turns away, but stops. Oh yes, a nice exhibition match, Gene. I look forward to your future endeavors. Oh, and you're welcome to visit us in the future too. And with that, he starts to walk away while waving to us lazily. He was a lot more chill than I had thought, though I am expecting gods and goddesses that I'm not too knowledgeable about to me unpleasant. Just say asshole, partner. So maybe a bit worse than that. So it'll go with unpleasant, Drake. Let's go then. We could get a good view of the sunset. Mauna Kea, well, when we got there, we saw a few things. 1, there were observatories. 2, there was snow. And 3, a lot of open space and rocks. Since I'm indifferent to temperature changes and Shigyun's outfit was already equipped with the enchantments, we were fine, but I did sense a few auras here, so I would rather not be seen. I put some invisibility on us, and we started to walk around. As we did, the sun slowly set and the sky turned orange. I'm pretty sure the ones who are choosing to stay are, well, I don't know. Maybe whoever the hell works in observatories. Or do they have lodging up here? But I doubt that. I didn't expect this much snow. It's not much, but it's still something. Well, we're pretty high up, so it's inevitable. We make our way to a hill and sat down. We watched the sun slowly set, and the sky slowly turned dark. The wind started to pick up, and it was becoming colder. I decided to undo our invisibility and instead put a small illusion around us so no one would see us. Xing Po came out and was in Shigyun's lap. She plays with him, and I sometimes patted him on the head. Now, then I guess I should take charge here. I feel like I've let them do the confessing part for the last few. But before that, what's after this? 2 days from now, I go up and meet Hephaestus, then to the Shinto realm. Maybe briefly go to the dwarfs to check up on them? They'll ask Hephaestus about it. I don't just want to go to that smithy and be done with it. It would be a bit insulting. Well, that's what I think. Squeeze being brought out of my thoughts. I felt Shigyun squeeze my hand, and I turned my attention back to her. She was looking at me with a smile and with a tinge of red on her cheeks. Gene. Yes. Shoot, I was caught up in my own thoughts for too long, and I missed my chance. Ugh, forgive me. I am not good with speeches, and I don't like standing out too much, so it'll be short and straight to the P-point. Sure, Chu taking this opportunity till I leaned forward and bravado her, seeing Shigyun pause before she confessed her feelings, so I took it. Her eyes widen, but she closes it just as quickly and kisses me back. We eventually part. Mao wanted to do that, she said while sounding slightly upset. It made me chuckle, and she lightly starts hitting me. I love you, Shigyun. Please be mine. I love you too, Gene. We sat there for a little while longer, enjoying each other's company and the calm atmosphere of Mauna Kea. Ireland, Ignia, H.A. Ignia was in Ireland. Why, you may ask? Because I felt like coming here, and I also lied about scouting the place out. Father was born here in his past life, and he still holds significant attachment to it. I wasn't sure in where the hell I was, but there were a lot of rocks and grass everywhere I walked. But this was near the site of it, the area or whatever the hell it was to attract King Ghidorah to this universe. Honestly, I didn't mind if it came. That just gave me another foe to fight, you know? But I doubt Father would be too happy about it. I better him? Now, that's interesting. I was nearing the place when I see a figure in front of me. They were stronger than me, the only person I know that can create more powerful beings, and isn't currently imprisoned is Father. When did he? Was it after we went our separate ways? That was around 2 weeks ago, after all. The woman turns to me and had an amused look on her. The person in front of me takes on the appearance of a tall woman with her long blonde hair extending to her hips. For attire, Celine dons a loose kimono with fur lining on the top, while also having flower designs all over it, as well as zigzag lines on its edges. Her head is covered by a hood adorned with an upward crescent moon with a gem on top, as well as a pair of wings on each side. She also has a pair of socks while wearing wooden sandals. I did not think one of Gene Sam's kin would approach this place, although he did say to find some significant places in this country. You're Ignia, are you not? So, I was right. Father created her. She felt like a dragon. Yeah, Ignia. Who the hell are you? And are you a dragon? She smiled and summoned a small cup and drank from it. KWSHHH. Oh, hell yeah. She is, and she was dangerous. A pleasure to make your acquaintance, Ignia. I am Celine, a true dragon god, like yourself, and also the moon dragon god. You have to be kidding me, is that right? So, are there more of you at those places? She didn't need to make a verbal answer. The smile that appeared on her face was all the answers I needed. So, there were other new Electa that Father made. Huh? If this Celine chick is in Ireland, then who the hell are in Russia and Egypt? You're a lot smarter than you look. I'm mostly brawn, but I can use my brain, you know. She didn't move from her spot, but her gaze was intense and unwavering. I felt a bit uneasy being near her. All of Father's Electa are a rank above me after all, and they're also suited for combat. Not to mention their undying loyalty to him. So, shall we chat? Hell, like I have a choice. She just smiled in response. Chapter 1, Part 2, Preparations Hephaestus. In appearance, Ireland. Ignia, I trust you told Gene Sama the whole truth and nothing but the truth? Well, yeah, I have a pretty favorable deal with him, so lying now would be counterproductive. I also doubted I could lie to his face, so I decided not to, otherwise I felt like my life would have ended. But I guess he sees a use for me? Well, whatever. I don't care if I'm used as a tool. As long as I can experience a fight now and into the future, it doesn't matter to me. Tell me, Ignia, which other factions will go to Russia, Egypt, and here? Father already knows this, but the hero faction and I will be in Egypt. Margir in Russia with some of the Monkai Association, and Walburga with some Hexenact in Ireland. I see. It does check out. She's pretty mysterious. I wonder if she's willing to fig I turn around because I felt some movement. I could see some shadows. Were these Father shadows? They certainly looked like them. I can feel around 20 of them. Suddenly, they joined Celine's side, staring down at me. Yeah, well, no big deal. While I like fighting, this wouldn't even qualify as a fight. I would just be outright slaughtered. Gene Sam's Shadow Knights increased from 200 to 600, you know? I have 20 of them. You could do the rest, yes? If she has 20, then the other two located in Russia and Egypt should have their own 20. 21 omniversal class beings are stationed at each location. Father will add to that, and anyone else he brings to Egypt with him. Talk about power imbalance. Not to mention Chow's beef with that Aurelia chick. I don't think he will survive Father's visit to Egypt. Ignia, it seems you're mistaken about something. Gene Sama will have the Electa, Shadows, and 2 more avatars of himself in those places. While the real Gene Sama is in Egypt, he anticipates that Part 2 of the Attacks Cows Brigade as planned will happen simultaneously. So, he's already had us stationed at these locations. She smugly smiled at me in the end. I didn't think Father would go that far. I know he can't locate us yet because of Mother's blood, but I didn't think he'd go this far. Is he planning on dealing a massive blow to the entire Cows Brigade? According to my memory, the hero faction had already suffered some losses when they decided to explore the dimensional gap. Father's shadows were already there and killed them all. Chow has been stressed about that. and he's been more irritable lately. Is that so? I guess Father has become a bit more proactive in stopping Cow's brigade. I guess he just wants his peaceful life. Huh? Though Lapis is aware of this. But as far as I can see, she hasn't done anything about it. But most people in the organization don't like Chow Chow. Celine smirks and takes a sip from her drink. So, they wish for that organization to fall? My, how cruel of them. This organization wasn't created with making friends in mind, you know? She didn't answer me, as she just laughed at what I said. Whatever, there are more weirdos in this organization, especially the group that's called the Seekers of Truth. Honestly, I don't get their deal. Once they discovered that the Omniverse was real, as well as the EXE gods from Lapis, they became utterly insane. That's how the plan for bringing King Ghidorah was created. But I believe that was Lapis' plan all along. She's not as crazy as Mother, but she's in her own right. Speaking of siblings, Frisia has been missing since the day Father gained his first requirement for his evolution. Frisia did say he would go out with a bang. I don't know what he meant, but after interacting with him for a short while, I think he will try to endanger not only the supernatural, but also the human's world. Darn, I forgot to tell Father that. I quickly looked back at Celine. She can communicate with Father, right? She can just pass it along. Celine, I have some pertinent information I forgot to mention to Father. Do tell Ignia. So, I told her about what Frisia said, and how he had gone missing since then. Her amused smile vanished, and she gained a more serious expression. I see she brought up her ring, and some transceiver appeared beside her ear. She started speaking to Father through it, and I could hear his voice through it. They finally finished talking, and she turns her attention back to me. Perhaps it's his latent fatherly instincts acting up, but he does not seem to want to punish you, Ignia. Rejoice. I look at the mark that Father put on me. I guess it has no effect if it's my own genuine stupidity. I felt a sense of relief from that fact. Celine was smirking at me, as she was just staring at me the entire time. I don't think I outwardly showed my slight panic. So is that all, Ignia? Well, yeah. I know I said I would pay attention to meetings, but I don't exactly go out of my way to spy on people or what the hell they do. So Celine sighs and shake her head. Jean-sama, did you really choose the right double agent? No, he was the only option. Perhaps Jean-sama can make you slightly smarter? It is not difficult at all for him, unless that blood of Nyarlathotep prevents any kinds of changes from happening well. Seeing as how he could mark me like this, I don't think it will interfere. But I kind of like being just an all-muscle dumbass, as weird as that sounds. Yes, it is dumb. You are incomprehensibly dumb. And yes, your body language and expressions gave you away. I don't like this person. So annoying I sigh and turn around. Well, whatever. We're done here. I told you the last bit of current knowledge I know. They'll come back here if I find out anything else. Now then, what should I do to help Father in Egypt? I can assume that he will prevent his lovers, Electa, and the shadows from attacking me. Well, not attack me seriously, but we need to continue the act of being against each other. They'll have to check out Pyramid Line then. Magic is already deployed there to keep humans away, but if they do get close, we simply stop them. What to do, Japan? And a day later, Jean, skyward, I was sitting on the couch as I had woken up quite early. Even Grafia wasn't up yet, but I came across someone when I was en route to the toilet, and it was Natsum. So, we were just in the living room with a small light source made by me. She was just using me as a lap pillow, and I was mulling over what Celine had told me. Celine is the most recent elector I made. I have 3 others, and 2 are stationed in Egypt and Russia. I also have Coratia stationed at the North Pole, along with her new army of bugs and insects. Antares and his army of dragons are at the South Pole. I don't know what compelled me to have those 2 over there. However, when Ignia told me that they were targeting specific places, I just had a weird gut feeling about putting them over there. The thing about Frisia going completely missing is also alarming, so I'm kind of glad I made more Shadow Knights. But I still don't have a leader for them, whatever. I can have Igris lead them for the time being. I've stationed many of them across the world, so those places should be defended wherever he plans to show up. There are around 195 countries on Earth. 600 is enough to cover that. Natsum, why were you up so early? She had been playing on her phone and was mostly in her own little world but she looked at me when I asked her that. Toilet. But you came out too, so I just joined you. Will you watch over me if I fall asleep? I see. And of course, is that even a question at this point? She smiled, closed her eyes, and smiled softly, and I leaned down and gave her a gentle bravado. After that, she continued to play on her phone. One more day before I go meet up with Hephaestus, check out the dwarfs, and go back to the Shinto realm. Actually, I can use that time to set up a date on when Amaterasu comes to Japan and confront the Himejima clan. Look at you actively chasing after goddesses now. You little rascal. Are you all right, Drake? Smack. Slam. Thud. He's drunk. Don't worry about it, Jean. Drake, Garrett, and Belzerdar. Just ignore them. Seriously? Why did they start drinking? Well, they were talking about the old days, apparently. Drake summoned some alcohol, and they just went wild after that. Velgrind interrupted Albion and spoke on his behalf. I see. So that's what happened. Hey, is Rudra there? He's been awfully silent lately. I'm here, Jin. Barato recently created some books here, so I am reading through all of them. On cue, Rudra answers me. I see, well enjoy, I guess. I turn my attention back to Natsum, and she was looking at me strangely. Natsuma? Would you like to read it together with me? The sudden question stunned me a bit. I mean, yes. At some point in time, I would like to. Personally, I feel like taking a relationship to another level is something we can explore together. Well, yeah. So, we can, become a little closer. But I won't rush or force you or anything. Maybe in the future then. You took Shigen out on a one-on-one date before me. We can see where it takes us from there. She winks at me and turns back to her phone. This was a bit out of character for Natsum. Has Kanami been saying things to her? Their personalities are a little bit different after all. The influence of an older sister. Hey, Natsum. What do you think about becoming immortal? I was staring at the TV, and I could see my reflection in it. I looked back down at Natsum as she had stopped playing with her phone to stare at me. She looked and felt confused, so I told her what I had told Rias, Irina, Griselda, and Rose a few days before my match with Sarorg. She nods and puts her phone on her stomach. She closes her eyes and starts thinking about it. Can I think about this more, Jean? Oh sure, I'm in no rush. Sorry, I kind of just asked this out of nowhere. No, it's fine. Thank you. Natsum put her phone back in her ring, yawned, and decided to go to sleep right there. I had no problem with it and just sat there while occasionally stroking her hair until she finally drifted off to sleep. I also decided to catch a little more shut-eye. It was still a couple of hours before school started after all. Jean skyward what? Where am I? No, wait, am I dreaming? But this was different. I wasn't in the infinite white void, and the scenery wasn't changing. It was the opposite, actually, an infinite black void of nothing. I felt ground beneath my feet, so I decided to start walking. I could hear my own footsteps as I walked, so I guess there's some kind of echo here, just in case. Hey, anyone here with me? Irene? Velgrind? Drunk Trio? Albion? Comptoir? Elsha? Amorous? Rudra? I guess as much, man. Why am I here? At least show me my past life, Azathoth, and not just a black, empty void. I scratched the back of my head and continued walking. I have no idea how long I had been walking, but seeing as how I hadn't woken up yet. In the distance, I could see a silhouette. Finally, something that makes sense in this strange place. I began running towards a figure in the distance. However, no matter how hard I tried, it felt like I was just running on the spot, almost like I was on a treadmill. Darn it, I stopped and decided to walk towards it. Surprisingly enough, I started to make actual progress. Did this mean I had to take my time and not rush things? Ugh. What are you trying to teach me here, Azathoth? Eventually, I got to a certain distance and couldn't move forward anymore. I accepted this and watched the figure. They were quite tall, but not as tall as me. They had long black hair tied in a ponytail that reached their waist, but the end of their ponytail looked like the point of a sword. She? As I said, I could tell the figure appeared feminine. Therefore, I'm just assuming that's why. She was wearing a strange outfit, and I wasn't sure how to describe it. However, around her hip was something with a red diamond on it. When I turned my attention back to her face, she was looking at me. She had some sort of black horn with the same red diamond shape on them. Her eyes were amber-colored, and her pupils were like that of a cat. They were sharp. Hello? She didn't answer me, but she slowly turned her head more in my direction. A strange, sorrowful, and apologetic look was on her face. Why did she seem familiar? After a few minutes of silently staring at each other, her mouth slowly began to open and move. W8, are you AZ Japan Kuo? Skyward household Gene Skyward. I opened my eyes, and I was back in my home. I glanced down and could see that Natsum was still asleep. Quickly looking out the window, it was early in the morning, and it was quite bright outside. But I'm confused as hell. Hasn't Kuntwar, Rudra, the children of Nyarlathotep, Sincharedo Kuntwar? Answer well. To answer your previous question, Azathoth is genderless much like Ophis. So, he can freely choose what form it wants. However, it was quite strange for him to make contact with you like this. If he's trying to appeal to me, it ain't working. Liar. Shut up. Whatever. We can talk about this more later. I have school to attend, and it sounds like Grafia was awake. I summoned a pillow and put Natsum's head on it while slowly getting off the couch. I then joined Grafia in the kitchen. Kuo Academy, I was in my classroom, and classes had yet to start. However, it felt a little off-putting since the majority of the guys in the classroom were down in the dumps or outright depressed for some reason. I had no idea why. Maybe it's because I usually tend to ignore whatever school drama happens, unless I'm involved in it somehow. I got up from my seat and walked over to Kuda's desk. Dude, what the hell is up with the guys in here? He lazily turns his attention to me and lets out a TCH of annoyance, further confusing me. Am I the cause of this? Well, I'm pretty clueless now, but Kuda did eventually speak to me. You are the fault of our depression, Skyward-sama. I see. Well, elaborate. Kuda and all the guys in the room sighed at the same time. A guy near the top left was actually sobbing, making me feel even more confused. You're all acting like I murdered someone. Out with it. In one of our classes yesterday. And when you left, some of the guys stayed behind to ask Lisa Sensei some questions. Raswise-chan Sensei also came into the room, so we decided to ask them some questions. I feel like I know where this is going, but I'll keep my mouth shut and let him speak for himself. Someone asked Lisa Sensei if she has a boyfriend or is interested in someone. And she said she was single, which was great. But she followed it up with a real punch to the gut by saying she was interested in someone. The guy in the top left cried louder. Dude, we were a bit shocked, but continued and asked Raswise-chan Sensei, and we were shocked to see her blush and say she may be in a relationship. And for the first time, we saw the ring on her finger. She's not just in a relationship. She may be married or engaged. So we concluded it had to be you. Why me? I mean, you're not wrong about Rose, but you're probably wrong about Lisa. Okay, maybe not entirely incorrect, but still. And can you give me a reason as to why you put that blame on me? Kuda-kun? Really? Come on. Skyward-sama, you literally have so many women around you all the time. Even Ria-san is getting closer to you lately. I always found it suspicious when Raswise-chan Sensei was pretty close to you when she first transferred to this school. But now it makes sense. Lisa Sensei has fallen for the Skyward charm. Dang it. Slam. Slam. You are. Kuda slammed his head and fists onto his table, and the guy who was already crying ran out of the room. This earned another round of depressed sighs from the guys in the room. Slide. Just then, both devil heiresses, both queens, and Ingvild came into the room. Once they saw how the guys were acting, they all turned their attention to me. Hey, what the hell? Don't just automatically blame me. I mean, I'm the cause, but still. So what happened here? Sona came over to me and asked. So I told them the reason that Kuda just gave me, and they just kept sighing sadly the whole time. This is idiotic. You do know that some people don't have romantic relationships in high school and wait until either college or when they're working. Having romance in high school is not the be-all and end-all of everything. You know, Sona tries to put some sense and logic into the guys, but one that stands up and stares at Sona in the eye. 2 weeks ago, I saw you and another girl on a date with Jean. Care to explain that? President Sona? Doom. The class fell silent. The ones who knew weren't surprised. Sona blushed as Rias and Aquino giggled at her. Right, I did say I would go on a date with Sona, and Serafal added herself to it. So, it happened just 2 weeks ago. I would say it made Sona and I a bit closer, and of course Sarah Fall too. I look at Sona, and she had turned red. But she quickly composed herself while still blushing, and looked sternly at the boy. My sister came by here because she had some business. She's friends with Jean, so invited him out, as well as me. So we went around the town of Kuo together while she still did her job. You could say, in a way, we were her guides. But you went to the amusement park. He says, dude, did you stalk us? Sona coolly fixes her glasses and sighed. My sister was here to also check out the proposed restaurant that is going to be built. And forgive me, Jean, but yes, it is true. It will be Jean's restaurant. His backers are both our families. My sister came to check out the town and survey it, which included the amusement park. Thinking on her feet, Sona gives a plausible explanation to the boy, while also confirming to the class that the restaurant thing was definitely real and happening. But the Citri are backing me? I doubt that, but I can ask Zeoticus about it. Sona probably just used that as an excuse just now. The boy was taken aback and sat back down his seat. Holy crap, I knew both your parents were rich, but to think Skyward Sama has your backing for the restaurant. Foot could have jumped up and cheered, seemingly forgetting about his depression because of the thought of my food. I gave Sona an amused look, but she just turned away from me and sat down at her desk. Aquino and Rias hadn't stopped quietly giggling to themselves the whole time. I'm not sure if what she did was a good thing or not. But for the rest of the morning, all eyes were on me. Lunch Occult Research Club, that's a lot of drama coming from you, huh, Jean? Azazel said, while eating from his own lunchbox. He had bought it outside of school since he didn't want to eat bread. Everyone else was here too, and we were just relaxing for lunch. This also included the student council. Saji was still a bit out of it, but Ruruko was there to comfort him. Forgive me, Jean. I had to think on the spot for a believable reason. Sona says in an apologetic tone. I wave her off. It's whatever, don't worry about it. It would come out sooner or later, the restaurant thing. Since it was mostly people believing it to be rumors, or thinking I was joking or being ridiculous. But Sona confirmed it, along with Rias, so the entire school was enthralled about it. Oh, right. Since the Grimmery Peerage are getting promotions, were the Citri Peerage offered any? To my question, Sona shakes her head. Unfortunately, we haven't received any yet. However, it will happen in the future. Everyone has been working quite hard these days, after all. Not to mention, having to fight the terrorist of Cow's Brigade. Sona turns her attention to the Grimmery Peerage. I take it that your preparations are progressing smoothly? Everyone nodded. Well, everyone except for Zenobia, who was slumped back on the couch looking very tired. Why? Well, she's been going to the training facility, and it's not to train physically, but to get an extra month of studying done. Safe to say, the girl is mentally exhausted, but she has become a lot smarter in that short time. Well, Lisa, Rose, and a few others did accompany us here. Lisa was quite surprised by the place, but quickly brushed it aside by saying Jean did it, so it's possible. I guess she has faith in me since I helped her. Good to know. Oh, right. We'll be needing your help again tonight, Sonakun. Azazel says, and she nods. What do you mean, Azazel-sensei? Kiba asks. You're already aware of our efforts to create artificial sacred gears, and we try to increase our own productivity from making them, stabilizing them, and using them more than just a few times. It's quite annoying to have them break and not work again, you know? Anyway, the Citri group here started to help us in testing them, along with a few others like Team/Dog, Rainier, Calawarna, and the like. They also stopped using the reversal. Well, they were meant to show it off during their match against the Grimmery Peerage, but we know how that ends. In response, Azazel glanced at the peerage of the Citri, who had strained smiles on their faces. Right? Reversal, also referred to as reverse, is a counter ability that Grigori had been researching. As its name suggests, the reversal is an ability that is capable of reversing the attributes and effects of special powers and items, such as sacred gears. This causes an inverse effect, an example being reversing Asia's Twilight healing, thus turning its incredible healing powers into incredible damaging powers. This was effective enough to take out Asia and Momo in a single hit. Despite its effectiveness, reverse, however, places a burden on those who this ability wasn't originally meant for. This is similar to fallen angels stealing sacred gears that didn't originally belong to them, which results in a shortening of one's lifespan and destruction of their abilities. As a result, Azazel deemed it dangerous and suggested that it be banned from future raiding games. But those events never happened since the Grimoire Peerage took them all out pretty quickly. Anyway, Cinchuredo, she's quite valuable. Not only is she as smart as Azazel, but I'm inclined to believe she's already stabilized her version of the artificial sacred gears. So I was thinking of taking her out of the picture and starting fresh with her. I'll have her join our side. Well, a female version of Azazel, and have her on our side. Now, morally, it's obviously wrong. I can see the benefits, but also it's not exactly ethical, you know? I know some of the girls won't be 100 with me on this, but I can trust them in understanding the benefits of it completely changing someone into something different. How weird would that be? With Kuntwar's help, we won't have any problems with it ever backfiring. An example is Avetsa gaining her memories back, or anything like that. This will be an absolute and permanent change. Only I can reverse it, but I doubt I would. Don't worry, Azazel, I have plans for that. Meaning? I tell them my thoughts, and everyone falls silent. A few looked at me with concern and slight worry. Yeah, I was expecting those reactions. A Momo puts her hand up, and I nod toward her. You won't do that to any of us, right, Jean-senpai? No. If you're concerned that I might do something like that to any of you, then you can put those thoughts aside. I can see how not many would like it, but you can't deny the benefits our side would gain, right? Her knowledge of the making of the divine beasts, artificial sacred gears, and of course, inside information on Cow's brigade. Azazel sighed and agreed with me. HA, right? Putting aside morality and ethics, this move would be very beneficial to the DXD Alliance. But how would you do this, Jean? For the time being, keep this between us. But Ignia is also a double agent for me. During my trip to the Shinto realm, he approached me and we made a deal. So, he is now my double agent. Azazel nods sagely, satisfied with that. He seemed the most reasonable out of the bunch we met so far. I mean, he wasn't against negotiations with Surzex and I. But I guess there are benefits to muscle brains and battle maniacs, huh? Is my guess right that he offered this to get chances to fight you? You're spot on, Azazel. He smirked at me and kept eating. I continue. However, it appears that part 2 of their attack is coming soon. Egypt, Russia, and Ireland seem to be prime targets. I already have my subordinates stationed there, and they are ready to act. Leave this to me, Azazel, but inform the others we're allied with to just be ready, but don't make it too obvious that we're onto them. If what Celine, and to the extent Ignia told me was true, then Lapis hasn't taken action at all. But she's a lot more cunning than that. Egypt will be the most secured since the original, will be traveling there, along with whoever comes with me. Aurelia, since she wants to finish her beef with Chow Chow. And my other Electa, they're my avatars, won't have any trouble with protecting Ireland and Russia. If I finish on my end, I can just swap out with them. I also have the Electa and Shadows, they're okay. They'll do that after school ends. They'll have our own factions and our allies on high alert then. One more thing. Frisia has been reported missing. Ignia told me that he would go out with a bang, and said that he may try to involve the entire Earth and humans. Therefore, I have most of my shadows stationed across all countries in the globe. Azazel frowns and stops eating. I see, well, Grigori and the Devils have some of our own all across the globe too, so we'll have them on alert too. They'll have a better answer for you after I speak with the other factions and pantheons. Alright, but that got a bit heavy at the end. Looking at everyone, they all had concerned expressions on them. Clap. I clap and gain their attention. Just leave this to us, and just focus on what you guys need to do in the next few days. If we need assistance, we will contact you, but like I said, leave it to us. Yes, let's leave it to them for now, and let's focus our energy in your promotion exams. Oh, by the way, Sona, I heard you found new potential pieces? I believe a new knight and rook, right? Yes, I am currently in negotiations with them. So far, it's progressing smoothly. I have high hopes. The two heiresses start talking about devil stuff, and I tune them out. Ravel pulls out some books from her ring. Yes, I gave her one. I mean, her mother basically gave me the okay to pursue her, so I just decided to give her some protection. During those 2 weeks, she also used the training facility and reached ultimate class status. Now, Zenobia-san, I have gathered many books and a reference book for your upcoming promotion exam for today. Not only that, but I also gathered some books for the exam that's coming up for Kuo Academy as well. It seems like it's study time even during lunch. Aquino came over, as did Asia and Irina. The church trio had formed again. Centuredo, but it's still something. I hadn't heard anything from Azazel yet concerning what he had spoken about during lunch, but I have high hopes. I made my way downstairs and into the kitchen. And there was Reiko with Griselda having some tea. They saw me and I greeted them. Hey, still drinking some tea, huh? Still. What do you mean by that, Jean? And yes, good evening. It was just a silly joke anyway. You're both not sleeping yet? Well, Reiko can essentially stay up for as long as she wants. But Griselda, you still have to head to school tomorrow. And you don't? Oh, yes, never mind. You have a date with a goddess, don't you? Griselda, who had closed her eyes when she first greeted me, opened one to see my reaction. I mean, I've already told you all, so it's not that surprising. Yeah, we'll be traveling to the Shinto god. Sorry for not letting you come with me. Reiko, I know the reason for you being here and all. She shakes her head and smiles. Worry not, Jean. I understand why you can't bring me. It would put me in the position of third wheel, correct? I would rather not be in that position then. However, I will be accompanying you when you go to Egypt soon, yes? Yeah, you already know about what's happening. So we'll be in Egypt while 2 of my avatars will be in Ireland and Russia. But if we do finish quickly on my side, it'll swap with my clones. Both nodded and went back to drinking their tea and chatting. I make my way to the fridge and grab a drink. I still have that call. In a few hours before I go to sleep, ring talk about timing, I muttered and pulled out my phone. I checked, and it was Azazel. Sup? Come to Grigori. We'll talk in detail here. The conversation was short, as he only said that and hung up. I had put him on speaker with a little teasing in mind, but the other 2 looked at me, asking if they should come with me. But I shake my head. It's fine. It probably won't take too long. They nodded and started talking to one another. I was expecting Reiko to insist, but I guess she'll comply with my decision on this. I quickly changed into more appropriate clothing, and I left for Grigori. Grigori uptown, funk you up. As I teleported to the central lobby of Grigori, I was immediately met with Toby, Calawarna, and Cookie. I also heard the guy singing a song, or saying something strange, as he was in a weird posture in front of Calawarna. She had her hand covering her face. Whether that was out of embarrassment or annoyance, I didn't know. Jean, welcome. I believe Azazel called you here. We also came here too, but Ajima went ahead. Everyone should be in the meeting room. Let's go. Tobio steps forward and we bump fists and gives me a short explanation. I see. So it wasn't just me then, huh? Does that mean Rennie, Natsu, and Shirgu were here too? And yes, the rest of Team Slashdog is here too. Tobio continued and confirmed my suspicions. We start walking away as everyone else joined us. Joe, bro, how you been? I've been well. And you? Cookie? I look at him and then to Calawarna, who was walking beside him. SAE and Toby were in front of us. Good. I made some progress, which is great. Anyway, did you come up with a name for your queen form yet? Cookie whispered a certain part of that sentence to me in order not to arouse suspicion of himself. But Calawarna knew, and he was pretty obvious about it. But to my queen form? No, I have not no. Still working on it. Exoteric. What? Exoteric. Exoteric refers to knowledge that is outside and independent from a person's experience and can be ascertained by anyone. The word is derived from the comparative form of Greek exo, from out of, outside. It signifies anything which is public, without limits, or universal. You said it yourself, partner, that the queen form was the color of yourself and everyone you care about. Since the powers of an outer god, heavenly dragon, and both Rudra and Velgrind were mixed into it, exoteric, or another way of calling it your outer god form fused with the boosted gear. With outside influence, Drake and everyone else had discussed it with me over those 2 weeks. We had worked through a few ideas, but none of them stuck. So, you're saying it should be called my exoteric promotion or form? Essentially, yes. I see you'll mull it over. Thanks, Drake. As I spoke with him, we eventually arrived at the meeting room. Once we entered, I could see a few notable individuals. Surzek's Lucifer, Michael, Dagda, Yasaka, Frere, Fjin, Kronos, and the rest of Team Dog. So, one representing from each faction or pantheon. Huh? Ah, Dvinkun. Welcome. Since everyone is here, shall we begin? We have informed everyone here of what's going to happen in the near future. However, Jean Kuen, can you go over it in as much detail as you can? Surzex greets me and immediately goes into it. I told them about the planned attacks on Egypt, Russia, and Ireland. I also told them that I had my subordinates situated there already and had an insider to get information for me. Oh, I forgot to mention this. But remember the subordinates of mine that came out of the dimensional gap? Azazel and Surzex nodded, but the others seemed confused. Well, a significant portion of the hero faction tried to navigate through or explore the dimensional gap, and so they killed them. As far as they told me, a significant portion of the hero faction has been wiped out. If my sources are correct, then we can deal the finishing blow to the hero faction when I go to Egypt. My insider told me they would attack Egypt for the others. Mardgeir with the Monkai Association will be in Russia, and Walburga with the Hexenact in Ireland. Of course, we can assume they'll probably have more allies with them. I doubt it would only be them. I mean, realistically speaking, they'll probably bring some heavy hitters with them. Now, if they participate or just watch from the background is another story. Surzex nods and looks at everyone present. We only have knowledge of 3 countries and perhaps pantheons being attacked, but they can easily change their minds and add more targets to their list. So I suggest we remain on high alert. However, Surzex continues, but is interrupted by Fjin. It is right to assume that we alert our higher-ups, yes? And not our entire pantheon, as we want to avoid panic, and also alerting the Cows Brigade. Unnecessary chaos and panic will lead to more problems after all. Fjin stares at Surzex, and he smiles. Yes, that is correct, Fjindano. As such, we recommend to only your fellow gods, goddesses, and anyone you deem trustworthy to keep such a secret. Ho ho ho, that seems reasonable enough, young Devilquin Kronos says while stroking his mustache. The rest of them nodded in agreement. Well, thankfully they sent out the more reasonable bunch, though Fjin has been glancing at me from time to time. She and Raijin have been pretty suspicious of me since I met them. It seems we're in an agreement then. Let's wrap this up so we can go home and sleep. Azazel adds and while yawning. As the Alliance said, we'll be providing each other backup and any other necessary action if and when we get attacked. So, don't hesitate to contact each other immediately. Azazel glances at me and smirks or contact Jean, because that brat can just be anywhere at any time. Oi! The room with the exception of Jin chuckles. Does she have a strong dislike for me? Maybe she's just being defensive against you. I mean, you did speak with Amaterasu by yourself. And if what Suzaku said was true, and if they're close with her like sisters, they probably don't want you, who is known to have a large group of followers, to hurt Amaterasu or bring her into your circle, Jean. It's understandable, even if such arrangements are accepted in the supernatural. It doesn't mean everyone is for it, I guess. If that's her stance, then as I spoke with the 2 dragons, the meeting slowly ended as they spoke about what they will possibly provide to each other when attack does happen. Smack! Smack! It's been a while, Jean. I enjoyed your match just a few weeks ago. It ignited a bright fire within me and our residents in Tuatha De Danann. Make sure to visit when all this is behind us. Dagda came over to me and started smacking my back. It seemed everyone had something to say to me since they were waiting. Surzex and Azazel were speaking to one another, and Michael was talking to Fjin, which was a bit surprising. However, he seemed a bit troubled as he spoke to her. Dagda said a few more things before parting ways with me. Then came Frere. In spite of the fact that I had visited Asgard twice, not to mention that I briefly went there to fetch Rose on our first date, we hadn't spoken much. Frere, we hadn't had time to speak to one another yet. Indeed, I trust you are well, Jean. The Dark Elves have been in good health and high spirits since you helped them. I wanted to give you our thanks once more. He puts his hand out, and I shake it. He seemed like an intimidating person at first sight, but he seems to care for his fellow gods and people. Once our handshake was done, he also left. Yasaka and Kronos approached me. Ho-ho, Jean, it has been some time. Will you personally approach the Egyptian gods? I'm actually planning to go to the Greeks' realm and hopefully get my invitation that way. I see. You're going to approach Kurosagi, correct? He was grinning at me, and I nodded. I guess nothing gets by him. Huh. Though seeing as how most of them aren't stupid, she couldn't exactly keep it a secret, but they also had the decency to not pry into. Well, this is me assuming they didn't because they may have asked her at some point. Only I and a few know of her true identity. You need not worry, Jean. Anyway, I will make my leave. I shall see you soon, yes? Yeah. See you around, Kronos. He ho-ho-ho, one last time before leaving. Yasaka and I shared a hug. It hadn't been that long since we last saw each other, so she didn't have anything to say to me. So, she just stood by my side as the remaining few joined us. Well, Michael and Jin did. Jean, I hope you're well. This may be abrupt. However, it needs to be addressed. Will know. Can you use their space in your home for Gabriel? I do not wish to see her constantly sad. Brother Uriel, Brother Raphael, and I have been discussing this for quite some time now. Gabriel has been to Altaria many times to speak with her, and when I asked, she said that my sister mainly speaks about you and the friend she has made in your group. So, we wish to compromise with her. She can move in with you if she promises to come back daily to do her tasks up here. He had a strained smile on him. While Altaria has reduced our work by at least 90, she left us with the remaining 10. We are very grateful. I have no problems with that. Michael, I have more than enough rooms in my home. He seemed relieved and thanked me before heading back to Surzex and Azazel, who were still talking to one another. Finally, Jin was left. Jin-sama, it's a pleasure to meet you. You're Yasaka, correct? The leader of the West Yukai faction. We have heard good things about you from Tamamo and Inari. You have our thanks for protecting them. Thank you very much for your kind words. Yasaka bowed, and Jin turned her gaze to me. We silently stare at one another for a few seconds before she spoke. Take care of Amaterasu when she comes down to the human realm, mid-Jean. If our sister puts her trust in you, so will we, even if we are reluctant to do so. By we did she mean herself and Raijin? She says that and disappears. She didn't even wait for my response, but sure, I guess. I won't try to murder her if that's what you're worried about. I would think Suzaku and Akino would lose all hope in me if I did. We're done here, right? It'll get going. I have a date with a goddess tomorrow. Huh, a goddess. Do you hear this nonsense? Language, Azazel. Michael reprimands him, but Azazel quickly brushes it off. Yeah. So who is it? Hephaestus from Mount Olympus. Anyway, we'll get going. The three of them waved to us as Yasaka and I left the room. Once outside, she hugged me arm and hummed happily. I turned to Team/Dog, who also left with us, but they did mostly remain silent in the meeting. They'll probably be briefed by Azazel in the future. Jean, we'll be returning home first. Rennie steps forward and hugs me. I didn't expect that, but I pat her back with my free arm. Glancing at Natsum and Shigeon, they nodded along. Whatever they have planned, they're free to do, so we'll also get going, Jean. Oh, right. Visit the Black Dog Bar if you have time in the future. We're recently revamped it since Azazel said it was lacking a bit. Don, Natsum, why? Natsum walked over to Tobio and elbowed him in the stomach, causing him to fall to his knees. Natsum just sighs and shakes her head. You know, it makes me wonder why and how we got roped into wearing those costumes when we worked there. Why couldn't we wear normal waitress uniforms? She asked the down leader of the team, but he didn't answer since he was still clutching his stomach. So, Ajamu put his hand up. I believe it was because of Azazel's request. Tobio has said he didn't have a choice in the matter. If you wish to hit someone, then whatever. What's done is done. Now let's go. Rennie looks up at me cutely. I don't want anyone else finding out about it. Thinking back on it makes me a bit embarrassed. She stopped there, but I could tell from her look it said that she meant to say, well, if it's Jean, then it's fine. Never mind. She finished it. I just smiled at her and kissed her on the forehead. She gave me another squeeze before detaching herself from me. They finally teleported away. I walk over to Tobio and healed him up. Jeez, Natsum, Why is she randomly violent? She isn't with me as far as we've interacted. He'll quietly apologize on her behalf. Tobio. He gets up all saying that. Hey, anyway, have a good rest of the evening, Jean. Yeah, you too, Toby, is it? Yes. We bump fists before parting ways. I glance over at Cookie as he grinned and waved to me. He was following after Calawarna as she nodded to me as she was walking away. So, why aren't we leaving yet? I want to check up on Penemu. She said she was coming back here today. It was around breakfast that she said she did. Oh, right. Penemu moved in with you recently, didn't she? You're locating her aura. We quickly make our way there. I had two other people I wanted to check up on. Those were Rainier and Middled. Rainier for obvious reasons, and I wanted to see if Middled had made any progress. Yasaka and I made our way to the location where Penemu was at, and we came across the new library of Grigori. It was quite larger than the previous location they were at. We stepped through, and Jean, Yasaka? Oh, you were here for that meeting, right? She stops speaking with the other Fallen for a moment and says that to us. She turns back to them and finishes their conversation before walking towards us. Yasaka lets go of me, and the two of them share a hug. Penemu turns to me with a teasing smile, but doesn't do anything. I swear this woman has become like this since we've become closer. We'll be home soon. Jean, I just have a few things left to do here. I just wanted to check up on you, but sure thing. Anyway, they'll go check on Rainier and Middle before we go back. Rainier is doing fine. Middle, on the other hand, yeah. I kind of expected that, but I'll just go see for myself. Sure thing, we left the library, and we quickly made our way to Middle. She was in a random part of Grigori. The further we went towards it, the more barren it became. Like most of the things I could see through the doors were just cleaning equipment and a bunch of boxes. She's probably put here since she's so uncooperative. I sort of feel bad for her. You're too kind for your own good. I know. We reached the door that she was in. I touched the door, and it slides open. Middle quickly turned around. The room she was in was larger. Centurato Middle, who had a broom, puts it to her side and glares at me. Oomph. I am a queen of progress. I made more than those three dumbass. Hear that, white one. I did, red one. Progress, the both dragons begin cackling, and I just sighed. Right, anyway, see ya. I closed the door before she could answer and start walking towards Raynar's location. She's certainly interesting. She's neither a son nor a deer. She's just really weird. Yasaka chuckles, and we quickly made our way to a door. Rainier was beyond it. It makes sense. It is nighttime, so the nursery should be closed. Knock, knock coming. Hearing her voice from behind it, we hear footsteps quickly approaching. The door eventually opens, and a Rainier in her own pajamas opened it. She freezes and looks at me. Jin, what are you doing here? I mean, how can I help you, sir? Rainier, calm down, will you? I'm just here to check up on you, but it seems like you're doing well. No, I mean yes. Which is it, woman? Anyway, seeing as how you're doing fine, we'll get going. We turn around as Yasaka gives her a friendly wave. Is that really all you came here to do? Yeah. I checked on Penemu and Middle before you. Anyway, good night to you, Rainier. Let's meet again in the future. Okay, good night, Jean. I hear the door close as Yasaka, and I walk away. She turns to me with an amused expression on her face. It's a lot less strained than I thought. Well, for Rainier, that is, yeah, she could barely look me in the eyes after the whole incident with her. I guess she's doing better now. They're all repenting well. The exception is Middle for the time being. I finally teleport us back to Yurikyoto. Yurikyoto, welcome Jean. Welcome back, Yasaka-sama, Jean-sama. Both Kunu and Sharon welcomed us back, but Kunu stopped midway and ran up to me. I picked her up, and she hugged me quite tightly. Yufufu, just like a family, Yasaka-sama Sharon tried to tease Yasaka, but when I look at her, she had a very happy expression on her. Sharon stops immediately and also smiles at the scene. Yeah, thank you, Sharon. I'm sorry, Kunu. I can't stay since I have somewhere to be tomorrow. But you can always come visit, you know? I know, but I help Mother with the faction, so I can't just run off to play. My, such a studious and proper princess. I see. Well, good job then. You'll make a good leader in the future. Of course, if Yasaka plans on stepping down in the far future. Fufa maybe. I'm not too sure yet. I speak to them for a little bit longer before going back to Kuo. Apparently, a few more of the younger Yukai had started to take up training since they saw my match with Serorg. They were inspired by the both of us. Many wanted to become like Serorg, a man who built himself up from the ground and up. Next day, Bump kicked their ass. Literally? No. What the hell is wrong with you? I fist Bump with my avatar as he was about to go to school for me. At least my avatar keeps my sense of humor. Everyone else had left earlier, so I was just left with the ones who had jobs or did other things during their time. One thing has changed. Ophis and the events that led to her staying in the Haida household. Since I completely changed that near the start, Team Vala didn't need to save Ophis from Cow's brigade by bringing her here, so that's been entirely skipped. However, that also removed my meeting with Lefay and Fenrir. It's a loss I have to take, but it also makes me wonder if we'll see them in the underworld, as Chow Chow will go there to try to kidnap Ophis. But as I mentioned, Ophis is with me all the time. Should I make a decoy or something? He'll run it by everyone when I get back tonight. I had texted Faye about our date and told her to wear her usual casual clothes and nothing too flashy. It's a first date, and we're also checking out some other places. Don't want her going over the top. He'll be back by tonight. I feel some auras coming my way, so I preemptively say it without turning around. Jean, you said you'd be traveling to the Egyptian mythology, right? Can I come with you? Finally turning around, I face Ine, Reiko, Grafia, and Kuroka. Sure thing, but stick close to me, okay? I know you've gone up in power since you're training down there, but the threats going there are currently beyond you. Yes, sir. I chuckle at her response. Ine had really opened up a lot since coming here, and it's been thanks to the girls, but especially Aquino. In her words, I want to treat her the way you treated me. I sort of understand what she meant, so I left it up to her. All right, they'll get going then. Mount Olympus knock knock I had appeared outside her home and knocked on it. I heard panicked footsteps quickly approaching the door. Even from her, I could feel her emotions, and she was quite nervous. I got a text from Faye telling me not to eat breakfast or lunch, depending on when I came. It was nearing 9 in the morning, so I was quite hungry since I had skipped breakfast. I know, leave me alone. Let me feel hungry if I want to. Sure thing, partner. Finally, the door swings open, and an imperceptibly flustered Hephaestus greeted me at the door. Yo, sorry for coming so early. It's no problem, Jean. Come on, I hope you're hungry. Well, yeah, I'm starving. He lied. Don't narrate my life. Ignoring the cackling of the Welsh dragon, we make our way to her kitchen, and Hestia was there with a giant, creepy grin. Welcome, duo dragonkun. Hestia have pre-clank-clank. This is good. At least let me finish. I had quickly taken my seat and started eating the food that was in front of me. I didn't want her to finish that weird speech, but Hestia seemed satisfied with my comment. Yes, praise me. All that hard work has paid off. After saying that, Hestia also started eating with us because she also hadn't eaten yet. What a troublesome goddess. We quickly finished eating since we didn't really have much to talk about. Hephaestus and I got up, cleaned the dishes together, and were about to go to the dwarfs, but Hestia. I turned back to the girl as she was looking at me confused. You know my plans about starting a restaurant, right? How about coming to work for me? I like your food, and I think it can still improve given the right environment. She was staring blankly at me while the gears in her head slowly turned. She finally comes out of it and starts nodding furiously. Yes, a great opportunity to improve my cooking and further prove you wrong. I only said your cooking back then sucked, but I've already said you've improved. Do you really need to prove me wrong? Why, you know what I meant. They'll still accept the proposal, though. Is that so? I'm glad then. We'll talk details at a later date. Hestia gave the both of us a thumbs up before we left for Asgard. Asgard Yua, as I had teleported us directly into the Dark Elves Island. Faluni, a previous Dark Elf guard we met, fell over. It seems like we had teleported directly in front of her and scaring the poor girl. A few heads turned to us, and a bit of murmuring happened. Sorry, are you all right, Faluni? Oh, Jean-san. And no, I'm fine. She quickly notices me and got up quickly while dusting herself off. I see. I take it that everything has been good while I was away. I'm just here to check some dwarfs with Hephaestus. She quickly nods her head, and a few other dark elves and dwarfs join her. They started asking for some autographs, and I obliged. They didn't seem to mind, so I quickly signed everything, and they dispersed after that. Anyway, we'll get going. Yes. Goodbye. Faye and I took the same route into the underground town of the dwarfs. The only long part was the staircase that descended to it. Faye and I chatted while we took the semi-long journey down there. However, we eventually entered the same room and quickly left it. Our first stop was Muvith and Baron Smithy. We were greeted by a few individuals down there, but we quickly got to their shop and entered it. Well, Jean-san, Haipastu-sama. Burin starts, but quickly changes his demeanor once he spots it's us. Upon hearing that, Muvith also came out from the back. Hey, just here for a quick visit. How are things? Not too long after the alliance with Asgard, both Muvith and Burin contacted me. So, I set them up with deal with Hephaestus like Kyoko and Sherry. While they didn't become apprentices to her, they just had the deal instead. Yes, things have been well. Even though our workload has increased significantly, we can't really complain since our business has been booming since we accepted the deal from Hephaestus-sama. We can't thank you enough. After that, they showed us some of the things they had been working on, and the higher quality items they had created were being displayed on the shelves and tables. When I used Observe, there was a noticeable increase in quality, so they weren't lying. Good for them. Shortly after the quick tour, we decided to get on moving. It looks like everything is going well for you guys. We'll get going then. Sorry for interrupting you too. No, it's fine. Thank you for the visit. We waved to the two as we left the shop. Our next stop was Sherry and Kyoko's smithy, so we quickly made our way there. Thanks to the exhibition match I was recognized a lot more now. Whether this was a good or bad thing, I wasn't sure yet. We entered through the shop's door, and when we stepped in, we were greeted by an enthusiastic Sherry. Sama. Jean-san, why are you here? I don't mean that in a negative way. I was just wondering why. Bonk, will you calm down? G's Kyoko came out of the back and lightly chopped Sherry on the head. The girl let out a small yelp, but nodded. Welcome back to our shop, Jean-san, Hephaestus-sama. How can we help you today? I tell them as to our reason for visiting, and they calmed down as they were a little tense. However, they didn't give us a little tour, but took us to the back and showed us their current progress on what they were working on. It looked like a gauntlet. No, it looked like the boosted gear. It wasn't a one-for-one recreation, but it looked well made. It's been designed after your boosted gear, Jean-san, but it doesn't function like it. It actually uses the crystals that keep our island afloat, but not known by the average citizen is that you can imbue it with a certain type of elemental magic, and it can use that without needed to use a magic circle. But it's limited in use, since once the power in the crystal runs out, then you'll need to get it replaced. Although by our calculations, it will take a considerable amount of use before replacing. By our estimates, around 2 million uses, give or take, depending on how much you use it and the type of spells and techniques that are used. Incredible. If what they say is true, then hey comptoir, Cinchuredo. Let's talk it over with the more business-savvy people. I see, that's pretty good. I may have my own business proposition to you two that involves the making of these. Anyway, we could talk details another time. We'll get going and not get in your way. Business AI, yes, of course. We quickly bid them farewell before leaving the shop. We make our way back to the main part of the town and go up the stairs. Once we were back on the island, we were greeted by Frida. Frida, the current queen of the Dark Elves, she was being accompanied by her sister Yuanth and one of the guards, Sephora. Welcome back to our island, Jean, Hephaestus-sama. Glad to be back, though we're actually about to go somewhere else. Frida seemed a little disappointed, but quickly nodded. I see, a shame, but please visit us again in the future, sure thing. I've been meaning to since I want to see the progress made in Svardal fame. She happily nodded, and I said my goodbyes to the ones around us. We finally made our way to Takamagara, floating bridge of heaven, but I decided to take a slight detour and teleported us to the bridge that connected to Takamagara. In front of us was one of the gods from the Shinto. It was Sarada Kami. We hadn't spoken much when I visited. He saw us and smiled before gesturing for us to go over to him. Ho ho, to think we would meet again this soon, Jean Kuan. May I know the reason for your visit? Oh, please don't be mistaken though. I'm only curious. You have expressed permission from Amaterasu to come and go into our realm as you please. He sounded polite, and I nodded. Oh, I found a promising blacksmith in your realm, so I decided to propose a deal to her. And well, we're going to be here for our date. This is Hephaestus, by the way, the Greek goddess of smithing. His half-closed eyes open to look at the goddess beside me, and he let out another ho-ho-ho before nodding. I see. Well then, young one, go ahead. Thanking him, we quickly made our way to the portal and stepped through. Takamagara, I quickly grab hold of Fa's hand and take her to the edge. She was a bit startled, but didn't shake my hand away. After we arrived, she took a look at the view. Incredible, right? We stayed there for around a full minute before going down. We came to the bridge where the two guards Mio and Kuroda were standing guard. Welcome back, Jin-sama. Who might your companion be? Kuroda welcomes me and looks at Faye. Mio silently nodded to me. Thanks. This is Hephaestus, divine smith of the Greek gods. Anyway, is Kathleen in her smithy? Divine smith AI, yes. I believe she is, thanks. We quickly left the stupefied Kuroda. I thought he wouldn't be that surprised, seeing as how he probably sees and interacts with gods all the time. Maybe it's because she's the divine smith? Well, regardless of the reason, we quickly arrived at Kathleen's smithy. Jin-san. Yoshitsun was there with someone else I hadn't met before. She was with a male who is a tall and muscular old man with silver hair, wrinkled skin, sharp eyebrows, and brown-colored eyes. He wears a red and orange haori with numerous flower patterns and a hakama with a darker shade of the same color tied with a red ribbon. He also wears toe-less leggings that are black in color. He is harboring a long katana as tall as him on his back. Oh, is that the famous dual dragon Kuin we saw on TV not too long ago? Huh, I didn't think I'd meet him this up close so soon. He walks up to me and starts smacking my back. Yoshitsun seemed a bit panicked, and this also caused Kathleen to come out to check on the sudden noise. Imzazaki Koiho. Nice to meet you, young emperor. Oh, it's Sasaki Kojiro, huh? He seems pretty chill. Nice to meet you, Imjin Skyward. I also didn't expect to see you here, Yoshitsun. I came here to get my sword repaired. It's better to be prepared, isn't it? Yoshitsun and I communicated silently. I see. It seems she's aware of the future attack and is taking her own precautionary measures. I nod, and I finally address Kathleen. Sorry for ignoring you, Kathleen. I'm here with Hephaestus. Hello. It's nice to meet you. Hephaestus goes over to Kathleen, and they start to talk. She shows her some of the things she's made, and Faye looked intrigued at them. They'll let them do their own thing, the divine smith of the Greek gods, huh? You sure are ballsy to take her with you, Jean. Kahaha. Yeah, we're on a date after this. We'll be taking her around the Shinto realm. Well, visit Amaterasu before we leave. Yoshitsun stared at me slack-jawed, but Kojiro started laughing manically. Kahaha. You're taking a goddess out on a date? I like you even more, Jean. I gave him a strained smile and turned to face Yoshitsun. Where's Benkei and Yoichi? You three are usually with each other. Benkei, she's in her own home. She drank too much last night. Yoichi is training his 2k in Yogana. Yuko-san is helping him. I see. Hey, Jean. I also know about it, you know. I'm ready to get down to business when it's time. I can use 2k too. But that brat didn't want to learn from me. Kojiro says beside me. I see. He's also aware. Then I can assume the others that Yoshitsun mentioned to me before also knows Kata Danzu, Miyamoto Musashi, and Ibaraki Doji, and other prominent figures. You're just a bit too intense for Yoichi, Kojiro-san. Gah! He's just fragile. Benkei also avoids your training. TCH, a Spartan trainer? Interesting, the three of us chat among ourselves until both Kathleen and Hephaestus comes back to us. She seemed happy, and so does Kathleen. Oh, how is it, Hephaestus-sama? Sasaki Kojiro, was it? It's nice to meet you. And yes, Kathleen's creations are well made. We have also made a deal. Kathleen walks over to me and grasps both my hands. She looks at me directly with literal stars in her eyes. She is so happy, Jean-san. This has been a blessing. Today and onward, I'll give you a permanent 10 off any purchase you make from my store. Thanks. She finally lets me go and walks back, basically prancing. The rest of them smile at her enthusiasm. I didn't expect her to act like that, but I guess having the divine smith evaluate your creations so highly will make you act differently anyway. We should get going then. It's nice seeing you all. Oh, Come back and see us again, young emperor. Faye and I start walking away as we hear Kojiro shout behind us. For someone his age, in appearance he's quite lively. He seems lively. Wow, it's like he can read my mind. We chuckle, and I take Faye around Takamagara and show her the shops and businesses I knew of. We eventually come across the two rival novel shops, and the two quickly see me. Oya, if it isn't Jean Cohen, you're already back? Jean, I have a few new releases. Sure, let's go with Ye first. I tell her of their rivalry and how they're always in competition with each other. Faye found it rather amusing. Fufufu, you came back to Takamagara with a different woman again. Care to introduce us? I have some new novels for you too. Jean Cohen goes behind the counter and reaches down for something. She brings out a new light novel, and the title is Bunnyman Adventures. My adventure levels me up. What kind of title? Air, in with Hephaestus, goddess from the Greek gods. Pinch, I glance to my side as Ye stifles his laugh. Faye just pinched me. Oh no, is the Grimoire pinching technique spreading? Faye sighs before letting me go. I see. Welcome to our realm. Hephaestus-sama, do you read books or novels by chance? Yes, I do. I have taken up an interest in light novels as of late. However, I am an avid reader. I put the novel down on the counter to check other new ones she had. Seeing a few, I take note, and will come back to buy them for Rias. I cross the street to Kajitsu Nemura's shop. Joe, Jean-san, my novels have been selling like hotcakes lately. Well, the romance ones too, but that's not the point. Who's the new lady you brought with you? All right, hey, race the new shipment. He takes out a few novels, and I go through some of them. I also tell him who I was with, and he was clearly shocked. Oh wow, I didn't expect you would bring a goddess here the next time you visited. Sheesh, Jean-san, you're pretty hardcore. Yeah, anyway, you'll take all of this. Do you know when the next volumes will be released? I'm pretty sure in around 5 months' time. It's usually released at 6 to 7 months intervals. Some authors take longer, some shorter. It just depends, Kajitsu Nemura says this while checking my items out. Once done, I store them in my ring. I start to walk away, but stop. All right, did you start writing again, Kajitsu Nemura? I saw the web novel version of your story get an update. Hee. I at least have 2 fans, Jean-san. I gotta at least try for them. I see. Good luck with it. We'll make that 3. They'll follow that story for your sake then. Shigen has been quite invested in it after all. I arrived back at Ye's novel shop, and they were still talking. I spent the time looking at random novels while I waited for the 2 of them to finish speaking. Poke, we're finished, I see. Let's get going. We'll try to buy something next time, Ye. But at least try to recommend a normal novel to me rather than whatever the hell you gave me, Fufu. I will try. Jean-kun, we left the shop and went around the entirety of Takamagara again. However, I wanted to also venture to the west side of the city more as I hadn't done so before. I noticed that it was mostly houses here, perhaps the residential district. However, there were some shops, but they seemed to be more local if you get what I mean. As we passed them by, I was greeted by many yukais and humans alike. Everyone seemed to be in high spirits. I believe it was the right decision to not cause panic by telling them of a scenario. Boom boom, SK. The 2 of us look up as we see a few fireworks go off. Is some kind of event happening? Faye asked, and I shrugged. Not that I know of. Let's go check. She was also curious, so we made our way over to the source of the explosions. Once we got there, we saw many children, both yukai and humans, running around with sparklers in their hands. A lone female was in the middle of the children with her own sparkler slowly spinning around with a smile. The young woman of average height with a fair complexion. She has shoulder-length light, strawberry blonde hair, tied into a high ponytail that messily sticks out in all angles. She wears many festival-themed hair accessories. Her eyes are golden color with orange-red makeup painted at the corners. Her attire mainly consists of a short orange-red kimono with only one sleeve worn. Her right sleeve is rolled up past her elbow and tied with a string. The left half of the kimono is draped around her waist. Her chest is wrapped up in serosure, as are her left forearm and upper thighs, extending down to her right leg. There is a small flower tattoo near her left shoulder above the serosure, and another similar tattoo patch around her upper left arm containing a red fish, flowers, and purple swirls. A festival pouch hangs from her barato on the left. One of the children stops and points at me. Big dragon. After that, the rest of the children stop and look before running towards me, making a large fuss. The girl was surprised and came over to us. Oya? Haha. I didn't think the great dragon would come grace our part of Takamagara. Welcome. I ruffled a few kids' hair and chuckled at them. I put my hand out for a handshake. I just didn't have enough time to come here, Imjin. Yomiya. I run that little shop there, and we sell fireworks to our entire realm. I've recently taken up business, but I've been at it since I was young, so I don't have any problems. Care to buy some? It won't hurt to take a look, Jean. Hephaestus was the one to answer for me. Yomiya, happy with the answer, grinned at us and ordered the kids to make some space since the large dragon was going to check out her fireworks shop. They cheered and parted away for us. We were quite close to it. Hell, where we saw them, they were practically outside of it. So, we entered, and it was quite large inside. An older man was sitting behind the counter reading the newspaper. Pops, I'm back with some potential customers. Yomiya's father puts the newspaper down and looks at us. Olhat, welcome ba holy moly. The dual dragon emperor. He practically jumped out of the chair he was sitting on and ran over to us. Welcome, welcome. Are you perhaps here to buy some fireworks? I'm taking a look, so if I do see something I like, I might. He nodded happily while taking us around. I'm Ryunosuk, Yoimiya's father, and the original owner of this shop. But I passed on the torch to my daughter recently. Our family's business has been here for more than 250 years, We hope to keep it going. He turns around to look at Yomiya. And I wish my little sparkler here would get herself a man, so I can have peace of mind for the future. KH, I already told you, Pop, to leave it to me and stop worrying. I'm always busy with this, so I didn't and don't have time to look for romance. But as you can see, your pops also managed it together with your mother. It's possible, just try harder. The two went at it like wild dogs, but Ryunosuk always managed to go back to us and explain some fireworks I stopped to inspect. Faye and I glanced at each other. We didn't even need to put them into words. This father and daughter duo are funny and entertaining. Eventually the tour stops, and I decided to buy some. Might as well launch some during the New Year's or something, right? I can make them, but seeing as how these guys might need the money, we go up to the counter, and Ryunosuk starts to wrap them up. By the way, Jean-san, who's the lady with you? Both father and daughter look at her. She's Hephaestus, the Greek goddess of smithing. We're on a date right now, actually. Goodness. Ashifais-tu-sama. That's a surprise. I didn't think you aimed for goddesses too, Jean. The father had a more extreme reaction, while Yomiya kept relatively calm. I just shrugged. I feel like this will be a reoccurring thing throughout the day. We left the shop while promising to visit and buy from them again. I gave them a sizable tip for the entertaining experience. It felt like Ryunosuk would have a heart attack if I didn't put a calming effect on the guy. Will you go back, Jean? Oh yeah, definitely. They seem like a funny family business. It's been a few hours since our date started, and we mostly explored Takamagara together. I was thinking of bringing her to Uebami's or Dragon Mountain, but I felt like if I did, that it would be more of the middleman doing his job rather than a date. So we mostly stayed within Takamagara and chatted with some locals. Saw a few little events they held. Ate at the place Yoshitsun brought me on my last day here. And finally, we were going towards the castle that Amaterasu resided in since our date was coming to a close. Jean-san, Sarah came down from her post and inspects the both of us. Are you here to visit Amaterasu-sama? Yeah, it's kind of an impromptu visit. She's not busy, right? Oh, this is Hephaestus, by the way, Greek god of smithing. Amaterasu-sama has no prior obligations, so she's free right now. Fujin-sama and Reijin-sama is with her. Forgive me, Hephaestus-sama. Welcome to our realm. I hope you enjoyed your stay today. It's a great realm, Sarah. Yes. Please follow me. Sarah quickly guided us through the castle, and I point out some things to Hephaestus as we walk through its halls. However, I also saw some other things I hadn't seen before in it, like other room, and I would assume newly added part spatial magic was clearly used inside the castle since it was a lot bigger than the outside. Even if the castle exterior was also large, the inside was at least 3 times, no, maybe 6 times larger. It didn't feel like that when I first came here. Did they perhaps change it since the alliance? Perhaps to prepare for the inevitable invasion? Or is it for something else entirely? Creek, we had arrived by the door, where I felt the three of their auras. I had been a bit preoccupied, so I didn't really notice. I glanced at Faye, and she was looking at me with concern. I was just lost in thought. Not very convinced, but she nodded in the end. We entered the room, and Sarah left. Jean, how can we help you? I did not expect to see you so soon. Hello, Jean. Both Amaterasu and Jin greeted me, while Rai-Jean gave me a curt nod. Hello. I was just on a little date with Hephaestus here. I wanted to check up on some things with you, Amaterasu. Does it have something to do with my visit to Japan and the Himejima clan? Yes. I just wanted to confirm when you might come. I might get requests, or even emergency requests like the thing with the recent development. She nods in agreement before closing her eyes. Both Rai-Jean and Jin were just staring at me. Faye didn't seem to mind it. Faye and I stood there waiting for her answer. Hey, do you guys want to roll in the upcoming Cows Brigade attacks? Yeah. Let me go to Ireland on your behalf. Partner, well, your clone is going there too, but still. Then I will go to Russia, Jean. Sure thing. After I confront Kurosagi and get her to be my guide in the Egyptian mythology, then you two can meet up with Celine and the other two Electa. I doubt Antares and Croatia need help in the South and North Poles. Yeah, Jean, I believe my visit should be delayed until after this tense time passes. I believe I may endanger the lives of normal humans if I visit now. Yeah, I also think so too. I was going to suggest that if you did say you wanted to go in the immediate future. I nod, and she smiled at my response. I look at the other two. I can assume they know what we spoke about that day. I see. I guess that's that then. You already know how to contact me if you need a request done. We'll get going then. I turn around, but Jean. I take it that Suzaku and Akino are doing well? Oh yeah, they're doing great. Just going about their lives, you know? But Suzaku is looking forward to your visit. I see, as I said, it will happen once all of this is over. Forgive me. Nah, it's fine. Can't do much until they do attack, but am prepared. They didn't answer me, so I left through the door again. Sarah was just outside, and I gave her a nod. I quickly left the place with Faye, confusing Sarah. Once outside, no, it went well, Sarah. Nothing bad happened, so don't worry about it. I see until we meet again then, Jean-san. Yeah, see you around. It was already dark outside. While I personally didn't think it took that long, maybe I just guessed wrong, or I was lost in thought for a substantial amount of time. Faye quickly got closet to me, and we went back to Mount Olympus. Mount Olympus, once we were outside her home, I turned to her. I gotta apologize to you, Faye. It feels like this date was a bit rushed and more like a business trip. We'll take you out on one once we have time. Maybe in the human world, all right? A proper date at a restaurant. She stops me by putting a finger to my lip and laughs. It's fine, Jean. I enjoyed myself. I got to see you do your job, experience new things. We also did go on a date for a few hours, so it wasn't like we didn't. Thank you for today. I look forward to our next one. Hephaestus quickly says, bows, and power walks towards her home. She practically slammed the door as she went in. Maybe I should have said something there, or it was a bit too soon for her to say those words. Whatever. She'll be able to get enough courage in the future. If not, then I will do it myself. A week later, Japan, Kuo, Skyward Household, it was the day of the test. Aurelia was with me since she wanted to accompany us to the underworld. I already told her of what will happen after their test. Chow Chow will most likely show up after Team Valley. But things have changed significantly, so I'm not too sure. Lu Fei and Kuroka were meant to come here with Ophis, and they'd stay here for the time being, and also accompany the Grimory group to the underworld. That didn't happen, so I'm curious as to what will happen. Are you guys ready? They answered with an enthusiastic yes. Well, everyone except Zenobia, who looked tired. So, I teleported us to the underworld. Underworld, Gladiolabala's territory. Once we were outside the center, everyone started to look around. However, there wasn't much to see, as it was your typical building, trees, bushes, and other decor for fancy and noble devils. The mid-class promotion exam was being held in the Gladiolabala's territory. Good luck, don't fail. That's not encouraging, Jean. Zenobia complained, but was dragged away by Asia. I didn't actually want you to fail, you know? As we watched the Grimory servants disappear into the building. Rias, Aurelia, Rose, Kuroka, Reiko, Azazel, I decided to wander this part of the Gladiolabulus territory to see if we found anything interesting. A few hours later, good job on your tests. Cheers! We were having lunch at a nearby restaurant, and Azazel had opted to start drinking already. The rest of the Grimmery peerage came back to us as they. We hadn't even gotten the results yet, but he's already assumed they passed and was celebrating. I mean, we can celebrate. You did just finish your tests. So how was it? It was fine, both written and practical, were most of the responses, so we turned to Zenobia, who was blushing. The written was quite easy, actually. I wanted to thank everyone who helped me, so I'm waiting until we go home. But she became redder. Aquino giggled. Centuredo Zenobia turned crimson. I had anticipated it, so I gave Aquino a device that would reverse time at a selected area. Seeing how nervous she was, she would probably forget to hold back a significant amount. Well, it's a learning experience. HAA, we have Jean to thank for that then. But seriously though, you guys need to watch your strength. All of you know, everyone that's been trained by Jean is seriously weird. The jumps in power are just unheard of, so learn to control it more and not mess up like that. But this can slide since the muscle brain Zenobia was stupidly nervous about it. But you did hold back a considerable amount not to outright kill that fellow devil. So good job. All right. I'm sorry Kuroka got up and went over to Chiron. How was it, Naya? It was fine, Naysama. I had studied enough and held back. As expected of my Chiron, along with everyone watch on as everyone started to speak about their experience and what they wrote down. Rias looked very proud of her servants as she looked over at them with a content smile. Zhang, swap. Bang! Crash! TCH! Someone, a familiar person, crashed into the building around us. We were transported into a new dimension. Did they use Dimension Lost again? Vevali! Azazel seemed alerted as the leader of Team Valley crashed into the building, destroying it. He was shortly followed by Lu Fei. And who the hell is that? The woman of fairly average height with an hourglass figure. She has long blonde hair styled in two twin spirals that come over her shoulders. Her bangs are parted to the right. Like all vampires, she has red eyes, fangs, and pointed ears. She wears the same type of headband as Chess. She also wears a white collar and cape that reaches to her mid-barato. Like Chess, she wears an attire with a low neckline. She wears a white dress with sleeves that are heavily adorned with blue ruffles past her elbows and reach midway down her forearm. Blue lines go down her bodice to emphasize her figure and silhouette. Her skirt opens up to reveal one leg and is hemmed at ankle level. It has numerous ruffles at the hips and down the front of the opening. She wears black stockings with blue ruffles decorating them at the top. She wears blue high heels as well. Oh, it's a middleman high. Awawawa. It's not the time for that. Calantha-sama. Boo-hoo, a quick introduction then. I'm Calantha of Vordenberg, a pure-blooded vampire, formerly part of the Carmilla faction, and part of Team Val and now Doom. A pure-blood vampire from the Carmilla faction, and also part of the House of Vordenberg. Why did she? Zababababababin. Bang, bang, bang. Multiple elemental attacks came our way, but Rias countered them with small bullets of power of destruction and destroyed them. Everyone was calm, as Team Valley retreated behind us. I summoned a healing slime and threw it at Valley. Thanks. Care to explain? Azazel asks Valley while we wait for the smoke and dust in front of us to subside. We can across some problems. You could say we defected from Cow's brigade, and now we're being hunted down. Those people, they blamed us for leaking info or whatever, but we had nothing to do with it. The rest of my team escaped. Vico, Fenrir, and Arthur are somewhere else. TCH. I failed to take into account that Team Valley may be blamed for whatever wrongs that may arise in that organization. However, they're mostly unharmed. Did they find out about my plans to defend those places? I doubt Ignia would betray me. I have him marked. Then it has to be Lapis, partner. She may have just assumed that Valley was working as the double agent. If that's the case, he made the right judgment in going here. Clap, clap, haha. You're really an interesting white dragon emperor, Valikun. A male voice resounds from the beyond the smoke. Once it was finally gone, there were two of them. They were yukais. Were they from the Monkai Association? One of them was an Oni, and the other, I have no idea. They just had a giant mask covering their face. But they're probably some kind of one-eyed yokai. They're from the Monkai Association. It's the first time I met them today. Of course, we're quite high up, you know? Anyway, I see that the middleman is here too. Lucky the Oni grinned at us. Chapter 1, Part 3, DD, Beasts, and Veridimension lost Gene skyward were boom. Pow! Ugh! The Oni started to speak, but I threw a punch in front of me and blasted them away. The dust quickly settled, and the male Oni had been knocked down hard, clearly injured. The person beside him was panicking. TCH. Can't even wait for my introduction. Dwash. Not interested. I appeared behind them and tethered them on the spot. Although they tried to struggle quickly, they were unable to do anything. I upgraded all my binding techniques to seal anyone's powers once they are bound by it. I used Observe on them to see who they were. The male Oni was called Yaku, and the female one-eyed Yukai was Kubota. I touched their heads and froze them in time. I see. You see? Azazel repeats, and I open my eyes to stare at him. Yeah, I read their memories. To put a long story short, what Ignia told me was true, and these two were lied to. They weren't that high up in their organization, but they had some sort of authority over a majority of their organization. I guess glorified henchmen with false authority would be a fitting way to put it. Anyway, this one is Yaku, and the other is Kubota. A few more powerful monsters, and Yukai will be in Russia with Mardgear, as well as one of the leaders. I believe they're the other fallen that disappeared along with Azrael, so Jibrail, MKHL, and Israfil. There are only 3 countries being targeted. Therefore, I'll assume either one, Centuredo. He'll be able to extract his memories soon enough after his death, so contact me. Or contact me before you end him. Very well. Furthermore, only around 40 of the hero faction remains. Bellion and Kamish didn't know the exact percentile, but I confirmed it in his memories. Seeing as how unstable Chow Chow is right now, he may charge into Egypt with all the remaining members. I see some value in some of them, so I want to eliminate them all. Rehabilitation may be possible, but if not, I will proceed as I plan to do with Avetsa. But first, let's get insiders. Barato, remove the stains and control their minds. Comptoir, answer, removing Azrael's blood, putting influence over the minds of Yaku and Kubota. Processing, success. Now then, these two will do my bidding without question, but will act in the same way when they're around their allies. But first shove, wash, crack, shatter, boom. I pushed the two forward while removing the bindings from them. I also used a bit more force to push everyone who was with me. The only person who managed to resist was Aurelia, who held her ground. Fufufu, I won't be going there today. But letting the Dragon Eater lose will be fine, right? The 2 heavenly dragons are there, and the Ouroboros dragon. That voice, it was Black Alice, and it looks like they're unleashing the Dragon Eater here. Zoo, from the portal that Black Alice was speaking from came out a tentacle. The entire dimension started to shake, and a very ominous aura started to emanate from it. TCH, even though I'm a lot stronger than I also feel it too, Drake. What is this? You too, Velgrind? Dragon Eater. Such an interesting name. The rest of it started to emerge. A head, a torso, black wings, and a cross. There is something pinned to the cross, held in place by restraints. Disturbing writing covered its body, and dark stains trailed from its eyes. When it came into full view, we could see it clearly. It had the bottom half of a snake those are the lower portion of a dragon with scales on it. The upper portion was of a fallen angel. Oh! It cried out in pain, and the sound echoed throughout the area. Its mouth was covered with fangs as it drooled and bled. It also emanates many emotions. Pain, jealousy, suffering, and resentment. This thing, it harbors a deep hatred towards us. I glanced at Azazel as he had begun to shake in anger. These psychopaths, to bring such a thing, you're telling me they broke the seals that were placed on it from Cositis? What is it, Azazel-sensei? Gasper asks, as he stared at it in concern. No one was really scared by it. They were a little disturbed by its appearance, but nothing too severe. I answered for Azazel. Presumably, it is the poison of the God of the Bible. This is thought to be the result of the evil intentions of the God of the Bible, a forbidden being that made the people that resided in Eden eat the fruit of knowledge. The first crime that was judged by the current dead God of the Bible, dragon eater or Samael, the angel that received the curse of the God of the Bible who hated dragons and snakes, a dragon whose existence was erased from the records of history. Gene is right. Azazel says and continues, "Do you know the story of Adam and Eve?" They nodded. The thing that transformed into a snake and made Adam and Eve eat the fruit of knowledge is that thing. As a result of its action, it brought the fury of the God of the Bible. After that incident, fathers started to have a hatred for snakes and dragons, and it was to an extreme level. That is why dragons and snakes are portrayed as evil in many of the church's texts. The being that was created is one that was made out of the evil intentions of God. Because of God's hate, it naturally received many curses and poisons on its body. Naturally, it's almost impossible for God to have evil intentions. That's why it's so poisonous. Not only can it kill dragons, but it can affect other things beside dragons. That's why it was deemed too dangerous and sealed in the deepest depths of 10k-15. The curse it received from the God of the Bible is said to be the most powerful way to exterminate dragons. That's why it's also considered to be the most dangerous and brutal dragon slayer. Azazel finishes and lets out an angry sigh. I guess that's why Hades joined Cow's brigade then, or he was always part of it, and now he's finally making his moves. That dead piece of garbage. I knew he wouldn't like the fact that Zeus made an alliance with us. Gene, is it safe to assume that there are more evil gods on his side? Yeah, and I can't detect them since they probably drank Azrael's blood to get stronger. The same with the other fallen angels I mentioned. Azazel made a TCH sound, and his anger was already rising even more. The portal that Black Alice summoned was dispelled, and she left this thing with us. Well, too bad I'm here. I was about to move when grip. Gene, think carefully. Even if you're a dragon god, I don't think you'll come out of it unscathed. It's going to target you, Valley, and potentially Ophis and Irene in your necklace. It's fine, Azazel. I'm immune to those poisons and techniques. I removed his hand. He was about to say something else when I disappeared and reappeared behind Samael and touched him on his back. He then suddenly vanished from existence. I fly back to them as they blankly stared at me. What? No, what the hell did you do now? Azazel was furiously scratching his head. I gave him a strange look and pointed at the box that was dangling on my hip. It was attached to my belt. I was pointing at my lavender box. I had trapped Yasaka's former husband there, and now Samael had joined him in there. Elaborate, come on. I have no idea what that is. I call this thing the lavender box. This was created to trap any enemies I might encounter. Anyway, I have Yasaka's former husband in there, since he was also part of Cow's brigade, but he was practically useless. Anyway, Samael is also in here now. Furthermore, it seals their powers and keeps them contained indefinitely. Azazel backed away from me. I ignore him and look around us. We still needed to get out of here. Unfortunately, it seems Hades has already made his move, as I said earlier. We're surrounded. Hello, Earth to Gene. Azazel, do you feel that? Huh, WHM. We're surrounded. These feel like Grim Reapers? So that lousy skeleton geezer is really making a move, huh? I restored the building that was destroyed by Valley crashing into it. Also, we had entered it, and I had surrounded it with a barrier. Now, if I were to remove this dimension, then the Grim Reapers would spill into the underworld, and who knows what might happen? Since I doubt the rest of the DXD Alliance knows of Hades' betrayal. Well, maybe Zeus, but he'll contact him after this meeting. I don't want a misunderstanding to cause friction between the devils and Greek gods. Both are reasonable, but the residents may react emotionally rather than logically. We're surrounded. Gene Senpai's barrier is the only thing holding them back now. What shall we do, President? Azazel Sensei? Kiba asked Rias and Azazel. The governor stared at me seriously and sighed. I know what you're thinking, Gene, and I also agree. It's too reckless. We don't know what kind of orders these guys have been given. What do you mean, Azazel Sensei? Asia asks, but Rose answers for us. Gene can easily destroy the dimension that was created by Dimension Lost. However, if he did such a thing, these grim reapers that have us surrounded may attack the innocent devils if he did destroy it. We have no idea what kind of orders they have been given by the god of the undead. No, I know what they're thinking. Azazel raises an eyebrow, urging me to continue. Kill. Defeat anything that moves, even if the dual dragon emperor destroys the barrier. So, we have to stop them all, or else the innocent will be in danger. TCH. That bastard. I shrugged and got up. You think of a plan? They'll just wanted this place. But the Grimmery group, Rose, Aurelia, and Kuroka, you don't need to hold back. It'll reinforce this dimension so we can finish this quickly. Valley, Lefay, and Calantha, was it? Come with me for a second. I left the room, followed by the current team Valley, as well as Reiko and Rose whatever. As we left, I heard Azazel starting to speak to everyone else. We reach another part of the restaurant. I had made the barrier large enough so we could go outside. The Grim Reapers just slammed themselves and their weapons against it. They would also occasionally use some magic on it. So, how's the dominating the past wielders working for you? I'm getting close, but not quite there yet. They'll get that new form, Aniki. I see. I glanced at Valley as he stared ferociously at the Grim Reapers. I then turned my attention to Lu Fei, who sees me and smiles. Are you getting along with Fenrir? She seemed surprised but nodded. Yes. So you know about that, Jin-sama? Yeah, I have my ways of knowing, but I was surprised by a vampire that joined your team. Calantha, was it? Care to tell me why you joined this rambunctious group? The female blonde vampire giggles beside Lu Fei and nodded. The world of vampires is too stuffy and proper. Since I was born, I have never fit in. Well, that's not entirely accurate. I put on a fake persona and was the picture-perfect lady. However, I always felt out of place. So, when Valley offered me a position here, I accepted. She gestures towards Valley, and he just snorted. Still trying to act cool here, huh? Well, whatever floats your boat, Valley. What a surprise to think that a lady of the House of Wardenberg was so different. The world truly is changing. She didn't give me an answer, but just said you foo-foo. Jean? What'll we do with Yaku and Kubota? Reiko asked from beside me. So, I tell her what I plan to do to them, and how the mind control works. What I hadn't divulged to them is if their status gets compromised, so if they find out they're being mind controlled by me, they'll automatically die. I know it's not exactly morally correct, but I can tell you this with confidence. They weren't virtuous yokai. Since their younger days, they have taken pride in looking down on and hurting others. They took the chance to join the new organization when it formed, meaning they've killed many innocent people, regardless of whether they were yokai, devil, human, or whatever. I read that from their memory. I don't feel remorseful for doing this. I will change Avetsa so we can gain a valuable ally. I finish, but Valley gave me a questioning look. What do you mean by that, Aniki? I face Valley and tell him my plans for her. He seemed rather uneasy after hearing it. Well, take it easy. I won't do that to you, and that extends to your team. Why? We're terrorists. Valley, I made a promise to Rennie. Also, I see you more as a reckless child who needs serious discipline than as an actual terrorist. I know your reasons for getting stronger, so if you need help in the future, don't hesitate to contact me. He looked annoyed at me, but turns away when I mention the last part. But I do hear him mumble a thanks under his breath, making his team laugh and tease him. Ah, he's being at Sundara, Vala-sama. It's most appropriate to accept Jean-sama's kindness. Shut up. Leave me alone. He storms off embarrassed. But I am glad that all that happened to him was being kicked into a building than being poisoned by Samuel. It did mess him up for some time. Also, the Grimmery group being beaten like ragdolls by Chow Chow using his balance break. It was a blessing in disguise that they sent those two yukais instead, though. I wonder if he can still use it? Truth idea, or also known as brightness of supremacy, is a forbidden technique that is exclusive to the true Longinus. It's a similar technique to the Juggernaut Drive. And as Azazel puts it in the light novel, the dying will of the God of the Bible. Consequently, the effects of truth idea will depend on God's will, which resides within the Holy Spear. It is capable of doing several things, based on the level of ambition of the wielder as well as the strength of their opponent. This could grant them absolute power to destroy their opponent or a blessing that captures their hearts. Also, it's not a guarantee that Truth Idea will side with its wielder, since in Volume 12, he attempted to use it against Issei. However, gods will choose Issei's dream over Cao Cao's ambition. Now let's do that then. I put my hand up and strengthen the dimension. With this, they can go as hard as they want without worrying about destroying the dimension. What did you do? I said it earlier, I strengthened this dimension. So, the Grimoire group and my lovers can use their full powers without restraint. Anive, I'm heading back. You're free to spend the time how you like. They'll call everyone back once they're done discussing their plan. I started walking away after saying that. Rose and Reiko quickly joined me. There are a few people I need to protect. Ravel, Reiko, Calantha, Lefay, and that's about it. I also include Azazel to an extent, but he can look after himself. I stop and turn to Reiko. I hadn't given her a ring yet, but I think this should be a good time. She knows how they work since she's asked about them. It's my own blunder that it's taken this long. There's no other excuse. Jean? I grabbed her hand and surprised her. Then I made a ring for her and gave it to her. It's yours. You know how they work, right? She nods. Thank you, Jean. She quickly slips it on, and I kept on walking. Should I give Lu Fei one? As I considered this, I returned to the room where everyone was in. Not too long after, the Vala team returned. Good, everyone's back. So, this is what we've got. Let the Grimoire group deal with them. That's it. We don't really need an elaborate plan for this. I mean, if we wipe them out and prevent them from being sent to the underworld, it's a win, right? He looks at me. I mean, Jean did make this dimension stronger. So yeah. But I do have a warning. Grim Reapers are a lot more dangerous than you think. Avoid being hit by their scythe. Grim Reapers trim down lifespans while also damaging you. Even a graze from those things will cut it down. So, make sure you avoid them at all costs, or you will end up dying. Jean, is Hades or any other ultimate class Grim Reapers here? Azazel asks me, but I shake my head. Well, for now, that is. Pluto will show up, and we'll have to deal with him, as well as Shalba. For now? No, I don't sense any, but they could also have confused Azrael's blood making it, so I can't detect them. Azazel clicked his tongue, but accepted my answer in the end. He turns to everyone again. All right, let's get started in a few minutes. Gather what you need, prepare what you need before we proceed with our escape plan. This is an extremely significant part of this world's history. It's when Issei is defeated again. However, I won't be defeated since I have Samuel with me in my lavender box. However, I'm unsure if Shalba has that power from Samuel he used against Issei. No, an attack won't reach me because of my true infinity. I don't have to worry about that, I muttered. I want fall, it's impossible. HAAA. I need to stop worrying. Even with the strange fate that Azazel warned me about before the raiding game between Sona and Rias. It'll permanently defeat Shalba here, provided he is still around. I didn't find a body after our confrontation back then. Jean? When I looked up, I saw that most people had left. The only ones left are Aquino, Rose, and Reiko. I guess they went off to relax for a little bit. Even Azazel wasn't here. Is something wrong? You said you didn't have to worry about something. Aquino had a look of concern as she grabbed a chair and sat beside me. I look at the girl and shake my head. I know, it's really nothing. I don't expect to die today, Aquino. I could feel a wave of fear and anxiety immediately appear in Aquino. Even without that, the face she was making said it all. Maybe I shouldn't have said that. But I did promise them to be more open about my thoughts and feelings. What do you mean by that, Jean? Rose asks. She also looked uneasy. I know I said that there weren't any ultimate class Grim Reapers here, but I did say for now, so it'll tell them that there may be a chance, unless they picked up on that. Also, I expect another visitor to come. Who? Shalba Beelzebub. They were a bit surprised since they expected him to be dead. But Rose continues. Reiko didn't really know the guy, so she kept quiet. And which Grim Reaper did you think might come? Pluto. The legendary Grim Reaper that's recorded in history? Isn't he? I nod. Yes, he is very loyal to Hades and is pretty powerful. Only a few Grim Reapers ever get the title of Ultimate Class since they need to be stupidly powerful, and other crap Pluto, Pluto 2, Orcus, and Thanatos are the few that come to mind. Why did you say you might die, Jean? I turned back to look at Aquino, as she still looked quite pale and was shaking slightly. I sigh and pull her into a hug. No, it's nothing. It won't happen. I believe when Shalba arrives, he'll have some blood from Samuel. He may try to splash some on me or use another way to inflict it on me. But why you have that wall of infinity, right? It won't reach you. Yeah, that's why I said not to worry about it. Aquino somewhat calms down, as did Rose. So we just waited in that room until everyone else came back. Reiko also joined us as she asked some questions about Shalba. Are we ready? Yes. The governor asked and got very enthusiastic responses. I put an extra layer of defense on Ravel, just to be safe. The same with Lufei and Calantha. Ravel already had her ring, so she was relatively safe. The same with her enchanted clothes. I just put some infinite on both female members of Team Valley. I also told them about the chance of an ultimate class Grim Reaper showing up, as well as an original descendant that may come. Valley refused my help since he wanted to fight. He wasn't poisoned this time around, so he was actively participating. All right, start it, Jean. Yeah. I point my right hand into the air, Geo Graze. And we waited and waited and waited until boom. This attack from Geo Graze was much larger than the one I used against our cell. In total, the whole thing covered the entire dimension. I felt many Grim Reapers had died outside. Their auras started to vanish quickly. However, there were a few who survived for some reason or another. Finally, I punched in front of me, breaking the barrier and wiping out more Grim Reapers in front of us. Let's go. Everyone leaped through the massive hole I made. Valley quickly entered his balance break and went around annihilating the Grim Reapers. Zip! Boom! 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 Many large explosions started to appear all over the dimension. Everyone else hung back, as they didn't really have a role except to move forward. Geez, Gene, they're monsters at this point. Their growth is way too irregular. I feel like all those years of half-assed training and my natural power means nothing just looking at these guys. Is this Riyasama and her servants use all their power? No, not all of it. But I would say around where Ophis used to be. They didn't even question me at this point and shook their heads. We were slowly moving forward as everyone around us took out the middle-class Grim Reapers. Well, they ranged from low-class to middle-class. There wasn't a sign of a high-class Grim Reaper. This is quite troubling. Perhaps we shouldn't have left it to those two. A mysterious voice echoed throughout the area, and we looked towards its source. The space distorted, and another Grim Reaper appeared from it. It was Pluto. So, he finally decided to show up, huh? Pluto wore a black robe, but it was darker than the robes of the other Grim Reapers to indicate his authority as one of Hadis' generals. He wore a black robe adorned with ornaments that made him look like a dark, disoriented clown, complete with a creepy mask that covered his face. You could also refer to him as the Clown of the Dead. Among all the Grim Reapers, Pluto's scythe was the darkest. The dark weapon was wrapped in eerie, shadowy appendages that seemed alive with an unsettling presence. Why you are? Azazel stuttered, his eyes widening. Pluto then bowed to Azazel. This is my first time seeing you, Governor Dano of the Fallen Angels. I am one of the Grim Reapers that serves under Hades-sama. My name is Pluto. TCH. The ultimate class Grim Reaper, Pluto, huh? To send such a Grim Reaper here, aren't you quite legendary? Well, it'll be damned. That stupid skeleton geezer did something pretty unexpected. Even if Jean did say you might appear. A creepy grin appears on his face. You have allied yourself with one of the terrorist groups of the Cows Brigade, the Vala Team, which means you tried to break the alliance between the allied factions and pantheons. Doesn't that mean it will result in your death? You did just betray us. The same applies to the middleman for not killing their leader when you were so close. You surely are going against your role of uniting us. Huh. So that's how he's planning to try to spin it. Huh? You're assuming wrong, Pluto. Who said you'd come out here? As yourself? I see. So, you're intending to make it look like that, huh? Falsifying that information and trying to make us look like we betrayed the alliance, and then saying you killed us because it endangered you? I wonder how long that skeleton geezer has been planning this for? Your words mean nothing, Crow. As of this day forward, whatever you say is a lie. Now then, I will also participate. I am not that weak to fall behind devils and fallen angels. Pluto disappeared from his spot and swung his scythe towards us. Lu Fei, Calantha, and Azazel got ready, but Ravel panicked, so she didn't react on time. Dawn. Whoosh. Ugh. But I punched Pluto in the stomach, and he was thrown backwards while clutching his stomach. He then coughed up some blood. Even if I held back there, I can't defeat him. Well, I don't really care if he did fall. I can just restore him. Is this where evil and good come in when you throw away your own rules and ethics, partner? Maybe, who knows? Enkidu. Multiple golden chains appear from the ground and air. As soon as they reached Pluto, they restrained him. The Grim Reaper struggled to break free, but it was in vain. However, he keeps on trying. What these are? Jean, when did you? I glanced at Azazel before looking back at Pluto. His powers were already sealed. It's very similar to mana chains or mana ropes. In addition, I added the sealing powers when I use Enkidu, which are also the same for Gleipnir. I made these shortly after we beat Loki. I also made my own Gleipnir, so I can choose these or others. His powers are already sealed. I'm going to control him. He's close to Hades, and having another insider in his faction of Chaos Brigade will be beneficial. Fwashai appeared beside Pluto after he had heard my short explanation to Azazel, and he looked horrified. I will never betray Hades Sama. Do your worst, you fool. Sure. I dismissed his scythe, and then grabbed his head with quite a bit of force, making the Grim Reaper howl in pain. The assistant processed the next step, removing Azrael's blood, putting influence over the mind of Pluto. Processing. Success. Once that was finished, I land back down with Pluto beside Azazel and the rest. If I can get an insider in all factions inside Chaos Brigade, that would be pretty neat, huh? But I would like a higher level one than Yaku and Kubota. To think you'd do that to a Grim Reaper of Legends, don't do that to me. You hear me? I don't really see the benefit of mind controlling you, Azazel. Hey, I have a lot of value, you know? That's not what I meant. I shook my head and looked at the sky, and then around us. Everything was slowly wrapping up. It seems that the hero faction won't show themselves today, since they would already have. So, they just used Dimension Lost and left. Huh. I guess Chow Chow was really messed up in the head now, but there's still one person left to appear, and it's Shalba. Pretend to fight Azazel and the group here, but hold back. To my orders, Pluto absent-mindedly nodded. He assumed the same stance as before and summoned his scythe. He swung it towards the group, but it was greatly exaggerated and it was slowly swinging towards them. Wait, we have to fight. Shalba may come, and when he does, I want it to be as realistic as possible. I see. Okay, you lot. Let's keep up the act then. Swash. Dwash. KSH. KSH. All of them flew up into the air and clashed with Pluto. I remained on the spot, waiting for Shalba to appear. It should be soon, right? But I can't really gauge it, since this is where the famous special technique should be born. I glance at Rias. It's a technique used by Issei, a special boost that replenishes his stamina and power, albeit at the cost of Rias' magical power level, as it depletes with each use, but it does eventually recover back to normal. As I thought of this, Rias looks at me too and blushes. Was that obvious? The rate of explosions around me slowly started to decrease when Sparkle. A strange sound echoed through the dimension again. Everyone glances at a new portal that opened, and out came Shalba Beelzebub. Rias shouts, and he shot her glare. It seemed he survived. I felt a bit of Ignia's aura on him. Did he heal him when I nearly killed him? It's been a while. Fake Devil Ayers, Valley, Red Dragon Emperor. Vala joined me and spoke to Shalba. Shalba, I did receive a report about you, but I didn't think you would be acting by yourself. I will give my thanks to Ignia, as he was the one to personally heal me, but I did lose the majority of my powers, and I do not feel the power of the Red Vial anymore. And why did you come here? He smirks at Valley. Nothing much. I thought I would declare war on all of you. I should prevent this. I should prevent the demonic beast riots. Suddenly Leonardo, the wielder of Annihilation Maker, appeared behind him. Shalba touched his head, and the young boy screamed. You are Doom. A large gust of wind is created, pushing everyone back except me. I stood my ground and appeared behind them. Shalba expected this, and already sent a punch towards me when I appear behind him. I dodge it. Something fell off his arms. No. Did he cover himself in Samel blood? What? No, this psycho expects to die, so he's going all in. I back away. Maybe my own paranoia is making me wary of this idiot. From Leonardo's shadow came out a giant head. Go gone. He forced him into a temporary balance break, Leonardo's subspecies balance breaker of Annihilation Maker that creates 13 new anti-monsters, 12 Bandersnatches, and 1 Jabberwocky. The Bandersnatch are over 100 meters tall and very powerful. They have the ability to create numerous smaller copies of themselves, where between 10 and 100 small monsters are produced each time. The Jabberwocky is over 200 meters tall and has a humanoid shape and even more powerful that withstand attacks of the Emperor, Dihauser Belial, and his group. Jabberwocky is strong enough to fight against the entire Lucifer peerage without Surzex, which is considered the strongest peerage in the underworld. Like the Bandersnatch, it can create numerous smaller copies of themselves. The Jabberwocky also has incredible regeneration powers. Once that was done, Shalba created another portal and shoved Leonardo through it, and the portal vanished. Fwahaha! And let's transfer them to the underworld. Stop them, Rhea shouts, and everyone immediately killed them, however. Maybe it's due to Leonardo having Azrael's blood, and I don't know how much even more were created. Cinceredo shatter. Shatter. Break. Break. The dimensions started to collapse around us, the grin on Shalba's face never leaving. I dashed towards him and punched him again, but he didn't flinch. I kept on pushing him back with my punch as we flew away from everyone else. A curse. This is a curse. I shall become the poison who will devour the underworld. Those devils who decline me. Me. I have no business with such a pathetic underworld. I don't care about them anymore. I don't care about the authority they hold. I don't care for controlling it. Fwahaha. Shalba Beelzebub shall use this last bit of power to destroy the entire underworld with these monsters. He then directed his insanity at me, his grin widening even more. That's right. The children you care deeply about will be all killed by my curse. My monsters. Red Dragon Emperor. Suffer. Receive my judgment. Strugle. Fall. 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 I want to see you suffer. My plan will bring down the ordinary and the powerful alike. New generations will not be spared. Fall. 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 You think you can play the hero? A world with no discrimination can be achieved? That's just a dream. It'll make your death as humiliating as possible, Shalba. As he spouted out his insanity, the dimension around us was about to break. So, he'll make this announcement then. All of you listen up. Defend the underworld. I won't be there for it, but I'll be back. I need to take care of this dumbass at a different place. Rose. I created something and throw it to her. She catches it and looks confused. That will create barriers around those monsters in the underworld. Defeat them quickly. Everyone else gathered around each other after I announced that. Shalba kept on laughing. It'll take this to the dimensional gap. It should be fine there to use that. It'll reinforce it just in case, though. As I was about to teleport away from the place, I hear Aquino's voice behind me. Jean! I turn back to look at her. Come back to me, no, to us. Obviously, as I teleported away with Shalba, Aquino still looked uneasy. But I didn't feel that at all. I ain't dying. Dimensional gap. As soon as we reach the dimensional gap, I cover the area with a barrier. I then followed up by kicking Shalba in the face, and he crashed to the ground. Do you hate me, Red Dragon Emperor? Is he not up to date with my new and more widely known moniker? Well, whatever. I doubt someone as arrogant as him would watch such a thing. I am fond of the underworld, and the kids there did nothing wrong. Killing them is scummy, so you need to die. What about it? This is natural. We are devils. We are made to create chaos and disorder. Those new devils growing up in an underworld managed by the fake Satans? They are lower than bugs. Even if I did allow them to grow up into adults, they still won't show me, a true Satan, the true descendant, the respect I deserve. That's why I unleashed those monsters to teach them all a lesson. Those are strong monsters created by Annihilation Maker. with even stronger regeneration powers. It will cause havoc and destruction across the underworld, and once that's done, a new and pure underworld will be reborn from the wake of its destruction. That is the ideal underworld I wish for. This guy's a lost cause. Once you're dead, Kateria will be the only one left, and she's in prison. Respect is earned, Shalba. Just because you were born on a silver platter doesn't mean people have to be respectful to you. The current four Satans earned their positions after showing their potential, might, and integrity. I scoff at him. But what did you do? Nothing. The only thing you ever did was look down on people and do things for your own pleasure. Who in their right mind would want to put the future of the underworld in your hands? You would bring it to ruin rather than make it prosper. You're also weaker than them, even before you were on the verge of death. Don't make me laugh. Everyone deserves a future. Many can redeem themselves, but I've also come to know that not everyone deserves that chance. You certainly don't, and I can think of a few names that come to mind too. While I want to see the best in people, sometimes they don't exist. Although I'm not a hero or anything like that, since I reflected on some things during those years in the pocket dimension, but I'll keep on doing what I'm doing since peace is better than constant war and suffering. There are some people I want saved, but only the ones I believe deserve a second chance at life. Is this arrogant of me? Maybe, but I'm being set up as the next ruler of this entire omniverse, so I have to at least change a bit of the way I think. As I did in the recent mind control attempt, they'll have to employ some underhanded tactics. I should be the one saying that. You disgusting lizard. Don't make me laugh. That's all wishful thinking. Absolute power rules all. Zabababababin. Shalba fires multiple demonic attacks at me, but I reflect all of them, and they explode behind me. Partner, will we use our queen form? No, we'll use something else. Huh? What then? Ophis, Irene. Can you both hear me? Yes. Good. Draig, we'll be moving forward with the plan. You'll need both your help. As I tap my necklace, I sent what I wanted to do to Irene and Ophis. Yufufu, I did not expect to be taking part in this. Very well. Yes, anything for Jean. Oh my, this is going to be quite an adventure. Partner, did he just say Kia? Indeed he did. I've never heard such a girly scream come out of male before. Shut up. Leave me alone. Balance break. Welsh Dragon balance breaker. Donning my red armor, I face Shalba. Don. G-H-H-H. Arg. I hit him with multiple punches at a speed he couldn't follow, but he's strangely resilient even while I hold back. He sends a punch my way and I dodge it. I follow up by kicking him in the gut, and he was launched backwards again. Damn you. Red Dragon Emperor. Shalba created multiple demonic circles behind him and fired multiple attacks towards me. I summoned a cannon from my Welsh blaster bishop form into my right hand and shot a draconic beam towards them. It consumed all of them and also hit Shalba. Boom! Once the smoke cleared, Shalba was struggling to get up. I summoned healing slime and threw it at him. What? Why did you heal me? I promised myself that I would make this humiliating for you. Now keep on struggling before me. In a rage, Shalba rushed towards me, but I easily dodged his attack. It seemed like the world went into slow motion as we made eye contact. Bam! I kicked him in the gut and sent him flying. He slowly fell down, and once he was at the right level fwash! I punched him in the face, and he was sent away again. He crashed into the ground with a battered look. How does it feel? Your powers mean nothing here, original descendant. Curse you. This means nothing. He shouted back at me, but his scarred face made it hard to understand. All right, enough. Let's end this. All of you help me out. Let's sing. Yes. Very well, hell yeah. So, I started to chant. I clutched my right hand. The crimson-red dragon dwelling within me. Awakened from your dominance, a crimson glow was emitted from the gem on my right gauntlet. The crimson heavenly dragon I possess within me. Rise up to become a king, and roar Ophis then chanted the next line. At the same time, the gem on my left gauntlet unleashed a jet-black aura. The jet-black god of infinity, a crimson aura enveloped my entire body. The glorious god of dreams Irene says her line with an authoritative tone. It was encased in a jet-black aura, and I added an additional aura, the aura of an outer god. Watch over the true, forbidden existence we shall become that transcends the boundaries. Thou shalt dance within our perfected radiant inferno. D-D. D-D-D-D. D-D-D-D-D-D. D-D-D-D-D-D-D. D-Do-Do-Do-Do-Do-Do-Do-D-D. Do-Do-Do-Do-Do-Do-Do-Do-Do-Do-Do-D-D. My crimson armor was melded with a jet black color, and further changes followed. My gauntlets, greaves, breastplate, wings had the color of crimson and black fused together, and their shape also changed. And from there, the symbol and the letter D flashily alternated on all the gems around my armor. Dragon full drive. As Drake announced the transformation, a massive amount of deep crimson, jet black, and outer god aura poured out of my body to an insane extent. Well, what is this? A god. You're a god. Lapisama never told me about this. Terror was evident in Shalba's voice. Dawn, 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 dawn. Bam. Gua. I dashed in front of Shalba and hit him with a barrage of punches, and then kicked him into the air. Each hit I gave him, I also healed him so he wouldn't die that easily. Let's end this, Drake. Hell yeah. I aimed the cannons embedded in my 4 wings in front of me. There were 2 above my shoulders and 2 under my armpits. The barrel of the cannons widened. DD, 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 DD. I saw the symbol in my gems flashing alternately between red, black, and my aura. Dayu and the cannons were charging up. As our powers were focused into them, they received the powers of the heavenly dragon, dragon god of infinity, dragon of dreams, and an outer god. One last time, Shalba glanced down at us, a look of utter despair on his face. Go, blaster. Along with my voice, the thick and intense cannon attack, which was a combination of crimson, jet black, and my aura was fired from the muzzle of the 4 cannons at once. The blast from the 4 cannons instantly reached Shalba as he began to scream. Red Dragoon Emperor! Boom! The sky of the dimensional gap was engulfed with a massive explosion, booming sounds, strong winds, and other phenomena. The strength of my attack made the entire dimensional gap shake. Jin-sama, is everything all right? I heard Bellion ask. Yeah, don't worry about it. I just got rid of the pest. Very well. Once the attack had ended, a large portion of the dimensional gap was missing. I should repair that. And so I did. With my outstretched hand, I reversed time, and it slowly changed back to what it was before. Next is the underworld. Are we going to show this off? No. Let's go back without the armor. Right, that makes sense. I'm not disappointed at all. Looking down at my hands, I am relieved that my true infinity has been keeping the blood of Samuel from touching my skin. Since the blood was still on the wall of infinity, I removed it. It would be a bit awkward if it got on me now. That would be a lame way to die, partner. Shush now, Drake. Anyway, let's go to the underworld Roswise Shatter. Shatter. The dimension around us had finally broken and shattered. Following that, the beasts summoned by the balance breaker of Annihilation Maker were teleported away. I immediately activated the item Jean gave me. Centurato Aurelia Sand steps forward and shakes her head. No need. We can kill them quickly, so the others don't need to do anything. From here I can feel around 50 in total. Jean calls those monsters that are 100 meters tall the Bandersnatch, and the 200 meters tall monster the Jabberwocky. There are around 40 Bandersnatch and 10 Jabberwocky. They're all encased in barriers that they cannot leave or destroy. Well done on activating it right away, Roswise. Aurelia San tells us and nods at me. I look at Rias San, but she was busy speaking into a communication magic circle. She finishes and turns back to us. I've alerted Surzex Lucifer about the situation, and the peerages of the 4 Satans have been deployed. The top rankers of the raiding games have also been deployed. They will try to defeat these monsters. I see. I do not know if they can, but if they could at least hold them off until we get to them, then we can't rely on them, but at the very least they can distract them for the time being. Everyone that's been with Jean to that place, You have the power to kill it instantly, but it may regenerate, so destroy its entire existence at once. Aurelia-san turned to face another direction. She radiated the aura and feeling of a leader or commander. Pick one and go to it. We have 50 in total to defeat. Now go. Yes. The Grimory Peerage and Kuroka immediately left our visions. The ones left were Azazel, the two mind-controlled Yukai, Ravel, Team Valley, Azazel, Reiko-san, Aurelia-san, and I. Valley, I suggest you leave the underworld for now. They'll have to inform the Alliance of what just occurred. Maybe you might lose your titles as terrorists. Azazel says this to them, and they agree. While we're leaving, Calantha, Lufe, all of them quickly teleported away, leaving. Azazel also spread his wings and started to fly away. Rasweiss, Igrigajis, take Reiko with you. I will have the daughter of Phoenix accompany me. I looked towards Reiko, and she nodded. Ravel also didn't have a problem with that, so she quickly joined Aurelia-san's side. What about the two Yukai? After I asked Aurelia-san, she touched both Yukai, and they turned invisible. She then proceeded to put them in a corner of the restaurant. This will be fine. I will inform Jean about this. Satisfied with herself, she prepares to jump. Follow me, Ravel Phoenix. Igriega boom. W wait for me. Aurelia-san jumped away with a loud boom. Ravel panics and brings out her fiery wings and chases after Aurelia-san. Shall we get started, Rasweiss? Yes. Jean skyward, I had come to the underworld, and I was floating in the skies. I could feel my barrier around the underworld, and I could also see other smaller ones, but they were quickly disappearing. I could see there were around 50, but as I said, they were quickly dwindling. From 50 to 45 to 30, and so on. First, I needed to find the two Yukai I'm mind-controlled. I quickly located them. They were at the restaurant. I teleported there and found them with some kind of invisibility spell on them. It was probably the work of Aurelia. They'll be fine there for now. As I left the restaurant, I spotted another monster, so I flew towards it. I found Surzek's Lucifer's Peerage facing it upon my arrival. I land beside Okita Tsuji and Astery Grimory. Astery and Okita Tsuji? Oh, well, if it isn't the dual Dragon Emperor, did you come here to help us? And yeah, I'm Okita Tsuji. Jean, yes, if you wouldn't mind helping us, sure thing. There are many of these left in the underworld. However, they're starting to disappear at a rapid pace. So, we'll make quick work of this. I stood in front of it. All 6 of its eyes turn to me, and it directs its hostility towards me. It suddenly swipes at me, but is stopped by my infinity. That makes this easier. Devour. I touch the appendage that it had hit me with, and a large black mass comes out of my palm before it instantly covers and consumes the beast. The enormous shape disappeared from the spot. They'll get moving to other ones, though there are like 8 left. The Grimory group sure is making quick work of them, I told them, and they agreed. It's a relief that they didn't have an overblown reaction. I guess that comes with age. Also add the fact that the hero faction isn't here to help attack the underworld. Or is Pluto here? So that means Valley won't get to use his Imperio Juggernaut overdrive. In any case, if I take what he said to me in the dimension at face value, then he hasn't unlocked it yet. I wonder what's taking him so long. Well, whatever. Hopefully the next time we see him, he'll have it. Yes, stay safe, Jean. Oh, and come visit us. Sure thing, Astery. See you round, Okita Tsuji. Oh, let's talk more in the future, Dragon Boy. I flew up and headed for another monster. As we spoke, another died, leaving 7 left to deal with. They're really making quick work. I wonder if Aurelia gave them instructions? KSHSHSHSHSHS. I had arrived by Gasper and Coriana. I see. It seems like the Bale Peerage were also helping the underworld out. But darkness, a lot of darkness was coming for Gasper. Beside him was an injured Coriana, and Centurato, who we'll assume was from a Monkai association, was defeated instantly by Gasper after he had been laughing quite arrogantly and had made threatening remarks toward Coriana. The monster that was also in front of him was struck down into many pieces, though I don't think that would stop it permanently. So I discreetly used Devour on it too. However, this is an interesting development. Is that even Gasper at this point? I looked at the attack that he used, and it was still trying to break through the barrier. I pointed at it and dispelled it. Akin, no, I don't want to die yet. I held no sympathy for him, so I left him to collapse. I crouched down and healed Coriana first. After that, I walk over to my junior, who is still emanating a lot of rage and hate towards the dying Yukai. I will end you. I will end all of you till none of you are left. He was preparing to attack him again when I put a hand on his head and forcefully calmed him down. Jayasuk, it's done. That wasn't Gasper. It was the power of the original Baylor residing within his sacred gear. A portion of its consciousness is still in it. So I forced it back. Jijin Sompe? W, what happened? See Coriana-san. Gasper quickly comes out of it and rushes over to his downed friend. Well, whatever they label each other, he went over to her side. She's Fina. I healed her just now. Ill hell no. I'll carry her, Jean Senpai. Thank you for the offer. Gasper quickly cuts me off with a confident tone. I wasn't expecting that, but I agreed in the end. He picked her up, and we started to walk away. We left the Yukai to die there. Gasper didn't feel bad about it, or he simply didn't remember. During that short time, the rest of the demonic beasts were taken care of by everyone else. Meet up by the restaurant, I brought out the communication function on the rings and told them that. I only got a few responses back, but they definitely heard me. But this portion of history was concluded a lot quicker. Well, I didn't die, so we skipped most of that, and then being stupidly powerful and not being depressed, we quickly finished it. As we were nearing the restaurant rumble. Shake. What is that, Jean Senpai? Probably Surzex and Azazel confronting Hades. But that feeling, it's definitely Surzex. Ash Crow can't do anything like this, haha. Even when away from each other, you can't help but take a shot at Azazel Sensei. Nope. I mean, he'd probably do the same thing to me, you know? This made Gasper chuckle. He answered with an I guess you're right. We finally reached the outside of the restaurant, and everyone else was there, along with the Bale and Citri peerage. They noticed us as we finally reached them. Hey, how was it on your ends? It didn't take long. They were quite weak. Rias answers me. Bale and Citri peerage both gave her strained smiles in response. I can just imagine that those two peerages had trouble trying to take them down, and we have Rias here just casually saying they were weak. I see. I came across these two. She's all right now, though, since I healed her. Gasper was still carrying Coriana on his back. She was still knocked out, but her breathing was steady. Sarah thanks us. What was that rumbling from earlier? I tell them what I told Gasper. As expected of Oniai-sama, Rias says while nodding her head sagely. Even though you're technically stronger than him now, well, whatever. Jean, do you think this was part of their attacks? I mean, part of the second phase of their plan? Reiko asks me. I glance at the others around me, and I could see that they knew, so I shook my head. I don't think so. I believe Hades did this on his own. Whatever he planned didn't work. Anyway, I was planning to take it easy for at least a day, but I'm scrapping that. Instead, I'm heading directly to the Greek god's realm to find a certain someone. I look at Reiko and Rose. That also means we're leaving tomorrow. They both nodded. Well, whatever. As I said, the underworld is going to suffer the aftermath of what just happened today, and we have to fix it. I know that Grigori will lose a lot of members since, more particularly some higher-ups since they were giving out information to Cow's brigade, but he won't step down this time since he didn't try hiding Ophis in the Haida household without notifying the devils or angels. So, he'll stay as governor. But their situation with the decreasing natural births is still a thing. Jean? Oh, it's nothing. I was wondering if they would show up, but I guess they did. Tobio and Dulio were here. I guess Azazel asked for a little backup, but they just left. Anyway, let's go fix some things up before going back home, even though I chose this fool to be my spear. Oh well, he's a lost cause. But no, never mind. I won't meddle with it. I would rather keep myself safe. Indra turned to look at a very unstable Chow Chow, ever since he lost his arm, and that short duel with a woman named Aurelia, who is apparently a subordinate of the middleman. He has been like this. However, it's not entirely her fault. He has consumed something. Those were his words. It will go, it will go, it will go. No, it will be perfect. Sakura-sama, no one will get in our way of success. He wasn't even listening to me, though he never did. unless I was actually putting my aura out. I've abandoned him. Should I take his sacred gear? No, I will watch with keen interest on how his story ends. Will the middleman show you mercy? Or will your life come to an end? I felt a grin spread across my face. I can only wait in anticipation. Japan, Kuo Skyward Household Nighttime, a few hours after dealing with the aftermath of demonic beast riot, though a lot more contained rather than in canon. We were back in my home. I only had a few hours left to rest, but I'm planning on contacting Ignia to ask a few things. I had sent the 2 Yukai that were in my control back to their organization. Maybe they can also get some good information for me. It was after dinner, and everyone was just unwinding for the rest of the evening, but I had decided to spend some time at the top portion of my home. The breeze here was great, so it only makes sense. I was wondering when she'd come, and see me, I muttered as the door opened and closed. Out came Aquino. I was expecting this, but when I saw her in the underworld after temporarily splitting up, a giant wave of relief washed over her. I was staring at her as she came over to me and hugged me. Were you that worried? Well, I did say I would be fine, Aquino. Nothing to worry about. You nearly put a death flag on yourself. I can't exactly deny that. Signed to myself, I hug her a bit tighter. My bad. Maybe I should have just kept quiet. That would have been worse if you didn't come back. Slam. I heard, mister. The familiar voice of Rennie came through the door. She was followed by Suzuku. When did she get here? My eyes met with her, and she smiled a gentle smile at me. She really does put me at ease. I wonder why. Comptoir, answer. Hey, Comptoir. Cinchureto heard? Rennie points at Aquino, who I was still hugging. However, she doesn't answer her and just kept hugging me. Ah, you mean Aquino? The death flag thing? She nods. Once they got over to me, she hugs my left side and looks up at me cutely. I chuckle at her. This is no laughing matter. Right. My bad. Welcome, Suzaku. When did you get here? Just a few minutes ago. May I stay the night? Of course. You're always welcome here. Suzaku nods and hugs my right side and sighs in content. Aquino in my front, Rennie to my left, and Suzaku to my right. Is this heaven? I awkwardly walk over to a seat with the women staying close to me. Once there we chat about random things, but I do keep my attention on Suzaku since I just found out about her being one of my fated ones. That's 3 now. Lavinia, Rennie, Velgrind, and Suzaku, Himejima. What the hell connects them? Poke 'em. I look in front of me as Aquino started poking me. She sees me and just smiles at me, but she stops and looks at me seriously. When will you propose to us? Aquino, you should wait until you graduate from education before thinking about something like that. Aquino nods. I agree with that. Says Hine-san, but don't couples talk about if they want to get married in the future or not? I think talking about this with Jean is okay. Rennie and I will be with him forever. I understand, Aquino, but what do you mean by forever? Aquino tells her what I had done to her, Rennie, Grafia, and Asia. Suzaku looked a bit surprised and was staring at her, and then at me intently. I see. Well, it'll keep that secret for the time being, Aquino. But rest assured, I will eventually propose to all of you. Happy with my answer, she lays her head back into my chest, but she pulls her head back. She looks at Rennie, and then at me. Why do you call Lavinia Rennie? I stare at Aquino, and I look at Arenia. When did I start calling her that? However, the girl in question just giggles beside me. I found it strange at first, but I got used to it quickly. You know, Jean giving everyone weird nicknames from time to time? I guess he just chose my surname. But I don't mind. In the future, we'll change, she says with a blush, and I felt my own cheeks heat up a bit. Wait, which do I choose? Skyward or Tool? Lavinia is Skyward, Lavinia Tool. I mean, probably Skyward since that's my current name. Why not keep their previous surnames as new middle names? Something like Lavinia, Rennie Skyward if you're that concerned about it, partner. Point taken, they'll run it by them. So I did. I don't mind either, Jean. Lavinia answers me. The other two hadn't given me an answer yet. Well, I better start calling you Lavinia then. Lavi? Avi? Vinia? They don't really stick while we talk about a few more topics before going back to the living room to join everyone else. Tomorrow, I go back to the Greeks' realm and confront Kurosagi about her title of Spear of Sun God Ra, and hopefully convince her to take me to the Egyptian realm. Jean's soul slam. Again, no matter how many times we do this, Belzard, it won't change. As soon as I go into my soul, I saw Garrett and Belzard arm wrestling, while I saw him being slammed into the table and get up. But yes, they were arm wrestling. Oh, partner, welcome. You have come, Jean. Yeah. Where's Comptoir? Behind you. As I was about to turn around, my eyes were covered by hands. If you wish to receive more answers, I want my reward first. She says behind me. I sigh and agreed. She then uncovers my eyes, and I turned around to see her on her tippy toes, eyes closed, and her lips pursed waiting for the kiss. I lean forward and give her a quick kiss. Should I take a step back and wait for Comptoir to get out of whatever the hell she's in? Because she was giggling to herself. It's like a maiden in love, yet it's kind of Gro-doom. Ding Jaya Drag was suddenly launched into the distance. I could hear Team Rockets were blasting off again, echoing in my head. So, mind telling me more, yes? Of course, Jean. There are 4 in total, you know that. I nod. They all connect to you. In the past you were human, and even now you sometimes still think I am human. Even though you're not anymore. You may not think or say it, but at the very depths of your subconscious, you still do. That's why Lavinia Rennie and Suzaku Himejima are 2 of your fated ones. Both are normal humans, and Azathoth was the one who chose. Perhaps, or he let fate do it, even if you're not tied to it. The next one you know is she looks behind me and at Velgrind. I also look behind me, and she averts her gaze from us. Velgrind already knows about it, since we told her during the 15 years we spent in the pocket dimension. It took her time to digest that information, but so far, she isn't too bothered by it. She signifies the dragon part of you. You are an outer dragon god. That is self-explanatory. I take it that you have a clue on your last fated one? 2 humans, a dragon, and finally a goddess? Because the only one left is my godly part, I guess. Yes. Have I met them yet? I'm not being prevented from telling you who, but would it not be better for you to find out for yourself, Jean? Take some time to reflect on which goddesses you've met. So, she's not against telling me, but thinks it's better for me to find out on my own. Let's see, let's start with the Irish goddesses. Goddess Danu, Ain, Scathack, and Bridget. However, Ain said she wanted me to meet someone. Centuredo, the rest are questionable. Norse goddesses, the maids of Odin count, right? So, Hel, Fulla, Hlin, and Gianna. Wait, aren't Valkyries demigods? So, Rosweiss and Zelma should count finally. The most recent are the Shinto goddesses Amaterasu, Fjin, Raijin, Inari, and that's about it. Wait, does Tamamo count? I look back at Comptoir after going over the goddesses I know. And there are too many. I'm going to meet even more. At least help me narrow it down. Fufu, you'll find out eventually, Jean. Do not rush. You already know why this exists. They're your main pillars after all. I sigh and rub the back of my head. Whatever, it's not that crucial, I guess, but Suzaku, huh? Lavinia. And finally my eyes meet with Velgrind, and we stare at each other until, huh? Why are those 2 looking at each other like they're all lovey-dove doom? Ding, dang it. Dammy, when will you learn that your actions have consequences, Drake? He won't. He's just like that. Rudra goes back to reading the book he had with him. When I look back at Velgrind, she had already walked away towards Rudra. What should I do to get closer to her? She has this weird wall that won't let me through. You, Comptoir? It is my time. I wish to spoil you and be spoiled. Okay. So, she dragged me away to spoil me. I hadn't seen Amaris and Elsha. I wonder where they were at. Next day, since waking up today, everyone has been looking at me strangely, and I didn't know why. We were eating breakfast, and they would look at me quickly before looking away. I'm very confused. Okay, you're all killing me. Why are all of you taking quick glances at me? Graphius sighs, summons a mirror, and hands it to me. I was confused, but deduced that it may involve my appearance. I took the handheld mirror and looked at myself. Huh. My left eye had turned silver. What the hell happened? Comptoir? Comptoir. Answer. Not just that. Look at the tips of your hair. I did so, and they had also become silver. The tips of my hair became silver, Comptoir. Answer. While it was a bit delayed, Centuredo, surprisingly enough, they didn't need me to elaborate, but they know about my evolution thing, so I shouldn't be too surprised. The Grimory Peerage and everyone else who at school had already left. I wasn't going to the Egyptian mythology yet, so I won't be bringing in a yet, but I promised to teleport back to get her once I do go there. So for the time being, she's training her cooking with Graphia and also being a maid. To my left was Rose. She was in her usual business suit. To my right was Reiko. She was also in her usual tight suit attire. Seeing as both of them were ready, we left for Little Olympus. Little Olympus, Little Olympus, how I was just here a few days ago. Let's go. I hear them chuckle behind me, and I walk towards the guards. I had teleported just outside Little Olympus. Once the guards saw me, they let me in without question. Once we got close to the middle, and near the Tower of Heaven now, then Oya, Jean, why are you here? The familiar voice of Hermes said to my right side. I look over and saw him there. Hello, Hermes. I'm just here to go to the rabbit yukais of this realm. The rabbit yukai, huh? So, you're curious about Kurosagi, huh? Fufu, they're an interesting bunch. Do you know where it's at? I see. I guess he also knows about the history of Kurosagi. You're making me very curious now, you know? I believe southwest. That's what I heard the announcer say. Hermes, give me a thumbs up. Yes, you are correct, Jean. Well, it doesn't seem you need my help. Do enjoy your little adventure there. After saying that, Hermes dashed away. I guess he just came across us by accident. But wait, I forgot to mention. He quickly came back and nearly crashed into me. Hermes takes a bit to catch his breath and looks back at me. Freya is back in our realm. Freya? Isn't she, yes, a Norse goddess, but she's moved here. Anyway, I feel like your relationship with her will be complicated. Anyway, that's all I want to tell you. Goodbye again. All right. Nice new look, Jean. Dwash Hermes disappeared again. Freya, huh? I did feel a new divine aura here. I look at Rose and Reiko, but they were too busy looking around Little Olympus and hadn't said anything yet. Let's go. Just follow my lead. I float up, and so does Rose, but Reiko awkwardly stands there right. She can't fly. I go back down and apologize to her before picking her up and carrying her. Once I rejoin Rose, I could feel she was feeling a little jealous but didn't say anything. I begin flying to the southwest of Little Olympus. I protected Reiko with my true infinity since she was probably not used to flying and at this speed. While I wasn't going stupidly fast, it was at a good enough pace that Rose had to use a little effort to keep up. You doing okay? Yes, I'm fine. Southwest. South was Minotaur and Orcs, and west were the Sirens. Wet greenery, do I expect some kind of marshlands or something? As I thought of what kinds of sceneries we would come across, should we were suddenly assaulted by a downpour of rain. When I looked below us, there were indeed some muddy places below, but I wouldn't call them marshland or anything like that. There weren't any kind of civilization below us. Though it's not a suitable place to live looking back ahead, I could see that the rain cuts off at a certain part. It looks like it seems like only this marshland-like area is constantly raining. I wonder why. Reiko makes her thoughts known to us, and Rose agreed. Yes, however, I heard from Jean that Typhon attacked this realm long ago. So is it right to assume that this area might be heavily affected? Yeah, since west is the Sirens, and from what I heard the area was probably flooded by Typhon's attacks. I don't know why it's constantly raining though. We can check it out another time. As we quickly left the area, I could see in the far distance a village. It wasn't anything large, but it was small and cozy. The buildings were around small to medium in size, with the occasional larger building thrown in there. One of the largest buildings, there was the windmill. Their homes are mainly built in stone or wood. It also seems that they tried to incorporate nature into their village as much as possible, since I could see many plants, trees, and bushes around their own homes. I'm not trying to sound rude, but is it wrong to assume they're somewhat poor? I tell them my thoughts out loud, and Reiko, who was in my arms, agreed. The same with Rose, but while I agree with you, Jean, I would suggest not saying that out loud when we arrive. They may be sensitive about that topic. Yeah, I want. As we quickly approached the village, I could see many rabbit yukai walking around and going about their daily lives. But I also felt a divine aura here. We finally land near the entrance of the village, and many eyes are drawn to us. Is something wrong, Jean? No, I just felt a familiar aura here. Step. As we stood there about to discuss our next steps, we heard footsteps approaching us. We turned to look at them, and a female rabbit yukai stood there. She has long, straight violet hair that reaches her hips, blue-violet eyes, and pale skin. Her rabbit ears also twitch on top of her head. Why is she wearing a maid's clothing? Oh, the middleman. I didn't think you would come to this village, she says while quickly walking over to me and inspecting me while walking around me. It seems like Goddess Amalthea was right. She didn't elaborate any further and gestured for us to follow her. A bit confused at what just happened, we glanced at each other before agreeing. I didn't expect that at all, but we followed after the rabbit yukai, and we go through the small village. Many eyes are drawn to us as we walked through it. A few children point out that the great dragon came to their home and were excited. I waved to them as this happened. So who are you? I asked from behind her, and she chuckles. Oh, right. I'm Coella, by the way. We don't have any leaders in this village per se, but we do go to one central figure for advice, whether that be personal or a decision for the village. I guess they're the most senior here. I see. Nice to meet you. I'm Jin. As we continue on our short journey, I noticed that not all rabbit yukai look like humans. Some are like literal rabbits walking in two legs and can speak. Others are a mix of the two. I take a look at Coella again, and she's mostly human, but has rabbit ears and tail. We eventually reach a medium-sized home, and Coella knocks on it. The door eventually opens, and we saw another female rabbit yukai. Oh, Coella, how can I help you? Oh, it's the middleman. Please come in. She sees Coella, but then sees us and immediately invites us inside. We enter her home, and once inside it was normal looking. Chairs, tables, shelves with books, a few areas being illuminated by magic, and other decor like plants, pictures, and the like. Jean, we meet again. Hearing a voice, I turn my attention to my left side. A person was sitting on a chair by a table as she drank some tea. It was Amalthea. I wasn't expecting to see her here. We've only encountered each other twice, but she's the divine aura I felt. Hello, Amalthea. It's good to see you again. Oh, are you wishing for me to kiss you once more? No, that's not what I meant. I jest, Jean. Come and sit. Reiko and Rose go over and sit, along with Coella and the owner of this home. Instead of sitting, I stand at the end of the table. Amalthea, who had closed her eyes after seeing me upon entering this place, opened them again. Her eyes widened for a split second before going back to normal. What has happened to your eye, Jean? A hint of concern in her voice as she asked me that, but I shook my head. It's nothing to worry about. Anyway, may I know who you are? I turned to the other female rabbit yukai. She had long blonde hair that was in a braid. The left side of her hair on the front was also braided. Her eyes were mostly shut. I think this is the first time I've seen this trope in this world. A character keeps their eyes closed all the time, but can still see. That's how this rabbit yukai is right now. She wore a white shirt that reached to her elbows. On top of that was a black vest. She wore short black shorts and black boots. She also had black gloves on her hands and gray stockings. Imrini, the unofficial leader of this quaint village, I guess. She phrased that as more of a question rather than a fact. Amalthea chuckled beside her. Yes, she is. She has been the leader for around one hua. Amalthea, please don't go telling people my age. She starts waving her hands in front of her in a panic, and Amalthea responded by chuckling at her. It seems like they're good friends at least, if they can joke about that. Amalthea looks back at me and continues. What business do you have here, Jean? Surely you're not just here to explore, correct? She's a lot smarter than you would think. But I guess that comes with age. As I said that to myself, I could feel her staring daggers into me. I gave her a strained smile and nodded. Yeah, I'm actually looking for Kurosagi, but if she's not here, then can you point me toward her rival? Both Rini and Amalthea gained serious expressions and looked at each other. Coella was just mostly confused. I see. You're here about that, correct? Kurosagi is here, and her rival Vera is also here. I would suggest you go meet Vera first before you confront Kurosagi about it. She's a little more sensitive about the topic. I nod. I see one last question. Why is there barely any male rabbit yukai? I've mostly seen women. Rini smiles and answers me. You may already have heard, like the harpies, but the chances of male rabbit yukais being born is quite rare. My knowledge of this is based what I know here. Perhaps it's only relevant to our race in this realm, because I am unaware of how it works outside of our realm. I see. Thank you for answering my questions, and sorry for intruding. And thank you, Coella, for bringing us here. I started to walk back to the door. Rose and Reiko quickly joined me. Ada, why not stay a little while, Jean? I'm sure you're aware of what's happening to the world right now. As much as I do like to stay, chat, and explore more, I have a job to do. I hope you understand, Amalthea. I suppose you do. Forgive me. No, it's fine. Anyway, we'll try to come again in the future. We finally left through the door and went to look for Vera. Amalthea, I never would have imagined that Jean would come here of all places. However, from what I heard from young boy Hermes, he had the desire to explore not just our realm, but many others. So, he didn't find a chance to come here, Amalthea. What did he mean by that? A longtime friend, Rini asked beside me. I took another sip of tea and nodded. It's another sensitive topic. However, keep this a secret for the time being. Do I make myself clear? I glacé at both of them. Rini agreed, while Coella agreed as well, albeit a bit scared. So, I told them what Kronos told the rest of us. Once I was finished, they were clearly shocked by what is about to happen. Will we need to prepare? This village? No. However, we are preparing some extra defenses for Little Olympia and Mount Olympus. We believe they'll only target the main areas of our realm. Please take no offense to this, Rini, Coella, and none at all. But yes, it does make sense if we look at it that way. The places they've mostly attacked on a large scale have been places of importance or relevance. Rini and I converse as Coella seemed to be panicking. I got up from my seat and hugged her from behind, making the young girl freeze. If you're still worried, Coella, Jean has offered to help us. While the governor of the fallen angels may have said it in a joking manner, Jean will definitely provide us aid. So, if they do attack here, surely hell definitely come help. Is what you're saying? Rini finishes my thoughts, and I nodded. Perhaps it's presumptuous of me, but I believe that's the kind of person Jean is. And I hope I am, right? I focus my attention at the door where he just recently left. He's certainly an interesting individual. He has already changed again after our initial meeting. I do wonder what happened in such a short amount of time, Jean, Skyward So, partner. Cinturedo, so I assumed that Vera was also female. As we walked around, we were greeted by the locals of the town, and we finally came across a more unique-looking female rabbit. When I used Observe on her. Bingo! We have found Vera. She has gorgeous looks with beautiful and long flaxen hair, big red eyes, plump lips, and a charming face. She gives an impression of nobility and dignity by just standing still. Her rabbit ears were white, and she had some sort of rapier with a jewel mounted on the grip on her hip. She sees us looking at her and waves at us. I wave back and walk towards her. Ada, the famed middleman, has approached me. How can I help you? Oh, I'm Vera, by the way. I was hoping to ask you some questions. Can we go to a place a little more private? Her rabbit ears twitched, and she agreed. She starts to walk away, and we follow her. She turns a few corners and goes up a small hill. We were being led away from the village, but we could also overlook it. We find a short little area with a small tree. She walks over to it and stands underneath it. Is this about Kurosagi? She says, and I nodded. I did pursue her after all. As you may know, or guess, we are from the Egyptian realm. We are from the race called the Moon Rabbits. In our race, we are meant to serve two gods in our mythology. But before that, I would like to say this: unlike here in the Greek realm, male rabbits are born more frequently over at the Egyptian rabbit yukai, as such as females are rarely born. But we are not as non-existent as here. I would say the ratio is 70 to 30, unlike here where it's 90 to 10. This is relevant since it goes back to my other point. Male rabbits, once they reach a certain age, will go and serve the god Osiris, while the few females will serve the god Ra. So why? I'm not sure, but it was told to me by my parents that's how our ancestors made the deal with the two gods. In turn, they provided us with protection. And so this has been a tradition for many years until Kurosagi broke it. I was the other candidate to serve god Ra, you know? As to how we're chosen, it's based on our overall abilities. Kurosagi excelled in many aspects, and she won over me in the physical department, hence why she was chosen over me. But what they failed to account was her weak and fragile mental fortitude, and was weak to high intense pressure, as she would break down or lash out. But she did well in hiding this. But when time came, Vera trailed off and shook her head. It would be better to hear it from Kurosagi herself. I have approached her time and time again, but she just avoids the topic. When I first pursued her here, I tried to force her back, but we would end in a draw. That's also when the gods of this realm stopped us and approached us. That's why we always attend the Tournament of Power. If Kurosagi beats me in it, I would promise her to stop trying to bring her back to our realm. But if I won, Vera chuckles to herself. If I won, she would come back with me. But every time I won, she would obviously say no and resist, but she would eventually lash out violently if I kept pushing her. So, I was forced to stop since I can't exactly win against gods. She stretches her body and looks back at us. Anyway, we can speak to her about it. You're hoping to us her, or us to get into our mythology, right? Not a bad idea. You're probably aware of some of our residents' hatred for you after all. Hey, if you can convince me to bring her back, then I'll advocate for you. I'm quite well known over there, you know. Anyway, let's go to Kurosagi then. Without waiting for us to answer, she starts to walk away. But I see. However, she didn't explain to us why Kurosagi left in the first place, and why she's so against going back. But I guess she did say we have to ask her ourselves, but that means you have to deal with her violent reaction, partner. Yeah, but I can deal with it. Let's hope we don't need to resort to it, though. Vera was ahead of us, and was basically skipping through the village. It seems this is a lot more complicated than we had thought. Whatever problems Kurosagi has, she needs to deal with them herself, or have someone give her some encouragement or the push in the right direction. Reiko says, and Rose added, why do I feel like they're implying that I have to do it? I mean, Aquino was the one who convinced Ine, you know. We finally reached an open field. Grass was all around us, and a lone figure was training in the distance. The blue hair that swayed as she moved around stood out in all this green. She finally finishes doing a move and turns to look our way. Yuhu Kuro Vera, and the middleman. She frowned when she saw Vera, but became even more warier when she spotted me. Why have you come here? They're here to help you fix that problem. Wait, what? Chapter 2, Part 1, Nimbusuk Rabbit Town. In Halzaham Greeks, Realm Rabbit, Yukai Village, Jean Skyward. What the hell did she mean by that? Help her fix what? What? Kurosagi and I both said the same thing at the same time, making Vera laugh. Suddenly, she pulled out her spear and took a stance. She even used her black transformation. Did they request you to capture me? If so, I will fight back. Her power was slowly building, and she was staring daggers at us. If looks could kill, then the way she was looking at us would be dead 10 times over. Vera frantically waved her arms in front of her. No, 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 no. While I do want to drag you back into our own home, I requested the help of the middleman to help fix your problem. She turns around to me and gave me a pleading look. Right? Yeah, I wouldn't need to resort to such a roundabout way if I had been invited by them. However, since Kurosagi and Vera are my current ticket in there, they'll play along. However, Kurosagi didn't relax. So, servant of R.A., care to elaborate on why you ran away? Vera here hasn't exactly told us. After a full minute, Kurosagi undid her transformation and put away her spear. She glares at Vera, who pretended to whistle while looking away. She then turns her attention to me. What do you know? I tell her of what Vera told us just a few minutes earlier, and she falls silent during my explanation. When I said the mentally weak part, she scowled but didn't say anything. What Vera failed to tell you is once you are chosen as the servant of that god, you will inevitably marry the other servant that's the servant of the other god. In other words, I, who is a servant of R.A., will marry the male who is assigned to god Osiris. Kurosagi scoffed and had a look of pure hatred. I don't have shallow feelings or reasons for my escape. I detest that fellow. The one who is assigned to Osiris. He is scum that shouldn't be allowed to live. But in our race, the moon rabbits, males are genetically superior. So, even if I try to rebel against the arranged marriage, he is 10 times stronger than I am. Even in my alternate war god form, all of the moon rabbits have this ability. However, only a few ever reach the black form. It's been rumored that we may have something else above it, but no one has reached it. I see. So, another arranged marriage, huh? First Rias, then Kyome Abe, and now Kurosagi? I mean, I already have Rose as mine, so I doubt Odin and all of them will try to set her up in a fake arranged marriage. So I can rule that out, can't you just know? I try to say, but she interrupts me and continues. Trying to back away from it is heavily looked down upon. Although R.A. is against me getting married to him since he knows about my reasons. And TCH, I told R.A. what kind of scum he is. What about Osiris? What is his opinion? R.A. and I have approached him, and he understands, is sympathetic, and supports me. Our race is insistent. The current leader of our community are those parents who are in favor of the marriage, and in turn so are the rest of them. My parents also bravado me, but they will eventually buckle to the pressure being put on them by the rest of our community. I see. Everything is basically against her. But why can't she fight him for her freedom? Wait, no. Before that, do you mind telling me why he's scum? Kurosagi's expression became dark, and she starts to tell this scum's backstory. We've known each other since we were children. Truth be told, I quite liked him when we were young. I would even go as far as to say I loved him. But it was all a ruse to hide a monster. Many of our friends started to avoid us, and it confused me, but I chalked it up to whatever I thought at the time, but then some of them started to get hurt. One of them was severely hurt after a certain incident, and they began to shun us even more. I started to have my own doubts since he had begun to act strangely. So one day I followed him. After we parted ways, after spending most of the morning together, I followed after him. He walked to a certain spot where some of our former friends hung out. Kurosagi's emotions started to flare, and a look of rage appeared on her face. That sociopath, he just started attacking them at random. He hurt several of them badly. However, since we're resilient, they did not die. He didn't know that, so he tried to cover it up and threw one of them down a small ravine. Once he was finished with what he was doing, he left like nothing happened. We were 10 years old. He used his superior strength to his advantage, since he was stronger than the average rabbit of our species. He even tried to seriously hurt someone. The one who was thrown into the ravine was rescued in time, but they have permanent damage to them and is essentially disabled for the rest of their life. He is very distrustful of everyone. The only ones he trusts are his immediate family, and he got off free, even when I reported it. After that day, I avoided him. My hate for him grew. The one he attacked was also a close friend of mine before they distanced themselves from us. But after that day, I also avoided him. Every time I saw him, my own blood boiled, and I could only think of doing the same things he did to everyone else. But as we grew up, he also became stronger and stronger until another incident occurred. I wanted to say something, but decided to keep my mouth shut. I have a feeling about what she will say. Like Vera here, he also had a rival who had the potential of being picked over him, so he got rid of him permanently this time and made it look like an accident. When it happened, he already had a lot of backers, fans, and many in the village supported him while the other candidate had some support, and he was known he was on the same level as him. So, when he suddenly disappeared one day, there were some concerns, but many assumed that he just ran away since the pressure got to him. And so, he became the default pick for Osiris. Kurosagi stopped talking, and she didn't seem to want to continue. She had unknowingly transformed into her alternate war god form, the black form. But you've avoided saying his name. What is it? Halzaham. She scoffs as she says the name with venom. She really hates the guy, huh? So what do they want me to do? Bring him to justice? Stop her arranged marriage? Help convince Osiris? I wasn't too sure what they were asking me. So, what exactly do you want me to do? I turned to Vera and gave her a questioning look. Well, 1, bring Kuro back to our realm, and 2, I guess stop the marriage and bring the guy into justice. As far as I know, he already has someone else with him right now, and I'm inclined to believe he would just keep Kuro trapped with him too. So, does that mean she hates harems? But every time she looks at me, she usually has no feelings or is neutral. Do you hate harems or concubines, Kurosagi? I hate him. What people do with their love lives is irrelevant to me. It's none of my business. Unless you're asking if I hate you, middleman. Then no. I respect what you're doing, even if it's a bit questionable. It's always the a bit questionable part added in the end. Well, I am the middleman, so I guess I can give it a try. Vera, do you keep in contact with your people? If so, what kind of reputation do I have over there? I nod to myself and turn to Vera. She thinks about the question for a bit before clapping her hands. Although I keep in touch with them, well, with my parents, I haven't inquired about your relationship with them. One moment, let me try. She walks away while summoning a circle beside her. To respect her privacy, I don't listen in on the conversation. She speaks with them for at least 5 minutes, and during that time, we awkwardly stand around as Kurosagi just stares at Vera. Eventually, she came back to us while happily humming a tune to herself. I have results, Jean, she said dramatically while doing a strange pose. Glancing at Kurosagi, she did not look amused and was clenching her fist quite tightly. Sensing the impending danger, Vera kept going. Haha, anyway, it's a split. Half of our race adores you, and the other hates you, but it's mainly due to Halzaham. He doesn't like you for whatever reason, and has essentially brainwashed his followers and fans. Funnily enough, his father is a big fan of yours. Vera looks at Kurosagi and beams. We can use this, Kuro, if we bring Jean back to our home, and have him convince our current leader that Halzaham is a corrupt Centuredo. Even with irrefutable evidence, some won't budge and just double down. So, what's your plan, partner? I have an idea. Hey, I have a question, Comptoir. Is it possible for me to show the events of the past in real time? Comptoir, answer. What do you mean by that, Jean? I will ask Kurosagi to take me to where she saw Halzaham beat her friends in the past. They'll play the events of the past in real time for everyone present. That way, they can see what really happened, though. I can imagine them saying that it's just illusion magic or something, but it's worth a try, right? Comptoir, Centuredo Kurosagi was just training, right? So, I'm going to have to show them that then. In the following part, I left it to Comptoir since I had no idea how to accomplish this feat. Comptoir. Answer. Recreating past events. Replaying past events. Processing. Complete. As Comptoir finishes saying that, the area around us briefly glows white, and another Kurosagi is shown to be jumping around, doing kicks, punches, and acrobatic moves. She looked very serious and was working very hard. Wow, so this is what you meant, Vera says in surprised enthusiasm. She walks over and tries to touch the other Kurosagi, but her hand just passes through her. She nods and comes back to us. Kurosagi just silently looks at her past self, just training when thud. Her past self tumbles and falls face first onto the ground. I quickly avert my eyes as Kurosagi focuses her icy, cold glare my way. I have no power over this. Also, it's you fell. I didn't influence it. It eventually comes to a close, and the light being emitted vanishes, as well as the other Kurosagi. That can work, Jean. Well, we need to convince them slowly, but I believe they'll be convinced of this. If we can persuade Kyrus' other friend to see it, then the trauma is too much, and he's too scared to be near Halzaham. I could just heal him then. Kurosagi shakes her head. No, as I said, it's impossible. I've woken up devils from the sleeping disease, healed the goddess's eye defect, and revived 2 of the heavenly dragons. I think I can heal whatever happened to your childhood friend, Kurosagi. I interrupt her, and she stares at me in surprise. I bring my right arm in front of me. Hey, Drake, Albion, come out for a second. Shing. 2 balls of light come out of me, one red and one white. The 2 of them then turn into their human forms. Freedom. Smack. Behave, you imbecile. The hell you say? As soon as the 2 came out, they immediately started a fight. This was no different, as Drake jumped on top of Albion as they started to roll around while punching each other. Since I'm used to this, I will continue. As you can see, it's both the Welsh dragon and the vanishing dragon, alive and very full of energy. I know we don't know each other very well, Kurosagi, but put that small trust in you into the middleman, and let me try to work that miracle. Centuredo. After I said that, she stared into my eyes, and I did the same. I believe she's trying to see if I'm lying. Thud, 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 thud. However, it wasn't exactly too tense since the loud thuds and crashing sound were happening behind me due to Drake and Albion's fight. I felt my twitch and Kurosagi cracked a small smirk. Very well. I wish to see the middleman at work. Yay, I can finally bring you back. Vera jumped for joy as she hugged Kurosagi, who had reverted to frowning. I stomped my foot, gaining the attention of the two dragons. The area shook a bit, and they stopped immediately. They then turned back into balls of light and disappeared back inside of me. Do you need time to prepare? I asked her, and she nods. A few hours. It is my intent to depart today, but I need to prepare my home here first. Although I am returning, this will be my permanent residence. I am only returning to try to resolve this issue. After I have finished, I will come back here. Kurosagi, says shocking Vera. She was staring at the blue-haired rabbit Yukai with her mouth agape. Wait, Kuro. How are you sure you won't be punished? If all goes well, and with the help of the mid-gene, it will proceed smoothly. I will tell you my plan in detail once I finish organizing my home. Vera, if you wish to know more, then come here, let's go. Sorry, Jean, but can you come back in a few hours? I nod and give them both my number. I didn't need to explain, and they understood before walking away. Vera making a big fuss, and Kurosagi seemingly answering her questions. I turned back to my companions, who had mostly remained silent during all of it. So, shall we head back home for the time being? We can explore this place in the future. I saw how intrigued both of you were earlier. Yes, of course, Jean. I shall follow what you decide, Jean. Reiko, that's way too stuffy of an answer, is that so? All right, let's go. Japan. Kuo, Skyward Household. Once we teleported home, Reiko headed toward the kitchen and Rose turned to face me. Jean? I will go to school to check up on my avatar. Can you please turn me invisible? Sure. I touch Rose, and she turned invisible. I then feel her teleport away. I go to the kitchen to see what Reiko was up to, and when I got there, Grafia, Kuroka, Ine, Scathack, Penemu, and Valerie. I go over and sit on one of the couches. Oh, Scathack, you're back? Yes, I am, Jean. I had to check a few things in the Land of Shadows and go to a short meeting of the Gaelic Alliance. It seems quite a number of things are happening around the world as of late. Yeah, I already have some subordinates in Ireland, and Draig is heading there too. Do you mind if I will? She answers my question before I even finish saying it. I chuckle at her. I guess she was anticipating me asking her that. Well, at least I want you to go into detail. Jean, Reiko-san told us why you came back. Does that mean I can go with you? Yeah, but stay close to me, all right? Even if you have the ring, I'm still worried. We should be due to step into the pocket dimension sooner or later, yes, sir. Sir, I'm not that old, you know. I watch her as she's quite excited by the prospect of venturing into a totally different realm. She had been mostly stuck here in Kuo and had been getting some advice as well as practice from Grafia on how to be a maid. I don't know the reason for why, though. Ine is a lot like Ingvild and Valerie, as they had to adjust to life in the modern era. Therefore, she had a lot of fun checking out the internet and using other gadgets when she first came here. Ingvild and Valerie also help her with that. So, she's been steadily gaining friends. I had asked if she wanted to enter into education, but she said she'd think about it. But she did say that if she did, she would wait until Rias, Aquino, Ingvild, and I got into the college division before trying to enroll. I turned my attention to Reiko. She also had been able to adjust well to the change. However, she was already a bit more experienced as she had a smartphone, so she wasn't that alienated from the modern world. As for Reiko, she also got along with a few other people like Grafia, Irene whenever she decides to visit, Griselda, Lavinia, Penemu, and so forth. Every woman her age. I noticed that all the women in her age group were staring at me, except Grafia, who continued to cook. What? They didn't answer me and just stared at me. I should get rid of that sooner or later. Your face is quite obvious. Jean, Grafia says without turning around. Damn, she's transcended into another realm if she can tell what I'm thinking without needing to see me. Although she does pride herself in that. It's almost like an old married couple knowing each other's habits and quirks. Shuffle, shuffle, pomf. I looked to my side as Penemu had sat beside me. She was smiling at me, but I could tell she had other intentions. So I waited for her to do something. Everyone else had gotten back to chatting among themselves. Valerie was giving Ine some advice on what she should and should not do while in another realm, such as respecting the rules, cultures and the like, and of course just general rules like not being rude and other common sense type rules. And A had her phone out and took notes. She sure is looking forward to this, even though things might get chaotic when we get there. Poke, poke, hey. Hey, pay attention to me. Penemu poked my cheek as I was observing the other girls' interactions. I turned back to face her as she was a little pouty. For a grown woman of her age, she can certainly act cute. As I finished thinking that, Cinchuredo, I make brief eye contact with Grafia as she smirks. Was that smirk aimed at Penemu? She looked very smug about it. "F.I.A., you sassy maid," I muttered, but she apparently heard it, and I could see her cheeks were a bit red. So, I chilled with everyone else as we waited for Kurosagi or Vera to call me, so we could go back. Greek's realm Kurosagi, I had arrived home, and was slowly sorting through every item I owned and cleaning others as I came across them. This has been my home for the last few years, and I treasure it. I have made many memories here, even if not all of them were pleasant. Vera, who was also a moon rabbit, just like me, and my rival had accompanied me to my home. It was not the first time she had come here, but it had been a few years since she entered it. Wow, it certainly has changed by a lot. Cinchuredo, I do not like the label of weak-willed, mentally or emotionally weak. Even if it is true, I hate it, because it caused my own downfall at times. For someone who was chosen to be the servant of God Ra, it's one of the highest honors. If I had to be honest, I wouldn't have minded the arranged marriage if the other person was sound of mind and not psychotic. But the thought slowly dawned on me over the years, as Halzaham had always been at the top of the male rabbit yukai in our race. I hated it, and I secretly wanted Vera to win, but my own pride and ego forced me to win in our match. I always regretted it. Maybe if I let her win, none of this would be happening. I even brought Master Raspier with me. I didn't disclose that to Jean, but I'm sure he saw me with it during the Tournament of Power. He will surely ask me about it before we leave. But I'm also dreading heading back. I do not know how Master R.A. will react. He's a kind Godwell most of the time, but he does put his foot down when the times do need it. The same with the other gods, though some more than others. I hope with Jean being there, they won't immediately restrain me. I was completely lost in thought shake. Shake! I felt hands on my shoulder, and I was violently shaken. I stared at Vera as she was the culprit. "What?" I asked her, and she just sighed in relief. "I was calling your name for like the last 3 minutes, you know? You just stopped and stared at the ground there. Is everything okay, Kuro?" She stared at me with concern. Even if we are considered rivals, and even when I treated her quite poorly over the years, she still considers me a friend. She also treats me with care and respect. But I sigh. I need to make it up to her in the future. No, it's fine. I was just lost in thought. Forgive me. Really? If you say so. Anyway, let's get to cleaning. Oh, right. Are you really betting on Jean helping you? What if he's not successful? I shook my head. He has had a 100 success rate so far. I want to bet on that. I'm also sure that he knows that I am, but he still accepted the request. He really must need to get to our realm if he's that desperate. I wonder why. Why indeed? Oh, why not just ask him? Surely he'll tell us, right? Unless it's something super important and he can't share it with us, you know? Vera was too positive at times, but I would like to think some kind of mutual trust was achieved between us, even if this was our first time interacting. Maybe I was being too hopeful. Although I will consider the idea, I won't hold high hopes that he will tell us. Now then, let's hurry and not keep Jean waiting. Sure, I put any encumbering thoughts to the side for the time being and focused on the task at hand. Vera also followed along, and we quickly and efficiently cleaned and organized my home. Japan, Kuo Skyward household, Jean Skyward. A few hours have passed since we came home. I was currently at the top of my home, and I was in the jacuzzi. Hopefully those two will contact me soon since I'm quite eager to get into that realm. I looked up at the sky and sighed. In any case, if what Kuntor told me is true, I might not have the best experience there. Also, for what Vera said, it was only her race, but they're equally split about me. I wonder if they were also affected by my past wielders. I shake my head. There's no point in thinking about it. Let's just focus on the present and get through that first. He'll contact Ignia now and ask him about when he thinks they'll attack. I tap my ear and connect directly to Ignia's mind. Ignia, father? Do you need something? Do you know when phase 2 of the plan will start? Even if it isn't an exact date, it will be useful. No, they've been quite vague about it. I think they know there's a double agent, but aren't sure who, so I think they're being deliberately vague about it. But soon has been thrown around. I suggest you just stay alert. I see. All right, thanks. Does this mean we can fight soon? Ignia asked with a bit of excitement in his voice. You can fight Aurelia or my other Electa when we go to Egypt. Nice. All right. We'll go now, father. I sigh again. So, no dice. Guess they catch on quickly, or perhaps Nyarlathotep or Lapis already knew what I was going to do. I'm not sure if they're smart and calculating or just paranoid creek. I looked back down to see Suzaku had come up here too. However, Cinchuredo, I was kicked out of the kitchen since they wanted to have a girls' talk. So, I have no idea what they spoke about. What might you need, ma'am? Suzaku chuckled beside me, but shook her head. I sat beside her quietly, keeping her company. We sat there in silence until I decided to speak up. Amaterasu will come to Japan when all this mess is over. So, just be ready, okay? I see. Also language, Jean. Yes, Mom. Zoe. Suzaku gave my cheek a playful pinch after I teased her a bit, then quickly let go. We stayed silent for a few seconds until I felt her shift beside me. I glanced at her as she had her eyes closed and had turned to face me. I leaned down and gently bravado her. Reaching over with my free hand, I placed my hand on her shoulder. Suzaku let out a soft sound. I decided to pull back a bit and step away from her. She was a bit surprised, but quickly leaned in to greet me with a warm embrace. Chupo. We held each other close and shared a happy moment together. As we deepened our friendly hug, I felt Suzaku's hand gently pat my shoulder over my towel. She gave it a friendly squeeze. Cinchuredo, Suzaku says to me while sounding a bit sad and disappointed. Since I found out about her being one of them, I have felt a slightly deeper connection with her, or it's always been there, and I had just been ignorant of it. Yeah, I guess you're right. I got dressed and stood up. I stood directly in front of Suzaku's face, staying close to her. She stared at me with an even bigger blush. We can continue another time, Suzaku. She didn't answer me, but I helped her up, and we shared a gentle bravado. Jean, I don't worry about it. We'll go at our own pace. No need to rush. Thank you. I informed both Rose and Reiko that the two rabbit yukai were ready, and I'd be down in the entrance hallway in a minute. I got dressed, and so did Suzaku. She was still feeling a bit flustered as we descended back downstairs. You three ready? Yes. Grafia and I prepared some food too. Rose and I turned to Reiko as she showed us a basket of food. From the entrance of the dining room, Grafia smiled at us. I see, thank you. I appear in front of Grafia, and I greet her with a friendly peck on the cheek, the same as everyone else. Ine looked away while blushing a little. I'm more surprised that she's not used to seeing us kiss yet. I go back to the three going with me, and we head back to the rabbit village. Greek's Realm Rabbit Village. I had teleported to the entrance of the village, located the two auras, and began to make our way there. Just like a few hours ago, we were welcomed by them. However, I also noticed that Amalthea's aura was not here anymore. She probably left during that time. We quickly arrived at Kurisagi's home. It was a medium-sized home and looked like the rest of the homes here. Hey, welcome back. We're ready. So, how do we get to the Egyptian realm? Teleport to Egypt and into the city of Luxor. Sure thing. We walked over to the two, and I teleported us away. Egypt, Luxor, the heat hit us in the face once we got there. However, since our clothes were enchanted, we were fine except for Kurisagi and Vera. I had teleported to a quiet area with not many people, so no one saw us teleport in. So where to? We must go to the Temple of Luxor. However, we usually do this at night, so we will not be seen or sneak our way in. No problem then. I snapped my fingers and turned us invisible. Vera was a bit excited and jumped around. Kurisagi reprimanded her and started to walk away. As we left the small alleyway we were in, we could see the hustle and bustle of the city of Luxor. There were many people walking around, buying groceries, going into shops, or were on their way to a specific place. The buildings were mostly constructed of stone. When I looked up, oh wow, is that a hot air balloon? Yes, I believe there are tours and businesses for that. If you wish, you can book or just pay up front. However, I'm not entirely sure since I did not spend much time in this country. I see we kept on walking and followed after Kurosagi. I turned my attention to Ine as her mouth was slightly open as she quickly looked around her. Vera was telling her small, fun little facts about the place, and she nodded along furiously. Enjoying yourself? Mmm. I chuckled at her enthusiastic response. But we quickly reached the entrance to the Temple of Luxor. At the front were the two large pillars, or also called obelisks of Ramses II, and behind them were the statues of Ramses. We passed by the large entrance, and I looked at Kurosagi again. Where is the barrier of entry at? It's within the sanctuary area of the temple. Please be mindful of where you step and go, unless you want to accidentally destroy something. Ine stiffened and seemed to be on high alert and felt a bit nervous. I chuckle and pat her on the head. Relax. Just be mindful and you won't break or disturb anything. She nodded, and we quickly passed by the courtyards of Ramses II and entered the colonnade of Amenhotep III. Since it was daytime, the inside was being illuminated by the daylight outside. The inside was covered in unique symbols and hieroglyphs. They were mostly in the color of gold, with the occasional blue and red. Oh, Ine says as she becomes even more excited. Luckily, there were no tourists in here with us. Otherwise, they would have heard her. But both Reiko and Rose were also fascinated by it. I won't lie, I was too. But our time there was cut short as we reached the other side and exited the building. We now were in the courtyard of Amenhotep III. In front of us were multiple pillars, and beyond them was the hypostyle hall. There seemed to be a ceiling above it at some point, but now it was just open air. However, beyond that was a lone building. Just in front of us is the gateway into the Egyptian realm. Kurosagi said while in front of us. However, I could tell that she was nervous and was a bit stiff. Vera was still telling Ine some fun facts about the place while in a low voice. She didn't want to accidentally attract people's attention. Once we were inside the building, Kurosagi had some sort of item with her that made us pass through the stone wall. The inside was illuminated by lights on the ground at each corner of the room. In the middle was some kind of tomb. Touch the tomb, and you will be transported into our realm. But please keep in mind to put some energy or magic in order to do so. She warns us, and Ine gulps beside me. She grabbed my sleeves and became a little more tense. I patted her head again to calm her down. Kurosagi looked back at us before touching the tomb and disappearing. Vera was next, and she also disappeared. I'll let the girls go first, Rose, and then Reiko with Ine, and finally I touched the tomb. Sincerado, I could feel some divine auras, but it was only a few. Maybe the gods and goddesses here weren't present, though that would make sense since they didn't know I would be coming. There was a large archway in front of us, and 2 guards were there. Below this platform and the walkway was the city below. Beyond them in the distance were also a couple of structures of varying sizes. There were many people down on the ground, and they all seemed quite busy. I could see animals being used by the people, a few camels, and elephant for some reason. There were also some cats scurrying around and eagles flying high above us. We should meet up with Master RA, just in case. Follow me. Kurosagi then starts walking away, and we quickly follow after her. We are stopped by the guards when we arrive. How Kurosagi? Vera? I did not think I would see you again, the blue-eared one. You have finally returned? One of the guards asked. For now I have some business to attend to. I also brought the middleman. When they heard that, they turned their gazes toward me and nodded. I see. Welcome to our realm. Nimbusuk, God Ra, and Goddess Isis are the only ones present. God Osiris is currently out along with many others. It's fine. We need to meet with Master Ra. The 2 nodded and let us through. Middleman. One of them calls out to me, and I turn to glance at him. Good luck. Yeah. With that, we continue walking low. Look at that. There are so many people down there. Oh, look, there's a family of cats. Oh, and some eagles flying together above us. Oh, that elephant is much larger than the ones in the human world. Ine was practically bouncing around as she checked out both sides of the walkway and commented on what she saw. Rose and Reiko watched with smiles on their faces. Ine, do you see that building in the distance? Vera pointed at the building behind the palace, and it was a bit to the left. No. Is it a home for one of the gods or goddesses? Hoo-hoo, close, but not anymore. It was formerly Master Ra's home, but he decided to turn it into a public domain. Now it's sort of like a fancy mall. What attracts many who come here is the dancing competition they have there, as well as the food, because the gods and goddesses also attend those dance competitions. They also love the food there. She explains in a chipper tone. Centuredo, maybe. Vera, what's the circular shape building to the right of the palace? She follows my finger and nods sagely. That is the library. It's quite massive, isn't it? You can enter it free of charge, and it's quite extensive about our realm's history. It also includes our race's history. Well, that's what my dad told me. I haven't been there myself yet. Library, both Ine and Rose mutter at the same time. I already know what they want to ask, so if we have time, then yeah, we can stop by and check it out. Chu satisfied with my answer, Rose gave me a kiss on the cheek. Reiko listened to Vera as she continued to act like a tour guide for us, while Kurosagi remained quiet and made her way forward. As this went on, we were nearing the palace, and I could see from a distance that there were another set of guards there. Once we arrived by them, they saw Kurosagi and Vera. Kurosagi, who was ahead of us by a relatively large margin, spoke to them while pointing back towards us. They looked our way and nodded before parting ways to let us pass. One of the guards looked at me with suspicion, while the other was rather welcoming. I see. I just came across one that may have been skeptical of me coming here. We climb up some stairs and finally enter the palace. Gold, red, and blue dominate the interior. Many unique drawings were all over the walls and ceiling. There were expensive jewels and artifacts everywhere. The occasional plant was also there, but they were few and far between. Kurosagi said nothing and kept on walking, so we just followed her. Well, this time Ine was just speechless. She just stared with her mouth open, and Vera just giggled at her. I understand how you feel, Ine. I had the same reaction when I first saw the Fairy Kingdom. Now that I think about it, Kurosagi still has her authority since she's the servant of God Ra, right? Even after running away and disappearing, they are not immediately surrounding her and arresting her. I wonder if Ra ordered that? As I pondered this thought, we eventually reached a large golden and black door. Kurosagi, with the help of Vera, pushes it open. I could feel 3 auras inside. 2 of them were divine, while the other was normal. Once the doors were opened, the 2 rabbit yukai stepped inside first. The 3 of them turned their attention towards us, and Ra gained a surprised look. Oh, Kuro, you're back. Vera, did you succeed? The chief god of the pantheon got up from his seat and ran over to us. He was followed by what seemed to be a maid and goddess. Ra finally looks at me, and a large smile spread across his face. The middleman I see. So Vera, you asked him for help, correct? Why, yes, but he did say he wanted to come here of his own accord. Please tell me then, middleman. God Ra is a young man with dark skin, medium-length white hair, and green eyes. He is tall and lean yet muscular, and always carries a sword with him. He dresses pretty flashily, with a gold chain wrapped around his neck, one end of which is clipped to his right ear and the other to a weight. He also wears a white off-the-shoulder tunic, white shorts, a thick golden belt, and gladiator-style sandals. I look at the goddess and used observe on her. To my surprise, it was Goddess Isis, and the maid was called Rashida. She had blonde hair with a white fringe in the middle. She has elf-like ears and red eyes. She wore a black and white maid uniform. Goddess Isis had black hair that reached her barato, blue eyes, and sported a one-piece white dress that reached all the way down to her ankles. The elegant dress had an open and flowing design. She wore luxurious golden-colored ornaments and jewelry around her body, especially her head, neck, and right arm. She was staring at me with particular interest. I'm pretty sure she's the goddess of healing, wisdom, and magic in the Egyptian mythology, while Ra is god of the sun in DxD. Keep this a secret, as not many know about it. They seemed skeptical, but agreed in the end, so I covered the room in a barrier. Right now, the Cows Brigade is planning to attack 3 countries, and probably their mythology. These are Russia, Ireland, and Egypt. I have several double agents in the Cows Brigade. Anyway, I think they have another country they'll attack if they fail to conquer one of the 3. I already have my subordinates in place in all 3 and several others all over the world. The countries in the DXD alliance are on alert and are ready to act. My other objective was to inform you and to help protect it as well. As I mentioned, a subordinate of mine is already here, and is he the eccentric fellow that does strange poses? Goddess Isis interrupts me, and I facepalm. YSRA looks at Isis, and I before bursting into laughter. I see. So that's why you came to me not too long ago, Isis. You did inform me of such an interesting fellow. You couldn't feel his power, but he was very sure of himself, but also strange. Now it makes sense. He's the middleman's subordinate. No, forgive me. Gene, was it? He is Gene's subordinate. RA seems like a rather chill god like Zeus and Odin. So far, so good. I think. Thank you, Gene, for warning us and having some of your subordinates stationed here. That isn't everything, yes? Kuro and Vera said yeah. So, it's a personal request from Kurosagi, and I want to help her. RA nods understandingly and hums for a minute before looking back at me, a wide smile still on his face. Very well. I will support it. I see this little one as a daughter of sorts. Do what you must. I will inform Osiris of your arrival and plans. It makes you wonder if your infinite charism is finally working or is just completely random, partner. I mean, I tend to forget I have a status screen since I rarely use the thing. With that in mind, I opened it. Status, true name, Aaron Tool system name, Gene Skyward age, 18, physically, soul, 87 quintillion, potential, rank, gender, male race, outer ultimate true dragon god, evolution 1-2 titles. Dual dragon emperor, click to expand, sacred gear, boosted gear and divine dividing level, HP, MP, STR, Vit, Dex, Int, Wis, Char, Luck, Gold, way too much, money, go ruin the economy or something. What the hell is with the gold and money? Comptoir, answer, T, don't you me? Woman. I inwardly sigh and look back at RA as he had a confused expression on him. Sorry, I was talking to the two dragons. Thank you. RA, you'll need to go to the Rabbitstown City Domain Realm, or whatever the hell it's called, as soon as possible. Very well. I will not delay you any further. Oh yes, Gene. You were invited to this realm. However, I know. Drake and Albion told me. I mean, at least some have forgiven them, right? I just gotta win their hearts, and I'm all good. I stop RA as he looks at me a bit stunned before laughing again, and then finally nodding approvingly. Good. You already know, so that saves me the trouble of informing you. Omu, we will talk another time, Gene. However, he looks at my companions and sighs. You seem to have brought some interesting companions. A Valkyrie, a hybrid, and the legendary Minamoto no Reiko of Japanese mythology? Interesting, very interesting. Oh yes, my bad. Feel free to explore. Kuro, Vera. We'll chat in detail once all of this is behind us. He turns to Isis. I will go tell the other fellow gods and higher-ups to be alert of the imminent danger. Help me out here, Isis Rashida. I will have to decline, RA. I want to observe Gene for a little while. MMG Chem. Very well. Let us depart then, Rashida. Yes, sir. Even though RA said that, he starts to speak with the maid Rashida, so we took this opportunity to leave. Goddess Isis was also following us, so we had an extra person now. I will lead us to our realm. Please follow me. Kurosagi starts to walk away again. Vera this time was beside her as she told her about some things to expect when they get back. Isis joined us as she silently stared at me. I felt a bit uncomfortable. Make this interesting, boy. Sure thing, hag. Goddess Isis glares at me as I blankly look back at her. I don't know where that came from, but it felt a little good. We quickly left the palace, and we're outside again. We go back onto the walkway and stand there. So, how do we get to your home? The only way to reach our home is to be invited to it by someone from our race, or if a god or goddess is the one to bring you there. Otherwise, you will never reach it, as there is a powerful magic spell surrounding it, so that no outsider accidentally stumbles into it. Kurosagi brings out her spear and then taps it to the ground. A magic circle appears underneath her. We stand in it, and she teleports us away. Interesting. We were in front of a large town's entrance. The walls around it were red, and the pillars had round tops with the top being pointy, and it was the color blue. I could feel many auras in the town, and they were all rabbit yukai. I looked behind me and could see a path, but it was mostly covered in thick fog. The same holds true for the sky and the rest of the surroundings. This is probably the magic Kurosagi was talking about. I looked back and realized that there was a fountain in the middle of the town. In all honesty, I was expecting this place to be a bit bigger. Is it safe to assume that the castle-like structure is the house for Halzaham and his family? Kurosagi nods. Using a bird's-eye view, I checked the entire place out. The houses are spaced, and there are multiple areas with street vendors, shops, and there seems to be a large pond to the right side of the place. As for where Halzaham threw the kid, either behind us, or to the west or east, I can't see a reason for them to go north. But what I found peculiar was that there were no guards. Though seeing is how they have a powerful magic that turns away unwanted visitors, it's kind of unneeded. My turn. Follow me. We'll go meet our leader. I already informed them of your visit and curious return. Expect them to make a fuss. Vera skips forward and is followed by the rest of us. As soon as we stepped through, there were shops on the right, and they were already trying to get our attention when wait, Vera. Huh, Kurosagi. She's back. As soon as one rabbit yukai said that, more and more started to appear until the two of them were surrounded, and it became quite noisy. They were filled with questions about why she disappeared, and so on. Oh, isn't that they finally turn to us, and Ine hides behind me and grips my sleeve. The reaction was mixed, as some people became wary and some even hostile. Others appeared to become excited and happy. Hello. Sincerado, I did that on reflex and didn't do it to try to improve my opinion of the ones watching us. However, some seemed to relax due to that, so whether that was a positive thing or not remains to be seen. Well, we'll get going. The middleman here has a request he needs to get done, so excuse us. Vera said it rather loudly, and that made the crowd part. She was also considered to be the runner-up behind Kurosagi, so it makes sense that people listen to her. But when I look at the bunny yukai here, they really do vary in shape and size. Quite a lot of the males were either skinny, medium build, or super buff. The females were usually thin or slightly muscular. Both Vera and Kurosagi were the outliers, as they had what I would classify as the balance builds. Not too slim, but not too muscular. Perhaps that's why they were chosen as candidates. We continued walking as I pondered this thought. But the journey wasn't long, since we quickly arrived by fancy blue stairs that ascended towards fancy-looking blue gates. However, this time there were guards, but they quickly let us through as K. Kurosagi. Vulvera. Did you? Yeah, I heard it already. Let us through already. Vera stopped them and waved them off. Their lips twitched, but they did as she said. They also noticed me and greeted me quite cheerfully. Once we go through the gates, we see, why is there a small pool of water with a bridge in the center of this place? What the hell's the point? Who knows? Hazaham's father is also eccentric, but he isn't psychotic like his son. Anyway, let's go. We quickly go up another flight of stairs, but they're quite short, and enter the castle. Once inside, it was mostly blue. Why the hell does this guy like blue so much? But some items were different in color, like red and brown. However, they were usually furniture or portraits. This person, your leader, he and A starts, but Vera laughs and finishes off for her. Likes himself a lot? Yeah, he surely does have a lot of portraits of himself, and nearly zero of the mother. Oh yeah, now that I take a look, there isn't even one portrait of her. I also took a look around, and noticed that there wasn't a single picture, portrait, or small statue of her. I wonder why that is. Could he be following the male-dominated race thing in a literal sense? We finally reach a door, and we didn't see a single indication that a mother existed, not even the son knock into our. Why did he say it so strangely? Vera pushes the door open, and we step into a throne room. It didn't look like it. It was more like a pigsty, Ine says beside me. And she was right. It was basically a pigsty, random junk thrown around the place, boxes, cartons, and other wrappers all over this room. In the center was a throne made out of piles of trash, and the leader sat on it. He had silver hair, purple eyes, and he was, I wasn't sure if I should describe him as muscular or fat. He had white rabbit ears, but he wore normal clothes. I guess there is no royalty here, just this thing in front of us. Hmm? Oh, Kurosagi is back. Well done. I'm a middleman. Dual Dragon Emperor. Boom. Thud. Crash. The leader of their race fell from his trashy throne, but quickly composed himself and looked quite nervous. How can I help you? Oh, I'm Alnaham, by the way. Both Vera and Kurosagi glanced back at me. So I stepped forward. So I heard the real reason as to why Kurosagi left, and am here to help. There's a way for me to prove what she said was real all those years ago. He sighs and looks at Kurosagi. You really approached the middleman for this? Kuro, very well. I will humor this. Please show me. He looks at Kurosagi with a pained look, but turns back to me and nodded. I crouched down and touched the ground. The room glows lightly, and he had a look of shock. Another Alnaham appeared through the door while eating something. He slowly makes his way to the trashy throne in the middle of the room, and then, okay, dude, why here of all places? We all turn away, all the girls in disgust. The leader of the race, His Majesty Alnaham, started to eat and make strange noises at the same time. He also made weird grunting sounds. Of course, that was the past Alnaham, and the current Alnaham was mortified. Well, why okay? Okay, stop, stop, I believe you. I quickly stopped the show, and the girls were staring at the guy with disgust. I was awkwardly looking to my side. Gross, even Velgrind made her disgust apparent. I sigh and turn to look at him now. The leader was crimson red in the face. So, if I take this to the spot where Kurosagi said those incidents happened, then we can replay them like that. I see that it can show us irrefutable proof. However, Alnaham looks at Kurosagi and sighs. It won't be that easy, Kuro. As much as I love my son, I've come to see the real side of him. And I was already starting to believe what you had said many years ago. However, as I said, it will be difficult since his followers and fans are too loyal. This includes many of the elders and higher-ups. If they saw that, they would just assume it's an illusion magic trying to frame him. He has everyone in the palm of his hands. KH. Kurosagi wasn't happy, and her emotions were already starting to increase, and her power was rising. If I may, Rose puts her hand up, and everyone focuses on her. Why don't we just set up a trap? Any kind of trap will be successfully laid if Jean is involved. You're giving me too much credit, Rose. I'm not that smart, but if Comptoir is with me, then Comptoir. Answer. I love you too, darling of. Oh, be quiet, Ridra. Hee. What are you? Isis' voice echoes throughout the room. I had genuinely forgotten about her. I turn to face her as she stares at me with a look of shock and concern. Jean Skyward, middleman. She just stared at me with an annoyed look. Ine giggled on my behalf. Thank you. Anyway, let's make a plan then. It's no surprise that everyone here will know of your return, Kurosagi. So with that in mind, let's use you as bait. Bait? This plan is simple, but I'm hoping Halzaham is caught up in the fact that Kurosagi is back and uses his common sense a little less. I'm betting on him being obsessed with her and following her to that spot and forcing a confession out of him while we let the entire village hear it. During the confession, I will also let the memory of the past play and also stream it to everyone in the village. Now, it may be painful for the one who experienced it that day, but it'll also heal him, so he can live his life how he wants. I tell them my plan, and Kurosagi thinks on it. It's simple, but I believe my son will fall for it. He has been thinking of temporarily leaving the village and searching for you, Kuro. So yes, you have been in his mind for quite some time. Just hearing that makes me want to retch. Alnaham wryly smiles at Kurosagi. She looks back at me and nods. All right, Jean, I will follow along with this plan. Let's do it. Cool beans. All right, Hag, watch me do my thing. We had left the castle, and Alnaham promised to help us as well. He apparently was going to call his son back. He also warned us that he may bring his group of friends with him as he had gathered them over the years. How long do you think it will take him to come back? He may be strong, but it will take him a little while since he is out training. Even though he's a sick psychopath, he was quite diligent with his training. Kurosagi sounded both impressed and disgusted. Clap well. Since we have time, let's bring Jean around our home. This is not a vacation, Vera. We have to prepare, I know. Vera huffed, but sighed in resignation. I chuckle at her, it won't take long, Vera. They'll just need Kurosagi to bring me to that place, and I can set everything up. Creating a holographic screen in the air isn't anything difficult. Vera nods, claps her hand, and turns to the 3 women that came with me. Then I'll bring these 3 around. According to Jean, it won't take long. I'm assuming Goddess Isis wants to tag along with Jean. Isis silently nodded, and the other 3 looked at each other since they seemed unsure. Go for it won't take long. While reluctant, they eventually agreed to Vera's suggestion. So, she cheerfully leads them away, leaving Isis, Kurosagi, and I. Follow me, then. Kurosagi turns right. So we're heading west, huh? She then started running, and when she reached the metal fences, she jumped over them. Isis and I followed her, and I was surprised that she kept up with us. This may sound wrong or presumptuous of me, but I didn't think she was the type to be able to, do athletic things. But now that I think about it, she is a goddess, so it makes sense she can keep up. Once we were outside, Kurosagi picked up the pace and started to run straight forward. We followed her, and it was mostly barren land made out of rock. Nothing really changed until around 2 minutes in, and she stops. We walk over to her and could see a huge drop down. Below was just a black void. I wonder how long this is. Comptoir? Comptoir. Answer. It is 5,895 m from here to the bottom. To put it simply, it is as if you jumped from the highest point on Mount Kilimanjaro. How the hell did that kid survive such a fall? I looked down at the ravine and was flabbergasted. I would understand if they were adults since they would know some techniques or have abilities to negate some of that damage. But a kid? Kurosagi, how did your friend survive? From my estimates, this is 5,889 m, almost like Kilimanjaro. How'd he not just go sorry for saying this? But why didn't he just explode when he hit rock bottom? I have mentioned that the males of our race are substantially stronger than the females. I did not exaggerate that. They truly are stronger. This proves it. If a female rabbit yukai were the one to be thrown that day, then she would have died upon impact. Isis, who had been silently listening and also looking down, speaks up. I have heard many things from both Osiris and Ra about your race, but to think a mere child could survive a fall, it's certainly impressive. I give her a look that said, really? She didn't understand for a few seconds before nodding. My apologies. I did not mean to be insensitive, Kurosagi. And no, you were just making an observation, Mistress Isis. It's fine. Suddenly, there was an awkward atmosphere, so I decided to move on. Anyway, let's see how it turned out then. I touched the ground and replayed the past. The area glowed, and multiple small children were here. Among them was Kurosagi, who was hiding nearby, and a few other rabbit yukais. The other, who I believe is Halzaham, but smaller, had a grin on his face all throughout them playing. Finally, he suddenly attacked them. The ones who fell first and didn't get up, he left them be. But the one who stood up and tried to defy him got the beating of his lifetime. We see him seriously injured, and the guy had passed out. Next, he dragged him near the edge and tossed him. The grin on Halzaham never left him. I bent down next to the past memory of Halzaham and peered into his face. This kid was defective from the start. I looked back at the two, and then back at kid Halzaham. When you look into someone's eyes, you can tell a little bit about them, or a lot about them. It depends on your own observation skills and other abilities, but even without using my powers, I could tell from just looking into his eyes there was nothing there. Even Vunzer, the dark elf king that I killed, had a crazed look, a bit of insanity, but this child just had nothing. He was lifeless, soulless, if that's a thing. Both are broken, but in different ways. What do you mean by that, Jean? Isis asks me. Isis, tell me, how much can you tell about a person you just met? Let's go with the assumption that you heard nothing about them, and it's the first time meeting them. A blank slate for the both of you. Pose with the question. Isis nods and thinks about it. As she did, the memory kept replaying. Kid Halzaham left the injured kids behind and went back to the village. Kurosagi, who had been watching in horror, waited for a few minutes before running out of her hiding spot and helping the injured kids. She was completely hysterical, but that's when the memory ended. But it then continued with Kurosagi leading the adults there, and some of them jumping down and sliding down the walls of the ravine to go down. After a few minutes, two of them came down with the badly injured child, one of the adults crying hysterically. I will assume they were his parent. The memory finally ended as everyone rushed away from the spot. I look at Kurosagi as tears silently stream down her cheeks. Jean, Isis calls out to me, and I turn to her. I think it's better to let Kurosagi have that moment to herself. I did call out to her, or comfort her. I don't think I'm suited for that, as we're still basically strangers. I believe you have a limited number of things you can learn about an individual. If it is the first time we meet them, and we have zero information about them, then I believe from body language and how they speak will be a key indicator in what kind of person they are. However, without information on them, is severely limited, as you have to rely on your own judgment and observational skills. If we are not using our powers, that is. If we are allowed, then it would be quite easy. No powers, I tell her, and she shrugs with a smug look on her face. Isis is the goddess of magic in the Egyptian mythology, so it would be easy for her to do that. But she is also wisdom, so I would guess she has her own ways of finding out how a person is without needed to use magic. She's probably generalizing my question and not putting herself in those shoes, even though I asked her if Sachi was the one put in the situation. Like me, but I'm already well known, so they know what to expect. Unfortunate. Kurosagi finally back over to us, and the tears that were streaming down her face were wiped away. Let's go back. I wish to meet with my parents and hopefully go to the victim's home to have him healed if you don't mind, Jean. I nod. I did promise to do that. If we do, I know, we'll get more supported, right? I see that as a win. But they won't turn you away, right? She shakes her head. Junai, that's his name. He's only afraid of Halzaham. We have made amends a few years before I left. His family also does not blame me. They were thankful to me for telling the adults all those years ago enough. Let us depart. Not wanting to argue, we followed after Kurosagi. However, she was going at a slower pace. Whether this was due to anxiety of meeting up with Junaid and his family, or coming across Halzaham, I wasn't sure. As we arrived in the village, the sun was nearly done setting. Locating Varus Aura and the girls, it seemed like they were having an early dinner. I'll make a note to join them after we meet up with Junaid. We entered through the west entrance, and Kurosagi walked right past a few shops before turning right again and heading toward a blue roof shop. A woman and a man were selling fruit and vegetables there. There were still quite a few people here, even in this corner of town, which surprised me a little. The man and woman rabbit Yukai look up to see Kurosagi walking towards them, and their eyes widen. Kuro, when did you come back? Oh, honey, so many have been worried about you. The two hurriedly make their way to the blue-haired rabbit girl and started to check her over and hug her. I see. So they really didn't blame her, huh? It almost seems like she was a daughter of theirs. They finally stop checking her and look at us. Their eyes widen, the middleman and goddess Isis. How can we help you? So, I'm here to help you, son. We were invited into their home, and they had closed their shop an hour earlier. Their son, Junaid, was in his room, and he was on crouches for the rest of his life and had no use for one of his arms. Krikov, Mum, the Kakura, Waji goddess Isis, T the heroic dragon. What's happening here? Junaid, who had come out of his room, saw all of us here and had the shock of his life. Not only did he see his childhood friend, whom he regarded as a savior, but he also saw me and Isis. He quickly finds a chair to sit down, since it looked like he might fall over. His parents, who were in the kitchen, came over and put down some tea and small snacks for us. Goddess Isis accepted the offer quite quickly and ate the snacks. May we know why all three of you are here? But seeing the middleman here, perhaps it's... I nod. Yeah, I'm here to heal Junaid, both physically and whatever trauma he holds toward a certain individual of your race. I decided to not use his name. I don't know the extent of the trauma, so I want to avoid giving him unnecessary stress. Junaid gave me an awkward smile. I guess phrasing it like that didn't trigger anything, so that's good. His parents, however, looked quite hopeful. How are you, Suhi-kan? The father starts to ask, but Kurosagi stops him and proceeds to tell him what I said before. Healing the devil's sleeping disease and the others. They then bowed deeply towards me, even Junaid. Please, were the only words they uttered. Junaid's was slightly trembly. No, his entire body was trembling. Well, time to be a miracle worker again. I got up from my seat and walked over to Junaid. I stood in front of him and touched his shoulder. I've never done the blocking or sealing of memories before. I've only mind-controlled some people recently. Comptoir, are they the same? If not, I'll leave it to you. Comptoir. Answer. It is slightly different. However, blocking or sealing it is effective, and using your powers it can never be broken or unsealed. However, I suggest we completely erase the trauma he has. He won't forget about it, but the emotional turmoil will be gone. I see, all right. I'll leave it to you then. Barato. Answer. Healing Junaid's broken arm and leg. Erasing emotional trauma. Processing. Success. A bright yellow light envelopes Junaid. However, he does not panic. He remains still and calm. I could feel him putting his trust in me, so that's why he wasn't panicking. His parents were a little worried, but seeing Junaid like that, they decided not to say anything. The light eventually ends. Junaid opens his eyes and stares at me. I remove my hand from his shoulder and step back. Try moving your arm and leg. He does so, and it seemed like he never broke them. Upon noticing this, he expeditiously removed the casts on both his arm and leg. Once that was done, he started to swing his arm back and forth and move his leg side to side. I guess that's all good. Now then, for the next one, Halzaham. I said the name that would give him some sort of trauma. His parents looked panicked, but Junaid had a neutral expression. No, he was surprised. Surprised at himself that he didn't react negatively. I don't feel anything when you mention his name. Both his parents were astonished. They started to ask him if it was really true, and he nodded. He turns to Kurosagi and started talking about what happened that day in detail. After he hurt the others and came to me, I stood my ground, since if I didn't, who would, you know? But I didn't think he would break both an arm and leg, or that he would drag me to the edge and throw me off. You know, as I felt the thoughts of, am I going to die? Am I going to see my family again? Or will those other kids be found? Kept on circling over and over in my mind. But as I finally hit the ground, I passed out. But the next time I opened my eyes, I was back in her town, you know? They kept going talking about it, and his parents seemed relieved. I sit back and let them talk. However, I felt a certain goddess's gaze on me even after I did my thing. I glance at her as she stares at me, so I stared her back. It's a game where whoever blinks first or cuts eye contact loses. Don't lose, partner. Drake, Albion, when we go outside after this. I think both of you should head to Ireland and Russia. Huh? Where'd this come from, partner? I do not mind, Jean, but I would like to know the reason. We are unaware of when Cow's brigade will start their attacks, so I want you two to be over there. I decided not to send my avatar or clones there. Seeing as both of you offer to go, as well as my Electa and Shadows being there, I think it's fine. We also have Scat Hack in Ireland. But I guess Russia is the only I don't have a connection to, as in a person I know prior, you know? Maybe I should send another Electa there. She should be fine with the Shadows and Albion, partner. Then why not Celestin? He's not exactly doing anything right now. He's also a reliable butler. Sure, why not? Celestin is my only butler, and one of the Electas I created. I made 4 in total, 2 male and 2 female. Celine is in Ireland, the other is here in Egypt. Celestin in my ring, and the other female in Russia. They'll go out first. I need to do something I left before they could say anything. However, Isis followed after me. I jumped back beyond the wall since I needed some space. But Isis kept on following me. Seeing as she won't stop, I just sighed and stopped. Celestin. When I called his name, I saw a man in his 30s with short, combed, light blue hair, violet-colored eyes, and finely tailored glasses. He's seen wearing a butler's uniform that's light and dark silver in color, a dark gray-purple vest, a white collar shirt tucked underneath the vest with a black tie tied around the neck collar, black lace shoes, and white gloves, which came out of my ring. Drake and Albion followed after him, and were in their human forms. Finally, I get to fight. Well, hopefully I do. We'll get going then, Jean. I will be in Russia. Ireland for me. Jean Sama. I shall join Albion Sama in Russia. Albion, Drake, and Celestin all disappeared in that order. I glanced back at Isis as her eyes were wide again. So you really did revive the 2 heavenly dragons, and that butler, he was strong, stronger than any god or goddess here. You truly are intriguing, Jean Skyward. I didn't answer her, and just simply went back to the home of Junaid. It didn't take them long to finish and asked where I was. I simply answered I wanted to check the surroundings out a little more before the day came to a close. We didn't tell them of our plan, but we alluded to them that we were going to expose Halzaham soon. Junaid had a look in his eyes that said he was all for it and would help any way he could. Goddess Isis, Kurosagi, and I were on our way to Kurosagi's home. We turned a corner, and she stopped. Is it possible for me to only go? Sure. I'll go meet up with Vera and the others then. Thank you. She probably doesn't want us seeing her embarrassed in front of her parents, or she just wants to explain herself without us eavesdropping. So, following Vera's or Isis, and I made our way there. We passed by a few shops, and the place wasn't as dead at night as I'd thought. How they seemed even more lively, actually. They're like this. Excuse me? With no prompt, Isis starts speaking. They're called moon rabbits after all. It doesn't matter what type of moon is in the sky, they get even stronger at night. The previous goddess of the hare, or rabbit, was called Goddess Wennet. However, since her supposed passing, the overall powers of the rabbit people of our realm has decreased. Rabbit goddess? That's the first. Well, I didn't know much about the Egyptian mythology. What do you mean? Did it not occur to you as to why the females of this species were much weaker and their birth rates were low? It's because of her passing. However, RA has speculated that she is truly dead and a new successor will come to be. I remain skeptical, but who truly knows? To my previous point, the females were equal in strength to the male. However, since she passed, it has decreased. The real tradition was the strongest male was selected for Osiris. The second strongest female would go to RA, and finally she trails off and glances at me. I was listening into her, so she continued. The one assigned to win it would be a female, as she was one herself and wanted female. RA speculated that when an especially strong female rabbit Yukai appeared, she would be reborn as the next rabbit hair goddess. The two that come to mind right now were Kurosagi and Vera. As for who might turn into one, I have no idea. I wait for her to continue, but she didn't speak anymore, so we silently arrived at where everyone else was at. Oh, Jean. She cutely hops over to me and starts poking me for some reason while giggling. Your group here has praised you to the moon and back. Hearing so much of it makes me want to know you more. I look at all three of them. Ine was crimson in the face, while the other two gave me strained smiles. I really doubt they would play me up that much. I would guess they were just having a normal conversation. Is that so? I guess I'll need to praise them later then. I was joking about them all being in your fan club, but you didn't deny it. It is inevitable. I want to deny that. Normally, this is where Drake would say something, but since those two are missing, how about we provide commentary? Right, Velgrind? Jean is okay. Huh. I'm as confused as you are, Rudra. Anyway, I move on and ordered some food for myself with many of Vera's recommendation. The other three also gave the food praise. I also let Isis order as much as she wanted since I was paying. Phew. Thanks, Jean. I didn't have enough to pay, so I was panicking, and that's the reason why we hadn't left. I didn't want to dine and dash. Seriously? I looked towards Rose and Reiko. In a way, Reiko is also working for me, so I was paying her the same amount as Rose, which was 1 million yen a month. Ine was a roommate, so she was getting 500,000 a month. Like Asia, she nearly had a stroke seeing the amount of money I was giving. It's fine, my food came after a few minutes of waiting. We just chatted about random things while we waited. I had ordered something called Egyptian fata. It's an Egyptian and Levantine dish consisting of pieces of fresh, toasted, grilled, or stale flatbread covered with other ingredients that vary according to region. I had Kuntra look it up as we waited. I was eager to taste it, so I went ahead since Isis didn't have hers yet. Vera was looking at me expectantly, so after swallowing the food and processing my thoughts on it, it's good. However, I'm interested in trying in all types of dishes around the world, whether they be from the normal country or made in the supernatural realms. Huh, why is that, Jean? I told her of my plans after I graduate from high school, and she nodded sagely. I see. The Skyward restaurant of the supernatural world. I wish to taste some dishes on day. I'll let Vera ramble on about the food in my restaurant is going to be amazing, even though she hadn't eaten a single bite, but I assumed the girls told her about it, so it kind of makes sense. While I ate, I felt the aura of Kurosagi slowly approaching us. Oh, Kuro, you're done on your end, huh? Yes. I'm ready, he's also here. Yeah, I also felt a couple of auras enter the town, and they were quite interesting, but one stood out completely. His aura was wild, like an untamed animal ready to pounce on anything that moves. It's safe to assume that he knows about my return and the appearance of the middleman. He's have a lot of fans in the city. It would not be strange if he was contacted by them. Kurosagi says while looking at all of us. She then stares at me directly. Jean, prepare yourself. Perhaps the ones who hold you in contempt have been mostly silent, but if Halzaham riles up his supporters and fans, it may become, yeah, I know. Don't worry about it. I only really need to watch out for two of the girls who came with me, and even then, they had the rings and the shadows to protect them. Also, they hadn't slacked off as they do go to the training facility. Just as Kurosagi was about to sit down, a figure with multiple others appeared behind her. The wilder aura grabbed her shoulder and a wide grin on his face. I used observe on him, and it was Halzaham. Halzaham was a young man with a fit build. He has messy white short hair, which covered his left eye, while his right eye is red with a black scara. He is also shown to have sharp teeth. He has black rabbit ears, with one of the ears drooping over his left eye. He wears a collar with a black bow on his neck. Centuredo, I didn't expect you to come back here all by yourself. Kuro, it makes me so happy. Do you know that? We're finally reunited after all these swash. Kurosagi sent a kick towards Halzaham, and he swiftly dodges and jumps back while laughing. His group also laughs with him, as spicy as ever. I expected as Moom. Well, if it isn't the middleman and brawny dragon. I didn't think the rumors were true, but I'm happy to meet you. He says this, but he doesn't really mean it. All his words were empty. However, his posy were staring at me with so much malice that I was a little surprised. So, they're the ones who hate me, huh? Wait a minute. Don't tell me. I turned to look at Isis, and she was already staring at me, I see. So, I get it. They were also responsible for her death. The past wielders of the boosted gear. And divine dividing. They accidentally or purposely killed the goddess Wennet. I don't want to kill her anywhere near me. Oi. Am no killer, what are you even talking about, Kuro? He said that in a sickeningly sweet voice, and had a smug, self-satisfied grin. He didn't even try to hide the fact that she was right. However, Kurosagi hadn't said anything. I left it to her in how to lead Halzaham down to that place. You disgust me. Oh well, let's catch up later. Okay, I'll leave you now. Then I wasn't expecting that. And he left with his group. Their figures slowly vanished, and Kurosagi sat down. I will lead him out there tonight. I know that look he gave me before he left. He will be stalking me for the rest of the day unless I go home. Please be ready. Once we are finished here, I will commence the operation. Everyone nodded, and I finished my meal with relative ease. However, we waited for Isis to finish since she got her meal during the confrontation of Halzaham and Kurosagi. After a few minutes, Isis was done, and we made a note in finding a small hostel and going in there for the night. Both Vera and Kurosagi left us after we went in. Kurosagi was to be leading Halzaham to that place. Once we were in our rooms, I put invisibility on all of us. I will remain in the town, Isis says, and goes back to reading a book she summoned. We didn't argue and left her there. I will be streaming the whole memory thing to everyone in the village after all, so she wanted me to be there. Ine, Reiko, and Rose will be staying behind and making sure nothing violent will be happening. Vera will also be helping them. Vera will go check with the king to see how much he's going to help us. I had given them temporary transceivers so we can communicate. Kurosagi's one is invisible, so Halzaham can't see it. I touch my transceiver. All right, let's get this mission started. Roger. Chapter 2. Part 2. Wounds of the Past, Strength of the Future. Birth of a new Rabbit Goddess Cows Brigade hero faction gene not too long ago, and after our attempt at conquering Kyoto failed, we, the hero faction, tried to use other means of traveling. One such way was through the dimensional gap. I, along with some I'm close with, did not go on that excursion, but it ended in disaster. Before their demise, a few managed to send out a message via communication circles, and that shadow-like beings, one that looked like a knight and another that looked like a dragon, whipped them out. It's known that the middleman has subordinates that look like humanoid shadows, so it wasn't too difficult to understand who was responsible for it. Other reports were of a giant lizard monster and a giant moth. We didn't anticipate that he would keep subordinates in the dimensional gap, and that was the reason for our faction to suffer a great loss of members. However, other factions within our organization have noted this and will avoid the use of travel in the dimensional gap. But we have run into other problems as of late. As I mentioned earlier, our mission in Kyoto failed, but that also gave us another problem to try to overcome. However, I feel like it will be impossible to do, so our leader, Chow Chow, was pacing back and forth. Soon our next mission was going to start. We will be traveling to Egypt, both in the real world, to a certain spot, and into the mythology. At first, we weren't all too sure on how to get to the realm since there were so many active gods there, but we found some unexpected help from a certain rabbit yokai. He was quite strange, but we moved past that since he was willing to let us into their realm of Nebusuk. He gave me the wrong vibes, so I didn't interact with him that much, but he seemed to be obsessed with someone else, so I was thankful for that. Make sure you have everything you need, all of you. I heard George Kun's voice as he addressed all of us. Since our founder and original leader's mental breakdown, George Kun has decided to lead us on his behalf. He is always calm and calculated, even now, but I suspect he has some doubts and anxiety as our original leader is a bit off right now. We have a chance to fight some gods, you know? Isn't that amazing? I look forward to it. See, Kun says with a lot of enthusiasm. Fighting gods will be difficult, you know, even with our chaos break. Lapis-sama recently mixed it with a red vial and said it had become even more potent and powerful. It makes me wonder how much more it doesn't matter. We'll eventually need to use it. That's without a doubt in my mind. Heracles Kun says with a grin. HAAM with a bunch of muscle brains. Only Chow Chow and George Kun uses their brains ring. A sound of a phone notification resounds throughout the room we were in. It came from George Kun, and he takes his phone out and reads the message he received. His neutral face slowly morphed into one with a strained smile. He puts it away and sighs heavily. Even Chow Chow, who had been pacing back and forth, stops to wait for what he was about to say. Halzaham has informed us that the middleman is in the Egyptian realm. This may make our mission considerably harder. Keep that in mind. The two meatheads had huge grins on their faces, and I just sighed. I feel like we won't come out of this alive, or ourselves. But what caught our attention was Chow Chow. Good. If he brings that woman there, I can settle it with her. As George said, go prepare. We'll be leaving soon. The other factions should be nearly ready too. At the thought of fighting the woman named Aurelia, his composure returned. His old personality did. Perhaps he was saving it to be calm and collected during their fight. Whatever the reason may be, I had a terrible feeling about all of this. Ireland Scathackum? Oh, Welsh Dragon Drake. You came here? Scathack was currently in the place called Skellig Rocks, or Skellig Michael. Skellig Rock is southwest of Ireland and are 2 islands away from Country Kerry. Early settlers named it after the Seraph Michael. Little did they know he actually exists. This is where one of the newest Electa was stationed at. Selene, the moon dragon god. She had been sitting on top of a rock while drinking some sake. I believe she may become a formidable opponent and sparring partner in the future. However, she seemed quite relaxed, but I could not find an opening. Yeah, I said I'd come here on partner's behalf. Anyway, change of plans. He won't be sending an avatar here. But with all of us, it should be more than enough. Especially Selene and the Shadow Knights. When do you think he'll come here? I mean, why pick this island too? I am unsure. However, there were many religious humans that lived here at some point in history. Perhaps they may have something significant on this island that we are not aware of. Selene is the one who chose to come here. After I said that, we both turned our attention to the woman. Her eyes were still closed, and she was still drinking the sake. But she finally opened her eyes and stared at me. I do wonder. I hate that she remains cryptic even to us. Where has the vanishing dragon been sent to? Albion? Oh, he's going to Russia with Celestin. Edel should be there already. But knowing her powers, isn't she at a disadvantage? I wonder what partner was thinking. I see. Celestin. I had sparred with him once, and I had difficulty in landing a blow, but he was quite skilled. Much like Sharon, he's a super butler, as Natsa Managawa and Zenobia Corda calls him. However, Edel, it is true, many of the abilities she's shown me are plant or wood-based. But I believe Jean wouldn't just give them access to a singular ability. So, he must have sent her there for a reason. We, the Electa, are more than meets the eye, Welsh Dragon. You should be aware of that. Aren't you close with Jean Sama? Drake grumbled about something that I didn't catch. Oh yes, what about the one in Egypt? I asked the both of them. What about him? He's a complete weirdo, and I'm quite unique myself. So, if I say he's weird, then he's definitely weird. Well, I only met him briefly, but it is as the Welsh Dragon says. He was a unique individual. He was overconfident, but could back up his own ego. He had many strange mannerisms, as he would sometimes speak in third person. Fufu. Serena is certainly unique hybrid theory, or 8 Dragon God Serena. He certainly is an interesting person, don't you think? Interesting is one way to put it. Drake mumbled something and left for the other island, leaving Celine and I alone. Come now, scat hack. Let's chat before our day becomes troublesome. Celine summoned a chair and table with some tea. Agreeing with her, I went over there to have a little chat with her. Russia Albionum. This is quite something. Indeed it is, Albion Sama. When Celestin and I teleported to where the other Electa was stationed at, we were greeted by a large circular blue lake with many trees surrounding it. Feeling her mana, I start walking in that direction. It didn't take long for Celestin and I to reach where she was. Edel is a young woman with long greenish blonde hair and violet eyes. Edel wears a long pencil skirt in beige with white frills and a padded white dress shirt with a black vest over the top. She wears a large sun hat that is a pale green ribbon with a purple flower in it. Edel Sama, the woman in question, who had been sitting on a rock, looks over at us with a smile and waved us to go over to her. Albion Chan, Celestin Chan, I'm glad you could join me. Isn't this place beautiful? I've enjoyed my time here, even if it was short. Well, certainly. That giant lake in front of us is quite something. To this, Edel giggles at me, and then points toward the center. W8, is that why is there such a large hole in the middle? Did you know? This is called the bottomless lake here in Russia, as well as the Blue Lake. Perhaps Cow's brigade found something in it. Well, we can speculate all we want, but our priority will be helping to defend this place. However, Edel stops and stares at Celestin. Yes, leave the Russian god's realm to me, Edel Sama. You and Albion Sama will be the ones to defend this place. Clap. Edel claps her hands happily. Wonderful. I've already made contact with them, and the chief god is more than willing to let us in. However, he said he would just accept one for now, since it isn't the middleman himself. It's understandable after I told him of the events happening. Has she already made contact with them? I didn't think she would, but it does make sense since Jean will go there eventually. We also don't know if they're only attacking this place, and not the realm of the Russian gods. Who did you meet up with? Mokosh, the chief god's wife. Well, one of them. Mokosh, I vaguely know of her, but Purin, huh? I do believe Jean and him will get along swimmingly. Apart from being in a relationship with more than one woman, I am eager to see their interaction. Where is Jean Sama, by the way? He's in Egypt. Jean is about to start a little mission since he accepted to do a request so he could enter the realm for a justifiable reason, instead of waiting to be invited or just barging in there. Edel smiled and tilted her hat. Hoo-hoo, I see. I can't wait to get this mission done so I can go back. Yes, I agree. Jean Sama's home is quite lively after all. The two of them were already quite loyal to Jean. The females already hold him in high affection. I wonder who else he'll make. He hasn't made a leader or captain for the Shadow Knights, and I doubt Igris or Bellion wants to lead them. Clap anyway. Go ahead, Celestin. Albion Chan and I will remain here. Yes, of course. Until we meet again. Celestin bows before disappearing. I was left with Adele as she jumps down from where she was and stands next to me. If you want, you can fly around to inspect the surroundings. But be careful of potential humans spotting you. Yes, I was going to do that. I was curious about the giant hole in the lake. Thank you for the warning. I spread my wings and prepare to take flight. Egyptian God's Realm, Kurosagi. All right, let's get this mission started. Roger. Jean says through the transceiver, and everyone else answered. Kurosagi, was making my way towards the spot where all this started. Even before I left the town, I already felt Halzaham and his group in pursuit of me. What Alnaham said was true. It does seem he has become more interested in me since my disappearance. I walked out of the west entrance, as I didn't want to alert them that I knew of their presence. However, once I was outside, I readied myself and jumped away while increasing my speed. They also did the same thing and continued their pursuit. Halzaham lowered his speed so he wouldn't catch up to me, and so that his group could keep pace with him. The temperature in our realm lowers significantly when it's nighttime. Like in a human world, in the desert when it's night the temperature drops and it becomes very cold, in contrast to the temperature during the day. Nevertheless, our race has adapted to it over many years, and we have no problems with the huge change. But our race does get stronger at night. Perhaps it's due to us being called moon rabbits, or a completely different reason, I do not know. The rabbit goddess Wennet. Master R.A. and Osiris have mentioned them in the past. I found out about them through reading books, through word of mouth, and, as I said, through the two gods. R.A. said that she died a long time ago. He did not say how or to who, though. Reincarnation. I wonder if it's real? It appears that Master R.A. thinks so, but I'm skeptical if she, Goddess Wennet, was meant to come back. Wouldn't she already have done so? What was taking her so long? Even though I know gods and goddesses are real, I sometimes feel like I'm an atheist. I was nearing the spot now, and Halzaham's group was slowly increasing their speed to catch up to me. A few more seconds, and I reached it, but they didn't join me and watch from a distance. I have to keep up the act. I walk over to the edge of the cliff and stare down. Step, I didn't think you were that nostalgic. Kuro, they finally stepped out of their hiding place and were behind me. Why are you here? Murderer. Murderer? You gotta be kidding, right? What happened here was an accident. You hurt me with such lies, Kuro. Aren't we childhood friends? We're supposed to have each other's back. But when I was accused of such things, you turned your back on me. Keep calm. I am nearby, so don't worry too much. He'll let you fight your own battles. But if you get in a pinch, he'll step in. I've started broadcasting everything when you have him start to confess. And he'll also start the replay of the past after he confesses. Jean says through the transceiver. I couldn't even feel his presence, but I will trust his word on that. Your lies do not work on me, vermin. Stay away from me. Oh, still as spicy as ever, huh? I like that about you, Kurosagi. They inch closer. Many believe my word for it. Sooner or later it will come out. All I need is to get the proof. Junaid will regain his courage sooner or later and won't be scared of going against you anymore. Halzaham laughs at this. No, he's howling in laughter. Even his group is a bit taken aback by it. It appears that he found what I said genuinely funny. I was disturbed by it. He eventually stops laughing and wipes a tear from his eye. I didn't think you could make jokes like that. Kuro Schwip at starting. Since it's been years since we last saw each other, allow me to just personally confess to you. But first, yes, I care about you and would like you to join my household. Oh, come on. Don't give me that look. They all enjoy my company, you know? The thought of it makes me feel deeply uneasy. I felt my body tense up a little. This made him let out a chortle. To your other point, sure, why not? I did chase those kids off that day. I mean, they were having too much fun and didn't invite me. I'm amazing, you know? And when I found them having fun without me, it pissed me off. That doesn't give you the right to hurt them. I shouted at him, but he snickers. Mine makes right, and I stand at the top of our species, and I definitely stand above you. This is the simple rule of the supernatural world. They could try to make it look like they're being reasonable, or use political and all that mumbo-jumbo. But at the very core of everything, they be it the four Satans of the underworld, the Seraphs of heaven, or any number of leaders of the factions and pantheons around the world. They have power. No one would have picked them to rule otherwise. Even if it's true, they were also picked for various different reasons. Just because they're powerful doesn't mean everything. The Seraphs are mostly neutral to passive. The Beelzebub of the four Satans may be called a super devil, but he's mostly interested in his own research and technology. Even the Leviathan. She's a magical girl. It's all a facade. If they didn't have their own morality, then they would be ruling with an iron fist. It makes it easier. It's been proven in human history in the past. It's also been proven wrong since most of those tyrannic rulers were overthrown. Halzaham's powers were rising, and so were my own. His group had backed away as we were getting out of hand. I was meant to make him confess, so how did we come to this? That dumb rabbit, what was his name? Junaid? He stood up. He went up against me. The rest stayed down. They knew they belonged there. But an idiot like him? Standing up to me? Don't make me laugh. The weak should know when to stay down. They never had a right to begin with. He laughs. He tried to fight me, you know? It was pathetic. Such a weak punch, it barely felt like anything. But he had some nerve back then, Censuredo. A massive grin spreads across his face. Just like that runner-up loser. What the hell was his name? Battle? Akil. His name was Akil. Shame on you. He had a good chance of competing with you. My blood boiled at the blatant disrespect of the supposed dead. All right, Akil. Yes, Akil will admit that he was strong. Not as strong as me, but he had potential. Hell, if he was still alive, had probably reached my level if he continued with his training. But that was something I couldn't let pass, so you killed him. Clap clap is expected of my future first wife. You sure are smart, yes. Halzaham killed him. I mean, nip that problem, small problem, before it becomes a bigger one, right? I would say I was logical about it. You removed him without mercy. Nothing is gained without sacrifice. His sacrifice was necessary for my own growth. What did you do to him? Where is he? Huh? Why does it matter now? He's long gone. Probably. What? He apparently was amused by my reaction, so he kept on talking. I meant what I said, Kuro. He probably became multiple rabbit droppings. Ever notice why some of the food at a certain restaurant tasted a bit off or unusual for a few weeks? Some of you figured it out. Wait, what? Is this person saying that this kid was defective from the start? No reasonable person with a moral compass would do such a thing. And also hurting our friends, Censuredo Halzaham was just grinning at me. I looked back at his group, but they were reluctant to join him. They were probably too shocked at what he had confessed. Our town should surely have heard it all, right? Vera, oh my rabbit. I didn't think Halzaham was that unhinged also. That makes so much sense in why the food of that restaurant was so weird. Ugh. Thinking about it made my stomach turn, but everyone who had been watching and listening before that had reacted like how Jean predicted. I was just outside the hotel that they were staying at. Goddess Isis had joined me outside. However, as the conversation continued to be heard, and the fact that Halzaham outright confessed to the crimes he's committed, the entire town had fallen silent. Even Goddess Isis was staring at the holographic screen in the sky with very scary and cold eyes. Tell me this isn't true. Our hero, the once-in-a-lifetime genius. You heard him confess, you fool. If you still support him after this, then you're as guilty as he is. We ate. Akil. Oh. No, I'm going to PUK. The crowd was obviously outraged. Some still holding on to the fact that their hero might be set up and framed, but Halzaham had unequivocally admitted to his crimes. There was no shadow of a doubt that he did it, and some are just in denial. Tell me, Vera, what do you think will happen after this? What will happen after this? I would think Halzaham will be brought to justice. Isn't that the logical course of action? It's not that simple. Your species will always need a servant to each god. If Halzaham is taken away, who is going to substitute for him? The one you call Akil is dead. There has been no talk of the one after Akil. It's true. Only the one after the chosen ones are mentioned. Anyone else below them just go into obscurity, never to be heard from again. But perhaps we can just hold new trials to see who the strongest is after he is brought to justice. If my memory serves me right, there were quite a few who tried to become the next servant of Osiris. Maybe after his downfall, the ones who were afraid of stepping up may finally emerge. That just sounds unthinkable for me, and Achon says through the transceiver. I can totally understand. But I may have involuntarily eaten some in the past. He's despicable. Yes, Rosweiss and Reiko hate him. They already did, but I guess finding about this just made them detest him even more. Jean should be showing everyone the past event soon. Goddess Isis says beside me. I also fall silent as I wait for him to do that. It's the middleman. He randomly showed up, and now this is happening. He's trying to frame Halzaham and destroy our village. One of Halzaham's supporters shout, trying to rally the others. A few join him, but overall, Not many do so, as Halzaham did confess. Seeing this was in vain. They quickly ceased their attempts and quietly looked back at the screen. It seems like his efforts weren't in vain. What the hell's happening now? The same feeling from before it starting. In front of us, the past images of our younger selves appeared. This is I see, haha. You set me up. Amazing. Did you get the middleman involved in doing this? I see. You really did think this through, huh? It's pretty simple, but I guess I fell for it since we hadn't seen each other in a long time. As he said that, more and more of what had happened in the past played out. Cinchuredo, if you're a naturally born monster like me, everything is quite boring. Of course, in order to keep that, I had to get rid of certain individuals. Haha, well, it doesn't matter anymore. I've abandoned this terrible, boring town and its people. He then snapped his fingers. What did he do? Did you know? I joined up with the Monkai Association of Cows Brigade. While my status is still quite low, I know I will rise through the ranks at a brisk pace. First, I will lay waste to this town, and then the rest of Nembasuk. Rejoice, Kuro, for you are one of the first sacrifices for my inevitable godhood. Doom. Halzaham powered up. It was overwhelming. He had become even stronger since the last time I saw him. He had gone into his own alternate war god form and summoned 2 Kopesh as he dual-wielded them. I also entered my alternate war god form and summoned the spear that Master R.A. gave me. I don't stand a chance, but I have to try. I don't want Jean's help in this. Don't help me. Clang, clank, catching. We dashed toward each other as my spear and his Kopesh clashed. Sparks flew, the air around us distorted, and the ground beneath us was destroyed. This would be the toughest fight in my life so far. I did not feel any urgency when I faced against Leanne, one of Jean's subordinates. It was an exhibition match, not a fight where my life was at stake. Don't get distracted, Kuro. Halzaham increased his strength as he started to push me back. KHH. Ding, ding, ting. What's wrong? Can you only defend? Can't you fight back? Strongest female rabbit. Or is it all a lie? Did you cheat your way, Zing? Don't be absurd. Halzaham tried to insult me. He tried to force my emotional outbursts so I would fight recklessly, and so he could find an easy win over me. No, I won't give him that satisfaction. I thrust my spear toward his abdomen, and he dodged it. However, it grazed him a little. Nice. See, if you let your emotions go wild, you can reach me. Not really, but still. Shut up and fight me. Grinning, he increased his speed even more. What I saw was after images of Halzaham appearing around me. I couldn't tell which one was the original him. If you can use 2k, focus on his life energy. Those after images are only images and has no life in them. Stay calm. Hearing Jean's advice, I do as I was told. I closed my eyes and focused on finding his life energy, and there, I turned left and fired flames from my spear towards the ones on the right. Ack! It hit Halzaham as he quickly jumps away and looked at his injury. He had a look of disbelief and pure rage towards me. Good job. I felt a smile creep up on my face. I injured him, and from the looks of it, he wasn't expecting such a thing to occur. Don't get overconfident, you fool. You just got lucky. He'll take this seriously now. Halzaham gets down on all fours and a large burst of light erupts from his body. It consumed everything around him. Once it disappeared, he looked completely different. The left side of Halzaham's hair turns black, while the right side becomes pink. His right eye also turns a lighter shade of pink. While this is what lies beyond the alternative war god form, I dub it hybrid war god form. It's a mix of the 2 previous forms. Pretty fancy, huh? Well, whatever. He'll end this now. Dang. Slice. Slice. Ugh. He disappeared and reappeared beside me. I reacted on time since I faced Leanne before, and she was much faster. I blocked both his attacks, but I somehow received cuts all over my body. Hey, chow. Hi, can't keep up, can you? Ting. Slice. Cut. Ting. Clang. Cut. Cut. He kept on running all around me while attacking from distance. He created blades of wind with his weapons, and every time I parried or blocked them, I would get injured. At this rate, I will lose too much blood. I was bleeding all over and my vision was starting to blur. Did this mean the difference in strength was too great? Was it all for naught? What? You're giving up now? Don't you want to help Junaid? Even the others who he hurt? What about Akil, who was killed in cold blood? Stand up, Kurosagi. Aren't you known as the spear of sun god Ra? The strongest of your species? Stand up to him. Go past your limits. Right here, right now. Jean KH. Doom. A sudden surge of power swells from deep inside me, and my powers increase exponentially. Halzaham gained a surprised look on his face. Oh, you still had more in you, huh? Good. Struggle more, Kuro. Don't make me bored before I finish this. With his crazed grin, he also powered up too. This is it. This is my final stand. I summoned flames around my spear. This is my last attack. I either win or lose. White and green flames erupted from Halzaham. He was also going to end this too. With a final shout, I charged towards him. I will put every last bit of power, every last bit of my strength left in me into this attack. As I ran towards him, the blood that was seeping through me increased. I was pushing my body. I felt my own vision slowly going dark. Will I even reach him? No, I will. Halzaham's figure quickly reached me, and I thrust my spear in front of me, and he swung both his khopesh down at me. Kaboom! Vera, I didn't think it would turn into a fight. Kuro has no chance. Even though I wasn't here personally to see it, my parents have been keeping me up to date with many things. This included how much more powerful Halzaham became. But what shocked me even more was that he achieved a higher form than alternative war god. We always thought that there was one, but no one had achieved it. Godhood, huh? If that's his answer, then he's far from reaching it. Shiwinit did not look like that. Whatever form that is, it's certainly unique to him and him alone. What this race has lost over the years is that what lies after the alternative war god form is godhood, the true form of the rabbit goddess. When one reaches that form, they will become the next rabbit goddess or god. Goddess Isis says that so casually. Is that true? Wait, yes, because it's coming from a goddess herself. D, does that mean anyone can reach it? Wait, is that why? Goddess Isis continues and tells me the whole truth of there being 3 gods, and it was originally 3 who were chosen to serve them. Where was Goddess when it laid to rest? That's the thing. Her body just disappeared. Disappeared? Why did it disappear? Kaboom! A large explosion occurred in the monitor, and we also felt the shockwave from Hirno. Who won? Jean Skyward he? So you were here too, middleman? Even though Kurosagi told me to not interfere, her life would have ended there, so I had to step in. However, the aforementioned female rabbit was on the ground, and her breathing was quite ragged. Haha, it doesn't matter. As soon as I cut her, it was over for her shatter. Dawn. Ugh. What? I can't move. I destroyed his weapons and punched him in the gut. I also froze him in time when I punched him. Now then, I have a few things to do. First, let's check his memories. Nothing. As he said earlier, he wasn't that high up in the faction's rankings, so he wasn't given enough sufficient information. However, he did spy on some and found it will happen within the week. So, I at least can anticipate it may happen today or the next few days, as the week was going to end soon. After inspecting his memories, I go over to Kurosagi and hold her in my arms. Comptoir, scan her. Comptoir. Answer. His swords were coating in some kind of substance. I detect traces of Lapis power and Winnet. Conclusion. I believe Lapis mixed her power with Winnet's blood from many years ago. Perhaps Nyarlathotep planned this in advance? Comptoir. Answer. As of right now, you could call this the Rabbit Yukai's version of Samuel's blood, as it is slowly killing her. I would suggest you speak with Kurosagi and creating a new body for her. After hearing Comptoir's explanation, I look at Kurosagi. Now what shall I do? Kurosagi, I was a failure, and even now I was a failure. The mid-Gene, he was holding me as I was dying. I don't believe Halzaham would lie about this, since I could feel my own body shutting down. I can't read Gene's face, as he was staring at me, with no change in emotion. We just met. Would he feel sad about me passing? What kind of useless thoughts am I thinking? I felt him holding my hand. This was being shown live to everyone else. Hopefully I don't traumatize the younger ones. Because of my death, my strength left me fully, and my eyes finally shut. Hey, Kuro, when we grow up, let's become the strongest together. How was I living through my past memories? I could see a younger version of me and Halsaham. This was way before I found out his true nature. He looked very young and innocent here. His smile even seemed genuine. I want to be strong. A younger version of me says happily how naive of me the scene around me changes as it shows a small montage of Halsaham and I training together. Over time, other rabbit yokai of our age joined us, and that our friend group was formed. This also included Junaid and the others he hurt. We seemed very happy and energetic back then. If only those times stayed, the scene changed, and we were a little older. This was after the incident, and when I and many people distanced themselves to Halsaham. However, he was still quite charismatic, and many were drawn to him. This was also, hey, you're Kurosagi, right? Who's asking? Imvira. And I declare myself as your rival. Huh? Are you stupid? That's right. That was the day that Vera came up to me and declared herself my rival. We hadn't even been picked to be the potential candidates yet, but I guess in a way it was fate for the both of us to meet. The scene changed again, and it was when I was chosen as Master Ra's servant. I looked very happy and ecstatic. But that feeling soon changed as my past version of me saw that Halsaham would be the other servant of Master Osiris. Even then, Master Ra saw my disdain for the fellow. Are you not happy, Kuro? No, I am happy that I was chosen. But seeing the other candidate over their Master Ra looks over at Halsaham and nods, he misinterprets it and waves happily toward us. Master Osiris gave Ra a strange look, but he shook his head. Tell me, young one, why you do not like him? I wish to speak of this in a more private setting. If that isn't a problem to you, I mean it is not. We shall speak about it once all of this is over. For now, bear with it for me. Yes, sir, the next few changes of scenes were of me working for Master Ra for a few years, and also working with Master Osiris. However, any time it happened, I had a frown or look of antipathy towards Halsaham. Even Master Osiris noticed this, but I think he didn't think too much of it. I truly don't know what he thought. Perhaps I'll never find out since I'm dying, or just died. It also showed the aftermath of the disappearance of Akil. I even confronted Halsaham, and he denied it with his usual carefree attitude and grin. Finally, it showed me running away from this realm and wandering the human realm for quite some time. Many were intrigued by my clothing, but somewhere down the line, I found my way into the Greek god's realm, and everything from there seemed a little more bearable. Even when Vera pursued me there, the years I spent there were almost magical compared to my time in my hometown, since it felt so suffocating being near a murderer. The rabbit yokai of the Greek realm, the friends I made there in Malthiasima, she was a frequent visitor, or that little village. She listened to my worries, my troubles, and even to my past. Not only that, but she never tried to give advice, but just listened. That was enough for me. Even Artemis-sama and Demeter-sama would sometimes visit. I want to see them again, then why don't you do that? After I said that, I heard a tiny childlike voice say that to me. I look up as I had been staring at the ground since the visions of my past stopped after showing me in the Greek's realm. In front of me was the younger version of me. What? How can you? Am I hallucinating? Did older me become a little coward? Excuse me. Excuse me, now tell me, are you? What was I always this sassy as a kid? I didn't think I had such a vulgar mouth, too. The younger version of me huffed and put her small hands on her hips and glared at me. Did we become strong? Did we fulfill our promise to ourselves? To become strong enough to protect not only ourselves, but our friends and family, too? Or did you become like Halsaham and forget about it? It's cliché, right? But that's what I promised myself all those years ago. So did you fulfill it? No, I didn't. I was weak. I'm probably dying or just died right now. Are you sure? What? The both of us turned to our left and saw Jean. Ashu, how'd he get here? Wait, where's here? Where am I? Wait, Jean? Where's this actually? The afterlife? The land of the dead, do it? You're dying, Kurosagi, but there's a chance to save you. He explains what Halsaham had done and what's happening to my body. So, I really was dying, so I propose I make you a new body using my powers and then transfer your soul and consciousness into it. Ashu, why you can do that? I revived the heavenly dragons and gave them bodies. Do you really think this is beyond me? He says with a smirk. I mean, if he says it like that, then smack. Kick. Why are you hesitating? Ow. Why did you hit me? My younger version kicked me on the side of my leg. That hurt, you know. You want to live, don't you? So stop hesitating and accept the deal. You get to live and fulfill more things in life. I certainly wouldn't want to die now. Are you stupid? Hey, Gene person, is the older me just stupid? This little Gene laughed at what the younger version of me said, but shook his head in the end. No, she's quite smart, but she can be stubborn at times. Anyway, you won't be bound to me or anything, Kurosagi, but he seemed hesitant to say the next part. But we'll be like linked to you or something? The younger version of me asks, and surprised Gene. No, not really, but you'll be stronger than what you are. In a way, you'll have a body that's a mix of rabbit, yukai, and dragon. Like a draconic rabbit. Oh my gosh, do it. Do it. The younger version of me started to jump around excitedly. I guess she shows her age, huh? Yeah, that. And also you'll probably be reborn as the next rabbit goddess. Huh. He proceeds to explain to me how the real history of our race is since he added that goddess Isis told him about it to that the next rabbit goddess W8. Aren't you actually making me into a draconic rabbit god? Yeah, I guess so. So, will you accept? As she does. Can you not decide things for me? We're the same person. I am the older one. I sigh. I really want to hit my younger self. Is that child abuse? I accept, Gene. Great. He holds his hand out, waiting for me to grab a hold of it. I look at it, and back at my younger self, who looked annoyed at waiting. I really had an attitude problem when I was younger. How anyone tolerated me, that's a mystery in of itself. I finally reached out and grabbed his hand. After that, everything started to turn white. See, if you just stopped hesitating and doubting yourself, you can achieve so much more. Now, go out there and beat up Halsaham. Those were the last words I heard my younger version said to me. A giant grin spread across her face. Gene skyward, I already created the new body for Kurosagi and only needed her to accept the proposal. Once that was done, the transfer began, and it was instantaneous now. I don't want to leave her old body here, so it'll just erase it. I don't want the Cows Brigade to get their hands on it, or someone else, and create copies of her, just like how they did with Issei's old body, and created clones of the boosted gear. Shing! A large circular bubble encompassed Kurosagi's new body. It slowly got brighter and brighter until it exploded, and out came what? Kurosagi. She still looked the same, but when I used Observe on her, her race had become a draconic rabbit god, and her current rank and potential had increased. She Kurosagi had changed to become a low-tier god class, and her potential had changed from high-tier god class to the peak of dragon god class. How about a rematch then? Kurosagi silently nods, and she transformed. It wasn't like any form her race had seen before. Kurosagi's hair slowly turned white, and her eyes turned golden. I wasn't sure if it was because of Goddess Winnet or because of me, but she was bursting with divine aura. I unfroze Halsaham as he got into a stance and prepared to fight Kurosagi again. With his weapons gone, he had to fight barehanded. Even if he did have them, I would have removed the blood that was on them. Well, I guess I might as well announce it. This is a birth of a new god, a new rabbit goddess. Quit messing with me. Halsaham, who was already in his hybrid god form, quickly dashed towards Kurosagi, who was silently standing there. Don, ack. Halsaham threw a punch toward Kurosagi, who also met it with her own fist. When their fists collided, a large backdraft was created. However, SBSHHH. Crack. Halsaham's hand was badly injured in the clash, and he jumped back, recoiling in pain. He clutched his broken arm as he looked at Kurosagi in horror. That's the bravado I've seen you with that look, Halsaham. Do I scare you? Me? Scared? Don't be so delusional. Kuro, he clenched his broken fist and winced. That was just a lucky hit. He dashed back towards Kurosagi, who remained motionless, and started throwing punches and kicks at her. However, Kurosagi parried and deflected them all with a finger hand. She had become blasé about the current situation. Don. After blocking a few more attacks from Halsaham, she hit him with 3 punches. One on the neck, one of his guts, and another to his midsection. Once the hits finally registered, Halzaham was launched backwards as he lost consciousness. He crashed to the ground with a loud thud, and Kurosagi summoned her spear and ignited it. She stared coldly at the downed Halzaham. "You hurt many people and killed many. I must admit that you sound irredeemable, as I am the new rabbit goddess. I will personally execute you. Perish." Kurosagi spun her flame-covered spear a few times around her hand before swinging it down towards Halzaham, who was crawling away in a desperate attempt to avoid the attack. In front of Kurosagi, the entire area lit up in flames. An enormous fire tornado erupted from the ground. It consumed everything in front of us. It looked like the fiery depths of hell had come to the land of the living. The heat around us was quite high as the surroundings were slowly melting. The heat from the fiery tornado was intense. From within the swirling flames, the cries of a young rabbit could be heard. The cries were distressing, echoing through the chaos. But as quickly as the fire tornado appeared, it also vanished. Cinchuredo, I guess it wasn't time for a pun. Kurosagi undid her new form and put away her spear. She turns to me, "Let's head back." Everyone else saw what had just happened. "Sure thing." Vidae. Kuro became the new rabbit goddess. I thought she was going to die for a second there, but she suddenly came back to life. And I was so confused. 1 second, she was dying. The next she got up and had a new form and called herself the new rabbit goddess. I stared at Goddess Isis for answers, and she sighs. To think she would become the new rabbit goddess, no. She couldn't have done that on her own. "Jean, we must question him." "All right, that's right." Jean was holding her as she was dying, and then bam, some weird bubbling thing appeared over her, and she had white hair all of a sudden. But I wasn't the only one freaking out. Because boom, boom. When Halzaham snapped his fingers, we heard some explosions outside our town, but Rosweiss and Reiko told us not to worry about it. Even Ine also told us that for the last few minutes, we had been hearing explosions outside of the town. However, they gradually stopped, and only a sound of some kind of battle was heard around the north side of the town. Please don't mind the sounds. Just wait for Jean to come back. I wasn't sure on what to think anymore. So many things were just happening, and boom. They're back, Jean, skyward. When Kurosagi and I got back to the town, all of the denizens were just staring at us. Most of them were still too shocked to give a proper reaction. Many of them were staring at Kurosagi. We started to walk towards where Isis and Vera were. I was leading while Kurosagi walked beside me, but she was a little behind. I'm not sure what she was thinking. How does she see me now? Some kind of savior? Does she feel gratitude? Or are we still the same? As in, strangers or acquaintances? When we reached the two, I felt Ine finally finish off the last cryptid that she was fighting. I left it up to Rose, Reiko, and Ine in dealing with any backup that Halzaham had. I had assumed that he was in Cow's brigade, and had those 3 ready for combat just in case. "Jill, we're back. How are things on your end?" "Oh, our end? I mean, we didn't really have to do anything, Jean, true, but I felt obligated to just ask for formality's sake, you know?" I nod. "True. Anyway, what do you think, Isis?" She was silently staring at me, and at Kurosagi, who was squirming slightly. Finally, Isis sighed and shook her head. "I contacted RA and Osiris. They'll be here shortly. However, Shing, is it true? Oh my god, it really did happen. Haha, Kuro, you did it. You became the new rabbit goddess. I was waiting for this day to happen." RA almost seemed like an excited child walking around Kurosagi and poking at her. Kurosagi stood there awkwardly, not too sure in how to react. "Shing." Another circle appeared, and out came an adult who had dark skin, green eyes, and hair. He wore green and yellow calceris robe, belt sandals, and multiple fancy ornaments and jewelries. He spots RA and Osiris before walking towards us with a smile. "Oh, you finally made it, Osiris." "Yes, although I did not think it was this urgent, but alas it is. To think a new goddess would be born this soon, no. It's been many years, forgive me." "Kurosagi, was it?" Osiris, congratulate you." He spoke in a formal and polite tone. He was carrying a staff and book. "Wait, is that Game of Kings?" The knockoff of Game of Thrones in this world, he looks around us and nods. Let us entertain the thought of moving to a more private space to continue this conversation. The other two gods look at each other and nod. R.A. then turns to the rabbit Yukai and addresses them. Hear my word, denizens of this land. It is I, the god of the sun, R.A. We will address the current situation in the morning, as we have much to discuss about. So, for the time being, please go and get some rest. Whatever you saw and learned tonight may have been a lot to take it, right? You started out sounding like a leader, but near the end he sounded a lot more casual. He smiled at them in the end, and without a word, everyone started to disperse. They must really like him, huh? I glance at him, and R.A. grins at me. What charismatic idiot. My companions also joined us during that small speech of R.A. R.A. makes a small circular motion with his fingers, and everyone else steps closer to him. We do the same thing, and he claps his hand, and we were transported to a different place. No, this was the palace in Nimbusuk, the throne room. Phew. Now that we're here, let's talk a little, R.A. says, and turns his attention back to Kurosagi. Osiris then addresses us. Middleman. No, Jean as well as Isis and Vera. Please tell us of any detail that Kurosagi may have missed if you don't mind. Please also include your own perspectives. We agreed, and Kurosagi started from the very start. From the incident to her running away to the Greek god's realm to asking me for help and my reason for coming here. Well, they finally know the real reason I helped her, but it doesn't matter. I would have told them down the line. After that, she told them of our plan, while I added my own, the same with Isis. Kurosagi also told them of the confrontation and fight from her perspective. Vera and Isis did the same. In the end, they looked at me. What did you do? Isis asked and shrugged. Kurosagi was dying, and I had thought of removing whatever was slowly killing her body, but I decided why not give her an upgrade instead? An upgrade to be the new goddess of her race. So I did. No big deal. Pinch as I finished saying that. Rose had slunk to my side and pinched my cheek. Show yeah. Kurosagi ishdh a new wabbit goddess is pretty neat. White? So yeah. Kurosagi is the new rabbit goddess. Pretty neat, right? They were a bit taken aback at me, casually continuing one like nothing was wrong. Fufu, do not mistake it. For I am used to this. After a brief silence, R.A. begins laughing and slapping his sides. Oh, you're great. It's like some kind of comedy act. They'll assume she's part of your group of companions, right? You certainly have interesting tastes, Jean. A Valkyrie, a hybrid and a legendary hero figure of the Japanese mythology. Very interesting indeed, R.A. says while eyeing me. Isis shook her head and sighed in frustration. That doesn't explain how you did it. Does that mean you can create new bodies? And also resurrect the dead? Transfer souls and consciousness to a new body? I have only been with you for a day, but the things I've seen you do, no normal human can do that. I look at her strangely. Who said I was human? She goes to open her mouth, but stops. She gives me a questioning look before closing her eyes and thinking about what I said. But this is true, though, for most beings I've met, be it gods, goddesses, or whatever. They just assumed I'm a human. The only one to ask me outright was Azazel, and Sona. I gave Azazel my answer, and of course Sona knows since she was there in the peace conference. But they've been quite good since they've kept it a secret for me. Then what are you? No, before that, who knows? Isis finally asks me, and they look at me curiously. Well, the 4 Satans, the 4 great seraphs, and some of the leaders of Grigori, probably. Well, they know the half-truth. They know me as a hybrid of a dragon god and human. Not an outer dragon god, but that's beside the point. Isis looks at me with a go-on look, and I shrugged. Gotta get more friendship points from me to disclose that kind of information, Isis. Anyway, how are things going with preparations, R.A.? I've informed many of the gods and goddesses here, and as well as trusted individuals. I will inform the rabbit town tomorrow, along with the new rabbit goddess here. There are 2 more prominent areas in our realm. Only 2. I thought there would be more, seeing as how large other mythologies have been. Well, we don't have too many other races or species here. The ones who live in that area just wanted to live by some oasis. So, you could say they're oasis-based towns. Anyway, Ash, the god of oases, usually governs the place. He's neutral toward you, but when he learns of your recent achievement, he may lean more to liking me. But he's probably informing me of this since it might be a potential area that Cow's brigade may attack. So we'll go check it out and maybe put a barrier around it. Oh yes, even though I said it's one area, it's more like two separate towns. So yeah, and yes, it's as you suspect. One is for you, and the other is against you. They have been divided like that for many years. So only go to one? I can't afford that. If Cow's brigade decides to attack the other, and if I didn't go there to inspect before the attack, it can spell disaster for them. They'll still go. R.A. chuckles at me. I also suspected that. I cannot stop what you do, Jean. But please do be aware that they may be hostile and not so welcoming. Some may even try attacking you. Please don't hold it against them. I won't exactly blame them, but I will defend myself by putting them in some kind of sleeping magic if they do, though that may be just an extreme. R.A. nods and turns to Osiris. What will we do for your servant? Shall we hold a small tournament to find the next servant? On my end, it should be Vera, but I don't particularly want to. Vera awkwardly laughs and rubs the back of her head. Her eyes keep darting between Kurosagi and I for some reason. R.A. laughs to this and nods. Then that means we need to have a small tournament for both. Do you want to watch it? Jean? As much as I would, I need to go to that other area in your realm. I just need a guide. I was curious about it, but I had to decline Ra's invitation and look at the two rabbit girls and Isis. Isis rolls her eyes, while Vera was all for it. I see. It's a shame but understandable. However, we must keep Kurosagi since she is the new rabbit goddess, so she will need to watch over the tournament. So, Isis and Vera can go with you instead. Cool beans. Then we should no need, Jean. You and your companions can stay in this palace. There is more than enough room. Rashida, guide them to their chambers. Yes, Master R.A. Please follow me. That was quite generous of him. The girls follow after Rashida, but I don't. I stop and turn back to him. Seth is the god of sand in the Egyptian mythology. I also heard some rumors that he may not like me or me visiting. Is he here? Or anywhere near where Ash or that area I'm going to tomorrow? R.A. shakes his head. Fortunately for you, he is not here at the moment. He has been gone for around a week, actually, but it is true that he is not fond of the heavenly dragons or their wielders. His former territory, a large city in the desert, was completely decimated by two of your seniors. I see. I start to walk away and follow the girl's aura. He was also powerless to stop it. That's why he's against you, Jean. I do not know if his heart can be swayed at this point, but you can try. The same with Ta. However, his former lover Sekhmet is neutral towards you. He chuckles behind me. Perhaps you can quell the dying embers of love between them? I'm just speaking for nothing. Forget about what I said, Jean. I finally left the room and quickly found the room that they were staying in. Centuredo, I saw Ine bouncing on the stupidly large bed, larger than the one I had at home. They really put us all in one room. Huh? Rose sighs and looks at me. You did not confirm or deny the question if Reiko-san and Ine-san were close to you earlier, Jean. That's perhaps why R.A.-sama put us in one room. Point taken. That's my bad. Sorry about this, Reiko and Ine. It's fine, Jean. Lavinia-san and Aquino always say you're great company, so I've been curious. So will you let me? Ine interrupts me and asks quite innocently. I'm sure she's not naive, but I agree in the end. I look over at Reiko, and she also agrees to the arrangement, albeit a bit embarrassed. Well, let's rest up before we go check on that town R.A. mentioned for tomorrow. When we get there, and if any of you find a magic circle of any kind or traces of magic or energy, tell me straight away. Centuredo, once I do, she puts her hand over my eyes. That's what you meant. As bad as this sounds, it's great not having Drake. He may have said something along the lines of, he uses his focus ability from the boosted gear on his eyes to study you carefully. He already has a good read on you. I have never done that. Barato. Answer. Barato? Velgrind? Why are you looking at Jean like that? Yeah, I never did. Just ignore those 3 rows, eventually sighs, and takes her hand off my eyes, and I turn around the wrong way. Jean. Wrong way. No correct. Spin. Rose. Not amused, forcefully changed my direction, and I heard a weird cracking sound. However, I was greeted by Reiko wearing a tight purple outfit, and an Ine in cute pajamas that were black and purple with a feather design. Slap, you're staring at the both of them. Too much, Jean. I remove her hands from my eyes and sit up. I move over to sit beside her, look at her, and smirk. Cinchuredo, this is fine. Also, there's not a lot of space. Ine had opted to use me as a bed and pillow. So we went to sleep. Ireland's scat hack Drake. Is something the matter? Celine and I have been chatting for the past few hours. She's a woman with great conversational skills and charisma, and can speak about many different topics. However, around 1 hour ago, we saw Drake walking back and forth looking a bit irritated. He stops to look at us. Do you know where Halloween lives? Halloween? Oh, do you mean Queen Halloween or Queen Maeve? She lives in her own realm and governs her own people. Why do you ask? Apart from letting me help here, he also asked me to help or check on them. He said it was just a gut feeling. A gut feeling? Perhaps Jean and Contour speak about it? I don't know where it is. It's in Dublin, Drake, in a place called the Hellfire Club. If you go to a certain part of the building, you'll find the border between the human realm to Queen Maeve's realm. It's called Dinafreen Rhymes or Hellfire Field, though it looked normal and not a lot of fire. Queen Halloween has always had a weird naming sense, though she shares it a bit with Jean. I see. I'll make my way there then. You two will be fine, right? Yes, go ahead, Drake. Celine answers for the both of us, and he teleports away. I turn to look at her, and she smiles. You'll have a much more enjoyable time there. He loves to fight, after all. If whatever Jean-sama and Contour-sama sense there, then it will be worthwhile for the Welsh Dragon. We have 20 other Shadow Knights here. It will be quite easy to defend. I nod. She speaks the truth. With my current new power level, and add Celine with the 20 Shadow Knights, it will be a breeze, but he will be fine. He is a heavenly dragon, the dragon of domination after all. He has also gone up in power. Put some trust in him. If he does struggle, Jean-sama will be there. He won't let anything bad happen to the Welsh Dragon. Celine has a degree of trust in Drake. Is it because they are fellow dragons? Or is it because Jean considers both Drake and Albion his brothers? Whatever the case, maybe I look at where Drake once stood and look back at Celine, who smiled. When will this begin? I'm also feeling restless, Xing. A new teleportation circle appeared. I'm familiar with this. A blonde-haired magician with a witch's attire appears from it. Lavinia, why have you come here? She smiles at my question. I wanted to help defend Jean's home country. We do not need your help, Lavinia-sama. Please go join Drake. Drake-chan? Where'd he go? Celine explains what he had just discussed, and she nods. Okay, they'll go meet him over there then. She waves to us before disappearing again. That woman, even though Jean said to leave it to us, she just appeared if what Jean said was true. Then she may be facing a small portion of her past during this time. Will she be okay? She is strong. Trust in her, scat hack. I suppose you're right. Come, let us continue our previous topic. Drake, I had arrived in Dublin, and in a place called Phoenix Park. I was about to leave when I felt a teleportation circle appear nearby. I wasn't too alarmed once I recognized who it was, so I stood there waiting. She comes out of the tree, a little clumsily, spots me, and runs over to me. With my enchanted hearing, I could hear many people around us commenting on her beauty. Why I didn't like was, are they dating? They look good together. Should we mess with him? Yeah. No. Partner would be furious with me 100 times over. Not to mention that Lavinia Rennie sees me like an older brother figure to Partner. I'm also not interested in her, like how Partner mentioned once before. Hey Drake. Cinchuredo, after we met each other, well, you know the rest. Then how about now? It's not in our minds that much, Partner. Hell, probably wait until you go to other worlds, and then strike. Shut up, Ridra. No, we want. I want to deny the possibility. White one. Seeing Jean in so many relationships makes me sit down and reconsider. Perhaps I too will settle down one day. We have been revived after all. I was left speechless. I wasn't sure in what to think. Drake-chan? Huh. Oh, sorry about that. We're going to that Hellfire Club, or whatever, right? Let's go. I would rather not lose to Albion. He's so competitive. Let's go. Charging ahead of me. Lavinia Rennie lightly jogged away. Settling down, huh? I shake these thoughts away. They'll think about that another time. I have to focus on this first and foremost. Nimbusuk next day, Jean skyward. I first ate Egyptian food yesterday, and now I'm eating it for breakfast. It's quite tasty. R.A. Sama. Oh, Master R.A. Either worked for me, and A. We were currently having breakfast, and after this, we will be going to whatever the hell that area is called. Everyone in my group, plus R.A., Osiris, Isis, Vera, and Kurosagi was here too. They all decided to sleep here for the night. So, are you going to be doing the tournament right away? Yes. After we tell them of the birth of a new goddess, we will conduct the tournament straight away. After that, we'll assign them to both mine and Osiris' servants. Kuro has said last night that she doesn't want a servant, and we will respect her decision as she is a fellow goddess now. I see. Good luck, Kuro. She seemed a little surprised. Did I call her that too soon? But in the end, she smiled and nodded. I guess not. This Aura Slam. I'm back. Hubby. We have Guo, the middleman, Jean-chan. A new goddess appeared from the door behind us. She walked past US and waved. She goes over to RA, and they exchange a warm greeting. She had long pink hair, blue eyes, and brown skin. She wore a unique-looking wraparound gown and clothes-fitting sheaths. She also had many fancy, unique, and colorful ornaments all over her head, neck, and hair. Welcome back, my beloved Hathor. How was your trip to the human realm? Wonderful. What an energetic couple, but that's Goddess Hathor, huh? The goddess of love, beauty, music, dancing, fertility, and pleasure. Interesting. I wonder if RA is married to anyone else? Did you have breakfast yet, my love? I have not. Clap, clap, Rashida. I was prepared. Master R.A. Rashida instantly appeared with another plate of food. Hathor seemed pleased and hugged Rashida, making the maid blush at the contact. Hathor, after hugging the maid, sat down and began to eat her breakfast. R.A. started to tell her of what had recently transpired and that Kurosagi had become the newest rabbit goddess. Ma, I know you had it in you. Kuro, good job. T, thank you. She turns her attention to me. Next, thank you for saving her, Jean. No problem. I like Kuro too. Can't have her kicking the bucket yet. Nudge, nudge, do you hear that? He likes you, that's not what I meant. Woman Hathor gained a cheeky grin and started to nudge Kurosagi, who was trying to eat her breakfast. Her ears were drooping and she blushed. But she ultimately decided to ignore the teasing. This was probably somewhat regular. Will you behave? Jeez, who would even take you seriously as a goddess? Isis scolds Hathor, and she just sticks her tongue out at her in response. Osiris stifles his laughter at their interaction. That somehow feels like a punch in the gut. I feel like many would say that about me, huh? Now that I think about it. Kuro and I will have the same problems. She'll have to try to change her way of thinking that will fit a ruler or god. That should be a fairly interesting thing to watch. So, that's why Jean is going to Mzusai after breakfast. Mzusai? Is that the name of the town? I look at R.A. and he nods. I see. Good luck, Jean. You'll have a tough time at the west side of Mzusai, since they hate you. The east is a little more welcoming, though, even though some of them suffered in the attacks. I guess you could say they're a lot more forgiving. Hathor says, and R.A. nods. But once the rest of the realm finds out you are here, and as well as how you helped the rabbit town, then it may sway more opinions of you. Hathor adds a bunch of that right after R.A. said that. The other two didn't say anything, but just kept on eating. I haven't met many, although I'd spent most of it in a rabbit town, and I didn't really go there to explore, so I had a limited amount of exposure to it since I was already doing a job. Maybe you'll get a more accurate representation once I go to the west side of Mzusai, since there are a lot of them there. Haters, I mean. If they wish to hate and harm someone, they can put it all on me, but they better not extend that to the ones accompanying me. But maybe Isis' presence might stop some of it. I wasn't sure yet, but we'll see when we go there. We were by the entrance hallway of the palace. We finished eating breakfast not too long ago, and everyone was ready to depart. Hathor was going to accompany R.A., Osiris, and Kuro. I will leave it to you then, Vera. Get them there safely. Yes, of course, Master R.A. R.A. and his group left first, and we were the ones left in the hallway. Vera turns to us with a large smile on her face. Okay, let's get going then, but first, we have to go outside, so she leads us out into the walkway again and turns right. We follow where she was looking, and she seemed to be looking at a certain building that's being elevated to a higher altitude. We go there to teleport to Mzusai. Huh. I thought all we had to do was teleport there ourselves. Chapter 3, Part 1. Calm Before the Storm, Hero Faction, and Eccentric Dragon Nimbusuk Gene Skyward. So we need to use a teleporter to get there? I was expecting you to just teleport us, Vera. Yes. Unlike our town, Mzusai is accessible to anyone, and it's not limited to one race. We're just their guests. So the gods decided to create an easy way to travel to it. However, there's another way, but that way is much slower. Ah, there's one now. She pointed to the right, and there was a giant flying ship. From here I could see that it was mostly made out of wood and metal. However, there were magical properties in those materials. Interesting, it seemed large enough to hold a lot of passengers. I see. How long does it take to travel from here to Mzusai? Around 3 to 4 hours? There are a lot of activities and bars on the ship, so you won't be bored. It's just like those luxury cruise ships humans have in their world. I guess this is first-class treatment, but it's quite cheap. It's just 10 per person. Children under the age of 13 are 5 each. That seems like a pretty good deal. But it'll assume you'll pay for some of those activities, as well as food and drinks. Vera nods, and we silently watch the flying ship sail away. Or does it fly away? Well, whatever. I can use that when I return, but first things first. I looked down at the streets below, and they were bustling with life. Okay, so how we get down there? Vera nodded before jumping down onto the streets below us. I shake my head and sigh. I grab Rose and carry her. Although she was clearly confused, I glanced at my companions and jumped down. Rose looked at me confused. I could have jumped down myself, I wanted to hold you. She blushed at my answer, but didn't say anything in return except pull herself closer to me. To think you would be so charming as we fall. You certainly are strange, Jean. There is and was no rule that stated I couldn't chat while on a job. Isis snorted at my answer, but we eventually landed on the ground. No one was surprised. I believe this is a common occurrence. Beside us was a food vendor. I also let Rose down as she was starting to poke me rapidly in the arm. That makes it the 17th one today. Hey there, do you guys want some kofta kebabs? 17th? Kofta kebabs? The man asks, and Ine repeated in a more questioning manner. He nods. Oh, you must be a tourist, then Missy. Kofta kebabs are essentially lamb or goat meatballs on a stick. It's quite popular both in the human world and here. 17th, as in you're the 17th group to jump down here. Anyway, what do you say? Ine looks at me ardently. I also look at Vera, and she was also gazing at the food while drooling a bit. We just had breakfast, you guys. Seeing as how they probably wouldn't budge, I bought everyone too, including the ones who didn't say anything. Thanks for your business. The man was quite pleased with himself. They were quite inexpensive, so they weren't too shabby. He also decided to cook a fresh batch, so they were fresh, I guess. After getting our food, we walked away with Vera leading us. Oh, this is pretty good. Ine was eating the kebabs like a starving squirrel as I glanced at her. The others, with the exception of Isis, agreed with Ine. Is the teleporter usually crowded, Vera? She shook her head while taking another bite of her food. No, but unless some kind of event is happening or for some other reason, it is usually quite empty. The flying ships are much more popular. They also take you through a lot of picturesque scenery on the way there. Like many areas that were destroyed by Vera trailed off, and I understood what she meant. So, I will assume that there were more hamlets, towns, and villages in the past, but they were destroyed by my senpais of the past. But why don't they see? But why didn't they rebuild? Most of their population in those towns or villages were wiped out, so the remaining ones just moved to Nimbusuk or Mzusai. They were all mostly self-sufficient, with some of our gods or goddesses occasionally visiting. But each village or town would sometimes have a god to worship. Interesting. I look at Isis, and she nods. Yes, 4 of those places that worshipped me were also destroyed. You don't hate me? You are not your past wielders or incarnation. It would be foolish to believe so. Although the majority of people now believe this, there's still those who are stuck in the past. Hear this, Jean. The denizens of West Mzusai may try to physically harm you, or your companions. That's how much hatred and resentment some of them bear. Stay sharp. Isis explains quite seriously. I was hoping that it wouldn't be that, but I'm a bit hopeful since she did say some and not all. However, that doesn't mean they want verbally abuse us. I see, all right. Thank you for the heads up. Considering they have their clothes and rings, it should be impossible for them to harm us physically. Vera and Isis are the only two who might be physically hit, but I doubt she will be since she's a goddess, so I'm hoping for that. Her presence, my presence, will do you no good. They will just avoid hitting me and try to hit everyone else. Am I that obvious? At times, yes. I sigh and pull Vera back with some telekinesis. Hiya. She was obviously surprised and let out a yelp. She looks up at me confused. Even if you're our guide, once we get there, stick close to me since he'll have a barrier around me. ITLL, surround all of us. Oh, okay. She said it a bit awkwardly and trotted back to her previous position. Looking around me, there were many shops and vendors around the place. Even some animals would stop and stare at us. I could tell that Ine wanted to touch or pet some of them. Jijin. She looked at me and up at the flying ship. Yeah, I was expecting you to ask that sooner or later. Ine, when we come back. Sure, she pumped her hand before joining Vera at the front. Reiko and Rose chuckled at Ine's almost childlike innocence and energy. Well, they'll be taking her with me to many places to experience more of the world after all. We eventually arrived at the elevated building where the teleporter was supposed to be at. There was some kind of reception area at the bottom, but no one was working on it, so it was empty. Does anyone even work here? Only during peak hours or, as I mentioned earlier, an event happening since it tends to get rather crowded here. So they create a system or queue. She gestured to our right, and there were 2 elevators? No, they were just rock platforms, and the other way to go up was a rocky spiral staircase. Those are old elevators powered by magic. Or we could just walk up. It's up to all of you. But keep in mind the maximum capacity is 6 at a time, and seeing as how we have 6 here, we can all fit. Vera explains, and I look at everyone else. I don't mind either way, so we'll let them choose. Reiko, Rose, and Ine quickly came to an agreement. Isis was already waiting by it, so we hastily joined her. Once we were there, the contraption started to float up. Unlike the one in the Fairy Kingdom, this one was a lot smoother. It's almost like the one in Tir Na Nog, which is convenient. But it certainly is a tight fit. Rose decided to stand in front of me, so she was squished up to me. On my right was Ine. I had elected to stand in the left corner, so I would give the rest more room. I don't know whether Rose planned it out, or if this was a coincidence, though. The journey up was comfortable and smooth. There was no kind of bump or interruptions, and we simply enjoyed the ride together in a relaxed setting. Centuredo, I had to resist from doing it. We're nearly there, Isis says, and I turn my attention to her. But when I did, she was staring at me. No, she was looking at where Rose and I had been shaking hands. Her gaze then changed to looking me in the eyes while she sighed disappointedly. Oh, come on, lady. I'm still a kid. Well, in this body, at least Ine was trying her utmost to avoid eye contact with me. I guess she saw us. Geez. However, we eventually reached the top, and there was a single magic circle at the back of the room. The room was in a circular shape with a few benches around it, and glassless windows all around. They'll go last. Everyone else can go first. But how will that work? Ine strolls over to some of the windows and looks through them. Reiko accompanies her, and Isis stands near the teleportation circle. Vera then addresses my question. We will be transported into a neutral building. From there, take another teleportation circle to either head west or east. However, there's the option of walking from west to east and vice versa once we teleport to either one. However, please bear in mind that the journey will be a bit long since we'll have to trek through a mountain. The other way is by passing through the desert and then circling around before arriving at east or west. Vera explains. Well, it's obvious then which of the two to take, isn't it? Let's just teleport around the place. She starts to walk to the circle when I stop her again. Wait, Vera, where do those flying ships dock? They land near the neutral building. They will then have to walk through a long tunnel for around 10 minutes. However, there will be bathroom stops and other smaller shops along the way. If you need to buy a snack or drink, that sounds convenient, Clap. Now, then everyone please follow after me, Mistress Isis. If you like, you can go ahead without us. We'll head to the east first, since they aren't hostile towards Jean. Isis nods and steps on a magic circle. She then disappears after stepping on it. Vera coaxed Ine and Reiko to accompany her. It looks like it'll be me and Rose that will go last. We'll wait for you before proceeding to the other teleporter, Jean Rossweiss. We nod, and then they disappear. Rose and I step on the teleporter and also vanish. Neutral building. Once there, the interior of the building was mostly white. There were multiple chairs and couches, as well as vending machines. I guess they'll try to milk you while you wait here. Huh? At the right was a sign that said east, and on the left was west. I guess if you were facing the opposite direction, it would make sense. I stepped out of the teleportation circle with Rose, and there were a few other people there. They looked like tourists. Everyone else was on the east side, so we joined them. Isis steps into the teleport and teleports away again. From where we once were, I can see a hallway to the right of the magic circle. I assume this is the hallway where tourists will exit and return to catch the flying boat. I turn back to see Rose tugging on my sleeve since she was by the teleportation circle. I join her there, so we finally go to the east side of Mzusai. East Mzusai, click click, as soon as Rose and I teleported and we were greeted by flashing lights from a camera. We awkwardly walk out of the teleportation circle and put our hands in front of us so we wouldn't be blinded by the constant flashing. Is this how celebrities feel? It would be wise to refrain from doing that. Isis says, and it stops them instantly. Oh, our apologies, Lady Isis, but we can't help but be excited. We finally get to meet him. At the very least, wait for Jean to give you permission to take those photos. He's a man who works with consent. I didn't think Isis would defend or speak on my behalf. I look at her with some admiration. She just shrugs her shoulders. One of them approaches me and asks for permission, and I allow them. So they took turns in taking pictures of me. Cinchuredo and R.A. told me about this place. If I am able to reconcile with the western half, I will do so. The other is I will be placing some protective barriers around this town. They were a little surprised by my second reasoning, but when they tried to ask for details about it, I had to decline. I'm sorry, but I'm on a tight schedule. Maybe when all this is behind us, we could do another interview. I quickly escaped while carrying Rose with me. Although I did formally introduce her as my secretary and lover, she mostly remained silent during that time. So, if that news gets out in this realm, then the rest of the supernatural world will follow. We left the building we were in, and once outside, we were greeted by some kind of swimming resort or swimming pool area. Walking forward, it was just a waning crescent moon shape. There were some huts, beach umbrella chairs, and some tables. Looking back, the building was made out of white marble, and the roofs were blue and round. There was some kind of star above the highest point of the building. Around us were many tourists and locals that live here. Several of the people were looking at us curiously, but I believe most of them knew who we were. Oh, Isis. I was wondering when you would show up with the middleman. Suddenly a man in front of us appears and approaches us. It seems he knows Isis. I assume he's a god. I used observe on him, and my assumption was correct. It was the god of oases, Ash. God Ash is a tall man with white hair. He wears an open dark gray shirt with gray pants and snakeskin boots, with a blue school coat over it. He wears blue, green, and gold Egyptian accessories. He wears a monocle. Oh, you were here today, Ash? I thought you were away with your new lover. We were just testing the waters, Isis. There is nothing set in stone. My apologies, middleman. I am Ash, the god of oases, and the one overseeing the town of Mzusai. R.A. told me of your visit today, so I made sure to be here. I also know the real reason. I appreciate your help. R.A. told him already? I didn't expect that, but it certainly is helpful. Is that so? This makes this easier then. Are there any notable spots you think may be vulnerable? It'll expand my barrier to reach those if I have to. He shakes his head. No, this is the extent of the west side of Mzusai. However, the west side is a bit more open, so I suggest you create a slightly more substantial barrier on that side. Unless you plan on making one that encompasses both. I haven't decided on the full details until I see how both are laid out. Once I see them, then I'll go from there. By the way, who's the other god here? I feel it over in the west side. Sekhmet. She is here. but we don't know where her husband Ta went. He sometimes visits the west side on a near regular basis, but he isn't here. The same with Seth, the god of sand. He has been missing for a week. According to Ignia, the attack might happen this week. I also read through Yaku and Kubota's memories. I'm hoping I'm wrong, but those just align right. Hades, a god, is part of that organization, as well as Ares. It wouldn't have stretched to assume, well, we should hurry to the west side tug as I try to move away. Ine stops me and gives me puppy dog eyes. Ugh, she wants to explore this place a bit. Using a bird's eye view, I checked the entire town. It wasn't that large. In actuality, it's quite small. I can presume it's the same for the west side. Ash did say it was a little more open, whatever that means. Fine, jumping up like a child. Ine pumps her fist. Everyone chuckled at her, even Isis. But we're going to the west side after we're done, all right? She didn't hear me as she ran to the right side. We slowly follow after her. I could see a statue of a dolphin that was spitting water out of its mouth. So, is this some kind of resort-like town or something? Next thing is, I'm expecting a casino. Ash chuckles ahead of us and shakes his head. No, but they did build this town in hopes of attracting more tourists and more people to move and live here. We are expecting to expand a little more. We have a few homes built inside the mountain or above certain elevated rocks. We says that I look up and could see some homes inside the mountain or on top of some rocks. Earlier, I saw a large entrance into this place. Is that where they're expecting to expand to? What kind of expansion? We passed by what seemed to be a restaurant plus inn and walked up a short staircase and onto a bridge. On the other side, I could see more homes, a bar or pub-like building, and another inn. I plan on destroying some of the wall and creating more space, as well as expanding beyond the entrance to this town. We will just need to move the entrance back since it's mostly open desert out there. Ash explains and gestures to certain spots he wants to expand their town to. For the next hour, we toured the small town of Mzusai. I was curious what the west side looked like since, according to Ash, it looked very differently to the east side. I also used that small tour to take note of anything strange in the town, but found nothing. No strange teleportation circles or anything suspicious could be found. I even had Kuntor scan it and we found nothing. Since it wasn't close to lunch, we decided to go to the east side, and then after that come back to the west for have lunch. Time to go to the west then. We'll see you for lunch, Ash. Very well. Try to bring Sekhmet with you. Otherwise, shall wait in that side for who knows how long. Even I tend to stay here. That side is just too well. It'll let your own experience there decide for itself. After saying that, Ash disappeared, and I noticed his aura went into the local pub. Perhaps I'll wait there until our return. We walked over the bridge, past a few shops, and a few locals greeting us, but they weren't as pushy as the earlier ones. So, we reached the building where the teleporters were with ease. Jean, all of you wait. Isis stops us as we started to go to the west side teleportation circle. When I looked at her, she had a very serious look on her face. As I mentioned earlier, they want shy away from hurting you physically when they find out who you are. I, without a doubt, think they already know of your presence here. Those reporters earlier, some of them hailed from the west. I see I did feel a bit of abhorrence earlier, albeit a little faint. They probably took into account that I could tell right away, so they're not stupid. They could potentially be very scheming. All of you start to stick close to me as soon as we get there, all right? You too, Isis. She gives me an amused smirk, but I didn't leave any room for argument, so she went along with it. Very well. I will go first. They want randomly assault a goddess they have known for a long time. She says that then vanishes. I really doubt that. The next batch was Reiko, Ine, and Vera. Finally, Rose and I. West Mzusai, when I got there, I immediately put an invisible barrier around me. I held Rose's hand and walked towards the others who were by the entrance. There was a receptionist, and I could tell that she was annoyed already from seeing them. I wonder why. It's not like my group has done anything to her yet. Doing as they were told, they stood very close to me. I didn't take note of what was inside, but when we got out of the building, there was a lake immediately in front of us. It wasn't large, but I would wager it was the same size as the one over at the east side. There were many palm trees around the lake, and using a bird's eye view, I could see what Ash meant by it being more spacious. In the distance, where I assumed the entrance was more houses, but they were more spaced out and there was more land for me to cover. I turn right, and everyone else follows my lead. In the distance, we could see a flying ship starting to take off. Centuredo, the animosity, was already here. Many of the local residents were looking our way with a lot of resentment. No one had done anything yet. They were mostly just looking for now. So, we went around the town looking at every nook and cranny I wanted to check out. Isis also gave her opinion on the place, since she had been here multiple times in the past. I was starting to think nothing physical would happen when thud, thud, some rocks hit my barrier. I look at the ones who threw it, and they had a look of shock as their rocks bounces off the barrier. Oh, so it's starting, huh? It doesn't matter, they won't reach us. Let's just go and find Sekhmet. I doubt I can try to reconcile with them when something big may happen soon. Correct. Just use this time to save them. Do your other job at a different time, Jean. I nod and proceed to locate Sekhmet's divine aura, and I found her to be near the outskirts of the town. No, she was outside of it. She was in the desert. She seems to be in the desert. Her aura is outside the boundaries of the town, I think. We start walking in that direction as a few more rocks hit my barrier. They may be hesitant in doing more since they saw my exhibition match, right? I glanced back one more time and could see a few residents on top of their homes' rooftops, which confused me even more. No one really talked to us, as they just mostly stopped and stared with angry glares. Well, it was a lot tamer than I thought. Maybe my match made them hesitate? Ah, yes. You did have that not too long ago. I failed to add that to my calculations. If we take that into account, then yes. I would think that's the next logical step. Unless they want to be heavy beaten by you. Isis says while nodding sagely. But they could also take advantage of the fact that Jean is the middleman and attack him. They can always make the excuse of him attack them first, and they had to defend themselves, or try to spin the blame on him. Rose adds, that's also a good point. Either way, Centuredo, how would that even work? Maybe that dumb Welsh dragon is influencing me more. I need a rest. I heard Rudra laughing before a loud smack reverberated inside my head. That probably wasn't a wise choice, their mate with me leading everyone. We quickly arrived by the area where Sekhmet was at. She was just staring out into the desert. She wasn't really moving. Sekhmet? Isis called out. Hearing the voice, she turns around, and we finally get to see what she looked like. Sekhmet is a beautiful yet languid woman that looks to be in her mid-20s with absurdly long, unkempt, purplish-red hair that went down to her toes. She was dressed in a dark outfit that was primarily black and complemented her feminine physique rather perfectly. Her skin is pale, to the point one would consider it unhealthy. Her face gave off an extremely debilitated and apathetic look. Isis. Oh, the middleman. Have you come to visit Mzu Sai? You're not that like here. I noticed that we got a few rocks thrown at us, but they hadn't done anything else. They know of the rumors, and also saw your match. They did not wish to die. So this is what they have resorted to. Is there any other reason for your visit? I nod and tell her why I came here, and that R.A., Osiris, and Isis know about it. Oh, I see. I have not been informed yet. Usually, my husband tells me after he finds out, but he has been missing for the past week. Sekhmet turns around to look back at the vast sandy background tug. I feel someone violently tug me towards them, and it was Isis. She pulls me towards her and whispers into my ear. She's usually self-sufficient, but since being married to Ta, she's slowly been losing that ability. I don't know what happens behind closed doors, but we can only speculate. So stop asking her about anything we know, since there's a high chance she may not know about it. Okay, domestic violence? She didn't seem powerless, or did he break her self-confidence and her spirit? She was at least the same as Danu and the other non-combative goddesses, since she was low-tier god class. Growl. I turn my attention to Ine and Vera as heard both their stomachs growl. Both girls blushed at the same time. All right, let's go back to the east side then and join Ash for lunch. Sekhmet, do you want to join us? No, please join us. The more the merrier, right? She turns back to us after I asked her. She looks at me and then back at the ground. She falls silent for around 2 minutes. In the meantime, I took this opportunity to scan the entire west side town from a bird's eye view. I want to get the complete layout in my memory. When we get back to the east, that's when he'll deploy the barrier. After that, we should go back to the capital and see if those guys were back there. All right, I'm hungry too. She accepted my proposal, and we started to walk back to the town. Oh, please stay close to me. She tilted her head confused, and Isis tells her why. So squishy, Sekhmet really took what I said literally and was basically hugging my free arm like her life depended on it. I was a little surprised, but shrugged it off. Isis just sighed beside her, not wanting to argue. I saw Rose's lip twitch for the briefest second there. We eventually arrived back at the building. Everyone went into the magic circle like the previous other times. However, Rose and I were joined by Sekhmet. East Mzusai, we arrived back at the east side and were warmly welcomed there. We quickly greet them and go to the pub that Ash was still in. Once there, he sees us and waved us over. Welcome back. It seems you managed to snag Sekhmet with you. Are you doing well, Sekhmet? No, my husband is still missing. I see. Anyway, let's have lunch. Boss. Coming right up, Master Ash. Ash called over the owner and ordered for us. He said that he knew which ones to order for new tourists, and even said he would pay the bill. I tried to intervene, but he cut me off, saying to let him do it this time, and want him here again to pay next time. So I reluctantly did so. Sekhmet was sitting there in almost a daze, just staring at her hands while fiddling with her fingers. Have you done that yet, Jean? No, but I will after eating. I wanted to double-check everything here since I got a good look at the west side before coming back. I see. Our food eventually came. Since my attention earlier was focused on Ash and Sekhmet, I didn't get a chance to look at the restaurant pub that we were in. The exterior was very different to the rest of the place, since it was painted brown to stand out. The interior was also brown, like many of its furniture. The chairs and stools, to the benches and tables. However, everything else was normal, like the cutlery, plates, and such. Isis and Ash spoke about Ash's love life and his new lover. Apparently, if you truly pursue her, she will be your sixth wife, correct? Yes, my late wife passed away a few years ago. I thought it appropriate to try find love in my life again. I have mourned her enough. Clank clank, am more surprised you don't have children from your previous marriages? Or did you specifically not want children? The god of oases did not answer, but had a complicated expression on him. Isis apologized, since it was probably a sensitive topic for him. She then turns to me. Cinchuredo made love in the past, but I am unsure on how serious they were. But I'm not against having any, if that's what you're asking. I believe that's the right choice, Jean. You are still young. Take your time in choosing when to have children. I believe that you must have already found a way to prolong your life. So having children isn't a priority for you, after Ash said that he took a sip from his coffee. The older you get, the wiser you become. That's wrong around a lot, but I guess it only works on some people, and Ash is definitely one of them. Though, I wish you luck if you do decide to have children. Cinchuredo, I'm going to have a bunch of universal monsters running around this universe, or even the Omniverse. Hopefully they're not too rebellious or try to destroy everything. We made light chatter the rest of lunch. Even then, Sekhmet was mostly half-heartedly staring at her plate of food. Once outside, I took another bird's-eye view of the east side of Mzusai. I'll look at any relevant area that may have some kind of magic circle. After confirming that there was nothing here, and as well as on the west side, I put my hand up and created an invisible barrier. Anyone that belonged to Cow's brigade, interacted with them, or were connected to them in any evil way won't be allowed past the barrier. I turned to everyone with me, and I told them what I did. I specifically stare at Sekhmet when I said that. Now I may be wrong, or I may be right, but whatever happens after today will decide their fates. With that, I'm done here. We'll go back to Nimbusuk. Isis, are they back there yet? Give me a moment. Isis walks away and looks like she's contacting R.A. Jean. What will you do once you're finished here? Well, depending on what happens after their attack, I may need to go to other mythologies to do requests sent in by them. I see. I wish you luck with that. I will get going now. Ash nods before walking away. Sekhmet was next. She just stares at me silently before walking away as well. I don't know what she was trying to see, but I hope she got my message earlier that I suspect Ta and maybe Seth to be working or joined up with Cow's brigade eventually. Isis comes back and joins us. They are back in the palace. Let us return. Isis starts to walk toward the teleportation building when I grab her shoulder to stop her. No need, since I've been to these places before. I could do the teleporting. Why did you not do that earlier? I can, but I didn't know the structure and layout of the realm. I could have accidentally teleported into someone's home while they were busy or handling personal matters. She nods, understanding my reasoning. I mean, if I was desperate, I would do that, but since it's not that kind of situation, I saw no need. Anyway, they gathered around me. Seeing this, Isis did the same thing. Nimbasuk, I teleported us directly into the palace, and Kurosagi, Ra, Osiris, Hathor, and Rashida were already there. However, there was another unexpected guest there. A tall young woman with lightly tanned skin, sky blue eyes with yellow cat-eye pupils, and blonde-accented black hair, with cat ears on top of her head. She wears an outfit consisting of black knee-high boots, shorts, belt, and elbow-length fingerless gloves, with a top consisting of black and red fabric. The entire outfit has gold-colored armor pieces attached, knee pads and wrist guards on both sides, a pauldron, vambrace, and gauntlet on her right arm, and a single bangle on her left bicep. She also wears a dark red feathered cape with 2 gold decorations hanging from it. Oh, Jean, welcome back. We've been waiting for you. Things went well on our end. We did, however, meet up with someone else on the way back. This is her. So you're the Dual Dragon Emperor? The woman walks up to me and examines me. Isis looked rather annoyed and snapped. So, you're back. Cinchuredo, and from the looks of things, she doesn't get along well with Isis. Imbatet, a pleasure to finally meet you, Dual Dragon Emperor. She puts her hand out for a handshake, and I accept. Likewise, Batet. Anyway, I covered Mzusai in an invisible. They're attacking. Boom, boom, boom. Rumble, rumble. Shake, shake. Everyone became alert at the sudden shaking and rumbling. It seems like they're attacking us now. How convenient. R.A. says rather excitedly. Yeah, I bet Ireland and Russia are having the same fate right now. They'll go out and deal with them. Rose, can you look out for an A, just in case? Yes, of course. I nod and look at the gods with us. They'll let you guys do your own thing. They'll confront the leaders of this. I didn't wait for a response as I teleported out of the palace. Once outside, I could see that multiple areas of Nimbasuk had been attacked, but thanks to aforementioned preparations, many of the buildings were reinforced with magic, so the ones inside were safe. Bothet and Vera appear beside me. We arrived 2 hours earlier before you, and we had reinforced around 97 of the buildings in Nimbasuk. The last 3 wasn't covered since you came back. We were going to do it, but it should be fine. Master R.A. and the others will take care of other invaders at different parts of Nimbasuk. He will leave the ones here to us. Both women explain themselves. I see, then Dual Dragon Emperor. The familiar voice of Chow resounded through the area. A portal opens, and out came several members of the hero faction. However, many of them were unknown faces, so you'll guess that the others were already spread across the realm. Maybe in Mzusai. Bring that woman out. Chow looked very different. He had some kind of mechanical arm, his hair was a little unkempt, and he had a crazed look in his eyes, but he still sounded calm. But I don't have a problem with that. Aurelia also has some unfinished business with you, woman. Both Vera and Batet were confused, but I brought my left arm out, and my middle ring glowed. From it, out came Aurelia. You fled during the Kyoto incident, true Longinus wielder. I was forced to retreat, and they refused to let me go back. Well, it doesn't matter anymore. I'm much stronger than before since they forced me to drink those red vials. Doom. Chow's power surged to new heights, and then he muttered balance break. The true Longinus shone brightly, then large 7 white light bowling-sized balls appeared around him. Polar Knight, Longinus Chakravartin. Also known as the Heavenly Ring Holy King's Spear enveloped in brightness, which brings the Polar Knight, is Chow's subspecies balance breaker of the true Longinus. This creates 7 orbs called the 7 treasures, each having a different ability. The 7 orbs each have the same appearance, making it hard for the opponent to differentiate between which ability is going to be used by the wielder. The 7 abilities are as follows. Kakratana, also known as the Wheel Treasure, has the ability to destroy weapons. Ithratana, also known as the Female Treasure, completely stops the special ability of women for a short time. Asaratana, also known as the horse treasure, has the ability to teleport a person the orb touches. It can also be used on Cao Cao himself, allowing him to teleport to the place of his choice. Manaratana, also known as the pearl treasure, has the ability to send an attack sent towards the user to another direction. Hatharatana, also known as the elephant treasure, grants the wielder the ability to lift up what the orb touches. Gahapadarratana, also known as the householder treasure, creates warrior-like existences and acts in the same way as Blade Blacksmith's balance breaker. Blade Knight, Massachusetts Parnakaratana, also known as the general treasure, a strong attack with high destructive powers. The strongest ability of the seven. It seems to have some sort of restriction on how often it can be used. It was speculated that it needs some sort of requirement for activation. But I made the Electa in mind, so that they would be immune to certain abilities and some sacred gears. True Longinus is one of them, whether it be Aurelia, Antares, Leanne, or someone else. If they fight Cao Cao right now, he's basically doomed. This is my true Longinus S balance breaker, Polar Knight, Longinus Chakravartin, though it's still incomplete. Vera brings out her weapon, and so does Batet. Vera had some sort of rapier wand mix, and Batet had a great sword. I thought she used your confused, right? This weapon can transform. And yes, its original form is the Sistrum and Aegis, but I've been experimenting on different weapons as of late. I'm quite confident in my use of this great sword form. Kakaratana, Shatter, Gao Gao Muta. And both the weapons of Batet and Vera were destroyed. The two look on in shock. However, what? How is your great sword still intact? Cao Cao stared at Aurelia in disbelief as her sword hadn't shattered. Ozias like confident at Gao Gao. I was created to have full immunity towards sacred gears and certain abilities. You can thank Jean for that. Young Heavenly Emperor, this is a battle of pure strength and skill. Your sacred gears abilities are worthless. Gulme, Dwash, Gong, KSHHH. Leave him to me, Jean. Aurelia says before they both disappeared into the far distance. Sure, anyway, let's shing. Now what? A male came out of a magic circle. He had white hair, some weirdly shaped horns that protrude from one side, black eyes, and he was crying. Around his neck were multiple chains, and he was wearing some kind of strange outfit, Jean. What? It looks like it. Don't say it like that, Velgrind. Hello. He also had jet black feathers behind him. I used Observe on him, and I see. Izerful, rumored to be one of Cao's brigade's leaders. He personally came here. Huh? The new Izerful just kept on weeping. But every time he did, the area around him would shake. I didn't think crying would be so powerful. Izerful? I thought he was killed during the Great War between those three factions, but to think he was actually alive and had joined forces with Cao's brigade. Batet looks at the new enemy in front of us. One of the rumored leaders, this is a great opportunity. But I should be wise in making this decision. Who's the most useful or most influential among them? I'll pick that one to mind control. Hey, Izerful, are the other fallen angels also parting in this attack? Even though it was futile, I decided to ask him. However, his crying stopped, and he raised his right arm up into the sky. Thousands of light spears appeared behind him, and then rained down onto us. Wait, no, he's not here. Kuntuar, care to take over? Kuntuar, answer, yes. I put my hand out, compress. My body briefly glowed of the darkened glow of Ultra Instinct. Kuntuar, answer, compression divider. All of the light spears that were coming towards us started to shrink and then vanished from existence. Izerful did not seem surprised, but instead he had a grin on him now. He flaps his wings before floating to our level. Dual Dragon Emperor. Such an interesting ability. To answer your question, MKHL has the highest authority among us fallen in our organization. I didn't think he would tell me, but thanks. Anyway, I then froze him on the spot. Izerful tries to move, but he couldn't. So he does it again and again until the realization hits him. A look of panic appears on his face. Then, excuse me. I look through his memories. Good. It's nothing too substantial, but I know who's where and what's what. MKHL is in Russia and Gibrail in Ireland. The both of them are as unique as Izerful. but I would say they're a lot more openly psychotic or antagonistic. Their reason for joining is to destroy Grigori and build it anew, much like the old Satan faction. They hate Azazel and how he handles things, so they'll personally launch an attack on Grigori soon. They're also the ones that were responsible for corrupting or planting the spies within Grigori. That's also where Sadinal, one of Grigori's researchers in sacred gears, went to. He joined up with Cow's brigade after the events of Slashdog. I wonder if he still has his Abyss team. But they didn't give them anything special like Azrael's blood, so they could blend in better. Their acting is apparently top-notch, since it fooled a lot of them. The previous information I got from Ignia also holds true, but their backup country they'll try to attack is Japan. They'll attack ISC Grand Shrine, located in ISC, Mie Prefecture. It's the Shinto shrine dedicated to Amaterasu. I better prevent that then. I already have multiple Shadow Knights around Japan. I could just have a few of them join Lian over there. Those were the relevant memories. The rest were mostly of Izurful, or all of them together, discussing ways and how to destroy Grigori, or just insane chatter. Lian, head over to ISC. My ring glowed, and out came Lian. She nods, kisses me on the cheek before vanishing. Use? Wait, what did you do to him? Froze him in time and read his memories. I relayed to them what I found out, and they grew even more concerned. They're attacking Japan too, huh? You're not going to have the deities over their help? Lian and my Shadow Knights can deal with them. They didn't appear to have plans in attacking Takamagara, but if they do, I still have some Electa left to send out. I looked back at Izurful and stored him into my lavender box. His appearance and existence was short-lived, but he has been the most useful next to Ignia. Now then, how will I deal with the rest? No, they'll leave them to Elsa come out. Help Aurelia and the others here on getting rid of the other members of the hero faction. Elsa came out of my ring, gave a quick smile, and disappeared. I turned back to Batet and Vera. I'm going back to Mzusai. I feel like something may happen there. Join me if you want. They'll go, Jean. Then, I will also accompany you. Vera joins my side, so Batet did the same thing. Ovelia le Gambum. Once we were at a different area of this realm that had a small number of buildings, I followed up by kicking Chow Chow in the stomach. He was launched away into the ground and destroyed several buildings. It was mentioned by Batet that they reinforced them. Did I use a bit too much strength? I do hope he is not dead. However, Chow Chow got out of the rubble with next to no damage. Good. If he did get injured, I would have been disappointed. TCH, immune? What kind of nonsense is that? Chow Chow points the true Longinus towards me, and it extends. I brought my Acadia in front of me in a swinging motion and parried the spear. Instead of being forced back, my superior strength stops the spear there. Come now, descendant of Chow Chow. You surely could do more? Ting, dang, clank. Chow Chow retracted his spear and dashed towards me. His spread and my sword met. Multiple sparks flew as our weapons collided. The hero faction leader was using every ounce of his strength. He did not bother using any of his Sacred Gear's abilities. Whether he believed what Jean said was true or not, though I believe he believed the former. Chow Chow disengaged and landed back on the ground. One of his spheres quickly touched multiple objects on the ground. He then lifted them up and started throwing them at me. He was using the debris that was created from earlier as ammunition. Slash, slash, slash. I slashed and destroyed all the things he threw at me. BWSHHH. I quickly dodged to my side as a large pillar of light shot past me. He was pointing his spear at me. It appears he used a torrent of pure light from a distance against me. I am no devil, so it won't be too effective. However, this is a bit disappointing. Chow Chow, you seem unrefined, almost wild. What happened since our last confrontation? Is it the arm? Even though you have gone up in power, you seem weaker. Chow Chow stopped, but then began laughing. This goes on for a few seconds before he stops and points at me before we clashed again. It appears he won't answer me. Although it never mattered to me, I was just a bit curious. Now then, what did Jean want me to do with him again? He did mention he wished to have the true Longinus, even though he could have created multiple ones using more strength. I blocked another blow from Chow Chow and followed it up by kicking him on the face. As he was thrown away, I sent out 3 slashes towards Chow Chow, a vertical, horizontal, and diagonal one. They were each imbued with wind magic. GHH. Manaratana. Dang. He tried to use one of the abilities, but it does nothing, so he was forced to dodge the attack. Boom. He did not get out of it and scathed as his left arm had a cut mark and started to bleed. He looked rather annoyed as there was a large crater where he once was. I've let this farce go on long enough. Let us end this. Jean, I will end my altercation. You wish to have the true Longinus, correct? Yeah, give me a second, it'll be there. Very well. Egypt, Fayum God, Serena Kakaka. I have waited for you, hero faction too. I jumped down from where I was. I had set up a barrier per Jean Samus instructions. I elegantly land on the ground and do a pose of elegance. Who the hell is this weirdo? The man named Siegfried asks his companions. Do not let your guard down, he is strong. Get ready. Ah yes, Siegfried. Jean-sama did mention he wishes to acquire all the swords this man possesses. God Serena will fulfill that request. In the name of Jean-sama, I shall have you all perish here. Jin-sama? Oh, he's the middleman's subordinate. The buff man Heracles says, and then activated his sacred gear. Behind us was the Pyramid Line, or also known as L Line. The rest of the hero faction members in front of me take up stances. They were ready to engage in battle. Marvelous. Oh, you even entered your balance breakers. Splendid. Even if you will lose quite quickly to me. I applaud your efforts. Boom. 8 different color dragons manifest behind me. Behold my power, Fwahaha. They became alerted and jumped back away from me. It will be your honor to fall to before me. Rest assured, not all of you will die, because Jean-sama has other plans for you. What the hell is this psycho talking about? Does it matter? Battle SD Heracles wait. The magician of the group, George, tried to stop their muscular companion, but he had already started to run towards me. Kulme, come meet your end. The area beneath me turns green, and the man named Heracles gained a surprised expression. I smiled and slammed my hands into the ground in front of me. Caver dragons, earth collapse. The area around me collapses and explodes. Rocks and large boulders were thrown everywhere, and some even toward the hero faction. They lost their footing, but quickly jumped on said rocks to gain a better footing. They are quick to adapt. Kakaka. There's more where that came from. Sea King dragons encircling deluge. I gather a large mass of water in my right hand and point it towards the standing hero faction members. A massive, spiraling torrent of water covers everything in front of me and consumes everything. A giant tsunami also erupts from the ground. Wah! This guy's crazy. So many elements. George, do something. Aren't you an expert? KHHH. Those aren't normal magical spells. They're dragon-slaying spells. I have not mastered those yet. Then use Dimension Lost. They began to argue, but it matters not to me. However, defeating the man named George is priority. I appear in front of George, which shocks him. I felt a wide smile spread across my face. I do hope your body is still intact for Jean-sama to resurrect. Gale dragons flurrying moonflowers. I create several wind cyclones from every direction. I follow it up by swinging my arms towards George, causing several slashes onto the target. He did not get enough time to react or defend himself. George was swallowed up by the enormous wind cyclones I produced. This also repelled his teammates away, as they did not want to get hit by the attack. Geok. Next, I did not let them have time to relax. The body of George falls lifelessly to the ground. Turning to my right were Heracles and the woman named Jean. Purgatory dragons, blazing inferno. I engulf my fist in infernal burning flames, and then, by moving my fist forward, Centuredo their bodies do not move, as they were too injured. Their other subordinates were also being dealt with by the Shadow Knights. Jean-sama did not order me to spare the other faceless members of the hero faction, so I took it upon myself to end them, as they served no other purpose. That is the true purpose of mobs. They live and die as nameless, faceless, and unworthy insects. It seems this is the downfall of your faction. Boy, I will be keeping those swords of yours. It's a shame the boy named Leonardo isn't here. I bring out the device that Jean-sama and activate it. WSHS. W, what did you do? You do not need to know. Quit messing with me. He dashes towards me and attacks me with his multiple swords as he had his balance breaker activated. Slow, he was too slow, and not elegant enough. I catch one of the swords and knee him in the stomach. Ack, followed up by kicking him on the head, as he's launched away and crashes to the ground. I walk over towards him as his balance breaker is undone, and he struggles to get up. Even after consuming Nyarlathotep's blood, many of these humans are still weak. It's disappointing. I grab the man and hold him up. He struggles to speak and tries to push against my arm. Without another word said, nor warning, I sent a large amount of electricity from my arm into the man named Siegfried. He convulsed as the electricity shocked his entire body. I finally let go when I made sure he was dead. Centuredo, don't forget to collect Siegfried's swords, though. Yes, of course. Even though I said that quite excitedly, I looked at the aftermath of the battle, and I sighed. I started this, so I have to finish it. Luckily, I had Water Dragon Slayer magic on hand, which would make the task much easier. Stepham, you are Elsa Shing. Strike, thwack. Am left with nobodies and weaklings. Aurelia was the one who got to play with the faction leader. How boring. If only someone else were here, he'll just go meet up with Jean-sama after clearing these weak foes. Flying in the sky and diving down to defeat the enemy can be fun. However, that can only be sustainable for a period of time before it gets stale. Although / splat. No, please Sparplaff. I have been knitting a shirt for Jean-sama, but I'm not sure if he'd like it. I never asked him for supplies since our homes can just summon them. I've gone through several balls of yarn. / him. Oh, it looks like Aurelia is going to end Mr. Chow Chow's life. I glance around me, as most enemies around this area have been dealt with. Aurelia wasn't too far away, and I can reach her quite quickly. None of these nameless mobs had anything of significance either. Getting rid of the blood off my dagger, I put it away and flew towards Aurelia. East, Mzusai, Jean, Skyward Jean. Everything seems to be calming down in Nimbusuk. Reiko, Ine and I are defending the palace while the gods left earlier to fight the other members of the hero faction. But I do feel Aurelia's aura starting to grow larger here. Yeah, I felt it too. She's probably going to finish her fight with Chow Chow. Please go to her and make sure she doesn't disintegrate his body. Even after I told her not to, sheesh, what a handful of a woman. Yes, of course. I had arrived in East Mzusai with Vera and Batet, and I could see the barrier being attacked by cryptids. I was expecting members of the hero faction, but seeing as how Chow Chow is in Nimbusuk and the other notable members were in the human world, are those just mobs? No, that's divine energy? How? Why? Did an evil god? Batet muttered to herself. Vera looked worried beside me. No doubt about it. I felt divine energy beyond the barrier. Maybe my guess was correct. I turned to Batet and tell her of my own theory earlier in the day. She frowned and didn't look happy. I wasn't sure if it was because I accused a fellow god of their mythology, or she just didn't like the idea. They have been acting strangely the last few months, but to think they would know. Let's not just jump into those conclusions. Boom. Jean, Batet, and Vera. I hear a familiar voice of Ash as he was running towards us. Behind him was a tired-looking Sekhmet. Her face looked even paler than earlier. Our eyes meet, and they screamed, "This isn't real. This isn't happening." I guess it finally dawned on her. Perhaps she recognized her own husband's aura? Ash, do you feel that? How are things here so far? Seth and Tar, I didn't want to believe it, but it seems like they have joined forces with Cow's brigade. They have been trying to destroy your barrier since they appeared. Many of the residents here, both west and south, and distraught. They refuse to believe that two gods who have been looking after them for so long would change sides. Especially the west. They have in denial right now, and have been trying to destroy your barrier, even blaming you for their change in sides. Though they're not wrong, since the two past Jean, shut up. What the past wielders did has nothing to do with you. They're fools for thinking so. If I was there, ID, simply slam them or break a few bones. Velgron interrupted my thought process. I wasn't expecting that, but yeah, you're probably right, Velno. I am right. Shut up and take my word for it. Okay then. I shake my head and try locating the two gods, and I find them. It looks like they didn't drink the blood yet. Whether that was a good or bad thing, I don't know yet. I float up and fly up towards the left mountain. Once I was up there, I could see many cryptids attacking the barrier and a certain person standing there with a look of fury and annoyance. He had green skin, pastiche, and a unique-looking kepresh. He also wore the usual garbs of what I would see on pharaohs. He was also holding a staff. He silently raised his hand and created thousands more of the cryptid. I was a bit stunned. I quickly used Observe on him and found that it was Ta, the creator god. I didn't think he would just outright create more cryptids. He then silently points below me. After that I heard screaming below, and I turned to see what it was. Sekhmet cried out as her body began to transform into a kraken-like creature. You were useless to the end. I had my time shaping the former warrior goddess and goddess of healing. Adieu. As he slowly started to disappear, I quickly threw a punch his way, and I heard him yelp out in pain. I can deal with him another time. First, Sekhmet. The other divine aura hadn't left him Zeusite either, so hopefully I can get answers out of them. I quickly flew back down towards Sekhmet and everyone else. What can we do to undo the transformation? Ash says as I arrived beside him. Scanning the goddess that had been transformed, I could see that it was easily reversible, but I had to remove the source of it, and I had to do that by killing her. If I do that, then I have to revive her. First Kurosagi, a rabbit Yukai, Cinchuredo, and they looked both terrified and excited. Good for her. She's not too distraught about all of this. We have to kill her, and then resurrect her. I've done it to Kurosagi already, and no, it's the only way. Ta has completely broken her down, and that curse is embedded deeply in her. She needs a new body to be released from it. If I simply just reverse the transformation, there's a chance she'll transform again. So it's embedded in her soul and body. I can understand removing it from her body, but what about her soul, Jean? I can do that too, right? Cinchuredo. Answer. Yes, however, it will take me time. Please speak with her to make it easier in removing it, Jean. Just like what you did with Kurosagi. I should just become a therapist after I graduate therapist, Jean. Doesn't sound bad. You sure are a lot more talkative when those two are missing, Vel. Do you have a problem with that? Well, no. Anyway, let's do this. I'll look at Rose. Can you go to the west side? If there's something similar happening, then restrain them too. Shala, join her. Yes, of course. Shala came out of my ring and saluted me. She grabbed Rose by the shoulder, and they both disappear. I would suggest you guys start repairing this place. This may take a little bit. Will those restraints last? Yeah. Rose is an expert in many magics, so it's fine. After answering Ice's question, I flew down to the currently struggling Sekhmet. I go toward her giant monstrous head and touch it. Sekhmet's soul, once I got there, it was mostly a jumbled chaos of different colors and emotions. A lone female figure was sitting on the ground with a giant lion beside her. The two looked like they were comforting each other. I slowly approached them, and when I got close enough, the lion's eyes opened and glared at me. Noticing the change in the lion's emotions, Sekhmet opened her eyes and looked at me too. I waved to her as she nodded tiredly at me. How did you know? You're the middleman. You've done many miracles as of late. This should be expected. Will you undo the spell cast on me by my husband? I have to defeat you for that. Create a new body for you. Cleanse your soul, and then transfer both your consciousness and soul to the new body. She looked quite crestfallen after I said that. So it's impossible? Is today the day I die? She hugged the lion tighter. A bitter smile spreads across her mouth. It's comical, isn't it? I, who was once called a goddess warrior and the goddess of healing, I can't even mend my own wounds, nor couldn't even define my own husband. He then slowly broke my spirit over the years, and look at me now, pitiful. She looked angry with herself. Am I meant to give her comforting words? Tell her it's not her fault? Honestly, if I do, Italel seems shallow and I don't know what to really say. Just tell her your thoughts. That can backfire, you know. Rudra, will you let her wallow in self-pity? You know that feeling all too well, Jean. Fine, I may sound rude, though. Can I ask a question? She seemed a little surprised by it, and she nods. How on earth did you fall in love with him? Again, Sekhmet seemed too stunned to speak. The lion beside her snorted in amusement at my question. But seriously, if he looked like that, acted like that, how the hell? No, they could have easily he charmed me. He was a very different person all those years ago. Our love was genuine. However, our outlooks on life differed. Even still, I love Edim, or maybe I still do. I'm not sure. But there was one thing that worried me. He did not want children, but I did. So that was a small point of conflict between us. Perhaps I was too blinded by the love he showed me in our earlier years. But over time he began to hit me, verbally abuse me, and the like. Slowly, over time, I started to act more docile, soft-spoken, until I became what I am today. The former warrior goddess is gone, and whatever this thing is left. So a domestic abuse via gods, huh? I mean, I would assume it's 1,000 times harder to leave than a normal human one, and I'm not making light of that either. But in her case, being married to a creator god can probably do that to you. So this may sound like a rude, but like, why not just leave him? She looked at me a bit disappointedly. Yeah, okay. I get it, lady. Sekhmet sighs and shakes her head. If it was that easy, I would have done it years ago. I knew of the curse he placed on me. He told me that it would activate when the time was right. So, I guess today was the right time now. Like I said, I can just make a new body for you and transfer everything. But that's impossible. You may be the middleman, but I did the same thing with Kurosagi, and she's the new rabbit goddess. You didn't hear that from RA? Oh wait, never mind. My bad, I forgot that all information goes through Ta and then to her. However, she did look a bit surprised at me. Surely you know I can. Now let's go ahead and do it, all right? She jumped a bit at me, shouting at her, but she doesn't give me an answer yet as she just stares at me silently. Maybe I was being a little brash, but I didn't want her to stay like this since I knew the feeling. Of course, I have no idea how domestic abuse is like. That's the last thing I would ever do. I don't know what my life will be like after today, but seeing your enthusiasm very well, Jean skyward. They'll accept your proposition. I grinned and held my hand out. She hugged the lion one last time before reaching out and holding mine. Her hand felt a little cold but firm. She was ready for this. Once I was back outside, I quickly put Sekhmet to sleep. It'll be better for her to be asleep when I do this. I landed back on the ground and created a new body for her. I might as well add some protection to those kinds of thing for her, right? Once her new body was created, I put some clothes on her too. All right, Comptoir, you're up. I touched Sekhmet again. The kraken-like body felt weird, almost spongy yet robust. Comptoir, answer. Removing curse placed on Sekhmet's soul. Processing, cleansing soul, and removing anomalies. Success. Sekhmet's soul has been cleaned and purified, Jean. Well done. Thank you. Next up, let's make it instant then. While I've ended many individuals' lives up until this point, Centurato, quickly pulling her soul out of her now dead body, I quickly transferred it into her new one. I wait in anticipation for her to open her eyes. The others who were watching from a distance, as they had finished repairing some of the surrounding area, had landed by us. Jean, did you kill her? Yeah, but I also made a new body and just transferred everything. I'm just waiting, just as Isis asked, Sekhmet mumbled and opened her eyes. Wonderful, she was awake. I touched the kraken's body behind me and also erased it. The once enormous body of the kraken completely vanished. Jean? There are only cryptids here, but also another god. I've also restrained him, but the townspeople I suddenly heard Rose's voice from the communication function of the ring, and she sounded a bit perturbed. I see. We'll be there, Rose. I just finished over here. Let's go. Rose captured the other god over there. I gestured for them to come around me. I picked up Sekhmet and carried her. Even though she was awake, she was a bit befuddled. Ash, who was confused, but still did so. I then teleported to the west side of Mzusai. When we arrived there, the town was a mess. No, it was destroyed, simple as that. Buildings everywhere in ruin. The lake in the middle was also filled with debris. However, I didn't see a single person looking around. I saw many corpses of cryptids, a few still restrained. I eventually found Rose with someone near her. I used observe on the god and found that it was the god of sand, Seth. Seth is a lithe, but muscular man of above-average height with pale skin. In his god form, he wears a short black shendit or sheath skirt. He wears golden bands on each of his triceps, wrists, and ankles. He doesn't wear shoes. He wears a multi-layered golden usek or wisek around his neck. He has red and black markings around his bright red eyes with back eyeshadow and long red hair. He has thick lips. He wears one long rectangular golden earring in each ear. Seth, why you didn't join Cow's brigade, did you? So what if I did? What does that have to do with you? I choose to live life how I want. The people I overlooked for many centuries, gone in a blink of an eye because of two selfish dragons. He said all of that while glaring at Ash, who had asked the question, but saw me and glared at me with so much animosity that I was a little surprised. In truth, I kind of understood how he felt, but at the same time, not really. I nearly lost Rennie, and I know how that played out. I can only imagine if I lost more of them. God forbid, the only one who could stop me was probably Azathoth. I acknowledge what my past wielders did was an unforgivable act, but that has nothing to do with me. Humor me. What happened to all the denizens of the west side of Mzisai? He smiled, whether or not it was of pride or disgust. I wasn't sure since the only emotion he was emitting towards me were of hate. Huh? What do you mean? They're all around you. Ta, and that woman called Avetsa did an amazing job, don't you think? I look at Rose, as she probably came to that conclusion too. I suspected it since their auras had changed when I checked earlier, but I guess I was clinging on to any strings of hope. I should be able to reverse it, right? Comptoir. Answer. I sense that they may be rigged with something. Perhaps they will be killed once you transform them. I suspect Lapis was also involved in this creation. Meaning? Comptoir. Answer. Changing someone from a normal human or whatever species they were into a cryptid is a simple act for a woman like Avetsa, or Ta in creating creatures like the ones Avetsa made, since he only needs the know-how. Comptoir. Answer. But if those two work together, and if Lapis provided them her assistance, then something like that can be done. Perhaps Ta already put those curses in the West residents a long time ago, and they were meant to activate today, right? We don't know when he really joined. He may have joined a long time ago, and only recently his actions have been seen through. Regardless of how it will turn out, I need a guinea pig. I tell the rest of what I had found, and said I would need to experiment, as bad as it sounds. Seth was grinning at me all the way. He may already know the outcome, but I had to go through with it. So, finding a random cryptid, I tried a Chan, and just like that, as soon as I tried to undo the changes that were made to the creature, the effect fizzled out, and it was over. They immediately exploded. So they were rigged from the start, huh? Behind me, I heard the howling laughter of Seth. Now, I could easily revive him, but I touched the ground where the man exploded and revived him. He was clearly confused, and the laughter behind me stopped. The man saw me and was about to say something when I poked his forehead and showed him what happened and who was responsible. No, 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 no. This can't be true. You're responsible. If you never existed, none of this would have happened. In a way, he's right. But what's done is done. Kill me. Kill me. The man already had a mental break and was just wailing and screaming on the ground. I put my palm out towards him and put a calming effect on him. He'll deal with that soon, but first back to Seth. When I went back to them, he was grinning. They will never forgive you. Their hatred runs deep as mine. Reconciliation? Are you insane? If someone tried to barato me, or if someone barato Ed my friends or family, why in the world would I ever forgive them? Are you trying to be some kind of saintly new prophet or spiritual leader? He scoffed and laughed. Quit playing hero. You won't ever bring world peace. It's unachievable. Trying to get everyone to play house and be civil with each other? If it was possible, it would have happened hundreds, no, millions of years ago. Naive. You're still too naive. Dual Dragon Emperor. You're nothing but a fraud. Seth then started to go on about what my past senpais and what they did to this realm and many of its towns and villages. Everything is a farce. Everyone holds you in content. Once you lay your guard down, they'll backstab smack. Dawn. Seth was punched in the face by someone. We were a bit stunned since it was Batet. She looked quite angry. I will admit you have some points, Seth, but you're the one who can't move on from your own past. You have not grown at all. What happened to our realm was tragic. Many of us agree so. However, refusing to move on from that tragedy will only bring your own downfall. Gene is a different person. What other past wielders of the two heavenly dragons did has nothing to do with him. That's like blaming the victim's family for not stopping the victim from going to a certain place at a certain time so they would be prevented from being murdered. You're insane. Batet kneeled down and picked Seth's head back up and cocked her arm back. Your inability to move on, adapt, and overcome. Are you sure you're supposed to be the mature god that's been alive for hundreds or thousands of years? To me, you're acting like a child who refuses to grow up. Don, Batet looked pissed off. I silently move over to Seth, restrain him, and remove his powers. Much like Ares, maybe he needs a lot of time to cool off. Perhaps he can redeem himself, but he'll leave his punishment to them. But as an added bonus, I put it so that he can't leave this realm, otherwise he will die. I failed on Ares' part since he probably vanished and joined the Alliance of Hell in Cow's brigade. But not this guy. I bring my hand up and repair the place. I quickly check the east side, and it was mostly been repaired. No one managed to get through the barrier, since the townsfolk were already monsters waiting to be unleashed. Maybe their own hatred was taking advantage of them, or that the east was prevented thanks to Ash being there most of the time. Regardless of what the real reason was, this place was just a tragedy waiting to happen. Let's just go back to Nimbusuk. Ash drags the knocked-out Seth with him, and I carry the still, tired Sekhmet. Nimbusuk. Once we arrived in Nimbusuk, I quickly found Aurelia's aura. We'll be right back. I suggest you guys go inside the palace. It seems that we're just about done not waiting for an answer. I flew towards Aurelia. Once I arrived there, she was in a stance and was about to enter duel. Chow Chow did not look like he was having a fun time. He was currently chained to the ground. No matter how many times he used his true Longinus S abilities, they had no adverse effect on the binds that held him. Dual Dragon Emperor even joined us? Huh. Very well, I still have one last thing to try. It may be for naught, or turn the tides of this one-sided fight. Slowly and gruelingly, Chow Chow managed to point his spear towards Aurelia and I. He then started to chant. He was going to use Truth Idea. Uspea. The true holy spear, which pierces through God, sucked the ambition of the king of domination, sleeping within me, and pierced through the gap of blessing and destruction you. Announce the will and turn into a glow. After Chow Chow chanted, the tip of the spread opens up, and a magnificent amount of light started to glow out from it. It kept on increasing and engulfed this entire area of Nimbusuk. The will of God, that's what's sealed inside of that thing. Truth Idea, similar but also different to Juggernaut Drive. However, the light gradually starts to weaken. The tip of the spear where it opened up returned back to normal. Chow Chow had a hopeful look on him before was left speechless and shocked, even though he was being manhandled by Aurelia both before and now. This was the first time I've seen him utterly speechless. He then began laughing. It's not activating. Ha ha ha. I see. Aurelia looked confused as Chow Chow kept on laughing, but he eventually stops and had a nostalgic kind of look. A bitter smile appears on his face. I see. So that is your will. You have picked Aurelia's no, the dual Dragon Emperor's dream, over my ambition. Aurelia, who was confused, even after I explained Truth Idea to her, before spoke up. Why did it fail? Have you not used Truth Idea before? Truth Idea is related to the will of the God of the Bible. The will of the dead God sucks the ambition of the holder of this spear. By responding to how strong the opponent is, it will create many effects and miracles that can range from absolute power to destroy my opponents, or a blessing to the opponent to capture their hearts. However, the answer the Truth Idea gave to you, and by extension to the dual Dragon Emperor, was silence. Then that means you both won this match, and this spear wants to see the dual no, Gene Skyward's dream over mine. Aurelia nodded, but didn't change her stance. She plans on ending his life. I see. That makes sense. While we, the Electa, have our own thoughts and feelings. Our creator, Gene, his dreams and ambitions live through us as well. What he wants, what he feels will reflect on us, uniting the supernatural and peace. I can see why the dead god of the Bible chose that over your own ambition, Aurelia said with pride, and Chow Chow kept on bitterly smiling. But boom, rumble, rumble. An enormous, translucent golden tiger that was as large as the skies of Nimbusuk appeared to shape around Aurelia. Sensing she was going to use a little more strength than usual, I covered the area around her and Chow Chow in a barrier, so the attack won't destroy this realm. You want to escape today, hero faction leader? Not like I can. It seems like Chow Chow accepted his fate, as he dropped the spear and didn't seem he would try blocking the attack or escaping. Dwash! Boom! An intense sonic boom reverberated inside the barrier. Everything around us was destroyed. Even Chow Chow had a hard time from staying conscious. Aurelia quickly approached Chow Chow, and then she swung down her sword. The translucent lion also made an impact with the man. From a kaboom, an explosion occurred. The entire barrier was covered in a golden explosion. If not for the barrier being here, the entire realm would have been hit by the attack, and I doubt any of them would have survived, even with Aurelia lowering her power. The golden explosion ends. Nothing was left of Chow Chow. I quickly retrieve and stop the true Longinus from going back into the sacred gear system in heaven and stored it in my inventory. Jin-sama, did you just prevent a sacred gear from coming back? I hear Altaria's voice from my transceiver. Oh yeah. Okay, what was that about? I didn't think she would just do that. I refocused on the scene and repaired the area. I then removed the barrier. I highly doubt no one saw that. Forgive me. I got a little excited. Don't worry about it. Everything should have concluded. I wonder how the rest played out. We'll go check on them. After the chaos in the Egyptian realm settled, we were inside the castle. Everyone that I've previously met had gathered up. This included Elsa, as apparently to her, she was just watching the fight between Chow Chow and Aurelia from a distance. Jean, we extend our gratitude towards you for helping defend our realm and also for not killing Seth. However, we must be prepared for a possibility of Ta coming back, correct? Yeah, there's a possibility, but I'm not entirely sure. Anyway, I have Ireland and Russia to go to, and possible Japan. Xing, Jin-sama, Serena, God Serena, my other Electa, I left to defend the country of Egypt, just teleported in. Everyone else was stunned when, it's you, the weirdo by the pyramid. Isis pointed at him as he did a strange pose, whiling, giving her a toothy grin. God Serena is a man with medium-length, wavy and spiked orange hair that juts out at the top in a shape similar to rabbit ears. He has thick eyebrows and bears a scar over the bridge of his nose. He is dressed in a fanciful white robe with blue long sleeves, a blue belt, and blue pants. His chest and neck area are covered by a small red cloak with white-colored edges, a large collar, and 3 yellow-colored crescent shapes lined up vertically on both sides over his chest. He also wears a simple pair of boots that reach below his knees. God Serena's most noticeable attribute is a large wheel of blades on his back, resembling a Dharma wheel. Well met, goddess of magic. He then turns to me, and multiple glowing balls appear, a total of 5. Using Observe on them, I could tell they were Graham, Balmung, Nothung, Turfing, and Dainsleaf. I nod and put them into my inventory. Once I was done, I turned back to face them. While this was short, I will come back in the future. I didn't exactly get a proper look into your realm. You are more than welcome, Jean. Again, we thank you for the help. I nod and teleport my group outside. Rose, Reiko, Ine, Aurelia, Elsa, and God Serena were all present. We were away from the guards, so they wouldn't hear me. Jin-sama, I have something to say. God Serena speaks up, and he looked quite serious. I nod to let him continue. Ignia appeared after I defeated the hero faction members, and he took the injured ones somewhere to heal them. He said that he will contact you after you deal with the rest of the attacks. I was wondering where Ignia was, but to think he would just stand back and not try to fight any of the Elec we also fought briefly. It was an interesting match, but as I said, he has already left Egypt. Never mind, I see. Okay, good work. You can go back. They'll be heading to Ireland next. Hopefully they're done there already. All 3 elect a nod and go back into my ring. All that's left is Ireland, Russia, and Japan. Leanne should be all right by herself. She does have the Shadow Knights. Chapter 3, Part 2, Witches, Dragons, and Danu. Why did you appear to Jean as a female? Hey, Papazoth. Wait, should I refer to you as Mamazoth? You were the very first existence. So, in a way, you are both. Hey, are you interested in Jean Sean? Oh, don't tell me the almighty Aze Ak. Hee. I was being held up by some kind of invisible force. Azathoth didn't like that. Maybe I pushed my luck? Centurado. Aaron's value is more than that. And do you mind sharing what that might be? PSHHH Azathoth's body was covered in white steam, and from it came to think you would transform into a female form. You assumed that my physical appearance from the very start was that of a male. I never once revealed my humanoid appearance to any of you. I guess you're right, but you sure do look nice. Jean Sean will surely like it. You've got such a great style, even that ponytail. Such a foolish thing to say. Even though Azathoth said it like that, she had a thoughtful look on him. I guess you're right. I mean, you won't have much time with Jean Sean after he evolves, right? Hoo. I guess right, seeing your eyes widen like that is such a treat. Azachan, though, I was bluffing, but seeing your reaction just now confirmed it for me. Well, telling Kuntwarchan that you were going to sleep wasn't exactly a lie. Don't you know me? Azachan turned away from me and refused to look at me. Azathoth eventually turned back into a giant eyeball. Hey, why did you see? Speak another word, and I will personally end you. Oh, so scary. Kya Jean-chan. Help me, what is your end goal here? Azathoth? What is the purpose of getting a new successor? Or did watching Jean-chan along the way make you rethink this? She was glaring at me. Oh, now. She's reading my mind. How rude. Anyway, what were you going to suggest, Bam? Owie slamming people against the ground is a no, Azachan. But I'm not against it. I want Jean-chan to pay close attention to me. Don't run away. Azathoth finally disappeared. I'm bored. He'll just spend time thinking about Jean-chan then. Double Drake doing a quick Google search on my phone, I found that Hellfire Club, or its more normal name, Montpelier Hill, was quite far from Dublin City. So, with the help of Lavinia Rennie, she put invisibility magic on us, and we flew towards it. Lavinia was on her broom while I had my wings out. I could feel some magic in its direction, so I can safely assume that it's already being attacked by Cow's Brigade, or at the very least it had many of its members or a certain faction in it. We passed by my homes, places, and structures, and eventually we could see, oh, is that the castle? Lavinia points out, and it indeed is the castle. However, there were already many people there. I guess it still is a popular attraction to go to. But now that we're here, the magical energy is a lot more powerful. That Queen Halloween, she's quite brazen with her realm. She's not even trying to hide it. Is this why she was invaded so easily? How could someone be so stupid? As I finish saying that, Lavinia giggles beside me. Did I say something weird? For you to say such a thing, Drake-chan, it shows that you've changed. From what I heard, you were quite prideful, and now look at you. Perhaps partner has influenced me more than I thought. As we conversed, we eventually reached the entrance to the small structure. It had an open door, so we didn't need to worry about alerting the humans here. Following the strong magical signature, we went through a few rooms and short hallways, and we eventually came across a wall. I say in confusion and stare at a wall, but there's no doubt about it. The magical signature was the strongest here. Is there some sort of illusion magic? Or is this hidden by some kind of mechanic that will show a hidden doorway to a hidden stairway? Or I've just been reading too many books. I see that Lavinia was looking around us. I also do the same. No humans were anywhere near us, as I also used this time to feel their energies. Click Lavinia had moved to the opposite side of the wall and pressed the wall. It had sunk into itself, and SCHKKK, the stone wall in front of me, began to slide to the side, but it made no noise. I see. So there was a hidden mechanic here, a sliding stone wall. I'm surprised that a human hadn't accidentally triggered this in the past. I know what you're thinking. Drake-chan, you can also press that stone pressure plate with some magic. No normal human can accidentally trigger it. Perhaps I'm also gaining the ability of having my thoughts on my face, so everyone can tell what I'm thinking right away. No, that's due to Nyarlathotep, but... what are you waiting for, Drake, Sean? Oh, no, yeah, let's go. Lavinia decided to take charge and go down first. It wasn't a long journey. It was actually rather short since we went down a small staircase, and we were in a different room. But there's a barrier in front of us. Lavinia muttered, and I agreed. It seems like we'll pass into the originator of the holiday Halloween realm once we step through. I stood beside Lavinia, and then sighed. We both then took a step forward. Thynephrine rhymes, whoa, why is it so dark? Is it always just nighttime? Lavinia and I both had different reactions. She was in awe, while I complained. Additionally, as Scat Hack mentioned, there's not a lot of fire in here. This is normal. Well, there are a lot of candles, as well as glowing pumpkins and lanterns scattered about. There were many dead trees, and a few of the lanterns had blue fire in them. The most notable thing in here was the giant castle in the background. There were many supernatural creatures walking around and doing their own thing. A few witches flying in the sky. A few jack-o'-lantern type folks, witches and ghosts. It's like the holiday of Halloween is permanently here. Hee hee, that's pretty interesting. But I feel a lot of human mana around this place, yeah. No kidding. I'm pretty sure they know, though. So let's just go meet up with the queen, or whatever the hell she is. Lavinia tilts her head in confusion. You haven't been here before, Drake, Sean? Can't say I have. I only visited Paste briefly in the past, but as soon as he declined to fight me, I left Ireland and didn't really come here again. Step. Oh, we have visitors. Welcome to the Thynephrine rhymes. Who might you two be? The both of us hear a voice in front of us, and we turn to see who it was. A beautiful young woman who stood at exactly 5 feet tall. She has vivid, slightly slanted sky blue eyes that were almost transparent. Her long, gleaming golden hair was tied into a messy ponytail on the left side of her head that rubbed against her face. A pretty pink and blue love heart pin was also fastened to the left side of her head. She had a graceful figure and a confident charm that gave her a striking presence. Her primary outfit consisted of an extremely short, sleeveless, form-fitting one-piece purple dress with a barato cut out, a translucent, sleeveless light purple bodysuit worn under all of her clothes, a pair of barato white boots with purple interior, a pair of long white gloves with purple interior, and a long white sleeveless coat with a stylish cutout that showed part of her dress underneath. Blonde and ponytail, partner will surely like you. Huh? I just blurted out my thoughts. I couldn't help but blush. I shook my head. Lavinia was trying to control her own giggling, but was failing miserably. The woman in front of us was just confused. No, it's nothing. I am Draig, the Welsh dragon. This is Lavinia Rennie. We're here to see Queen Halloween on behalf of the middleman and dual dragon emperor, Gene Skyward. Oh, she smacks her hand with her other. Her eyes lit up, as if she was excited. Imineva. Anyway, please follow me. The queen has been expecting the middleman, but if you're the Welsh dragon and the witch princess, then it will do. Lavinia blushed at her own title. That's right. I completely forgot about that Rhys Gremory as the Switch Princess and Lavinia Rennie as the Witch Princess. Partner, and I rarely hear it, but it's still a thing. The woman named Minerva started to walk away, and we followed after her. As we walked through the streets of this realm, many of its inhabitants waved to us or just looked at us in curiosity. Hee hee, I fit right in, don't you think? I'm already wearing my witch outfit. I glance at Lavinia as she fixes her big witch hat and twirls around. I couldn't help but chuckle. Yes, she really does fit in here. She, out of all the girls, always had that witchy look, whereas the middleman at currently. We had been mostly silent, but Minerva eventually breaks it. I look around the place, and many of the houses were made out of wood and not stone, but it's not like they weren't, but most of the houses were wood, some were stone. If I had to guess, it was around a 70-30 ratio. I was about to answer her when Gene is in the Egyptian realm right now. It's why we're here in his place instead. He did say he was going to have one of his clones join us. Lavinia looks at me questioningly. Oh, right. I haven't told her that yet. Partner had a change of plans. Anyway, he said he won't be doing that anymore since he trusts us to do that job for him. You know, the relying on us more thing. Lavinia just smiled and nodded. The Egyptian realm, huh? I wonder what it looks like. I barely leave this place, I sometimes hate being employed by Queen Maeve. I want to explore the world, you know? I mean, I've been out before, but they were very rare and only at certain locations. Minerva seemed rather excited about going out to different realms, partner. If you do take her, Cinturedo excited. Both of us look at Minerva. Her magic power was quickly rising dawn. Boom! Crash! Crash! Ashi suddenly punched the male Yukai, and she kept on walking. He crashed through a few boxes and pumpkins. Ignore him. Okay, we were a bit too stunned to say anything else and complied with her request. After a few minutes of walking through the streets, we eventually came to large gates, and beyond it was the castle. That guy was my childhood friend. He likes me. I know that much, but I don't. The way he's going about it is so creepy. Minerva shuddered and cringed a little bit. I mean, some are a lot more, open about it, right? I haven't seen partner act like it, but he has had his moments of odd behavior. Barato usually cuts the link when it happens, since it usually escalates further. Creak Minerva pushes the gates open, and they let out a weird creaking noise, even though they looked brand new. She sees me making a weird face and laughs. Queen Maeve did that on purpose. She really wanted the old castle feeling. Is your queen a child? I felt a little taken aback by all of this. Now, I was very interested in meeting this Queen Maeve, or Queen Halloween. I wonder what she's like in person. She's playing her role. Interesting. Why is it interesting, Lavinia? I didn't get it, but I could feel quite a few auras in there. Some stood out, while others were normal. As we slowly approached the door of the castle, the front yard seemed to resemble a graveyard with tombstones and dead trees everywhere. She's really committed to the act, huh? We eventually arrived at the door, and Minerva pushes them open. We step inside, and it looked why is it just lit up by candles. I couldn't help but ask out loud, making Minerva laugh. But the lights then turn on. I don't know if this was supposed to be a joke or not, sorry. Queen Maeve always does this. It's lit up normally by fire magic. Follow me. I felt a headache coming as we followed Minerva. Lavinia was curiously looking around the place. Now that I think about it, she hasn't gone with partner to another pantheon or faction. Did she? She did go in one request, but that's about it. I also look around, and the interior was much like those old castles you see in films, old era-designed rugs, windows, curtains, doors, and furniture. Or it's always been like this. I can understand since trying to update everything in your own home can become expensive and a hassle. We ascended multiple flights of stairs and came across a few maids. Most of them were human, a few yukais, and some were familiars of different types of animals. However, we quickly approached the door. It was in a long hallway, and it stood out from the rest since it was quite decorated with different designs and had magic overflowing from it. I also felt a total of 6 people in there. If we include Minerva, then 7. We arrived at the door, and Minerva tapped it in a certain way before it opened by itself. Did they put some kind of magical lock on it? Huh, I didn't think the queen was that paranoid Oya. Minerva Zoba Ohat? Who might these two be? A woman asked Minerva. A young woman with blonde hair long enough to touch the floor, deep crimson eyes, and an archaic way of speaking. She wears a long-sleeved white shirt with a red lace corset, long red skirt comprised of several layers, and brown knee-high laced boots. On her right hand, she carries her personal staff which has a large crystal on the red, glowing red when in her possession. She can float upon this staff, in which case it resembles a broomstick. Idowazelia. This is the Welsh dragon Draig and the witch princess Lavinia Rennie. They've come on behalf of the middleman. Minerva explains, and all eyes turn to us. The woman named Rosalia nods. Beside the woman named Rosalia was another woman. She's a tall woman with blue eyes and long wavy purple hair that was loosely tied with a red ribbon. She wore a long white dress with a green gemstone brooch and ribbon tie, blue corset, brown high-heel boots, and a long blue hooded robe. She has a magic staff that ended in a blue crystal and a spiraling spiral of wood. Across from her were 2 more and a cat. I believe it's one of their familiars. She is a young woman with long sandstone-colored hair and violet-color eyes. She wears a white and blue narrow-profile dress that is split up the calf with black and gold edges, black and white lace trimmings, and exposed shoulders. Black opera gloves and thigh-high stockings with similar black lace trims are also present, as well as gold bracelets, rings, and chain belts adorned with blue crystals. She also wears gold platform shoes. She has an ornate lace blue and black fan covered in swirling patterns. It appears to be made out of feathers. Beside her was another. However, she looked like a younger version of the woman beside Rosalia. Emma is a young woman with plum-colored hair, which is worn in a long braid and mint-blue eyes. She wears a purple sleeveless coat with long tails over a pinstripe white sweater and black lace vest, with a green miniskirt and black tights. She also has white knee-high boots, several golden bangles, and a flat cap. Like the older version of her, she also had a staff that consisted of a large silver rod with a golden moon-type attachment at the top. Finally, the cat familiar who had been silently staring at us. It's a black cat with yellow eyes and purple tufts of fur on her paws, chest, tail, tip, and ears. It has a blue collar with a small bell around her neck and a blue ribbon tied to her tail. They were all surrounding a rectangular table. At the top of it was who I would assume is Queen Halloween or Queen Maeve. Beside her was also what appeared to be a maid, but in a butler's attire. Queen Halloween is a beautiful young woman with an appearance. She is seen as having long, silky blonde hair with red eyes. The woman behind here is a rather beautiful young lady with long black hair tied in a braid. Her bangs frame her face and stop just before her green eyes, and a hogue sits in the middle of her head. She wears a female butler's outfit, a two-tailed black coat over a dark gray vest and white dress shirt. Her coat has white cuffs with 2 gold buttons that match the small gold badge on her coat. She also wears matching dark pants and shoes. Welsh Dragon Drake, and Witch Princess Lavinia Rennie. I welcome you to my realm, Queen Halloween said enthusiastically. I am Queen Halloween, or you can refer to me as Queen Maeve. Beside me is Afe. She's my butler. The small blonde woman is Rosalia, as you heard. Beside her is Anastasia. Across from her is Emma, her daughter, and beside Emma is Vita. They're all one big family. Isn't that cute? Meet the Milsteins. Well, Vita is Maeve. I don't think that's appropriate to discuss here. Vita sharply looked at the queen, making her mouth twitch. All right, I tend to ramble. Sorry about that. We need help, she says, and I nod. We know. That's why we're here. Partner had a hunch and sent us here. Queen Halloween seemed a little stunned, but a large smile spread across her face, and she nods happily. The middleman is incredible to be able to predict such a thing. See, Afe, he ain't that bad. I never once uttered those words, my queen. So we know. Cow's brigade already surrounded your territory. Will help repel them. Partner probably wants to capture some of them, or never mind. I'll keep that to myself. I stop her from continuing since we already know about it. It would be stupid if we didn't. But partner never told us to wait for them to attack, since it's dumb. So we'll take the fight to them. We'll take the fight to them. Lavinia, and I should be fine. We have some backup. I glance at my shadow and Lavinia's, since partner probably gave us some shadow knights. Iron is also here too, are you sure? We can send our own to help you. No, it's fine. I suggest you just prepare to defend your home if some manage to slip away from us and try attacking you instead. I turn around and start to walk away when you're awfully full of yourself, aren't you? I stop and turn around. Everyone's eyes were on the cat familiar. And you are? Es familiar, Celine. I also didn't stutter. I said you're quite full of yourself, you know. What makes you think you can take them all one? No, just the two of you? I admit that you're close with the middleman, and you're also the Welsh dragon, but what's to say they don't have countermeasures against you? Countermeasures cannot be followed through if they're dead. Absolute power triumphs over tactics. Hard to know, Jean believes the same. If the difference is like night and day, like lion and ant, then tactics, plans, and countermeasures, they mean nothing. After saying that, I left. Lavinia, Rennie, what the hell? What a rude fellow. The cute little cat familiar. Celine was quite angry with Drake Chan. Even though I said that he's changed quite a bit, there's certain things about him that won't. But I guess that makes him Drake, right? Forgive him, he's always been like that. But he is even more powerful after being revived by Jean. While he may sound arrogant, he can definitely back up that statement, as he has the power. Even still, King Yu? Well, you'll see soon. Celine huffed one last time before putting her head down and closing her eyes. I was about to chase after Draig-chan when I was stopped. Lavinia, was it? I'm sorry for asking, but how can you be sure? Did the middleman train you? The woman called Emma asked me, and I responded with a nod. Yes, Jean trains his associates and close friends. It wouldn't be out of the question if it only took Draig-chan by himself to beat them all, but since I came here, I have to help him. His other subordinate is at a different spot for when Cow's brigade will attack. So, Ireland as a whole is safe anyway. I also think you should just defend your home if some do get by us. It would be easier on everyone that way. Just leave them to us, okay? I also left before they could reply. It should be fine. From what I heard, the Hexen Act will appear. I wonder who else will join them. Queen Maeve Halloween, they were certainly interesting. We all just watched the two of them leave. That blonde Lavinia Rennie was quite friendly, but the Welsh dragon wasn't as rude as I would have thought. But he was still a little rude. We'll take their word for it, Maeve. Let's focus on defending our own home if those from Cow's brigade do slip through. Vita puts out her thoughts. I agree with Vita, Maeve. You have seen the devils of Gremory and how strong they are. If the middleman does train them, then it's safe to assume that those two are on the same level or even higher. If we take that into account, then we can rest assured. I agree. Celine, you're overthinking this too much. Also, weren't you also rude? You're not exactly that strong. I may not be strong physically, but I'm just as good at using magic as Emma. I was simply questioning him. We barely just met those two. And the Welsh dragon then says he could defend our realm with just the two of them? You have to be a fool to believe that. She then sighs and scratches her cheek with her paw. Well, it doesn't matter now. They have already committed, so leave it to them. All right, where did the rest of your group go, Minerva? I don't know. Even though I'm the leader, they mostly do their own thing. You pitiful girl. Minerva had a strained smile on her face, but Celine doesn't notice. Although we turn our gaze to Anastasia, as she had a perplexed look on her. I do wonder what kind of person the middleman is. We have heard of how the Welsh dragon was in the past, but interacting with him just now, he was definitely different. I wonder what kind of person managed to change him. Oya, has this interest blossomed into something else, Anastasia? Rosalia tried to tease her, but she put a hand on her cheek, seemingly troubled by the question. Anastasia looks at Vita and Emma before turning back to Rosalia. Well, Emma may need a new father figure in her life, after all. Both girls let out surprised yelps. Their mother just giggled to herself. Rosalia was left speechless. They should know how she is with her own humor. She's just teasing all of you. I let out a sigh and turned to face Afe, as she had been mostly silent. There are rumors of Scat-Hack being with the middleman. I wish to ask those two when I meet them again. She muttered to herself. Does she still hold a grudge? Will she challenge Scat-Hack? Or Kuchulin? Afe sees me looking at her and smiles at me. I do hope this goes smoothly for all of us. Land of Heaven, Falls Goddess Danu Trouble Winds are fast approaching. I muttered. I was invited to wear the Tuatha De Danann live, and we were in the meeting room dining room. However, in contrast to how it is usually like, everyone present had serious expressions on their faces. We received word from Scat-Hack that she, along with one of Jean's subordinates, are on the Skellig Rocks. We also know that the Welsh dragon and one of Jean's lovers are off to meet Queen Halloween. So that leaves our own respective realms to defend if they do get attacked. Nuada says to everyone. 3 other communication circles were open beside him, and they were connected to the land of the Fae, Tir na Nog, and the land of heroes and giants. The ones present are Ain, Kana, all the gods of the Tuatha De Danann, and I. Luff, we will leave you to the front lines if necessary. Everyone else, you know your own strengths and weaknesses. We have informed our people, and they know what to expect. Many have offered to fight alongside us when the time comes. It was a bold move by the leader of the Tuatha De Danann, but they trusted Nuada's judgment, so no one went against him. He then turns to the communication circles. Queen Mia, do you need reinforcements? Please do not take this the wrong way, but do not worry, King Nuada. We here in Tir na Nog know that we have the weakest army or fighters since we don't have much fighting or violence here. But we can still defend ourselves. However, we will appreciate some help. The devils and fallen angels have contacted us earlier and are sending their own here. Noada nods after hearing that. I see, very well. Titania, how about you? Is the fairy kingdom confident in their fighting power? Or do you wish to have some reinforcements? We'll be fine. Thank you, Noada. We have more than enough fighters here, both experienced and inexperienced. Very well. Then, King Dara? We are also fine. The Shinto gods have sent some yokai to help us. We should be fine. I see. That's reassuring. Well, then that should be all of it for this meeting. If anyone else has any other inquiries, then don't hesitate to contact me. After Noada saying that, all the communication circles vanished. He then turns to Kana and I. First Anu, and now Kana. Jean certainly has the power to make gods that have been missing just come out. Huh? Kana, will you be staying here to help? Noada asks the goddess of the harp, and she happily nods. Yes, it's not like I have any other place to go to. What about you, Aang? Kana gave a chipper response and turns to Aang, who nodded. So, we're all staying here. They turned to me, and I also agreed to stay here. I was the one to start this realm. I may feel a bit obligated to help protect it. Many of the gods here started to leave, and it left just the three of us again. Aang, Kana, and I. A slightly awkward atmosphere envelopes the room. Until clap clap, H.A., I wish this hadn't happened. If it didn't, I could have met Jean by now. I want his autograph. Kana exclaims. I see. Another fan, but she's a bit more genuine with her feelings, and I look at Aang, and she smiles back at me. Can you fight, Kana? Aang asks her, and she proudly nods her head. Oh, I have been training. Of course I can fight. I can't wait to see then, right, Danu? Yes, let us defend this realm together. Thynafreen rhymes Draig Chan. As I was walking down the hallways of Queen Maeve's home, I heard Lavinia's voice behind me. I didn't stop or turn around, but gestured for her to join me. I want to get this done as quickly as possible. Also, an update from partner would be greatly appreciated. Lavinia eventually joined my side. Did they agree? I think so. You think? We just briefly spoke, but I think they'll let us handle this by ourselves, so you don't need to worry. Shall we start now, then? Yeah, if we get this done quickly, we can go help the other realms in Ireland. Well, assuming they also get attacked. If not, we can go back to Skelligrox. Roger that, Captain Drake. Lavinia saluted me, and I shook my head while chuckling. We quickly leave the castle and start walking towards the gate. However, we hear footsteps behind us, and we turn around to see that it was Minerva and Emma. You two sure walk pretty fast. Minerva stops and starts to breathe heavily. Emma did not look too bothered as she stood there with Celine in her arms, who was glaring at me. Screw you too, dumb feline. Did you two need something? W, would you like to have some lunch first? What? We're not here for a holiday, you know. I was about to decline when sure. Lavinia, we should were having lunch, Draig-chan. She said that with no room for argument. I want to get this done, but at the same time, I don't want to stand against her, because in a way, I would be going against partner, right? Even though he sometimes burns my tail, he does extinguish just as quickly. So, I'm not entirely sure on how he would react now that I think about it. It's been months since I scolded him. He's changed a lot since then, huh? That was the last time we fought or argued seriously, though it was just me being angry with him. As I thought of all of that, we were slowly walking through the small town of the Thynafreen Rhymes. There were quite a lot of bats hanging around every home and shop we came across. However, after a few minutes of walking and the women talking, we arrived at a small restaurant. I think it's a restaurant. Before I stepped in, I looked at the sign above it. Fiacla Mealy's. Since partner gave Albion and I the same translation skill that he gave his mates, I believe that translates to sweet tooth. Entering the establishment, the interior looked worn out as many of the furniture were made out of wood. Many of them seemed to be old as there were cracks, dents, and some pieces missing from them. If I were to take a step back and look at this place, it would seem like a poor town on the verge of ruin since their leaders aren't taking care of them. We follow after Minerva as she speaks with the owner of the establishment, and it was a human female. Is this going to be a consistent thing? I turn my gaze to Minerva as she tilts her head at me in confusion. I haven't seen many males here. What's up with that? She closes her eyes and nods sagely at my question. She then opens her eyes and points at me. There are males, but they're few and far between. Most of them tend to be family men, the husbands of the females here. As a result, we don't see many of them out. Also, they only tend to come here once someone from here goes outside to find their partner. So they just go out there looking for a mate to continue their bloodline. Sounds a bit messed up. Are they really in love, or just using the males you bring here as a way to pass on their genes? As I finish saying that, the few people in the restaurant stop eating to stare at me. Perhaps this was a taboo topic? Even Minerva looked horrified. She started to shake her head furiously. No, 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 no. The way I phrased it makes it sound horrible. That's my fault. There is definitely love in those relationships. Minerva grabs both our arms and drags us away from the rest of the patrons looking at us. She then started to whisper, "Okay, maybe hundreds of years ago it may have been like that, but it has started to change, okay? Please don't look at me like that." "Sir Welsh Dragon, maybe it's because of partner's own views, and mine as well, but that really rubbed me the wrong way." Well, whatever. I can't exactly judge them too harshly since it's their own realm, and all eventually, we stopped back and had lunch. Minerva and Lavinia were having jovial chatter, but I could tell that what Minerva had said was bothering her a bit. However, our time there quickly came to an end, and even the patrons who were staring at us had stopped staring and returned to their own low chatter. "Okay, we'll go back to Queen Maeve then. Good luck, Lavinia, Drake." Minerva says that before running away. She waved to us as she ran forward and then crashed into a pile of boxes. "Yeah, she's quite clumsy. Let's get started." Drake Chan right. Lavinia summons her broom, and I bring out my wings, and we both fly up into the sky. I don't think she needs to use that. Actually, she can just fly using magic, right? Well, that's not relevant right now. I scan the area surrounding this town and find hundreds, but I believe it's more since some of them may have drank the blood. The majority of them are humans, a few yukais, and some devils. Lavinia was waiting for me to move, so I chose a random direction and flew there. Watched there were an abundance of trees outside of the town, almost like a sea of them. Approximately 90 of them did not have leaves. However, those that did have leaves were already dead or decaying. However, we were quickly approaching the area where we felt the most of them were concentrated at. Lavinia casted an invisibility spell onto us as we were about to come up on them. When we finally arrived, we could see hundreds of them. The majority were humans magicians. Most of them were covered in cloaks with hoods. This obscured their faces, so we couldn't tell who was who. Lavinia came nearer to me. "Drake Chan, you can use an attack, and my spell will keep it invisible," she says and winked at me. My, how convenient. I felt a wide grin spread across my mouth. "Sorry, partner. They'll be taking a move out of the animes you had in your old world." I raised both my arms into the sky and gathered a large amount of draconic energy. I don't have to worry about the flames never dying down since this isn't my blazing inferno of scorching flames. My genius is almost unrivaled. I kept on concentrating and producing more and more draconic energy. You say, this was my own version of the spirit bomb from Dragon Ball. I glanced at Lavinia, and she had a strained smile on her face. "No, wait, it's not like that. I just thought this would be a very efficient way of dealing with them, right? This area alone had a lot of them. I don't know the grand total, but it should you don't need to explain." Drake-chan. "Rias is the same, you're both otakus, right?" she said while slowly floating away. "Please don't say any more, my heart can't take it." "Partner, what did your old world call this? Weeb? Am I a weeb? The weeb dragon? Oh no, why am I calling myself that even while I contemplated my own existence? My attack kept on charging up, getting bigger and even more powerful. This should be fine. Go back a bit, Lavinia. Roger. Lavinia flew back with her broom, and I sighed. Let's do this. I can't think of a name. So let's go with Drag Ball. And I threw the gigantic ball of draconic energy. It quickly zipped through the air and collided with the ground. Boom. My attack, called I can't think of a name, so let's go with Drag Ball, hit the ground and exploded. It was around 15 football American fields in size and wiped out a lot of the magicians. However, this also meant they knew about us now. Lavinia undid the invisibility spell after the attack ended. Booyah! 1 point for Drake. I struck a pose bonk. No time for jokes, Drake-chan. All right, I was hit on the head by Lavinia, but I quickly shook it off. The enemy was alerted and started to scatter and regroup. Attack! We're being attacked. It's the Welsh Dragon and Ice Princess. SHK. Jaya. I shivered as the area around Lavinia, and also below her, instantly froze. Did being called that really annoy you that much? Even in my own head, I refused to say it. I've learned that many of you can read minds. And I don't know if that psycho Yandra did it to me too. Slowly, Lavinia turned to me with her smile. I shivered again. I'm sorry. With my apology, her smile returned to normal and she summoned hundreds of magic circles behind her. She made a small gesture with her hands. Fire Zazabin. Her attacks were not aimed at any specific individual, but were thrown all around where the magicians were, resulting in hundreds of medium-sized explosions. FWSH, I was wondering who would try to stop us, but to think it would be the Welsh Dragon and you. Huh. Fate is quite cruel, don't you think? A woman in her early 20s with short hair adorned with numerous ribbons and who wore a gothic Lolita dress appeared in front of us. She was looking at Lavinia, who was glaring at her. I appeared behind her and reached out to try to restrain her, but she vanished. What? Although I wasn't going all out, that was at least high-tier God-class speed, you know? Phew. Thank God for drinking 100 red vials. Otherwise, I would have been caught there. Oh, 100. That's insane. How the hell are you even alive? This woman started to laugh, probably due to my face. You didn't think we wouldn't try to modify the red vial, right? We just reduced its potency, so we could take more of it while increasing our strength. With the help of Lapisama, Avetsa made leaps and bounds in many of her research. Anyway, I'm not your opponent. I still have a role to play before I die, or get captured. Bye-bye, alright? Lavinia Rennie. An evil grin appears on her face. She starts to wave to Lavinia Glenda, says hi, and looks forward to another emotional reunion. I am stronger now. She won't affect me. Lavinia said that with conviction. However, the woman wasn't affected by it and shrugged before disappearing. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The area around us started to shake, and more magicians appeared, as well as yukais and devils. Finally, a large magic circle appeared on the ground, and out came, is this another divine beast? It looks like paste. What the hell? When did? No, it should be possible for them. No one is sure when Nyarlathotep began meddling with this world's history. Maybe she even got a sample of paste years ago when he wasn't paying attention. That's the only explanation available right now. Who cares? They'll deal with it, Lavinia. Can I leave the rest of the small fries to you? Oh, one more thing. Who the hell was that person? Yes, leave the rest to me, Drake-chan. That was Walburga. She's a member of an organization called Hexenact, and it seems like they've joined together with Cow's Brigade. She's the woman she mentioned, I know. I was just asking for formality's sake. It's fine. You don't need to tell me. Let's just get this done and join up with Scat Hack and the rest. Yes, of course. The divine beast version of Paste had been successfully summoned. I quickly dashed towards him and tackled him. Doom, you're coming with me. I dragged him away from the place. I have wanted to fight Paste in the past, so this is a good opportunity. Even if you're an imposter, make this fun for me. Lavinia Rennie, as I watched Drake fly away with the divine beast. I was left to face the remaining member of Cow's Brigade. Quickly scanning them over, there were nothing dangerous. Most of them range from middle class to low ultimate class. A couple of months ago, this would have been an unthinkable thing to say. To say that ultimate class wasn't a big deal. People would definitely think I'm crazy. As I was floating there on my broom, the many beings in front of me and below me were spouting very vile things. Oh, look at her. Do you think we can capture her if we reach her first? They never gave us the order of killing her, so I don't see why not. A group hangout? I can get behind that. Why is that the first thing that comes to their minds? At times like these, it makes me regret looking the way I do, but when I think back to how Jean loves me and how I look, I'm not that repulsed by it. I create 3 ice dolls on the ground and land there. Go check the surroundings of this town and freeze any enemies on the spot. I will come by and see if they're of use to Jean and the Alliance. The ice dolls of my absolute demise nod before vanishing into thin air. Ho! Balance break. Fwoosh! SHK. My target for my balance breaker is the entirety of this realm. I will freeze everything. However, I won't freeze the residents of this world. Drake and the dragon, he wants a fight. He might be upset with me if I do high. I can't move. What is this? My feet, my lower body? No way. She has a sacred gear. No, wait, she's the Ice Princess. Wait, the one with the absolute demise. Why me, of all people? Screams of despair and anguish resound throughout the area. I stood there watching them slowly being frozen. I do hope the residents aren't too shocked by the sudden ice age I created. I put a hand on my cheek. How troubling. Maybe I should check on them before heading to the other side. I look at the frozen magicians, devils, and yokai. I put my hand out and summon a magic circle. A large icicle tornado is conjured through it and shatters every single one of the frozen members of Chaos Brigade. Doing that myself would be tedious. I put my hand to my palm and created multiple Asian-like ice dragons. Take down the frozen ones. Once done, return to me. They nodded their heads before flying around and destroying the frozen bodies. I summoned my broom again and flew up. In the distance, I could see Drake-chan still flying away with the dragon. Turning back towards the town, I flew in the opposite direction. It didn't take me long to arrive above it, and many of the residents were more intrigued than panicking. I spot Minerva poking the ice and land near her. Oh, Lavinia, do you know why the whole realm just turned into a winter wonderland? This garnered some attention, and I nodded. I caused it. It's my sacred gear, so don't worry about it. I can undo it soon enough. I just need to deal with the Chaos Brigade members. Her mouth hung open. They didn't think we could pull it off? Well, I don't blame them the way Drake-chan, and I phrased it made it sound impossible after all, but if the dragon they sent here was their strongest member, then the one's whole attack Skellig rocks, we need to hurry. I'm sorry, I'm in a hurry, Minerva. I have to get moving. I got back on my broom and quickly flew away, leaving no time for Minerva to say anything. I locate one of my ice dolls and land beside them. They were standing guard beside many frozen bodies. Okay, destroy them all. If you think you see any promising ones that may have relevant information, leave them be. It nodded before disappearing. Many of the frozen bodies began to break and shatter. Using my link to the ice dolls, I informed the others as well. It should be better this way, so I want you to fly to each one of them. Dragara! I threw the imitation of paste, and once they landed on the ground, they made a loud thud. Their body was also quite large, so it made multiple large holes in the ground as they skidded to a halt. The divine beast gets up and was glaring hatefully at me. I should be the one doing that, fool. An imitation like you can never beat the original. The divine beast then breathed fire at me. It was quite massive but also slow, so I easily dodged it. If I had to guess, this divine beast is at least middle-tier god class. But it's surprisingly weak FWSH. Whoa, a small tiny silver spike nearly hit me. I shouldn't just zone out like that. Looking around me, I could see around 50 of them. They were all circling me and were ready to attack me at a moment's notice. FWSH, 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 and then they flew towards me. They were much faster than the breath attack used by the divine beast earlier. Therefore, I had to put more effort into dodging them. However, once one passed me, it immediately turned around and tried to hit me again. That's annoying. By enhancing my power, I cover my body in a red draconic aura and spread it around the area. The silver spikes that were coming towards me instantly melted. The ones that were afloat also melted. Once that was done, I retracted my aura and saw that the spikes on the divine beast's back had regrown. So that's where it came from. Huh. You can also regrow them, which is going to be a pain to deal with. Well, I can't keep Lavinia waiting forever. She had already finished her fight and froze the entire realm. Appearing beside the divine beast, I punched it square on the head and it slammed into the ground. They'll be copying Ignia for this. Welsh dragons roar, gathering a monstrous amount of flames in my mouth. After a few seconds, I then fired the breath attack towards the divine beast. However, unlike his breath attack from earlier, it was much larger in size and faster. This is why the flames quickly reached him and engulfed him. In addition to the divine beast, the surrounding area was engulfed in flames. Those were just regular flames, but at a higher power. I wonder if it will survive? Once the flames dwindled, the divine beast did indeed survive. However, it barely survived it as it was slowly regenerating its own body parts. Time to end it then, since it can't even move. I cupped my hands and gathered draconic energy into them. Yes, I was going to use the Kamehameha. I brought my hands to my side and prepared to unleash my attack on the divine beast as more and more draconic energy gathered around them. Let's make sure you really die. I added a single boost into my Kamehameha, and I felt it double in power. I finally thrust my arms forward and unleashed the attack. A large stream of red draconic aura was fired in front of me. I also add armor pierce into the attack. Shoo! Boom! When the attack collided with the divine beast, a large explosion occurred, larger than the one from earlier. The attack threw me a bit off balance, but I quickly regained my composure and waited for the explosion to stop. It eventually did, and a large crater was left in place where the divine beast once was. Checking the area one last time to make sure it was truly dead, I nodded satisfied with my handiwork. Locating Lavinia, I flew towards her. She seemed to be in the town already, and the ice she made started to rescind. After returning to the town, I saw Lavinia surrounded by many of the people that live there. They seemed to be asking her a lot of questions. She also seemed to be calm and collected while she did. However, the same Yukai that had been fixated on Minerva was also there, and he seemed to be eyeing Lavinia suspiciously. I didn't like that. Partner, I will help her here. I finally landed back on the ground, and this drew some attention to me. Ah, Drake-chan, welcome back. Yeah, we should be done here. Did any escape here? No. You two really did take care of it, didn't you? You two are amazing. Instead of Lavinia answering me, from the crowd, Minerva answered the question. She pushed past the crowd and joined us. She looked quite giddy. Queen Maeve and everyone else are coming. Please wait for them before you leave. She was basically pleading as she said the last part. We're in a rush, but we also know those two can take care of themselves. We also didn't need to use the Dragon Knights here or Iron, so Scat Hack and Celine should be fine since the ones who make decisions between us are interchangeable. Lavinia decided for us by agreeing with Minerva, which made her sigh in relief. Lady, are you single? Someone in the crowd shouted. Lavinia just had a strained smile on her face as she shook her head. I'm in a relationship with the middleman. He's not here, though. Listen, I just think smack. A familiar voice shouts and continue to speak. However, they were quickly cut off by someone near them silencing their weird question. Thank you, whoever you are. Centuredo, they swiftly arrived near us, and Queen Maeve, who had her eyes closed, opened them. Welsh Dragon Drake, which Princess Lavinia Rennie, thank you for helping our realm. We can't thank you enough. What kind of compensation? I put my hand up to stop her. You can ask Parjean that when he comes. Like I said earlier, we were just here on his behalf, since he's busy dealing with the same thing in a different realm. Honestly, we're not even done yet, so we must get going. Queen Maeve nodded. I see. Very well, we will wait for the middleman to come here. We thank you again for helping us. Let's go, Lavinia. I prepared to teleport away as Lavinia joined my side, and she was waving to them. While our time here was short, it seems like an interesting place. I'll inform partner about this when we meet up again. Skellig rocks, Scat Hack Shing. 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 Earlier in the day, after Drake left, Celine covered a large area around Skellig rocks with a barrier. So, our fight here won't be seen by the humans. It would cause Jean and the supernatural unnecessary trouble if they found out this way. It does make me wonder if he wants to show humans we are real or not. It would certainly be interesting. No, I will leave these thoughts for another time right now. We have some more pressing matters to attend to. Multiple magic circles started to appear all around us. Out came various types of people. They were mostly humans magicians. However, they were not that powerful, but a woman with short gray hair and red eyes. Behind her were 10 pairs of jet black wings with a tinge of red. There were feather-like wings around her head that were black with some yellow to them. Above her was some sort of halo. Around her were skulls that were burning with fire. Her outfit consisted of a black, yellow, and white dress. She wore black gloves and a short skirt with black tights with long metallic knee-high boots. Scat Hack. Jean? I was about to move when the communication function on my ring suddenly activated. Strangely, hearing his voice was somewhat comforting. I learned that certain leaders are joining this operation. I caught and trapped his Zerful in my lavender box. Also, read his mind, so the fallen angel Jibrail should be in Ireland. I don't know if she's planning to attack where you are at, or where Drake is heading. What does the fallen angel look like? Jean proceeds to tell me, and the woman in the sky fits the description. I tell Jean this. I see. Keep her alive. I wish to read her memories. Of course, leave her to us. Where are you? I'm about to teleport to Ireland. He'll leave her to you, and he'll check up on the other groups before coming to you. Yes. The translucent transceiver disappeared, and I glanced at Celine. It appears that she heard our conversation, and she gave me a small nod. It appears that we have pests in the way. The Witch of Doing Scathe and some woman. Get rid of them. She snapped her fingers, and many of the magicians started to create magic circles. However, that wasn't the only thing that happened, as two other magic circles appeared behind her. From them came a humanoid praying mantis creature, and another was a woman? No, that's some kind of plant monster. I can't really detect her, but she didn't feel human. These two should be appropriate test subjects for the new generation of divine beasts. Go, take them down. Hundreds of elemental attacks came our way. I think in an instant. A large magic circle appeared in front of us, blocking all attacks. In the middle, the magic circle had a dragon and moon as symbols. This was Celine's. I turned to look at her again, and only her index finger was being pointed up. Scathack, leave those two divine beasts to me. I believe Jean-sama can use them as new shadows. If you don't mind, please deal with the fallen angel. You're still far more powerful than her. I agreed with her. This fallen angel seems to be at least high-tier god class. Jean claims that I reached universal levels of power on our last trip to the pocket dimension, so I'm much stronger than her. But it would be wise not to underestimate her. Cool me. I heard Celine mutter beside me, and 20 shadows came out of our shadows, 10 from each. Kill the magicians, leave the crow, insect, and plant to us. The shadow knights silently nodded, and boom. 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 Splat. Crack. KCHNNGG. Numerous explosions occurred around the area. All of the magicians that were floating there were killed instantly, each falling in a different way. Some were struck down, others were overwhelmed by the force of the blast, and the rest were caught in the chaos around them. The Shadow Knights were relentless but efficient. The one leading the charge was stunned by what had just unfolded. She didn't get enough time to react, nor did the two divine beasts who had a look of bewilderment etched across their faces. Summoning Gibalg, I appeared in front of the fallen angel named Jibrail and kicked her in the abdomen, sending her away. I quickly followed after her. I glanced back at Celine as the shadow soldiers had retreated back into our shadows as their job was done. She smiled at me and silently wished me luck. Celine now, then come now you too. Please struggle as much as you can. I did not move from my spot. Even when they teleported here, I kept on drinking my tea. Although it is a simple task from Jean-sama, I take great pleasure in doing it, just like Antares. It would be nice if I could be beneficial to him. Of course, if he showed me affection, I would be delighted. Shing! Shing! Both of them appear beside me. The praying mantis monster put its sharp claws near my neck, and the Alron plant monster had a sharp sword that resembled a leaf near my neck. Era, quite bold of you. But you're still too naive. Schwip boom. Ugh. I unleashed a sliver of my power. It created a large pressure that pushed the two intruders away. If they're pushed back by this, then how could they possibly hope to fight me? Hoo-hoo. I need to lower my expectations even more. I am expecting too much from them. However, their powers will increase as they become new shadows. Speaking of shadows, if that insectoid becomes a shadow, it and Baru will certainly have a small rivalry. Yes, this was the right choice. On the ring, I activated the communication function and contacted Jean-sama. Jin-sama? Celine? How can I help you? Is everything all right? Yes, everything is fine. It should be finished soon. However, I have found two new potential shadows for you. One is an insectoid like Baru, and the other is a plant-type monster, the Allron. What are current power ranks? It seems he's at least interested. Low-tier god class, I believe. What plans do you have for Jibrail? What happened to Izurful? I see. I'll add them then. I may just put her into the lavender box. I can always pull them out in the future. For Izurful, he's in the box since he only had limited information. I'm hoping for Jibrail to be a bit more useful to me. I see you, Fufu. You definitely seem different. Jinsamaho? He seemed confused with what I said. Well, I didn't expand on it, so it's no wonder. It's nothing. That's all I wanted to tell you. Goodbye. Right when I looked at the two divine beasts, they were hesitant to attack me. They didn't get cold feet after feeling that, did they? Did that Avetsa woman give them some sort of consciousness? That's both a positive and negative since they can feel fear, but let's not drag this on for too long, shall we? I swiped my right arm sideways toward the insectoid. Numerous crescent-shaped blades made of moonlight fire toward him. However, the speed at which these blades move is significantly higher than what they can perceive. So slice, slice, cut, cut, thud, thud. I had my eyes closed when I did that action. When I turned to face the insectoid, it had fallen to the ground, cut up in many pieces. The Allron turned quickly and tried to flee, but before she could escape, I raised my hand and made a grasping motion. A translucent silver hand appeared and blocked her path. Leaving my comfortable seat, I slowly floated up to her. Once we were eye to eye, she was already struggling to breathe. Tell me, why should I do that? I can serve you, but you are weak. How could you possibly be of any use to me? A heavy emotion stirred within me as tears rolled down the face of the divine beast. But seeing her like this wasn't a terrible feeling. I smiled at her and gently poked her nose with my index finger with my free hand. Do not worry, child. My master will reanimate you, and you will be stronger then. I will request you to be my personal shadow after Hohu. I will teach you many things, and being a ruthless warrior for the sake of Jin-sama will be the top priority. With a sharp crack, I brought down the divine beast, striking it down with overwhelming force. I brought the body back with me, along with the remains of the other one. Now all that's left is to wait for Scat-Hack. However, their attack was a disappointment, or perhaps we were too strong. Nevertheless, they should have no problems over in Russia too. Ho-ho. Scat-Hack, I could no longer feel the two life energies of the divine beasts. Celine must have ended their lives. Jean did not say anything about them living, though perhaps he may turn them into his shadow soldiers. It seems likely. The fallen angel Jibrail finally regains her balance and stops herself from being pushed away further. I also stop and float. She glares at me with deep animosity. Which of doing Skaith? Why do you side with the middleman? She asks me with venom. Why? Such a foolish question, fallen angel Jibrail. It is because I respect him, and he has bested me in multiple duels. I have yet to win a match against him. The only way left is a final showdown on the battlefield, though I will not articulate these thoughts to you out loud. I have heard many stories from the women he is personally close to, most from Yasaka and Grafia. I will use those to my advantage. Multiple? Nonsense. We have only gotten information from one duel. Believe what you will, but I only tell the truth. He has defeated me many times. Enough chatting. Show me your battle prowess. She starts to laugh to lose to such a weakling. You truly are pathetic. The same with Azrael and Kokabeel. It's pitiful. Let me show Dawn. Bam. Boom. Not caring for her speech, I punched her in the stomach and kicked her in the throat. This knocked the wind out of her. Finally, I lock both my hands in a tight fist and swing them down on Jibrail's head. She plunges down into the ocean below and creates a small shockwave as she hits the surface of the water. Boom! However, that only did some damage to her. As her power surged and blasted the water away, a small hole was created in the ocean. The seawater tried to reclaim the land, but the air pressure created by Jibrail was too strong for that. She looked up at me with fury in her eyes. Yes, this won't be too boring. Now will it? Which of doing Skaith? Team. SHK. She charged at me and summoned a spear made out of light. Our weapons collided against each other as she struggled to push me back. This obviously surprised her. It doesn't miss a beat as I cover my body with 2k and kick her hard in the midsection. As a result, she dispels the light spear and winces in pain. Why you? Playing dirty. Have you no shabang? Dawn, Dawn, Dawn. I overpowered her and followed it up with a series of strikes. I finally ended the fight by knocking her down with my spear. Jibrail was looking at me weakly. No, I have learned over the years that certain opponents don't need that luxury and only need to be dealt with swiftly. I form a large rune circle above me that slowly morphs into a sword of light that pierces Jibrail's body. She coughed out some blood, but she never stopped glaring at me. No, she smiled at me. Honor seems to have left the witch of doing scathe. The middleman has certainly changed you. No, I still fight with honor, if such an opponent deserves it. You do not. Fwash, yeah, you're right. You're here, Jean. Yeah, sorry for the wait. Jean Skyward Scathack turned around to see me and smiled her usual confident smile. Looking at her, and then at Jibrail, the fallen angel, she certainly did a number on her. I don't know how long their fight lasted, but to me, it looked one-sided. I reached my hand out and froze her in time. Centurado, they were just rambling like Israful. So, my best bet is now MK Chell. He's supposedly in Russia along with Mardgear and the Monkai Association. Huh, I would have guessed that they would have sent much stronger people here, but I guess not. By their standards, they must have been, but to us, right? You have a point, partner. I had stopped by the Tuatha Dan and Tirnanog, Fairy Kingdom, and the LOHAG before coming here. I briefly contacted Drake, and he said they were coming to Skellig Rock since they were done in Queen Halloween's realm. I met up with Danu there. Evidently, some Irish goddess that I hadn't encountered before wanted to talk to me. However, she refused to elaborate and said it would be a better experience for me if I met her without knowing her identity. Anyway, we met up just a short distance away from this island. There was a barrier around it. So we quickly stepped through it and came across the scene in front of us. I got closer to Jibrail and secured her in my lavender box. Once that was done, I turned to where Celine was and started to fly over there, followed by everyone behind me. Well, everyone except Lavinia, who was staying close by my side. I glanced at her as she smiled brightly. We quickly arrived at Celine, and well, they still can be turned, but I would have preferred you preserve one of them intact, if you understand me. After saying that, Celine gave a small laugh. Forgive me, Jean Sama. I finished this one a bit too hastily. As such, I do not know his overall combat ability, but I believe he will still be useful. Celine stays seated while saying this to me. I go over to the crushed body of the plant monster and the cut-up pieces of the insect monster. I bring my right hand toward them and boing, I felt a soft sensation on my back as I was about to utter the word to rise. I glanced back and saw that Celine had gotten up and hugged me from behind. Do continue, do not mind me. Right? Ahem, arise. As I said those words, the two previously dead enemies came back to life as my new shadow soldiers. Now I need to name them. The greatest challenge of all. All right, I know. I pointed to female Auron. You'll be Leilani, and the insectoid will be Adahez. Interesting names, Jean Sama. Is there any reason as to why you chose them? No, not really. I felt Celine speak softly near me. Really? She said with a playful tone. I was about to respond when Lavinia tugged on my arm and held my hands close. What in the world is happening? We still need to do a bunch of things, you know? Let's continue this after O. Allow me to join in then. Scathack took my free arm and did the same thing Lavinia did. She guided my arm into a secure hold. I was being supported closely by companions on nearly all sides. The part left was the front. What in the hell are all of you doing? We still have to go to Russia. It's fine, Welsh Dragon. We can trust your rival, Edel and Celestin, to defend that country and realm. HAAA. I'm going back for now. Then hold up, Drake. Don't give up just yet. Try a bit harder. No. Thank you, partner. The women around you are terrifying when it comes to you. I'm going to have to tap out now. Good luck. Traitor. Drake turned into a ball and went back into the boosted gear. However, the chaotic events didn't end there because... Fwasho. Goddess Danu, why have you come here? Danu-chan. It's been a while. So this is the primordial goddess? She seems mysterious. For some reason or another, Goddess Danu just appeared out of the ground. However, she did not respond to their inquiries and only stared at me for a few seconds. That was until she did something I wasn't expecting. She suddenly hugged me in the front and buried her face in my chest. Okay, this is getting ridiculous, I mean. I'm all for the affection, but I'm in an awkward position here, Reiko. Rose and Ine were just standing behind us watching all this happen. Okay, let's all calm down, okay? Please give me some breathing room. Is that an order? Sure. With that, Celine stopped hugging me. However, she did sneak in a small kiss on my cheek before getting off me. The two other women soon followed, but Danu kept hugging since both my arms were free. I briefly embraced her back. So, do you mind telling me why you're here, Danu? Ain, it's about Ain. Jean, I already know, but I'm still going through with it. I mean, you see her as a close friend, right? You also asked me to help her, so I'm already going to do that. Just leave her to me, Danu. Centuredo have a smidgen of faith in me. I was enjoying the time that you weren't here, Welsh Dragon. Oh, is it because you could spend as much time with partner without Albion and I getting in your wall? Hey, no violen saiku dragon esto rudra. Help! I won't get in your way, Drake. Traitor, stop. Tails are a once-in-a-lifetime thing. Don't try cutting them off. Darn it. Barato. Answer. I see your friendship is growing. I'm proud of you. What the heck? I sigh and focus back on what was in front of me. I pat Danu on the back, and she finally separates from me, but she is still quite close to me. Forgive me for suddenly appearing, but thank you, Jean. Nah, it's fine. Don't worry, Abu Chu. W what? Danu suddenly closed our distance and gave me a quick, unexpected barato. I was taken by surprise, but it didn't last long, and she quickly disappeared after doing that. My, how bold. Indeed. Oh, Danu-chan, might join soon. Please don't come to your own conclusions before I say anything, but the words that Danu said a few months back, they echo in my head. Jean and I are intertwined by fate. Ain, time means nothing to us. I am sure he is the man that will change this world. The heck did she mean? Wait, Barato, is she? Barato, answer. Would you like some company tonight, Jean? Doing yo my question. Fine, I'll settle with it's not time yet. Just like Lavinia and Siska. Even though I met them quite early on, you didn't reveal their status to me, Jean? What now? I turn around to face the other three. Scat Hack, you're not busy, right? She nods. I look at my ring, and it glows, then Aurelia came out. Scat Hack looks at me confused. You and Aurelia, go join Leanne. She's in the ISC Grand Shrine, located in ISC, Mie Prefecture, Japan. That's the other location they'll try to attack if all the other ones fail. Leanne is already there. Both women grin. I didn't think I would get to work together with these two, Jean. It's always been just a sparring or discussing topics together. Agreed, although it will be an interesting experience. Let's go. The two were about to leave when Celine interrupted them. They stare at her in confusion. I will also accompany you too. It's fine. Yes, Jean-sama? Oh yeah, sure, go ahead. Just keep the damage to a minimum, even if you create a barrier, she nods. And joins the other two. Finally, they teleport away. Lavinia and I were the only ones left. I canceled the barrier around Skelligrock. These places won't be attacked anytime soon, but it wouldn't hurt to put another barrier around it. They'll go to Thynafrene, rhymes briefly to do the same thing. I lightly stomp on the ground and create another invisible barrier around the two islands. For the time being, only my companions and I can enter and exit the island. Lavinia notices this and tilts her head cutely. What did you do? Oh, just putting up a barrier on the island. You never know when they'll try to attack the place again. Anyway, let's head to Thynda. If Freen rhymes, I need to do the same thing over there. As she trotted back over to me, she hugged my arm once again. I left it to Lavinia to teleport us to that realm, since she had already been there before. I noticed that my new shadows were gone. They probably went back into my shadow during all of that, and Rose and Reiko finally joined me. They hadn't said a thing during all of that, but simply stood by and watched. I glanced at Ine, but she looked fine, so I left it at that. Thynafrene rhymes, and we're back in Thynafrene rhymes, she says happily, and it was certainly an interesting place to be in. There are pumpkins, candles, witches, ghosts, and other things associated with the holiday all over the place. Oh, Lavinia, you're back. Who's that? No, who are they? A blonde-haired woman comes up to us. She seems to know Lavinia. The two greet each other. Hi, Minerva. We won't be here for too long. This is Jean. Didn't you see him from the exhibition match? Also, this is Ine, Reiko, and Rossweiss. Rossweiss is the only one who joined his group, though. The other two are roommates. The woman named Minerva looks at Lavinia and then at me. She squints her eyes at me before nodding sagely, as if she found the answers to the universe. It is. The middleman. W8. Why are you H here? I'm going to strengthen the barrier here and add a few security measures. Anyway, once again, I stomped on the ground and did the same thing, but this time I added the residents of this realm to the rule. The last place should be Egypt and Pyramid Lawn. This place seems interesting. They'll come back in the future to explore and meet the queen. We'll be heading out now. Centurado. Can you not? I will. Shaking my head, I teleported us back to Egypt. Nimbusuk, the moment I arrived, I immediately strengthened the barrier around this place. Of course, doing this made some gods rush to my spot. However, once they saw me, they calmed down. Jean, you're back already? What did you do? Sorry. Centurado, he was also accompanied by Isis. Additionally, she had been staring at Lavinia silently for the entire time, although Lavinia was similarly doing the same thing to her. Yeah, she's Lavinia Rennie, a magician and field agent for Grigori. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you, R.A. Sama. Isis Sama, she does a small bow to them, and R.A. nods. I see. So you put the barrier up, and you'll go now? Yeah, but we'll be back in the future. I mean, I haven't explored the place, and maybe you'll get requests from you guys. Cuckoo, of course. I'm actually thinking about submitting a request soon. Kurosagi and Vera told me you know about certain incidents that occurred in certain towns and villages. I think I know where this is going, so I was hoping you could restore or repair some of those, add an easy way to travel to them, so we can have more places for our people to live in. Truth be told, Nimbusuk is becoming a little overcrowded. It also takes a significant amount of power to expand the space, so, well, just put the request in the future. R.A. appeared to be happy about it, before he had an apprehensive look on his face. W, what kind of compensation are you looking for? If we do ask you to do that? I chuckled at him. I'm not a psycho, R.A. I wouldn't ask for something outrageous. Unless you're okay with running around Nimbusuk in your Barado? After saying that, Rast's mouth twitched, and Isis snickered at him. Hey, are you serious? I shrugged off his question and got ready to teleport to Russia. Who knows? You'll find out once you submit the request and when I get it done, right? Until then, they'll let you mull it over. See ya. Next stop line, Frisia. It seems those monkeys have started their plan. It's all for naught. We could have taken advantage of our father's depressive state in the past, though we weren't awake at that point. Truly unfortunate. It's only a matter of time before he meets his second requirement and evolution. So whatever we do in the future will be futile. Our ends are approaching, so we may as well create as much chaos as possible. Is it not in the name of our organization? Well, that's just my opinion on things. However, I looked below me. A cold and wintry realm was in my sights. Let's see how the Slavic gods fare against me. Ho-ho, don't die too easily now. Chapter 3, Part 3, Praya and Demise Rush Albion, huh? You're following me? I was flying toward the middle of the lake when I saw Edel flying beside me. However, she only smiled at my question. I wasn't really bothered by it, but I would have assumed she had already checked this out. Am I not allowed? She asked, looking a little hurt. No, while we've only interacted briefly, she tends to tease people, but not to the extent like Penemu. It's just light teasing. No, you're free. You already explored this, right? Is there anything notable you can share? We were slowly closing in on the massive hole in the middle of the lake. Edel shook her head in response to my question. No, unfortunately. However, I can sense something deep within it. Whatever it is, it's very valuable to Cow's brigade, and I believe that they will focus more on this rather than the other realms. But that's just what I think, Albion-chan if you say so. We arrived above the middle of the lake. We slowly descended nearer to the water, and when we got close enough, we stopped. It was faint, but there was some kind of power emanating from deep within the place. Some kind of ancient weapon or something. Even though I have been alive for a very long time, I have only been exposed to certain parts of the world, and Russia wasn't one of them. Whatever happened to this area of the world before humans came? It was probably something significant. I didn't analyze this when I first came here. Granted, I did not delve into it. However, whatever is down there or whatever Cow's brigade is targeting, they have to contain something similar. They have to contain some kind of mighty power. In the short time I've known her, Edel usually has a gentle or calm demeanor. But right now, after saying that she looked quite serious, it's a bit off-putting to be honest. But I could say the same to the Ice Princess, and many others who I regularly see as just sweet toward Jean. Censuredo, but Edel agreed with me. Despite their current tactics of guerrilla warfare, they're only targeting small settlements or small populated cities around the world. If you look at it logically, it doesn't make sense. It would make sense if they attacked larger cities whose populations are in the hundreds or thousands. Then why do they just attack them? Do those locations offer the same things as this? If so, shouldn't they keep attacking them? Or are they just testing something? Wait, testing? What if their attacks were just tests? Tests? Yes. Tests, but for what? The blood? Their current strength? Seeing the current alliance's response rate? If it's the latter, then it's kind of poor. Well, it was poor. Jean has made more Shadow Knights and spread them across the world, so it should be fine, I think. And let's tell Jean-chan that when this is over. For now, let's just focus on this. They're not here yet, which is quite strange. Yeah, well, let's just head back. Edel agreed and started to go back first. I looked back at the large hole one last time before heading back to shore. What is the reason for attacking these countries? I wonder if Croatia and Antares are having any trouble. Ignia apparently didn't say if they were attacking the North or South Pole. Those two have their own armies, so it should be fine. Cow's brigade Ignia. It seems like the attack in Egypt failed since the middleman was there. Chow Chow is no more. No. The entire hero faction has been wiped out. There are survivors, but they have been captured. A member of the Alliance of Hell says, well, yeah, I captured them and will contact Father when this is all over. But I did put a sleeping spell on them to prevent them from waking up too early, as well as heal them slightly. The person turns to me. Ignia-sama, you were there. Could this not be prevented? I shrug. I was in the human realm, where some were planning to attack Pyramid Line. One of the middleman's subordinates was there, and I fought him, but the others were already wiped out when I got there. He was strong, see? I brought my injured arm up. That guy really injured me. But I didn't care since it was a fun fight, but still, even after Father told him, he still attacked me quite seriously. That's how I got this injury. I should meet with Father to get it healed, but won't that seem suspicious? I see. While unfortunate, we are glad you got out unscathed. We have placed his current known subordinates on a do not approach list. Fleeing is top priority when encountered by them. He turns to a different person. How are the attacks on Ireland and Russia coming along? They are currently in progress, sir. I see. Report any new developments to me when they arise. He turns to me and bows before leaving. If I'm not mistaken, Israfil went to Egypt, so he should be dead or captured by Father. The same with Jibrail, who went to Ireland. All that's left is MKHL, who's in Russia with the Monkai Association. I don't think Father will just capture him, though whatever he has planned for him, it should be different since he's quite high up in Cow's brigade. Simply killing him or capturing him won't give him too many benefits, even after reading his memories. So, maybe mind control? It would be possible for him. But would he do it? I don't know, but I'll ask him when I meet up with him again. I walk around the base and eventually come to our usual meeting room. I felt Lapis in there, but Maroon was nowhere to be found. I pushed the doors open and Lapis waved at me. Ignia-chan, hey. Did you know? Know what? Frisia finally showed up in the Slavic god's realm. I don't know why he's there, though maybe he'll cause some trouble and then go to the country of Russia before trying to destroy Earth from there. Father won't let that happen, though. He'll be the first to die among us. Lapis happily nodded. She didn't even seem bothered by it. She skipped around while humming. Well, I don't think we'll all die. You know how Daddy is, but who knows? He's been a bit different lately. I wonder if he'll take Maruam under his wing. He's the oddest amongst us. No, you are definitely the weirdest. I call Jean Father. Friezaza refers to him as Papasan. Marum, even though he rarely speaks, addresses him as that man, or even Father sometimes, but you call him Father like what? You also have an obsessive attachment to him. So, I don't want to hear that from you. Frisia and I don't get along, but but hearing you call someone else the odd is odd in itself. Don't give me that look. I'm the most normal out of all of us, right? I was created as the ultimate being from daddy and mother. In a way, we're the same person, but I'm a little more toned down. It truly is destiny. It must be fate. I'm feeling overwhelmed, so I'm going to take a moment to myself. Bye-bye. After saying some very questionable things, Lapis left the room we were in. I will never understand that woman. But that makes me even more curious. How will father deal with her? But Frisia is in the Slavic realm. Huh? Why there of all places? Unless he had some loyal followers that informed him, or has insiders himself, I would rather believe the former rather than the latter. However, since I helped with this, I'm sure father will let me fight him. No, I'll ask him if I could fight God Serena again. I want some kind of revenge on him. That little jerk did break my arm. Ireland, land of heaven, falls goddess, Danu, why did I do that? After arriving back in the realm of the Tuatha Danann, I had to steady myself by holding onto a bench. My other hand was covering my mouth, and my entire face was completely red and warm. I should be ashamed of myself, blushing like this in front of a man younger than me, a goddess who has lived for tens of thousands of years. I must calm down, Danu. I hear the familiar voice of Kana, and I look up as I was staring at the ground. She was with Ain, and she had a look of solicitude towards me. I quickly composed myself and straightened myself. Yes, Kana, where did you go? You disappeared all of a sudden, and we got worried. We've been looking for you, you know? I thought I felt something strange in a different direction, so I decided to investigate by myself. But there's nothing to worry about. Nothing was there when I arrived. I explained to Kana whether or not my lie was believable. I wasn't too sure myself since my own thoughts were still jumbled up at the moment. Kana seemed to sigh in relief. However, Ain was looking at me suspiciously. Huh? Is something wrong? Ain? Noticing her staring at me silently, Kana asks her fellow goddess. But Ain just shakes her head. No, it's nothing, Kana.